an inhabitant of Earth unexpectedly traverses into the realm of Dou Po Song Xion, only to tragically discover an inability to cultivate. Just as despair looms, a powerful system of effortless victory awakens. From that moment onward, for every increment in Xiao Yan's cultivation, he rejoices in a tenfold advancement, effortlessly ascending to the ranks of the mighty. Accompanied by 10 pinnacle 9-star Dou Saints, including the Time Demon God and the Chaos Ancestor. All heed is command, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. Prior to Xiao Yan's birth, he strategically established the Tianji Tower, a network sprawling across the continent. Ostensibly, it gathers information from the world, while covertly accepting assassination contracts should the price be right. Formidable subordinates swiftly execute their orders, instilling terror in the hearts of all factions. Chapter 1. Through the world of Dou Po. The night was thick as ink, and the howling winds swept across the desolate lands of the Dou Po continent, and a peculiar beam of light pierced the dark sky. And at that moment, Tong Chun felt a flash of white light before his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. When Tong Chun awakened once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar wooden cabin, enveloped by a musty atmosphere. A sharp pain coursed through his head as countless memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Have I actually crossed over into the world of Dou Po? Tong Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He soon realized that in this realm, he was merely an ordinary boy, possessing mediocre talents and unable to cultivate Dou Qi, subjected to the scorn and ridicule of both family and outsiders. What should I do? In a world where strength reigns supreme, without Dou Qi, I cannot hope to survive. Anxiety consumed Tong Chun, and just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing the world of Dou Po. The lazy wind system has been activated. A system? The lazy wind system? What is this? Tong Chun was taken aback, hastily engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. This system is known as the lazy wind system. The host need not toil in rigorous training whenever the protagonist Xiao Yan enhances his cultivation. The host shall receive a tenfold increase in prowess. For instance, if Xiao Yan advances to a 1-star Dou Zone, the host shall attain the status of a 1-star Dou Zone. The system elaborated, detailing its capabilities. What? So, as long as Xiao Yan continuously elevates his power, I can effortlessly become a formidable individual. A glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Tong Chen's eyes, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. Ha ha ha! With these powerful allies at my side, what do I have to fear about establishing myself in this Dou Po continent? Tong Chen laughed heartily, banishing the clouds of despair from his mind. He promptly summoned 10 peak 9-star Dou Saints into his consciousness. In a flash of brilliance, 10 figures materialized within the wooden cabin. The Time Demon God, clad in a black robe, bore a stern visage, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. He inclined his head slightly and said, I have met the host, and in the days to come, I shall serve you faithfully. The Chaos Demon God, the Chaos Ancestor, tall and robust, radiated an aura of chaotic energy, exuding an overwhelming presence. He clasped his fists and assured, rest assured, host, with our presence, you shall remain unharmed. The Fate Demon God, the Fate Ancestor, with hair as white as snow and a face etched with wrinkles, emanated a sense of having seen through all of life's complexities. He smiled and remarked, host, fate lies within your grasp. The Causality Demon God, the Causality Elder, slender and sharp-eyed, spoke with a chilling demeanor. Whoever dares oppose the host shall face the penalties of causality. The Universe Demon God, the Universe Ancestor, wore a gentle expression, exuding a steady aura. He cupped his hands and stated, whatever commands a host has, feel free to express them. The Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, radiating overwhelming draconic majesty, roared fiercely, our Dragon Clan shall charge into battle for our master. The Phoenix Clan, represented by the resplendent Phoenix, exuded an aura of fervent flames with her graceful demeanor. She inclined her body slightly and declared, I am willing to fight valiantly for my master. The Qilin Clan, embodied by the robust Qilin King, showcased remarkable agility. Appearing before Tong Chun in the blink of an eye, he knelt on one knee and stated, I am at the behest of my master. The Destroyer Demon, Rahu, emanated an unsettling aura of annihilation that sent shivers down the spine. He coldly proclaimed, I shall make all enemies tremble in the face of destruction. Tong Chun gazed upon the 10 formidable beings before him, his heart brimming with confidence that he understood that with their assistance, he would be fearless in the realm of Dou Po. My esteemed companions, I have traversed into this world of Dou Po. Though I possess the aid of a system, we must exercise caution in our endeavors, and I intend to establish an intelligence organization named the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to gather intelligence across the continent and to undertake certain assassination tasks. To accrue resources, Tong Chun articulated, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Master. We stand ready to assist you with our utmost efforts." The 10 powerful beings responded in unison. In the days that followed, with the support of the 10 formidable allies, Tong Chun swiftly established the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Its network of intelligence rapidly spread throughout the continent of Dou Po, ensuring that all significant movements of various factions and clandestine information reached Tong Chun without delay. Simultaneously, the assassination missions undertaken by the pavilion flourished. Provided that clients offered sufficient rewards and conditions, any one of the 10 formidable beings could eliminate a target without leaving a trace. Within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Tong Chun reveled in the benefits afforded by the system, while keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Yan's growth. He recognized that Xiao Yan's rise would be pivotal to his own ascendance as the strongest in the realm of Dou Po. During this period, Tong Chun also forged connections with various factions and individuals. Some were intimidated by the might of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and sought to cultivate goodwill with Tong Chun. Others perceived a threat in its ascent and secretly attempted to suppress it. Yet, under the protection of the 10 peak 9-star Dou Saints, none could inflict harm upon Tong Chun. As time progressed, Tong Chun's position within the Dou Po continent became increasingly secure, and his name gradually garnered wider recognition. Meanwhile, he awaited the birth of Xiao Yan, anticipating the arrival of his destined era. Chapter 2. Layout of the world after successfully establishing the Celestial Mechanism Tower and witnessing its initial successes. Tong Chun understood that to truly establish a foothold in the Dou Po continent and expand his sphere of influence, it was imperative to act swiftly. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to set the headquarters of the Celestial Mechanism Tower in Qingshan Town. Although Qingshan Town is not a bustling metropolis, it boasts a superior geographical location. Situated at the intersection of several major powers, facilitating swift information exchange while avoiding premature attention from formidable factions. This seemingly inconspicuous town possesses unique advantages, making it an ideal stronghold for both offensive and defensive strategies. Standing atop a high vantage point in Qingshan Town, Tong Chun gazed down upon the entire settlement, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Soon, with the assistance of the formidable Kunkin demon god, a grand headquarters for the Celestial Mechanism Tower rose majestically from the ground. This edifice harmoniously blended the distinctive style of the Dou Po continent with enigmatic formations, exuding an air of ancient elegance while concealing intricate secrets within. Once the headquarters was completed, Tong Chun set about organizing the branch towers. He turned his attention to the key regions of the Dou Po continent, deciding to establish 8 branches in Zhongzhou, the Black Corner Domain, the 4 Cardinal Directions, the Beast Domain, and the Holy Dance City. These 8 branches would serve as the Celestial Mechanism Tower's extensive reach across the continent, each requiring a well-developed intelligence collection and task execution system. Addressing his assembled demon gods, Tong Chun proclaimed, "Aside from the Time Demon God, who will remain by my side, the other 9 demon gods shall be dispatched to various branch towers to oversee operations." The Chaos Demon God was assigned to Zhongzhou, the core area of the continent, where the intricate web of powers thrived. His formidable strength and mastery of chaotic energies would instill fear across all factions. The Fate Demon God was sent to the Black Corner Domain, a realm rife with chaos and opportunity, where his ability to divine fate could secure the greatest advantages for the Celestial Mechanism Tower amidst the turmoil. The Causality Demon God took residence in Holy Dance City, a nexus for alchemists, where the intelligence gathered would hold immense value. His power over causality would render those attempting to conceal information utterly exposed. Following the completion of the headquarters, the Kunkin Demon God ventured to the Eastern Domain, employing his mastery of the Kunkin Force to carve out a space for the Celestial Mechanism Tower. The Dragon Clan's Dragon Sovereign was dispatched to the Northern Domain, where the harsh environment would test their formidable physical prowess and draconic majesty. The Phoenix Clan's Queen Phoenix journeyed to the Southern Domain, where the warm climate allowed her flame abilities to flourish, drawing many powerful individuals to the Celestial Mechanism Tower. The Qilin Clan's King Qilin proceeded to the Western Domain, where the complex terrain would benefit from his speed and explosive power in intelligence gathering and task execution. Lastly, the Destruction Demon God, Rahu, was entrusted with a special mission to observe the movements of the ancient races. With their profound heritage, the actions of these ancient races could significantly impact the entire continent. Rahu's destructive power would be adequate to confront any potential dangers. Rahu, this task is formidable. You must exercise caution. Should you detect any unusual activities from the ancient races, report to me immediately. Tong Chun instructed Rahu with a grave demeanor. After assigning tasks to the demons, Tong Chun commenced the recruitment of formidable individuals. He was acutely aware that to establish the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in every corner of the continent, relying solely on himself and a few demons was utterly insufficient. In the Black Corner region, he dispatched his subordinates to extol the virtues and generous benefits of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, thus attracting numerous powerful beings who found it difficult to thrive in the Black Corner. These individuals, drawn by the influence behind the pavilion, eagerly joined its ranks. Across the 4 regions, East, South, West, and North, the pavilion enticed many wandering cultivators and smaller factions by offering lucrative bounty tasks. They aspired to complete these tasks to earn substantial rewards and the opportunity to join the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. In the Central Continent, Tong Chun leveraged the intimidating presence of the demons and the pavilion's informational advantage to forge alliances with several medium and small factions, thereby incorporating some of their strong members. In the Holy Dan City, the Fate Demon, Elder Fate, utilized the power of causality to expose the dark dealings of certain alchemists, gaining the support of several righteous alchemists, who also chose to join the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As the ranks of powerful individuals continued to swell, the strength of the pavilion grew exponentially, and the intelligence gathering and task execution efforts of its various branches flourished vibrantly. In the Central Continent branch, the Chaos Demon, Ancestor Chaos, with his formidable prowess, successfully suppressed several small factions that dared to oppose the pavilion, thus establishing its authority. Simultaneously, he forged cooperative relationships with several major forces in the Central Continent, acquiring a wealth of valuable intelligence. In the Holy Dan City branch, Elder Fate, through the power of causality, ensured that alchemists attempting to conceal crucial medicinal formulas faced appropriate retribution, while also securing numerous precious formulas for the pavilion. As time progressed, the reputation of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion soared, becoming an undeniable force across the Dou Po continent. Tong Chun, step by step, was realizing his ambition to see the pavilion established throughout the continent. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with many more challenges and opportunities awaiting him and the pavilion in the future. Chapter 3. Rising Prestige as time passed. The 8 branches of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion achieved remarkable success in their respective regions, establishing a formidable reputation. In the Black Corner region branch, the Fate Demon, Ancestor Fate, adeptly wielded the power of fate to assist certain factions in avoiding catastrophic disasters. One small faction, targeted by several powerful forces, faced imminent annihilation. In desperation, the leader of this faction sought the aid of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Ancestor Fate, by glimpsing the threads of fate, identified a pivotal individual who could alter the situation. He subtly guided this individual's destiny, inciting conflict between them and the powerful forces targeting the small faction. Ultimately, the powerful factions, preoccupied with their own troubles, abandoned their siege on the small faction. Grateful, this small faction became a steadfast supporter of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the Black Corner region. With the elevation of the pavilion's prestige, an increasing number of disputes and vendetta requests found their way to the pavilion. Each branch adeptly handled faction disputes according to the specific circumstances. However, for vendetta requests, it was mandated that they seek permission from the main pavilion. This is due to the fact that vengeance often triggers a series of chain reactions, potentially involving greater forces and grievances, which necessitates utmost caution from Tong Chun. On one occasion, a family approached the Black Corner domain branch, seeking the assistance of the Heavenly Machine Tower to avenge them by eliminating an adversary who had once slaughtered their kin. Upon receiving the request, the venerable ancestor of the Black Corner domain branch did not immediately acquiesce, but chose to report the matter to the main tower. After comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Tong Chun discerned that this foe was entangled with a far more formidable force. To accept this request for vengeance without due diligence might provoke a confrontation between the Heavenly Machine Tower and this greater power. After careful consideration, Tong Chun resolved to conduct an investigation into this adversary, gathering further intelligence before making a decision. Simultaneously, the ascendance of the Heavenly Machine Tower had attracted the attention of several ancient races, particularly the Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan. The Ancient Clan, as one of the 8 primordial clans, possessed profound heritage and had long held a significant position on the continent. Their curiosity regarding the sudden emergence of the Heavenly Machine Tower was coupled with a sense of unease. The clan leader convened the elders to deliberate on the matter. This heavenly machine tower has rapidly established such a vast influence. The power behind it cannot be underestimated. We must closely monitor their movements to prevent any threat to our ancient clan, the leader asserted solemnly. An elder nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. And they are fortified by several formidable demon gods whose strength is unfathomable. We must remain vigilant. While the higher echelons of the ancient clan and the soul clan strategized, the members of the heavenly machine tower remained oblivious to the thoughts of these ancient races. They continued their systematic collection of intelligence and execution of missions. Tong Chun understood that the rise of the heavenly machine tower would inevitably incite discontent and wariness among various factions, yet he felt no fear. He believed that as long as the heavenly machine tower consistently augmented its strength, it could confront any challenge. Meanwhile, the birth of Xiao Yan drew nearer, and the continental situation grew increasingly intricate and delicate due to the ascendance of the heavenly machine tower. It seemed that a greater storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 4. A request from Hai Bodong. As the influence of the heavenly machine tower expanded and its renown spread, Tong Chun was seated within the headquarters at Qingshan Town, attending to matters of intelligence. At that moment, a member of the heavenly machine tower hurriedly entered, respectfully stating, Tower Master, a certain Ice Emperor named Hai Bodong seeks an audience. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. The Ice Emperor Hai Bodong? How intriguing. Allow him to enter, Tong Chun replied, raising an eyebrow and setting aside his documents, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Before long, a tall man emanating a chilling aura stepped into the room. He was none other than the once-renowned Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. At present, he appeared somewhat haggard, his expression revealing a mix of anxiety and helplessness. I am Hai Bodong. I have taken the liberty to visit today to seek your assistance, Tower Master, he stated forthrightly. Oh, what matter requires the aid of the heavenly machine tower? Tong Chun inquired with a smile, though his gaze held an element of scrutiny. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Tong Chun's heart, for he was well aware of the name Medusa. The queen, a formidable and enchanting entity within the realm of Dou Po. He pondered briefly before articulating, unsealing the restriction is not an arduous task. However, at Tianji Tower, we have always refrained from engaging in ventures devoid of profit. Ice Emperor, what leverage can you offer in exchange for my assistance? Hai Bodong clenched his teeth and replied, very well, it is settled. I, Hai Bodong, am a man of my word. Should you aid me in lifting the seal on my cultivation, I shall certainly gather sufficient treasures for you. Then it is agreed, Tong Chun nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the time demon god, Shi Chun, beside him, and instructed, Shi Chun, prepare some elixirs to assist the Ice Emperor in regaining his prowess and unsealing the restriction. Understood, host, Shi Chun nodded slightly, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. During the wait for the elixirs, Hai Bodong and Tong Chun engaged in conversation. Hai Bodong recounted his grievances with Queen Medusa and the circumstances leading to his sealed cultivation. Tong Chun listened intently, his interest in the queen deepening with each tale. Suddenly, Hai Bodong declared, Master, I intend to unite various factions to collectively annihilate the Serpent clan, particularly Queen Medusa. She poses an immense threat, and if left unchecked, she will become a significant menace in the future. Given your formidable strength, shall we join forces to eradicate the Serpent clan? A stir of contemplation struck Tong Chun. Yet his demeanor remained composed as he shook his head, replying, Ice Emperor, Tianji Tower is currently burdened with numerous affairs, rendering me unable to allocate the necessary energy to this matter. Moreover, the Serpent clan is not easily subdued, and Queen Medusa is exceedingly powerful. A hasty endeavor may yield dire consequences. Though slightly disheartened, Hai Bodong did not press the issue further. Since you have your own considerations, I shall not insist. Nevertheless, I am resolute in my intent to ensure that Queen Medusa pays the price. An amused smile crept upon Tong Chun's lips. He had no intention of aiding Hai Bodong in the destruction of Queen Medusa. In his grand design, such a captivating beauty was destined to become part of his harem. Furthermore, her immense potential and value could greatly benefit his own aspirations. Receiving the elixirs, Hai Bodong swallowed them without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of potent energy erupted within him, causing every meridian in his body to be assailed by a powerful force, resulting in excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the torment as he channeled his fighting spirit to guide the elixir's energy to dissolve the seal. After a while, the aura surrounding Hai Bodong began to intensify, and the once sealed cultivation gradually returned. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the seal was entirely lifted, and a formidable ice-type fighting spirit radiated from him. enveloping the entire room in a thick layer of frost. "Ha! My strength has finally been restored. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Master. Should you require anything in the future, I, Hai Bodong, shall exert my utmost effort," he exclaimed joyfully, bowing respectfully to Tong Chun. "Your gratitude is appreciated, Ice Emperor. I trust you will not forget our agreement," Tong Chun replied with a smile. "Rest assured, Master, I, Hai Bodong, am a man of my word. I shall prepare forthwith and swiftly gather treasures for you," he affirmed. After Hai Bodong finished speaking, he took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Tong Chun contemplated silently. He understood that as his influence in the Dou Po continent grew, he would face an increasing number of challenges and opportunities. The Queen Medusa, undoubtedly, was a significant piece in his future plans. He eagerly anticipated their encounter, hoping to forge a more illustrious legend on this continent. Chapter 5. The invitation from the Mitre family. Since Hai Bodong's restoration of his cultivation at the Tianji Tower, he had been filled with gratitude towards Tong Chun, constantly keeping their agreement in mind. Before embarking on a journey to the Tagar Desert to gather treasures for Tong Chun, Hai Bodong resolved to invite him to the Mitre family, both to express his formal thanks and to nurture hopes of persuading him to partake in the assault on the serpent people. One day, Tong Chun, accompanied by the time demon god Shurchin, accepted Hai Bodong's invitation to the Mitre family. The Mitre family held considerable prestige within the Gamma Empire, with their enterprises distributed across the realm, particularly enjoying a pivotal position in the commercial domain. Upon their arrival at the Mitre family estate, they were greeted by an opulent entrance adorned with lavish decorations, where several elegantly dressed servants stood. Elder Mitre Tingshan had been waiting at the door, tall and imposing. Despite being over 50, he exuded vitality, his eyes reflecting shrewdness and authority. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Your presence brings great honor to our Mitre family," Mitre Tingshan exclaimed, a warm smile gracing his face as he swiftly approached with respect. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the estate. The interior courtyard was deep and luxurious, with rockeries, flowing water, and flourishing flora, epitomizing extravagance. They made their way to the reception hall and took their seats. At that moment, a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman entered. She was Yifei, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre family's auction house. Dressed in a fitted purple gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she wore an exquisite smile, her eyes radiating intelligence and charm. "Esteemed guest, this is Yifei from our Mitre family auction house, who will be serving you today," Hai Bodong introduced with a polite gesture. "Greetings, esteemed guest." Yifei inclined slightly, her voice melodious and pleasant, before gracefully pouring wine for Tong Chun and the others. Tong Chun regarded Yifei with quiet admiration, recognizing her allure as befitting the Mitre family's reputation. After several rounds of wine, Hai Bodong could no longer contain himself and broached the subject of attacking the serpent people once more. "Esteemed guest, my invitation today serves not only to express my gratitude but also to discuss an important matter. The serpent people occupy the Tagar Desert and have frequently clashed with surrounding forces. The Queen Medusa is particularly ruthless. If we do not eliminate this threat soon, it will lead to dire consequences. I have contacted several other factions, preparing to launch a joint assault on the serpent people, and I sincerely hope you will reconsider and join us in this endeavor," Hai Bodong earnestly implored. Tong Chun furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness towards Hai Bodong's persistence, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. He lifted his wine glass, took a gentle sip, and slowly remarked, "Ice Monarch, I comprehend your perspective and acknowledge the formidable strength of Queen Medusa, whose presence poses a threat to surrounding factions. However, the current focus of my heavenly mechanism tower does not lie in this matter. Moreover, assaulting the serpent folk is no trivial endeavor, even if we were to succeed. It would entail significant depletion of both manpower and resources, potentially leading to a cascade of ensuing troubles." Mitre Tingshan interjected, "Master of the tower, I understand your concerns. Nevertheless, the existence of the serpent folk indeed hampers our commercial activities in the Tagar Desert. If we could eradicate them, it would greatly benefit our Mitre family and the commercial development of the entire Gamma Empire. We are willing to incur certain costs for this endeavor. I implore you to consider it." Tong Chun set down his wine glass and, with unwavering resolve, stated, "I appreciate your intentions, yet my decision on this matter is firm. However, I shall not remain entirely passive. Should the Ice Monarch encounter any difficulties during the assault on the serpent folk and require intelligence support, my heavenly mechanism tower can extend certain assistance." Hai Dong, upon hearing Tong Chun's words, felt a tinge of disappointment but recognized that he could not press further. He replied, "Since the master has made his decision, I shall not insist. Yet, Knowing your willingness to assist brings me considerable reassurance. Should the need arise, I will certainly seek the aid of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Yifei quietly listened to the discourse, occasionally refilling everyone's glasses, her face adorned with a perpetual smile. She harbored a profound curiosity about the enigmatic leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, who had garnered such esteem from the Ice Monarch and managed to establish such a vast power in a short span. This individual must be extraordinary indeed. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to the commercial development of the Meitel family and the operations of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Tong Chun and Meitel Tingshan exchanged invaluable insights and experiences in commerce, both finding the dialogue immensely enriching. Yifei occasionally interjected with her astute observations, her keen business acumen earning Tong Chun's admiration. Unbeknownst to them, the evening wore on. Tong Chun rose to bid farewell, and Meitel Tingshan and Hai Bodong accompanied him to the entrance of the estate. Master, please take care. I apologize for any shortcomings in today's hospitality. I hope for your understanding. In the future, do visit the Meitel family again when time permits, Meitel Tingshan said with a smile. On the other hand, while Hai Bodong felt a sense of regret regarding Tong Chun's lack of involvement in the assault on the serpent folk, he resigned himself to the situation. He began preparations to collaborate with other factions to launch an offensive against the serpent folk. An impending conflict seemed unavoidable in the skies above the Tagore Desert. Chapter 6. The auction opportunity. After Tong Chun departed from the Meitel family, Hai Bodong and Meitel Tingshan remained in the reception hall, continuing their discussions on the assault against the serpent folk and the future development of their family. Yifei sat quietly, contemplating her own matters. Yifei was slightly taken aback. Although she sensed the extraordinary nature of the moment, she had not anticipated such terrifying power. Hai Bodong continued. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower is currently experiencing rapid growth across the continent. If our Meitel family can forge a connection with them, it would undoubtedly provide us with immense support, and the rise of our family would be imminent. You, Yifei, as one of the most exceptional talents in our family. Establishing a solid rapport with them is of utmost importance for our clan. Yifei nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes, and replied, Rest assured, Hai Lao. I comprehend the significance of this matter. I shall endeavor to foster a positive relationship with the Tianji Tower for the benefit of our family. Middle Tingshan also nodded in agreement, saying, Yifei, we entrust this matter to you. Your unique aptitude for interpersonal relations gives us confidence that you will excel. With the approval of both, Yifei began to contemplate how best to forge a closer connection with Tong Chun and the Tianji Tower. She recognized that this was both an opportunity and a challenge. The following morning, Yifei adorned herself meticulously, donning a light blue silk gown, intricately embroidered at the hem, complemented by a pair of delicate high heels, exuding elegance and nobility. Accompanied by several servants, she set forth in a splendid carriage towards the Tianji Tower. Upon her arrival, the guards had already announced her presence. Tong Chun, upon learning of Yifei's visit, felt a slight stir in his heart and instructed his attendants to welcome her into the reception hall. As Yifei entered the hall, she saw Tong Chun seated in the principal position, smiling at her. She inclined her body slightly and respectfully said, Master, I hope you do not take offense at my unannounced visit today. Tong Chun waved his hand dismissively, replying, Miss Yifei, you are too courteous. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Yifei gracefully took a seat beside him, saying, Master, to be candid, I have come to invite you to an auction that our middle family is about to host. We have prepared numerous precious treasures for this event, and I believe you will find them of great interest. Tong Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. Auctions were not foreign to him, and the middle family's events were renowned for their high quality. Perhaps he could indeed uncover something valuable. He smiled and said, Since you so kindly extend the invitation, it would be rather unfriendly of me not to attend. May I ask when the auction will take place? Seeing Tong Chun's willingness to accept, Yifei's heart leapt with joy, her face blooming into a radiant smile as she replied, The auction is to be held in 3 days' time, in the evening, at our middle family auction house. I am confident you will be pleased with the items we have prepared. Tong Chun nodded affirmatively, saying, Very well, I shall remember. I will be punctual on the day of the auction. Through her conversation with Tong Chun, Yifei felt increasingly assured in her thoughts. She sensed that Tong Chun was no ordinary individual, and under his leadership, the Tianji Tower would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable forces on the continent. Establishing a good relationship with someone of his caliber would be immensely beneficial for both the middle family and her own future. After a lengthy discussion, Yifei prepared to take her leave, and Tong Chun personally escorted her to the door. As she climbed into her carriage, she waved gently at Tong Chun, saying, Master, we shall meet again at the auction in 3 days. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Tong Chun pondered silently. He understood that this auction might present an excellent opportunity to further understand the middle family while also acquiring some valuable resources. Moreover, through his interactions with Yufei, he perceived the potential of incorporating her into his sphere of influence. Upon returning to his quarters, Tong Chun summoned Shurchen and conveyed, Shurchen, in 3 days we shall attend the auction hosted by the middle family. You are to accompany me and observe the proceedings, seeking out any anomalies. Yes, master. Shurchen replied with a slight nod, his tone respectful. At last, the day of the auction arrived. As night descended, the middle family auction house shimmered with brilliance, bustling with a myriad of vehicles and throngs of attendees. Forces and formidable individuals from across the continent gathered to partake in this grand event. A competition brimming with opportunities and challenges set to unfold within the opulent auction hall. Chapter 7. The whirlwind of the auction. As the evening deepened, the atmosphere outside the middle auction house became lively, with powerful figures from prominent families of the Gamma Empire and numerous rogue cultivators converging in anticipation of the impending auction. Inside, the hall was ablaze with light, lavishly adorned, and filled to capacity with eager spectators. Yufei, clad in a resplendent golden evening gown, exuded grace and elegance as she ascended the auction stage with a light step. Her enchanting smile and poised demeanor swiftly captivated the attention of the audience, silencing the previously raucous hall. Upon hearing the introduction, the crowd began to place their bids. 35,000, 40,000, 45,000. The price surged, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Tong Chun, seated in the VIP section, squinted slightly, finding little interest in the chi-gathering pill. In the Tianji Tower, third-tier pills were commonplace, akin to mere candies. Yet he was curious about the auction's dynamics. After a fierce bidding war, the price ultimately settled at 70,000 gold coins. Just as the crowd believed the chi-gathering pill was about to be sold, Tong Chun gently raised his bidding paddle, calmly stating, 80,000 gold coins. A hush fell over the room, all eyes shifting towards the VIP section where Tong Chun sat. They recognized that those in the VIP seats were either wealthy or influential. Yet they were astonished by this mysterious guest's audacity to escalate the price by an additional 10,000 coins. No one dared to continue bidding. Thus, the chi-gathering pill naturally fell into Tong Chun's possession. Yufei cast a glance at him, her understanding of his capabilities deepening. Next, she introduced the second item for auction, a pair of mystic ice gauntlets, crafted from the rare frost iron of the frigid realms. These gauntlets were not only extraordinarily durable, but also capable of unleashing formidable icy power, making them an exceptional weapon for ice-type combatants. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold coins. Following Yufei's introduction of the second item, the crowd erupted once more in excitement. 120,000, 150,000, 180,000. The prices soared, and the competition intensified. As Tong Chun gazed at the mystic ice gauntlets, a thought stirred within him. Although this artifact held little significance for him at his current strength, it could serve as a splendid gift for an ice-type powerhouse among his ranks, or as a means to forge alliances with certain factions. When the price reached 200,000 gold coins, Tong Chun raised his paddle again, declaring, 250,000 gold coins. This new bid left the audience in astonishment once more. Whispers began to circulate, speculating about the identity and background of this enigmatic bidder. Ultimately, the mystic ice gauntlets were also claimed by Tong Chun. The final item for auction, however, was the Piece de Resistance, the Swift Wind Steps Manual. This was an advanced yellow-level technique that, upon successful cultivation, could exponentially enhance the practitioner's speed, granting them a significant advantage in combat. The starting bid was set at 200,000 gold coins. A hint of excitement laced Yufei's voice, clearly indicating her great regard for this item. 300,000, 350,000, 400,000. The price swiftly escalated as representatives from prominent families eagerly placed their bids, all intent on securing this coveted prize. His bold bid effectively deterred other competitors. Ultimately, the Swift Wind Steps Manual was acquired by Tong Chun. After the auction concluded, Yufei approached Tong Chun at the VIP section. Smiling as she remarked, Master Lu, your participation today has truly astonished the entire audience. While these items may not hold significant value in your eyes, we are nonetheless grateful for your support of our auction. Tong Chun waved his hand with a smile, replying, Miss Yufei, you are too kind. Though these items may not be precious to me, they still possess their utility. Moreover, the Mitre family's auction was indeed well organized. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Tong Chun departed the auction house with his acquisitions. His assertive bidding had become a hot topic among the great families and powerful figures of the Gamma Empire, all brimming with curiosity and speculation about the enigmatic master of the Tianji Tower and the potential stirrings he might incite within the Gamma Empire and the entire Dou Po continent. Chapter 8. The aftermath of the auction. As the auction concluded, the crowd in the hall gradually dispersed, yet discussions regarding Tong Chen's extravagant spending continued unabated. Yifei, with graceful strides and a swaying figure, made her way towards Tong Chen's VIP seat. Master Lu, I sincerely thank you for your generous support of our auction today. Without your participation, this event would not have been such a resounding success, she said, her face adorned with a sweet smile and her eyes brimming with gratitude. Tong Chen nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Miss Yifei, you flatter me. The Miter family's auction has always been of high quality. I merely acquired a few items I deemed necessary. With a gentle bite of her lip and a moment of hesitation, Yifei continued, Master Lu, we have prepared some specialty foods from the Miter family in the back, and we would be honored if you would indulge in them. Seeing the anticipation in Yifei's eyes stirred something within Tong Chen, and he nodded. Given your kind invitation, it would be ungracious of me to decline. Yifei's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she led Tong Chen and Shurchen towards the backstage area. Along the way, members of the Miter family respectfully greeted them. Upon arriving backstage, a table adorned with exquisite delicacies awaited them. Yifei enthusiastically introduced each specialty dish, and Tong Chen and Shurchen seated themselves to savor the offerings. During this time, Tong Chen and Yifei engaged in delightful conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by a certain individual, whose heart burned with jealousy. This person was Mu Zhan of the Mu family, who had long harbored feelings for Yifei and frequently sought her favor, only to be met with her persistent distance. Now, witnessing Yifei's warm interaction with Tong Chen, Mu Zhan's expression darkened considerably. Humph. An upstart who emerged from nowhere dares to snatch women before me. Mu Zhan spat through gritted teeth, his heart consumed by jealousy and rage, rendering him oblivious to the potential disparity between himself and Tong Chen. He strode towards Tong Chen and his companions with an air of arrogance. What are you? Merely a man with a bit of wealth, attempting to seduce Yifei on my family's territory, Mu Zhan shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Tong Chen. Initially engaged in pleasant conversation with Yifei, Tong Chen's demeanor shifted upon being interrupted by Mu Zhan's sudden insult, his brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure igniting in his eyes. He remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Shurchen, who understood Tong Chen's unspoken intent, raising his hand ever so slightly. An overwhelming aura of power was instantly unleashed. The atmosphere backstage felt as though it had solidified, an invisible force pressing down upon everyone, rendering them incapable of standing. Mu Zhan's face turned ashen, his legs buckling beneath him, collapsing to the ground as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. How dare a mere grand fighter bark before my master? Shurchen's voice resonated with an icy authority, akin to a decree from the depths of hell. Were it not for my master's consideration of this being the territory of the Miter family, I would ensure that the entire gathering perished alongside you for your insolence. The crowd was struck with astonishment at Shurchen's words, their gazes toward Tong Chen and Shurchen filled with fear and reverence. They had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful and enigmatic figure was accompanied by such a formidable powerhouse. Yifei, too, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, her complexion paling. She had not expected Mu Zhan's impulsiveness, nor could she fathom the extent of Shurchen's terrifying strength. Mr. Shurchen, I implore you to temper your anger. Mu Zhan acted out of impulse and did not intend to offend. She quickly interjected. Mu Zhan, kneeling on the ground, appeared pale as a ghost, his heart heavy with dread and regret. He realized he had provoked someone beyond his reckoning. Had it not been for the mercy shown, his life would surely be forfeit. Mu Zhan, in consideration of Miss Yifei, I shall not hold this against you today. However, you would do well to remember not to act so disrespectfully in the future. Tong Chen stated coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Zhan hastily bowed his head repeatedly, trembling as he pleaded, Master, I am but a lowly man with poor judgment. I humbly request that you spare me this once. Tong Chen chose not to engage further with Mu Zhan and turned to Yifei, expressing, Miss Yifei, I sincerely apologize for the disruption today. It has marred your enjoyment. Yifei quickly shook her head in response, saying, Master, it was Mu Zhan who was inconsiderate. Had it not been for you and Mr. Shurchen, I shudder to think of the chaos that might have ensued. With a faint smile, Tong Chen replied, If that is the case, we shall take our leave. I look forward to the opportunity to gather with you again, Miss Yifei. Yifei nodded slightly, a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes as she remarked, Safe travels, master. I eagerly await our next meeting. Tong Chun, accompanied by Shurchen, turned to depart, leaving Mu Zhan still kneeling on the ground, along with a crowd still reeling from the encounter. As Tong Chun opened his eyes, he remarked softly, "To slay him easily on the Miter family's territory would undoubtedly invite trouble. Moreover, our objective is to establish prestige on the continent rather than to indiscriminately create enemies. However, should this wooden war continue without restraint, the next encounter may not be so straightforward." Shurchen nodded slightly and remarked, "The host is wise. Shurchen understands." The carriage continued its journey, while Tong Chun pondered the forthcoming plans in his heart. He realized that, as the influence of the Tianji Tower expanded within the Gamma Empire, incidents akin to today's would likely recur. Yet, he harbored no fear. On the contrary, he welcomed each challenge. For it was only through overcoming these trials that the Tianji Tower could truly ascend to the pinnacle of power on the continent. And he, too, would inscribe his own legend upon this world of shattered battles. Chapter 9. The birth of Xiao Yan in the Xiao family of Wutan City within the Gamma Empire. A jubilant atmosphere prevailed. The clan leader, Xiao Yan, wore a beaming smile, and the family was adorned with festive decorations, celebrating the birth of their newborn, Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters of the Tianji Tower in Qingshan Town, Tong Chun felt a surge of excitement upon learning of Xiao Yan's arrival. At last it has come. With Xiao Yan's birth, my path of cultivation can finally commence in earnest. Although having Shurchen by my side ensures safety, it also brings certain inconveniences. Tong Chun murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. These past days, due to the absence of opportunities to enhance his cultivation through Xiao Yan, Tong Chun had acted with considerable caution in this world of shattered battles. After all, aside from the Shurchen demon god, his own strength was still insufficiently formidable. Now that Xiao Yan was born, according to the rules of the Ling Wen system, should Xiao Yan advance in cultivation, he would gain a tenfold enhancement, igniting within him the hope of rapid empowerment. Turning to Shurchen, Tong Chun declared, "Shurchen, the Xiao family is rejoicing with the arrival of a new child. As individuals privy to future events, we must express our sentiments. Please represent me and deliver a congratulatory gift to the Xiao family. It need not be overly extravagant, but it should convey our sincerity." "Certainly, host," Shurchen replied with a slight nod, before vanishing from sight in an instant. At the Xiao residence in Wutan City, Xiao Zhan was busily attending to family elders and guests who had come to offer their congratulations. Suddenly, a figure appeared unexpectedly in the hall. It was Shurchen. Everyone was taken aback, and Xiao Zhan eyed Shurchen with caution. Just as he was about to inquire, Shurchen spoke first. "Clan leader Xiao Zhan, I am Shurchen, an aide to the host, Tong Chun of the Tianji Tower. Today, my master has learned of the joyful arrival of a son in your family and has tasked me with delivering a congratulatory gift to express our goodwill." With that, Shurchen produced an exquisite box from his hands and presented it to Xiao Zhan. Taken aback, Xiao Zhan, though familiar with the reputation of the Tianji Tower, had no prior dealings with them and was astonished that they would send a gift. He promptly accepted the box, courteously responding, "Thank you for your master's kind gesture. Please, stay a while and celebrate with us." Shurchen shook his head and replied, "I appreciate your warm hospitality, clan leader Xiao Zhan, but I have duties to attend to and cannot linger. Should there be an opportunity in the future, my master will certainly visit in person." With that, Shurchen vanished from the sight of the gathered crowd. Upon opening the box, Xiao Zhan discovered a quality healing pill and some precious medicinal herbs within. While not exceedingly rare, they were sufficient to demonstrate the sincerity of the sender. Xiao Zhan contemplated silently, realizing that the Tower of Destiny was not as inscrutable as it seemed. Perhaps in the future, he could seek opportunities to establish some connections with them. Meanwhile, in the Tagore Desert, Hai Bodong was engaged in a grueling battle against the Serpent clan. Ever since the fruitless discussion with Tong Chun about attacking the Serpent clan, Hai Bodong had allied with other factions to launch an offensive. However, under the leadership of Queen Medusa, the Serpent clan proved formidable and fiercely resistant, resulting in a conflict that lasted for several years. Although Hai Bodong had regained much of his strength, facing a powerful adversary like Queen Medusa was still quite taxing. His body was marred with scars, and the consumption of his ice-type fighting spirit was immense, yet the hatred within him fueled his determination to continue fighting. In the Xiao family of Wutan City, as time passed, Xiao Yan gradually matured. In his youth, Xiao Yan exhibited astonishing talent, making rapid advancements in fighting spirit cultivation and becoming a standout among the younger generation of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan, witnessing Xiao Yan's growth, felt immense pride and harbored great expectations for him. However, fate seemed to revel in mischief. At the age of 11, Xiao Yan's fighting spirit abruptly ceased to grow and even began to regress. Once a prodigious talent, he gradually became the subject of ridicule within his family, and the relatives who had once showered him with affection began to mock him. Yet, Xiao Yan did not succumb to despair. His heart still yearned for formidable power, silently enduring everything while awaiting an opportunity to rise again. As Xiao Yan matured, the situation across the Dou Po continent was also quietly shifting. Under Tong Chen's leadership, the Tower of Destiny had firmly established its foothold in the Jiama Empire and was gradually expanding its influence into surrounding regions. Xiao Yan's future would inevitably intertwine with Tong Chun and the Tower of Destiny, heralding the brewing of an even greater storm over this land. Chapter 10. The Pact of the Back Mountain. Time passed swiftly, and Xiao Yan's life in the Xiao family became increasingly arduous. Enduring the cold gazes and jeers of his kin, yet he never relinquished his desire for power. Tong Chun had been closely monitoring Xiao Yan's situation, aware of his current plight, and decided to seek an opportunity to meet him. One day, anticipating that Xiao Yan would be training in the Back Mountain, Tong Chun set out with Shi Chun towards the Xiao family's rear. The Back Mountain was tranquil and serene, where Xiao Yan was alone in an open area. Striving to find a breakthrough for his stagnated fighting spirit, his face etched with determination and unwillingness to accept defeat. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Yan turned cautiously, and upon seeing Tong Chun and Shi Chun, he was momentarily taken aback. Although he had never interacted with Tong Chun, he had heard of the esteemed leader of the Tower of Destiny. "Who are you?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. Tong Chun approached with a smile and replied, "I am Tong Chun, the leader of the Tower of Destiny, here today to meet you." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. He did not expect this enigmatic figure to seek him out personally. He clasped his hands in greeting and asked, "May I inquire as to why you have come to see me, leader?" Tong Chun regarded Xiao Yan with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and said, "I am aware of the difficulties you are currently facing in your cultivation, and I believe you must be quite perplexed as to why this is so." Xiao Yan's eyes dimmed as he bit his lip and spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, I once possessed extraordinary talent. Yet now my fighting energy has stagnated and even regressed. Everyone in the clan regards me as a useless person, but I have yet to comprehend the reason behind it." Tong Chun understood that the root of Xiao Yan's stagnation lay within the spatial ring on his hand, which housed the soul of Yao Chun, who had absorbed Xiao Yan's fighting energy. However, he did not intend to divulge the secret of the ring directly to Xiao Yan. Instead, he had other plans. "I may not be able to reveal to you the reason behind your cultivation failure, but perhaps I can assist you in finding a solution. However, I require a small favor from you," Tong Chun stated. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "What favor?" "As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse." Tong Chun pointed to the spatial ring on Xiao Yan's hand and said, "I wish to borrow this ring of yours for one day. I shall return it to you by tomorrow." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. This ring held immense significance for him, being a relic left by his mother. Yet, considering that this individual might aid him in resolving his cultivation dilemma, he hesitated for a moment before slowly removing the ring and handing it to Tong Chun, saying, "Master, this ring is of great importance to me, and I hope you will honor your promise." Tong Chun accepted the ring and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I, Tong Chun, am a man of my word. At this time tomorrow, I shall return the ring to you." With that, Tong Chun departed the Back Mountain with Shi Chun. Xiao Yan watched their retreating figures, his heart filled with mixed emotions, uncertain whether this decision was right or wrong. Upon returning to the Tianji Tower, Tong Chun immediately instructed Shi Chun to take action regarding the soul within the spatial ring. Shi Chun nodded slightly, exuding a formidable aura that enveloped the ring. Inside the ring, Yao Chun, who had been leisurely absorbing Xiao Yan's residual fighting energy, suddenly sensed a powerful force intruding and was alarmed. "Who dares to intrude upon the spatial ring?" Yao Chen's soul roared. Shi Chun remained silent, intensifying his pressure in an attempt to force Yao Chen's soul out. Although Yao Chun was formidable, he was currently in a soul state, and under Shi Chun's overwhelming power, he gradually found it difficult to sustain himself. After a struggle, Yao Chen's soul was compelled to float out from the spatial ring. He gazed at Tong Chun and Shi Chun before him, filled with vigilance and anger. "Who are you? Why are you forcing me out?" Tong Chun smiled at Yao Chun and said, "Elder Yao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Tong Chun, the master of the Tianji Tower. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have pressing matters to discuss." Yao Chun was taken aback, surprised that the other party recognized his identity. He scrutinized Tong Chun and said, "Since you know who I am, you must also be aware of my connection to the owner of this ring. What exactly is your intention?" Tong Chun replied, "Elder Yao, I understand that Xiao Yan's current stagnation in fighting energy is due to your absorption of his energy. I bear no malice. I simply wish to collaborate with you to help Xiao Yan rise again, and I also hope to leverage your abilities for the benefit of my Tianji Tower. Yao Chen snorted coldly and said, "Why should I trust you? You only seek to use me." Tong Chun remained calm and composed, stating, "Elder Yao, I can assure you that during the process of assisting Xiao Yan in regaining his strength, I will not inflict any harm upon you. Moreover, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possesses formidable strength and abundant resources, which will undoubtedly assist you in reconstructing your physical body and restoring your peak power in the future." The words of Yao Chun stirred something within him. The desire to reform his body had long been his aspiration. Yet, despite years of searching for opportunities, he had never realized this wish. The utterance of the individual before him ignited a glimmer of hope. "Very well, I am willing to collaborate with you. But you must first ensure that you return the ring to Xiao Yan on time tomorrow, and that he remains unaware of my existence," Yao Chen stated. Tong Chen nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Elder Yao, I shall honor my promise." Thus, Tong Chun and Yao Chen reached a preliminary agreement for collaboration, while Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the fact that his fate was about to undergo a tremendous transformation due to this agreement made in the back mountain and the lending of the ring. Chapter 11. The return of the ring. The following day, sunlight bathed the back mountain of the Xiao family, cloaking the tranquil forest in a golden radiance. Tong Chun appeared punctually at the back mountain, holding Xiao Yan's spatial ring. Before long, Xiao Yan's figure emerged along the small path leading to the back mountain. A flicker of tension and anticipation graced his eyes, and when he spotted the spatial ring in Tong Chen's hand, a weight lifted from his heart. "Master, you truly keep your word," Xiao Yan exclaimed, hastening forward with a tone imbued with gratitude. Tong Chen smiled as he returned the spatial ring to Xiao Yan, saying, "I, Tong Chen, have always been one to uphold my promises. This ring holds great significance for you. How could I possibly go back on my word?" Shaking his head, he continued, "As of now, I have not made any definitive discoveries, but I have formulated some ideas. Additionally, I have some medicinal pills that may prove beneficial to you." With that, Tong Chen produced an exquisite jade box and handed it to Xiao Yan. Upon opening the box, Xiao Yan beheld 3 neatly arranged medicinal pills, exuding an alluring sheen. Gazing at these precious pills, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. For him at this moment, these pills were akin to a timely blessing. He quickly secured the jade box, expressing once more, "The grace of the master is deeply etched in my heart. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly repay you." Tong Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. I too look forward to your swift restoration of power and soaring to new heights." After conversing for a while longer, Tong Chun departed the back mountain with time in tow. Xiao Yan watched their retreating figures, clenching his fists, silently vowing to strive diligently in his cultivation, determined not to disappoint Tong Chen's expectations. Meanwhile, in the Tagore Desert, Hai Bodong sat wearily atop a sand dune. Over the years, he had allied with other forces to assault the Serpent People clan, yet had failed to achieve any substantial progress. The might of the Medusa Queen was overwhelming, and the resistance from the Serpent People was exceedingly tenacious, leaving him in a state of profound frustration and helplessness. At that moment, Tong Chen's voice resonated in Hai Bodong's mind. "Ice Emperor, cease your efforts. You have witnessed the struggles of these years. Capturing the Serpent People is no simple feat." Tong Chen's voice echoed again. "Ice Emperor, I comprehend your hatred, yet there are more pressing matters that require your attention. Are you aware of Xiao Yan from the Xiao family?" Hai Bodong paused, slightly taken aback, and replied, "I have heard of him. It is said that he was once exceptionally gifted, but now his fighting spirit has stagnated, rendering him the laughingstock of his clan." Tong Chun remarked, "Indeed. Although Xiao Yan currently finds himself in a difficult situation, he possesses immense potential and is destined to achieve greatness in the future. I hope you can set aside your grievances with the Serpent clan and focus on aiding Xiao Yan." Hai Bodong furrowed his brow, responding, "Master, why should I assist a youth whose progress in fighting energy has stagnated?" Tong Chun patiently elaborated, "Ice Emperor, consider this. Should you help Xiao Yan rise, not only will you gain a formidable ally, but you will also earn substantial acclaim across the continent. Furthermore, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will support you from behind. In the future, once Xiao Yan matures, he may even assist you in resolving your conflicts with Queen Medusa." Lost in thought, Hai Bodong found himself swayed by Tong Chen's words. He recognized that his prolonged struggles with the Serpent clan had left him utterly exhausted, with no hope of victory in sight. Perhaps, aiding Xiao Yan truly presented a new avenue. "Very well, Ice Emperor, I trust you will not regret this decision. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, Tong Chun severed the transmission. Rising to his feet, Hai Bodong gazed towards the distant territory of the Serpent clan, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, he resolutely turned away, setting his course towards the Garma Empire. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Tong Chun observed the direction of Xiao Yan and Hai Bodong, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that his plans were gradually coming to fruition. Xiao Yan's ascent would be a significant step towards realizing his grand ambitions in the Dou Po continent. Chapter 12. Stepping into the Serpent clan. Having arranged for Hai Bodong to assist Xiao Yan at the Xiao clan, Tong Chun devised new plans. He was acutely aware of Queen Medusa's formidable potential and influence within the Tagore Desert. If he could win her over to his side, it would greatly bolster the development of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Thus, he resolved to personally venture into the territory of the Serpent clan to meet Queen Medusa. Accompanied by Shurchin, Tong Chun journeyed deep into the Tagore Desert. The vast expanse of the desert was suffused with yellow sands, and the scorching sun beat down upon the land, filling the air with a stifling heat. As they approached the Serpent clan's territory, a group of powerful Dou kings from the clan swiftly surrounded them. Leading the group was a tall man exuding a chilling aura. One of the Dou kings of the Serpent clan, Mo Cheng. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the territory of my Serpent clan?" Mo Cheng's gaze was icy, and the serpent-shaped sword in his hand trembled slightly, emanating a perilous energy. Unfazed, Tong Chun smiled and replied, "I am Tong Chun, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, here to pay a visit to Queen Medusa. I hope for your understanding." Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? I have not heard of it. We Serpent clan do not welcome outsiders. Leave at once, or do not blame us for our hostility." Mo Cheng scoffed, and the Dou kings behind him assumed aggressive stances. Shurchin stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming pressure that instantly caused the surrounding air to grow dense. The Dou kings of the Serpent clan felt an intangible force weighing upon them, making it difficult to breathe. "My master has come with good intentions to pay a visit. Do not be ungrateful. If you obstruct us further, do not blame me for being unkind." Shurchin's voice resonated with cold authority. Mo Cheng felt a sudden jolt within, sensing the formidable presence of the queen, which was far beyond the capabilities of himself and his companions. However, he could not allow Tong Chun and the others to enter so easily. Just as he hesitated, a cold and captivating voice echoed, "Let them in." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a woman clad in a flowing red gown. Her figure graceful and enchanting. Her long hair cascaded like a black waterfall, her skin was as pale as snow, and her striking eyes radiated a chilling authority. It was none other than Queen Medusa. Upon seeing Queen Medusa, Tong Chun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her beauty and poise stirred something within him. He slightly bowed and said, "I have long admired your illustrious name, Queen Medusa. To witness you today is indeed a privilege." Queen Medusa cast a cold glance at Tong Chun and replied, "You are the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower? What business do you have with me?" Tong Chun straightened his posture and responded, "Your Majesty, I have come today to inform you that I can assist you in ascending to the Dou Zone level." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Queen Medusa's eyes, but it quickly faded into indifference as she replied, "Humph, based on what? The Serpent clan lacks cultivation resources, making it no simple feat to ascend to Dou Zone. Why should I trust you?" Tong Chun smiled confidently and said, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower possesses immense strength and abundant resources, along with unique cultivation methods. I am fully confident in my ability to assist you in your ascension to Dou Zone. However, this is not a matter to be resolved hastily. Preparations must be made. I hope you will visit the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in a few days, so we may discuss the details further." Queen Medusa pondered internally, clearly desiring to ascend to Dou Zone and become a more powerful being. Yet, she was cautious about the words of this man before her. "Why do you wish to assist me? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world," she asked coldly. Tong Chun gazed at Queen Medusa earnestly and replied, "Perhaps it is because your Majesty is so breathtakingly beautiful that I feel compelled to offer my help." With a smile, he added, "Rest assured, your Majesty, I, Tong Chun, am a man of my word. In a few days, I shall await your esteemed presence at the Heavenly Mechanism Tower." With that, Tong Chun turned with Shurchin and departed. Queen Medusa watched their retreating figures, her mind swirling with thoughts. She recognized this could be an opportunity, yet it might also be a trap. After Tong Chun's departure, Mo Cheng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this man's origins are unknown. Allowing him to leave like this could pose a danger." Queen Medusa furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "That individual's companion possesses unfathomable strength. We are not their match. Furthermore, His claim of being able to help me ascend to Dou Saint may indeed represent an opportunity for our serpent clan. I shall personally visit the heavenly mechanism tower to discern his true intentions. Mo Chung nodded in agreement and said, I shall follow your command, your majesty. Tong Chun wore a slight smile and remarked, she yearns for power, and we can provide her with it. Once she ascends to Dou Saint, she will understand the benefits of collaborating with us. Moreover, I firmly believe that my sincerity and strength will guide her to make the right choice. Shurchen nodded slightly and said, the host is indeed wise. Tong Chun eagerly anticipated his upcoming meeting with Queen Medusa at the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. He understood that this would be a pivotal opportunity, should he successfully win over Queen Medusa. The standing of the tower in the Tagore Desert and across the entire Dou Po continent would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, Queen Medusa would become a crucial ally in his pursuit of grand ambitions. Chapter 13. Xiao Yan's Annulment in the city of Yutan. The atmosphere within the Xiao family had recently grown rather oppressive, yet a greater turmoil was brewing in Xiao Yan's life. One day, Nalan Yinran, accompanied by several elders from the Yunlan sect, arrogantly strode through the gates of the Xiao residence. The members of the Xiao family were well aware that Nalan Yinran's visit heralded no good tidings. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave, yet he could only welcome them into the hall. Dressed in a light purple outfit, Nalan Yinran stood tall, her gaze imbued with disdain and arrogance. She surveyed the Xiao family members before her eyes finally settled on Xiao Yan. She spoke, Xiao Yan, I come today on my master's orders to annul our engagement. The betrothal between our two families now seems unnecessary. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, a tempest of anger raging within him, though he managed to maintain an outward calm. He raised his head slightly, locking eyes with Nalan Yinran, and enunciated deliberately, Nalan Yinran, do you truly believe that I, Xiao Yan, cannot find fulfillment without you? Nalan Yinran let out a cold laugh, replying, Xiao Yan, you are now a mere shadow of your former self, a source of ridicule for your family. How could I, Nalan Yinran, bind myself to a waste such as you, wasting my life? I have brought the annulment documents. You need only sign them, and from henceforth, we shall have no further ties. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson, a mix of humiliation, rage, and defiance swirling within him. Yet, he soon regained his composure. A sardonic smile emerging as he took the annulment document, tore it in half, and cast it at Nalan Yinran's feet. Nalan Yinran's expression shifted, taken aback by Xiao Yan's audacity. An elder from the Yunlan sect snorted derisively, declaring, Xiao Yan, you are but a stagnant waste. How dare you speak so boldly? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. He moved to strike. Xiao Zhan quickly stepped forward to shield Xiao Yan, and the rest of the Xiao family gathered protectively around him, confronting the Yunlan sect members. As tensions escalated, Nalan Yinran raised her hand to halt the elder, casting a cold glance at Xiao Yan. Very well. I shall grant you 3 years. In 3 years, the Yunlan sect will await your presence. With that, she turned and departed with her entourage. The news of Xiao Yan's annulment swiftly spread throughout the Jiama Empire, igniting discussions in the streets and alleys about the fall of a once great prodigy and his seemingly reckless 3-year challenge. Upon learning of this incident at the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, Tong Chun felt a profound admiration for Xiao Yan's spirit and resilience. He recognized Xiao Yan's potential and understood that this moment marked a significant turning point for him. Thus, he commanded Shurchen to exert his pressure, intimidating those who dared to gossip about Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the order, a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the entire Jiama Empire in an instant. Those discussing Xiao Yan felt an invisible force weighing down upon them, rendering them breathless, as if they were on the brink of being crushed. Xiao Yan is the brother of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. From now on, anyone who dares to speak recklessly shall face dire consequences. The chilling voice reverberated through every corner of the Gamma Empire. The crowd was taken aback, fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, and they now acutely felt its terrifying power. Henceforth, no one dared to casually discuss the matter of Xiao Yan's broken engagement. Upon learning of this, Xiao Yan was filled with gratitude towards Tong Chun. He understood that, given his current situation, receiving support from such a colossal entity as the Heavenly Mechanism Tower was an extraordinary fortune. Thus, he packed his belongings and made his way to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in Qingshan Town. As Xiao Yan stepped into the tower, Tong Chun was already waiting in the reception hall. Upon seeing Tong Chun, Xiao Yan quickly performed a respectful gesture and said, Thank you for your assistance, master. I shall forever remember your kindness. Tong Chun smiled, rising to help Xiao Yan to his feet, stating, There is no need for such formalities, my brother. Now that we are acquainted, I will not allow you to suffer any injustices. The humiliation you endured today from Nalan Yinran and the Yunlan sect will not go unpunished. A flicker of emotion passed through Xiao Yan's eyes as he replied, I shall repay your kindness, master. I have come not only to express my gratitude, but also to seek some cultivation resources and assistance from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, so that I may enhance my strength before the 3-year agreement. Tongchen nodded, saying, I have already considered this matter. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower possesses numerous precious techniques and elixirs that can aid your cultivation. Furthermore, I will arrange for a powerful mentor to guide you, ensuring that your path to mastery is more straightforward. Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy and promptly bowed again in gratitude. Tongchen then led Xiao Yan to the tower's library, allowing him to choose the cultivation techniques that suited him best. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the plethora of techniques, his heart brimmed with anticipation and determination. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan remained at the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, diligently practicing and studying the techniques. With the tower's abundant resources and support, his fighting spirit gradually flourished. Tongchen closely monitored Xiao Yan's progress, eagerly anticipating his brilliance during the upcoming 3-year agreement. Meanwhile, Nailin Yanran and the Yunlan sect's reputation within the Gamma Empire had not suffered significantly from the intimidation, yet they were acutely aware of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower's formidable nature, causing them to temper their actions considerably. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, with the assistance of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, Xiao Yan was quietly rising to prominence, and a storm that would shake the Gamma Empire was slowly brewing around him and the Yunlan sect. Chapter 14. The visit of Medusa. During Xiao Yan's arduous training at the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, Tongchen awaited the arrival of Queen Medusa. At last, on the appointed day, Queen Medusa entered the grand doors of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, accompanied by several powerful warriors of the Serpent clan. Tongchen, having received the news in advance, personally welcomed her in the hall. Dressed in a form-fitting black ensemble that accentuated her perfect figure, Queen Medusa's long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her striking features bearing a hint of vigilance. Your Majesty, it is indeed an honor for the Heavenly Mechanism Tower to receive your esteemed presence. Tongchen greeted with a smile. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, her gaze scanning Tongchen before she spoke. I hope you are not toying with me today. Otherwise, I, Medusa, shall not let it go easily. Tongchen smiled confidently and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, I, Tongchen, am a man of my word. Please, allow me to escort you to the secret chamber, where we shall commence preparations for your ascension to the Dou Saint. Medusa, the queen, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Tongchen into the concealed chamber. Inside, intricate formations adorned the space, surrounded by an array of precious herbs and spiritual objects. Your Majesty, I have prepared some medicinal pills and spiritual items to aid in your cultivation. These will significantly enhance your chances of breaking through to the Dou Saint level, Tongchen declared. Medusa observed the valuable items with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, taken aback by the wealth of resources Tongchen possessed. However, she maintained her aloof demeanor and replied, I hope these items prove to be of genuine use. Nodding, Tongchen began instructing Medusa on the proper consumption of the pills, guiding her in the circulation of her Dou Qi. Following his guidance, Medusa gradually entered a profound state of cultivation. As time elapsed, her aura began to intensify, enveloped by a powerful wave of energy. Yet, breaking through to the Dou Saint was no simple feat. At a critical juncture, Medusa encountered a bottleneck. Her expression grew grave, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly enduring immense pressure. Observing her struggle, Tongchen immediately called upon the Time Demon God for assistance. The Time Demon God emanated formidable power, aiding Medusa in stabilizing her internal Dou Qi and guiding her to overcome the bottleneck. With the Time Demon God's support, Medusa felt the barrier between herself and the Dou Saint realm thinning. Finally, following a violent surge of energy, Medusa successfully broke through to the Dou Saint level. Her aura surged dramatically, saturating the chamber with her formidable Dou Qi. Slowly, she opened her eyes, excitement shimmering within them. She had not anticipated that, with Tongchen's assistance, she would ascend to become a Dou Saint powerhouse. Thank you for your assistance. I, Medusa, shall remember this kindness. Her voice softened, devoid of its usual chill, now laced with gratitude. Tongchen smiled and replied, Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is my honor to assist you in your ascension to Dou Saint. Moreover, I hope you will consider collaborating with my Tianji Pavilion, so that we may support one another and grow together. Medusa furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding. I may consider the prospect of collaboration. However, my serpent tribe has its own principles and boundaries. I hope our partnership will be founded on equality and mutual benefit. Tongchen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I fully understand. What my Tianji Pavilion seeks is merely to establish a foothold in the Dou Po continent. Collaborating with the Serpent tribe is intended to realize a win-win situation for both parties. Personally escorting Queen Medusa from the Tianji Pavilion, Tong Chun watched her depart with a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Her elevation to Dozong represented a tremendous boon for the Tianji Pavilion. Securing a partnership with the Serpent tribe would further solidify the pavilion's standing in the Tagore Desert. In the days that followed, Tong Chun continued to expand the influence of the Tianji Pavilion while keeping a keen eye on Xiao Yan's cultivation progress. Under the abundant resources of the Heavenly Machine Tower and the guidance of formidable experts, Xiao Yan's mastery of Dou Qi steadily ascended. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the 3-year agreement, yearning for a chance to redeem his past failures and compel all to regard him with newfound respect. Chapter 15. The crisis and assistance of the Monster Mountain Range. The Monster Mountain Range of the Gamma Empire has always been a perilous domain, teeming with countless powerful beasts that lure numerous adventurers in search of fortune, while simultaneously claiming many lives. Yun, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, possesses formidable strength and is highly esteemed within the Gamma Empire. Recently, she learned of a powerful amethyst-winged lion king dwelling deep within the mountains, its body harboring precious amethyst stones that greatly facilitate cultivation. If she could obtain these, Yun was confident of elevating her prowess to new heights. Thus, she led several elite disciples of the Yunlan sect into the Monster Mountain Range. They advanced with caution, evading numerous formidable beasts, yet as they penetrated deeper into the mountains, the dangers multiplied. At last, they discovered the lair of the amethyst-winged lion king. The beast was colossal, radiating a violet glow, its massive wings stirring up a tempest with each gentle flap. Its gaze was fierce and vigilant, fixating intently on Yun and her companions. Attack! With a commanding voice, Yun initiated the assault on the amethyst-winged lion king. Her movements were agile, and the long sword in her grasp gleamed with a cold light as it aimed for the beast's vital points. Her disciples joined in, launching their attacks from various angles. The amethyst-winged lion king roared in fury, its massive form nimbly evading their strikes while unleashing torrents of violet flames toward Yun and her group. Swiftly, they summoned their Dou Qi shields to fend off the fiery onslaught. A fierce battle ensued, with Yun employing her exquisite swordsmanship and potent Dou Qi to engage the amethyst-winged lion king in a fierce confrontation. Nevertheless, the beast was a high-tier magical creature, its strength not to be underestimated. During the skirmish, it suddenly unleashed a mysterious sealing technique, a flash of violet light enveloping Yun, leaving her Dou Qi sealed and her body weakened. Leader! The disciples gasped in alarm, hastily encircling Yun, their eyes warily fixed on the amethyst-winged lion king. Observing Yun's sealed powers, the beast's eyes glinted with triumph as it let out a deafening roar, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to her. In that critical moment, a figure abruptly materialized before them, Tong Chun. Accompanied by the Time Demon, he had sensed the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from the Monster Mountain Range and came to investigate. Time. Deal with this beast, Tong Chun instructed calmly. Understood, host, Time replied with a slight nod, exuding a powerful aura as he swiftly charged toward the amethyst-winged lion king. The beast, sensing Time's overwhelming strength, was taken aback, attempting to flee. Yet, Time's speed was unparalleled, and in an instant, he stood before it. With a swift motion of his hands, a flurry of black light surged forth, inflicting numerous wounds upon the amethyst-winged lion king's body, blood streaming ceaselessly from its injuries. The amethyst-winged lion king roared in defiance, yet its struggle appeared utterly feeble in the face of Shurchin's formidable power. Yun gazed at the unexpected arrival of Tong Chun and Shurchin, her heart brimming with astonishment and gratitude. She slightly inclined her body and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed host, and this gentleman, for your timely assistance. I am profoundly grateful." Tong Chun smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Sectmaster Yun. I happened to pass by and noticed your predicament, so I intervened. I did not anticipate that you would be engaged in combat with the amethyst-winged lion king." Yun sighed and said, "I had heard that the amethyst-winged lion king harbors precious amethyst stones within, and thus sought to hunt it down to acquire the stones to enhance my power. I never expected it to be so formidable, sealing away my cultivation. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I fear my life would have been in grave danger today." Tong Chun nodded and remarked, "Sectmaster Yun, the amethyst-winged lion king is now deceased. The amethyst stones are likely still within its body. If you desire them, please feel free to take them." Yun expressed her gratitude once more and instructed her disciples to extract the amethyst stones from the lion's corpse. Holding the stones in her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Esteemed host, I shall forever remember today's kindness. Should there be a need in the future, the Yunlan sect will certainly extend its utmost assistance, she stated earnestly. Tong Chen smiled and replied, You flatter me, Sectmaster Yun. I hope we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Yun nodded slightly and departed the monster beast mountains with her disciples. Tong Chun watched their retreating figures. Deep in thought, the Yunlan sect holds a significant position within the Jamma Empire, and establishing a good rapport with Yun would greatly benefit the development of the Celestial Mechanism Tower in the Empire. In the days that followed, Tong Chun continued to monitor Xiao Yan's cultivation while also strategizing the next phase of the Celestial Mechanism Tower's development. He understood that on this continent filled with opportunities and challenges, his journey was far from over. Chapter 16. The schemes of the Mu family in the commercial circles of the Jamma Empire. News always spread with remarkable speed. As the chief auctioneer of the Miter family auction house, Yufei was not only well-informed, but also adept at seizing opportunities. One day, she hurried to the Celestial Mechanism Tower to seek an audience with Tong Chun. Upon learning of Yufei's visit, Tong Chun felt a slight stir in his heart and instructed someone to invite her into the reception hall. Dressed in a light blue silk gown, Yufei entered gracefully, though her face bore a hint of urgency. Esteemed host, I come today with important matters to discuss, Yufei said, slightly bowing. Tong Chun gestured for her to take a seat and inquired, Miss Yufei, what has you so anxious? Speak freely. Yufei bit her lip and replied, Esteemed host, do you recall Mu Zhan from the Mu family? Not long ago, he was quite disrespectful to you at the Miter family auctions backstage. Tong Chun nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he said, Indeed, I remember. That fellow is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Yufei continued, Mu Zhan has harbored ill intentions towards me, and recently, the Mu family is preparing to propose to the Miter family, seeking to arrange my marriage to Mu Zhan. The head of the Mu family is a formidable Dou Wang expert. He believes that the Mu family possesses sufficient strength to forge an alliance with the Middle family. And this union could also serve to suppress forces that are friendly with the Middle family, such as the Tianji Tower. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's gaze sharpened, and a surge of anger ignited within him. The actions of the Mu family were not only a provocation but also a threat to his relationship with the Middle family. He slowly rose to his feet and declared, Miss Yufei, rest assured, the Mu family's blatant ignorance will not go unchallenged. Yufei felt a warmth in her heart and gratefully replied, Thank you, Master Lu. Without your support, I would be at a loss as to what to do. The Middle family will certainly not remain passive, but given the Mu family's might, we will require your backing. Tong Chen nodded and said, Shurchen, accompany me to the Mu family. Shurchen gave a slight bow and left Tianji Tower with Tong Chun, heading in the direction of the Mu family. At the Mu residence, the atmosphere was festive, adorned with lights and decorations, as the Mu family basked in the joy of an impending marriage proposal. The head of the Mu family, Mu Xiong, sat in the hall with a triumphant smile, convinced that this alliance would elevate the Mu family's status within the Jaimar Empire. Just then, Tong Chun and Shurchen appeared unexpectedly in the hall. Mu Xiong was taken aback and stood up, eyeing them warily. Who are you to intrude upon my Mu family? He bellowed. Tong Chun regarded Mu Xiong with a cold stare and replied, I am Tong Chun, the master of Tianji Tower. I have heard that your family intends to propose to the Middle family for Mu Zhan to wed Miss Yufei. Is that true? Mu Xiong felt a tightening in his chest, surprised that the visitor was the master of Tianji Tower. Yet he quickly regained his composure and responded, Indeed. My Mu family is seeking to ally with the Middle family. This matter concerns our two families and has nothing to do with your Tianji Tower. Tong Chen scoffed. You should be aware, Mu Xiong, that Miss Yufei has ties with Tianji Tower, and your actions clearly demonstrate a disregard for us. Furthermore, your son Mu Zhan was disrespectful towards me during his last encounter with the Middle family, and I have yet to settle that score. The expression on Mu Xiong's face darkened. He was aware of Mu Zhan's misdeeds, but he had not anticipated that Tong Chun would come seeking retribution. The powerful members of the Mu family behind him stepped forward, surrounding Tong Chun and Shurchen. Master, if you do not provide my Mu family with a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave here. Mu Xiong threatened, his bravado faltering. Tong Chun surveyed the surrounding Mu family members with disdain before turning to Shurchen and instructing, Shurchen, teach them a lesson so they may understand the consequences of offending Tianji Tower. Understood, Master, Shurchen replied, exuding a powerful aura. The Mu family members felt an invisible force descend upon them, rendering them immobile, their faces paling as cold sweat broke out. Mu Xiong also sensed the overwhelming pressure. He attempted to resist, but it was futile. With a casual wave of his hand, Shurchun reduced the furniture in the hall to mere dust. Mu family head. Today I spare your lives as an opportunity. Should you dare to lay a hand on Miss Yifei again or oppose Tianji Tower, next time will not be so simple. Tong Chun stated coldly. In Mu's heart, fear surged as he realized he was no match for his opponent. He quickly implored, "Please, Master of the Tower, forgive me. It was my family's ignorance that led to this offense against the Heavenly Machine Tower. We shall never again dare to provoke you." With a disdainful snort, Tong Chun departed from the Mu family, leaving the members of the clan in a state of despondency, filled with reverence for the Heavenly Machine Tower. Upon learning that Tong Chun had disciplined the Mu family, Yifei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. She understood that with the support of the Heavenly Machine Tower, the Mu family would no longer dare to harbor any ill intentions towards her and the Middle family. Through this action, Tong Chun once again demonstrated the might and authority of the Heavenly Machine Tower to the various factions within the Gamma Empire. Chapter 17. A balance of grace and authority. Upon returning from the Mu family, Tong Chun made his way directly to the Middle family, eager to inform Yifei of the outcome. At that moment, Yifei paced anxiously in her room, her heart fluttering with unease, uncertain of what Tong Chun's visit to the Mu family would yield. As soon as she learned of his arrival at the Middle family, she quickly adjusted her attire and hurried towards the reception hall. Upon entering, she found Tong Chun seated at the head of the table, exuding an air of tranquility, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Master, how did the matter unfold?" Yifei inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tong Chun nodded with a smile, responding, "Do not worry, Miss Yifei. The Mu family has received their lesson. The head of the Mu family has personally assured me that they will no longer covet your interests, nor will they dare to oppose the Heavenly Machine Tower." A heavy weight lifted from Yifei's heart, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she expressed, "Master, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I truly do not know how I would have faced the pressure from the Mu family." Tong Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Miss Yifei, we are friends, and I could not stand idly by while you faced adversity. Furthermore, the Mu family's behavior was already arrogant and overbearing. It was only right that I taught them a lesson." As Yifei gazed at Tong Chun, her admiration for him deepened. Biting her lip in hesitation, she finally said, "Master, there is something I have long wished to tell you. While I possess some skills in business, my aptitude for cultivation is regrettably poor. For many years, I have remained at the level of a battle master, and I fear I may never advance further in this lifetime." Tong Chun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yifei to suddenly speak of her cultivation talent. He regarded her earnestly and replied, "Miss Yifei, while innate talent is indeed significant, it is not the sole determinant of success. Moreover, I firmly believe that solutions always outnumber difficulties." With that, Tong Chun turned to Shurchun and instructed, "Shurchun, please fetch some medicinal pills." Obeying his command, Shurchun soon returned, holding a delicate jade box. Tong Chun accepted the box and opened it to reveal 20 neatly arranged medicinal pills, each exuding a rich fragrance and shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. "Miss Yifei, these are 6th-grade medicinal pills, which may assist you in your cultivation," Tong Chun stated. Yifei gazed in astonishment at the pills within the jade box, her eyes wide with disbelief. In the Gamma Empire, 6th-grade elixirs are exceedingly precious. Not only is it rare to possess them, but few have even laid eyes upon such treasures. Yet now, Tong Chun unexpectedly produced 26th-grade elixirs to bestow upon her. "Host, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept," Yifei exclaimed hastily. Though her heart brimmed with desire for the elixirs, she understood the gravity of such a gift. Tong Chun smiled and said, "Miss Yifei, there is no need for such refusal. These elixirs, in my possession, serve limited purpose, yet for you, they may very well alter the course of your cultivation. I sincerely hope you will accept them and utilize them to enhance your strength." A warm surge of emotion enveloped Yifei as she gazed at Tong Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. She recognized that Tong Chun's generosity stemmed not solely from their friendship, but also from his regard for her. "Thank you, host. I shall remember your kindness," Yifei replied earnestly. "If ever the need arises, I will endeavor to repay you." She accepted the jade box with utmost care and stowed it away. Tong Chun nodded and remarked, "Very well. I hope you achieve greater strength soon. By the way, Miss Yifei, how is the recent business development of the Meitel family? Have you encountered any challenges?" Yifei gathered her thoughts and replied, "Currently, the Meitel family's business is progressing smoothly, though we have faced minor frictions in collaborations with certain smaller factions. all of which have been resolved. However, the competition in the Gamma Empire has intensified recently, and we must seek new opportunities. Tong Chun furrowed his brow slightly and said, intense competition is to be expected. Yet I am confident that with the Meitel family's prowess and your capabilities, Miss Yufei, you will navigate it adeptly. Moreover, should you require assistance, the Tianji Pavilion can provide some support in your business endeavors. A wave of joy surged through Yufei as she responded, that would be splendid. With your support, host, the Meitel family shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights in business. After conversing for a while longer, Tong Chun rose to take his leave. Yufei accompanied him to the entrance of the Meitel family residence, her heart filled with poignant reflections as she watched his departing figure. Chapter 18. Rising influence with success in the commercial realm, Tong Chin's influence in the Gamma Empire grew exponentially. He understood well that in this land of strife, strength is the foundation of one's existence, while commerce serves as a vital pillar of strength. Now, he resolved to invite several key figures to the Tianji Pavilion to strengthen their connections and simultaneously showcase the pavilion's power and heritage. On a sunny day, the Tianji Pavilion was adorned festively, exuding an air of vivacity. Clad in a black brocade robe, Tong Chun stood in the hall of the pavilion, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his esteemed guests. The first to arrive was Hai Bodong, once renowned as the Ice Emperor, whose bond with Tong Chun had deepened over time. Dressed in a blue outfit that emanated a subtle chill, he entered the hall and offered a slight bow to Tong Chun, saying, "Host, it has been a while. I trust you have been well." Tong Chun approached with a smile and replied, "Ice Emperor, how have you fared? I am grateful for your continued guidance and support for Xiao Yan. His rapid progress in martial prowess is surely a testament to your diligent instruction." With a hearty laugh, Hai Bodong remarked, "You are too kind, my esteemed host. That young man possesses remarkable talent and is diligent. Given time, he shall undoubtedly achieve greatness." Soon after, Queen Medusa arrived at the Celestial Mechanism Tower accompanied by several formidable warriors from the Serpent clan. Today, the queen donned a resplendent red gown adorned with golden embroidery, radiating an exquisite allure. Her gaze, once frigid, now bore a hint of warmth. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to welcome your esteemed presence," Tong Chun said with a slight bow, expressing his respect. Queen Medusa nodded gracefully and replied, "You are too gracious. I am here to express my gratitude for your assistance during my ascent to the fighting sect. Today's visit is but a modest token of my appreciation." Tong Chun smiled and said, "Your Majesty's words are overly generous. Our collaboration is mutually beneficial, and I hope for your continued support of the Celestial Mechanism Tower in the future." Shortly thereafter, Yufei arrived at the tower, garbed in a delicate lavender dress that exuded elegance. Upon seeing Tong Chun, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Host, I am truly delighted to join the gathering today," she exclaimed. Tong Chun returned her smile, saying, "It brings me joy to have you here, Miss Yufei. How fares the middle family's business of late?" Yufei nodded in affirmation. "Thanks to your support, the middle family's endeavors flourish, and our partnership with the Celestial Mechanism Tower has proven immensely beneficial." After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled in the grand hall. At that moment, the time demon approached, informing, "Host, the other demons await in the side hall to report their progress." Understanding the urgency, Tong Chun accompanied time to the side hall. "Host." The 9 demons chorused in unison. The Chaos Demon, the ancestor of chaos, spoke first. "Host, all is proceeding smoothly at the Central Continent branch, where we have established collaborative relationships with several local factions. Our intelligence gathering efforts are also progressing well. Moreover, we have thwarted several minor factions attempting to undermine the Celestial Mechanism Tower, thereby solidifying its prestige." Tong Chun nodded with satisfaction, responding, "Excellent. The Central Continent is the core of the realm. We must firmly establish our presence." The Fate Demon, the ancestor of fate, continued, "Host, at the Blackhorn Domain branch, we have utilized our foresight to uncover several conspiracies, averting potential crises. Additionally, we have welcomed several capable rogue cultivators into the Celestial Mechanism Tower, thereby augmenting our strength." Tong Chun acknowledged this with a slight nod. "The Blackhorn Domain is fraught with complexities. Your success is commendable," he added with a smile. "Fostering strong relations with the beast clans is crucial for our development within the beast domain. You have performed admirably." Following this, the Cause Demon, the ancestor of cause, the Universe Demon, the ancestor of the universe, the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Sovereign, the Qilin Clan's Qilin King, and the Destruction Demon, Rahu, each reported their respective branch's progress. They had achieved commendable results in intelligence collection, task execution, and faction expansion. After listening intently, Tong Chun felt a swell of gratitude, stating, "You have all worked diligently. Thanks to your efforts, the celestial mechanism tower flourishes. Moving forward, we must continue our endeavors to expand our influence across the continent." At the gathering, laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Tong Chun understood that the development of the Tianji Tower was deeply reliant on the unwavering support and assistance of these individuals, and he would continue to lead Tianji Tower towards a more glorious future. As time progressed, his ambitions extended beyond the Gamma Empire to encompass the entire Dou Po continent. Chapter 19. The invasion of the Soul Hall. Amidst the lively and serene ambience of the Tianji Tower, a chilling aura stealthily infiltrated the gathering. The Soul Hall, a mysterious organization that instilled dread across the Dou Po continent, harbored trepidation towards the formidable potential and influence of Tianji Tower. This time, they dispatched a powerful protector, In Sha, with the intent to infiltrate Tianji Tower, eliminate Tong Chun, and seize his soul. Draped in a black cloak and adorned with a sinister mask, In Sha glided silently through the corridors of Tianji Tower. His soul power was immensely potent, allowing him to perfectly conceal his presence, evading the vigilant guards. However, he underestimated the prowess of several gods within Tianji Tower. The chaotic god, Ancestor Chaos, was the first to sense a disturbance. With a slight furrow of his brow, the chaotic energy surrounding him began to swirl. An unidentified soul force has infiltrated. Everyone must be cautious. Ancestor Chaos's deep voice resonated in the hall, abruptly shattering the previously light-hearted atmosphere. The crowd grew vigilant. Hai Bodong, Queen Medusa, and others immediately rose, unleashing their fighting spirit in preparation. Meanwhile, the fate god, Ancestor Fate, closed his eyes, beginning to probe the source of the enigmatic aura. To the west of the pavilion stood members of the Soul Hall. Ancestor Fate opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. "Humph, even if you discover me, it matters not. Today, Tong Chun shall perish," In Sha thought to himself, the black cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A surge of formidable soul power erupted from his being. With a wave of his hands, tendrils of black soul energy surged toward the gods. The causality god, Elder Causality, stood nearby, his eyes flickering with an eerie light. Forming hand seals, he murmured incantations. And in an instant, In Sha felt an invisible force binding his body, rendering him immobile. "Your causality shall end here today." Elder Causality's voice echoed as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, instilling a chill in the hearts of all present. The universe god, Ancestor Universe, was equally unyielding. Clasping his hands together, the surrounding space began to warp. In Sha felt as if he were ensnared within a colossal cage, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Under the combined onslaught of the gods, In Sha gradually faltered. His cloak was torn asunder, and his mask fell to the ground, revealing a pale and contorted visage. "No, impossible. As a protector of the Soul Hall, how could I be defeated by you?" In Sha roared in madness, but all was in vain. "So this is a member of the Soul Hall. I never imagined they would dare to infiltrate Tianji Tower," Hai Bodong remarked with a furrowed brow. A glint of coldness flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes as she spoke. "The Soul Hall has always acted ruthlessly. Their sending of agents here surely indicates ulterior motives towards the Tower Master." Yifei gazed at the gods, her heart filled with awe at their formidable strength. "The prowess of the several demigods is indeed unfathomable. Had it not been for your intervention, the Tianji Tower would have faced grave peril today," Yifei respectfully remarked. Tong Chun stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon the subdued In Sha, who was pinned to the ground. "Soul Palace, I bear you no grudge. Why then do you send someone to kill me?" In Sha lifted his head, a manic smile gracing his features as he replied, "Tong Chun, the rise of your Tianji Tower has threatened the interests of the Soul Palace. Though I may be defeated today, the Soul Palace shall not relent." Tong Chun scoffed, asserting, "Then let the Soul Palace come forth. Tianji Tower fears no challenge." He then ordered several demigods to confine In Sha, intending to extract further intelligence regarding the Soul Palace from him. This incursion by the Soul Palace heightened Tong Chun's vigilance. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he remained undaunted, for he had the support of Tianji Tower and its formidable allies. Chapter 20. The might of the demigods. Having endured the infiltration by the Soul Palace's guardian In Sha, the individuals within Tianji Tower gained a more visceral and staggering comprehension of the strength possessed by the demigods. The almost terrifying soul power, coupled with their seamless cooperation, astonished formidable figures such as Hai Bodong and Queen Medusa, prompting a fresh evaluation of the foundation of Tianji Tower. With the crisis temporarily averted, The once lively gathering began to draw to a close. Guests rose one by one, preparing to take their leave. Hai Bodong approached Tong Chun, clasping his fists in salute. Master of the Tower, today's events have unveiled to me the formidable strength of Tianji Tower. And it is thanks to the esteemed demigods that we have avoided dire consequences. I will take my leave now. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. Queen Medusa also advanced, her gaze softened, revealing a hint of complexity. Master, I shall remember today's events. Should the opportunity arise, the Serpent Folk clan is willing to extend our assistance to Tianji Tower. Tong Chun smiled in response. Your Majesty, you are too kind. We are partners, and mutual support is only natural. I look forward to our future collaborations. With a slight nod, Queen Medusa turned, leading her Serpent Folk warriors away. The remaining guests soon bid their farewells, leaving Tong Chun, the Time Demigod, and Yafei in the hall. The Time Demigod inclined slightly, saying, Post. I shall attend to subsequent matters. Should you require anything, feel free to call upon me. Tong Chun nodded, and the Time Demigod departed the hall. At that moment, only Tong Chun and Yafei remained. Dressed in a delicate lavender evening gown, Yafei appeared particularly enchanting under the soft glow of the lights. Her heart raced as though a small deer was bounding within, and after much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Master, I have something I wish to convey to you. Tong Chun regarded Yafei, raising an eyebrow. Miss Yafei, please feel free to express what is on your mind. Yafei bit her lip, a blush coloring her cheeks, her eyes brimming with nervous anticipation. Master, since the first time I beheld you, I have been captivated by your charisma and talent. Over the days, you have extended your aid to both me and the Miter family, and my gratitude is beyond words. Today, witnessing the formidable prowess of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion under your leadership, and observing the unwavering loyalty of several demonic beings towards you, I have come to realize my affections for you. Tong Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yafei would suddenly confess her feelings. In his mind, Yafei had always embodied intelligence, rationality, and grace, and he never expected such sentiments to blossom within her for him. Gazing into Yafei's anxious yet hopeful eyes, he felt a stir within his heart. He sighed softly and replied, Miss Yafei, I am truly grateful for your feelings. You are an exceptional woman, both in your commercial acumen and your interpersonal skills, which I greatly admire. However, my sole focus is on developing the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and establishing our foothold in this tumultuous continent, where challenges and dangers abound. I do not wish for you to be ensnared in this turmoil and potentially suffer harm. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yafei's gaze, yet she quickly asserted, Pavilion Master, I fear no danger. I am willing to stand by your side and face any hardships together. Furthermore, I can utilize my abilities to contribute to the pavilion's growth. Tong Chun regarded Yafei's resolute expression, contemplating deeply. He understood that her capabilities were indeed remarkable, and her support could significantly bolster the pavilion's commercial endeavors. Moreover, he harbored feelings for Yafei as well. Miss Yafei, since your mind is resolute, I shall no longer refuse. However, I implore you to consider this carefully. Once you choose this path, it will not be devoid of challenges, he spoke earnestly. A radiant smile illuminated Yafei's face as she joyously declared, Pavilion Master, I have contemplated this thoroughly. I am prepared to face all that the future holds alongside you. Observing Yafei's exuberance, Tong Chun felt a warmth blossom within him. He realized that from this moment forth, he had gained another trustworthy companion, and the development of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion would receive an additional source of strength. Chapter 21. Torture in the dungeon. In a spacious and opulent chamber of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Yafei stood silently, her eyes brimming with reluctance and affection. Adorned in an exquisite purple gown, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns, it accentuated her graceful figure. Yafei gently bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes as she nodded. Then I shall wait for you. You must come. With that, she stepped forward, embraced Tong Chun softly, and then turned, her steps heavy as she exited the room. Tong Chun watched Yafei's departing figure, silently vowing to ensure her path in cultivation would be smooth and untroubled. Once her silhouette had vanished completely, he turned to the Time Demon beside him and said, Time, let us proceed to the dungeon and see what useful information the Guardian of the Soul Palace may divulge. The Time Demon nodded slightly, his aura pulsating with temporal energy, and in the next moment, the two found themselves within the dungeon of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The dungeon was dark and damp, permeated by a nauseating stench of decay. The Insha Guardian of the Soul Hall was ensnared by heavy chains, rendering him utterly disheveled. His once handsome visage now bore numerous scars, and his eyes reflected a flicker of fear and despair. Upon the appearance of Tong Chun and the Time Demon God, a momentary panic flashed in the Guardian's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure and sneered. Humph, do not expect to extract any information from me. The Soul Hall is not something you can provoke. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Tong Chen's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Is that so? I shall see just how resilient you truly are. Time, show him what you are capable of. The Time Demon God stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of temporal power. A formidable pressure descending upon the Insha Guardian like an invisible mountain. The Guardian felt as though countless colossal hands were pinning him down, immobile, while his bones creaked under the strain. With a pained cry, the Insha Guardian lamented, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Will you speak? Tong Chun inquired coldly. Gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, the Guardian shook his head defiantly. I will not divulge anything. A flicker of impatience crossed Tong Chen's brow. It seems you are truly one to shed no tears until faced with the coffin. Time, intensify your efforts. The Time Demon God gestured with renewed vigor, and the force of time surged more violently towards the Guardian. The chains binding him began to emit an eerie glow, as if threatening to consume his very soul. All right, I will speak. The Insha Guardian finally succumbed, his voice breaking in desperation. Quickly, tell me, what is the purpose of your mission from the Soul Hall? And where are its other strongholds in the Jiamai Empire? Tong Chen pressed. Fear filled the Guardian's gaze as he hesitated before replying. I was dispatched upon hearing of the rise of the Tianji building, and that you, the host, possess extraordinary strength and have garnered numerous powerful allies. The Soul Hall fears you may become an obstruction, hence they intended to act preemptively, to eliminate you while seizing some souls in the process. As for the Soul Hall stronghold in the Jiamai Empire, I only know of one in Hai Yan City. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Tong Chun furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed heard of the stronghold in Hai Yan City, but was taken aback by the Soul Hall's extensive network within the Jiamai Empire. Aside from you, has the Soul Hall sent anyone else to infiltrate the Jiamai Empire? He continued to inquire. The Guardian shook his head. No, it is solely me on this mission. I initially thought it would be simple, but I never anticipated that you would fall into my hands, correct? Tong Chun interjected with a cold laugh. Consider yourself fortunate. If you dare deceive me, I possess ample means to make your existence a living hell. The Guardian nodded vigorously. I would not dare. Every word I speak is the truth. Tong Chun turned to the Time Demon God. Time, confine him securely. Find a reliable individual to keep a close watch on him. Ensure he neither perishes nor escapes. The Time Demon God nodded, gesturing with his hands as the Insha Guardian was once again secured to the wall, the surrounding chains shimmering ominously, as if warning him against any reckless actions. After exiting the dungeon, Tong Chun and the Time Demon God stood atop the Tianji building, gazing into the distance. A resolute determination glimmered in Tong Chen's eyes. Soul Hall, since you seek to provoke me, do not blame me for being ungracious. It seems I must accelerate my strategic deployment within the Empire of Enhancement. The Time Demon slightly inclined its head, assuring the host, rest assured, with our assistance, the Soul Hall shall find itself at a considerable disadvantage within the Empire. Tong Chen nodded, his mind already teeming with new plans. He understood that the upcoming conflict with the Soul Hall would be arduous, yet he felt no fear, for he possessed a formidable system and loyal subordinates. He firmly believed that he would conquer the Soul Hall and emerge as the sovereign of this realm. Chapter 22. Strategic Planning and Punishment of Evildoers within the grand and solemn hall of the Celestial Machine Tower. Tong Chen sat quietly upon the main seat, exuding an air of calm authority. The Time Demon stood nearby, gracefully pouring a cup of fragrant tea for Tong Chun, whose gentle aroma wafted through the hall. Master, I have investigated the situation in Black Rock City. The Time Demon spoke softly, its voice reminiscent of ancient bells, steady and powerful. Tong Chen nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the Time Demon. Go on, elaborate. A slight frown crossed Tong Chen's brow. Indeed, a Peak Dozong expert posed a significant challenge. Yet he remained unperturbed. Taking a delicate sip of tea, he remarked, it appears the Soul Hall wields considerable influence in Black Rock City. However, this is fortuitous. Once the time is ripe, we shall eradicate their stronghold in one fell swoop. The Time Demon nodded in agreement, poised to respond when suddenly a disciple of the Celestial Machine Tower hastily entered the hall, kneeling on one knee and respectfully announcing, Master, envoys from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps have arrived, claiming there is urgent business to discuss with you. Tong Chun paused momentarily, swiftly recalling information about the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. He was aware that this organization had perpetrated numerous misdeeds in the Blackhorn region, having previously bullied someone whom he held in high regard, the little healer. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, but tranquility soon returned. "Let them enter," Tong Chun replied nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, two envoys from the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps entered the Grand Hall. One was a towering figure, his face rugged and adorned in a black leather armor, emanating a fierce aura. The other was diminutive, with a sinister gaze, clothed in a gray robe that imparted an eerie presence. "I am Tai Hu, Vice Captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. It is an honor to meet you, Master," the tall man said, cupping his fists in greeting, his voice gravelly. Tong Chun regarded them with calm eyes, nodding slightly. "What brings you to me?" Tai Hu chuckled. "Master, our mercenary corps has discovered a highly valuable mineral deposit in the Blackhorn region, rich in rare metals and medicinal herbs. We wish to collaborate with the Celestial Machine Tower to jointly exploit this resource." Tong Chun internally scoffed. He was well aware that the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps harbored ulterior motives. This so-called collaboration was likely a ploy to leverage the influence of the Celestial Machine Tower to safeguard their interests. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, nodding slightly. "Oh, that sounds intriguing. However, I need to first understand the specifics of this mineral deposit and your proposed plan for collaboration." Seeing Tong Chun seemingly inclined towards collaboration, Tai Hu's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily replied, "Rest assured, Master, we have meticulously documented the particulars of this mineral deposit. Regarding the cooperative proposal, we can agree on a 50-50 profit sharing, with the Tianji Tower responsible for providing protection and technical support, while our mercenary group will handle extraction and transportation." Tieshu and the diminutive envoy exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, Lord of the Tower, we shall await your favorable response." Having said this, the two turned and departed from the Grand Hall. Once they were gone, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Tong Chen's eyes. "The Wolf-Head Mercenary Group has previously bullied the little physician. I shall certainly settle this score with them. Since they have come to us, they shall not blame me for being ungracious." The demon god of time nodded slightly. "Rest assured, my lord. I will closely monitor their movements. Should they exhibit any unusual behavior, we can swiftly eradicate them." Tong Chun nodded in agreement, declaring, "First, send someone to investigate the authenticity of this mine. Ascertain whether they are speaking the truth. If it is genuine, we may consider cooperation, but under the condition that they adhere to our directives. If it is false, we shall act immediately to obliterate their mercenary group." The demon god of time acknowledged and was about to depart when Tong Chun added, "By the way, gather information regarding the little physician's situation to see how she is faring." The demon god of time bowed slightly. "Of course, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." With that, he turned and exited the Grand Hall. Tong Chun leaned back in his chair, gently closing his eyes, and began to strategize his next course of action. He understood that although the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group was merely a small faction, it might still have support from other forces. Acting hastily could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution, finding the opportune moment to eradicate the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group entirely. Tong Chun scoffed softly. "As I suspected, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group intends to exploit us. In that case, we shall play along, initially agreeing to their collaboration and gradually dismantling their power throughout the process." Consequently, Tong Chun dispatched word to the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group, signaling his agreement to cooperate. Upon receiving this news, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group rejoiced and hastily sent representatives to sign the cooperation agreement. On the day of signing the agreement, Tong Chun, accompanied by the demon god of time and several skilled members of Tianji Tower, arrived at the designated location. The leader and vice leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group were also present. Seeing Tong Chun bring such a formidable entourage, they could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. "Welcome, welcome," the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group said, a broad smile on his face. Tong Chun nodded slightly, his gaze calm as he addressed him. "I have reviewed the cooperation agreement, and it poses no issues. However, I have one condition. During our collaboration, your mercenary group must obey my commands. Otherwise, our partnership will be terminated immediately." The leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, my lord, we accept your terms." Thus, the two parties signed the cooperation agreement. In the days that followed, Tong Chun began to gradually assert control over the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group's influence. He first placed loyal individuals into key positions within the mercenary group, subsequently weakening the power of its upper echelons. The leader and vice leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps sensed Tong Chun's intentions, yet they found themselves unable to resist. Their power had been firmly grasped by Tong Chun. Any act of defiance would lead only to their annihilation. Finally, after a month, Tong Chun felt the time was ripe. With a single command, the experts from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower launched a full-scale assault on the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. The members of the Mercenary Corps offered no resistance and were swiftly eradicated. Standing before the ruins of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps headquarters, Tong Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. He knew he had rid the world of a menace and avenged the little medicine fairy. The time demon slightly nodded. Yes, master, I shall attend to it at once. With that, he turned and departed. Tong Chun gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with confidence. He recognized that his influence in this world was continuously expanding, and his goals were drawing ever closer. Chapter 23. In Search of the Fair Lady. Punishment of the Remnants after successfully eradicating the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Tong Chun sat in the spacious and well-lit study of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and gentleness. He turned slightly to look at the time demon beside him and slowly spoke. Time, I entrusted you with the task of locating the little medicine fairy. Have you any news? The time demon nodded slightly, the power of time surrounding him pulsating gently. He respectfully replied, Master, I have discovered that the little medicine fairy is currently at an inn in Qingshan Town. Tong Chun was momentarily taken aback. He was no stranger to Qingshan Town, as it was not far from the place where he had initially traversed into the world of Fights Break Sphere. The image of the little medicine fairy's lively figure swiftly surfaced in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift into a smile. An inn in Qingshan Town? Excellent. Prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. The time demon acknowledged and began to make preparations. Shortly thereafter, Tong Chun and the time demon left the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, transforming into two streaks of light, hastening towards Qingshan Town. Meanwhile, within a secret stronghold in the Black Corner domain, the remnants of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps gathered, plotting their revenge. At the forefront was Mu Li. His face contorted with rage, eyes blazing red as he gritted his teeth and declared that Tong Chun dared to annihilate our Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. I, Mu Li, will not rest until this grievance is avenged. As they were deliberating their revenge plan, a shadow suddenly darted past, followed by several individuals clad in black attire appearing before them. These were the experts sent by Tong Chun from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Who are you? Mu Li exclaimed, startled, instinctively stepping back. The leading expert from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower coldly regarded Mu Li and stated, by the Master's command, we have come to take your lives. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has committed numerous heinous acts. Your crimes are inexcusable. Upon hearing this, Mu Li's heart sank as he understood the inevitability of his fate. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Brothers, let us fight them to the end. However, before his subordinates could react, the experts from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower had already made their move. Their movements were as swift as lightning, their techniques fierce, and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Mu Li and his men. The son of Mu Li let out a harrowing scream as a master from the Tianji Tower pierced his chest with a sword, causing him to collapse to the ground. Witnessing the tragic fate of his son, Mu Li was overwhelmed with grief, roaring, You beasts! Even in death, I shall not spare you. However, his anguished cries bore no fruit. In the next moment, the leading master of Tianji Tower swiftly struck, severing Mu Li's head from his body. Observing the inevitable demise, the remaining associates fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, yet the masters of Tianji Tower showed no compassion, executing them all without hesitation. At this juncture, Tong Chun and the Time Demon had arrived in Qingshan Town. They entered a tavern, scanning their surroundings in search of the little medicine fairy. At last, in a secluded corner of the establishment, Tong Chun spotted her. She donned a pale green garment, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. As she lowered her head to sip on her drink, a faint trace of sorrow graced her visage, and her eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion. A pang of concern gripped Tong Chun's heart as he approached her slowly, speaking softly, Forgive my intrusion, Mississippi. I am Tong Chun. Seeing you here alone stirs worry within me, prompting me to check on your well-being. Upon hearing his voice, the little medicine fairy raised her gaze, her eyes flashing with caution as she regarded Tong Chun and the Time Demon. Who are you? What do you want with me? I am not acquainted with either of you. Tong Chun offered a gentle smile, striving to soften his tone. Please do not be alarmed, miss. I harbor no ill intentions. I have heard of your unfortunate circumstances and could not bear to remain indifferent, hoping I might assist in some small way. The little medicine fairy furrowed her brow slightly, her wariness unabated. I do not comprehend your words, nor do I require assistance from others. Nodding in understanding, Tong Chun replied, I appreciate your concerns. However, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has committed numerous atrocities and has been eradicated by my Tianji Tower. Mu Li, his son, and their companions have all been dispatched, thereby alleviating some potential threats to you. Upon hearing the name of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, a flicker of surprise crossed the little medicine fairy's eyes, though she swiftly regained her composure. So it was you who orchestrated this. I am grateful. Nevertheless, you remain a stranger to me, and I acknowledge your good intentions. Tong Chun regarded her earnestly, stating, Miss, I understand that you may be accustomed to confronting challenges alone, yet in this perilous world, it is always prudent to have someone to rely upon. My Tianji Tower is not an evil force. If you so wish, you may find refuge there, where you can cultivate in peace without fear of harm. The little medicine fairy studied Tong Chun, a hint of hesitation flickering in her gaze. Having wandered through this world for so long, she had indeed faced many dangers and trials. This individual before her seemed devoid of malice and had even rid her of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Yet, her inherent caution urged her not to trust easily. After a moment of silence, the little medicine fairy replied, I appreciate your kindness, but I am not inclined to visit your Tianji Tower at present. I am capable of taking care of myself. Tong Chun smiled gently. That is perfectly understandable. I respect your decision. Should you change your mind or encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at Tianji Tower. Here is my token. Take it. And those of Tianji Tower will assist you. With that, he produced a jade pendant engraved with the emblem of Tianji Tower and offered it to the little medicine fairy. The little medicinal immortal hesitated for a moment before ultimately accepting the jade pendant. Thank you. If the need arises, I shall consider it. Tong Chun nodded and remarked, Very well, we shall not disturb you any further. I hope you remain well. With that, Tong Chun and the Time Demon turned and left the tavern. Chapter 24. Meticulous planning in a secluded inn within Qingshan town, the little medicinal immortal sat cross-legged, striving to suppress the restless turmoil of the cursed poison within her. Her delicate brow furrowed, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her fragile form trembled slightly. At that moment, a shadow silently entered the room. It was the Time Demon. The little medicinal immortal instantly opened her eyes, a flicker of vigilance and fierceness shining within. Unbeknownst to her, a poisoned dagger had appeared in her hand, its cold gleam evident. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my chamber? The Time Demon maintained his calm demeanor, his black robes shifting ever so slightly as his voice resonated low and steady. Dear little medicinal immortal, I harbor no ill intentions. My master is concerned for your safety and has sent me to deliver this medicine to control the cursed poison within you. As he spoke, the Time Demon produced an exquisite jade vial and extended it toward her. The little medicinal immortal frowned slightly, a flicker of internal conflict crossing her features. She was acutely aware of the horror of the cursed poison, having endured immense suffering in recent days. Yet, she was reluctant to readily accept assistance from a stranger, particularly one whose motives remained unclear. Why should I trust you? What if this is a poison meant to seal my fate? She queried, her grip on the dagger tightening as her gaze remained fixed upon the Time Demon. With a gentle sigh, the Time Demon replied, If you doubt my intentions, I can demonstrate the efficacy of the medicine. He uncorked the vial, poured a pill into his mouth, and swallowed. The little medicinal immortal was taken aback, not expecting such an action from him. She scrutinized his response, and upon observing no adverse effects, her wariness began to wane. After a moment's hesitation, the little medicinal immortal slowly extended her hand and accepted the jade vial. Very well, please convey my gratitude to your master. However, I must forewarn you, should this medicine prove to be flawed, I shall not let you go unscathed. The Time Demon nodded slightly. Rest assured, the master is sincere and harbors no malice. As the little medicinal immortal lowered her gaze to examine the pill, the Time Demon discreetly flicked his finger, and a faint light penetrated her body, successfully implanting a tracking mechanism, an action unnoticed by her, as she was engrossed in her examination of the pill. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me, the Time Demon stated before vanishing from the room. The little medicinal immortal gazed at the pill in her hand, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Uncertain of the correctness of her decision, she nonetheless chose to place her trust in Tong Chun, if only for this moment. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Tong Chun had summoned the Fate Demon stationed at the Black Corner domain. The god of fate, draped in a purple robe and adorned with a hood, emanated an aura of mystery and enigma. Master, you have summoned me. What is your desire? The voice of the god of fate was hoarse, as if it originated from the depths of an endless void. Tong Chun, with unwavering determination, replied solemnly, Fate. The Soul Palace stronghold in Black Rock City must be eradicated swiftly. It is guarded by a peaked Dou Saint. Do you possess the confidence to confront him? The god of fate slightly raised his head, and the eyes beneath the hood shimmered with an otherworldly glow. What of the peak Dou Saint? Before my power of fate, he shall find it difficult to resist. However, the Soul Palace has long established its presence in Black Rock City, with a complex web of influence. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming the serpents. Tong Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, that is my thought as well. We shall first dispatch individuals to ascertain the detailed layout and personnel distribution of the Soul Palace stronghold in Black Rock City, and then devise a meticulous plan. Additionally, inform the other gods to prepare for potential support, should the need arise. Understood, Master. I will arrange for personnel to gather intelligence immediately. The god of fate inclined his body slightly, poised to depart. Tong Chen added, furthermore, strive to minimize innocent casualties. Our target is the Soul Palace, not those who are controlled or exploited by them. The god of fate paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Master, your compassion is noted. I comprehend your wishes. With that, his form gradually dissipated within the grand hall. Tong Chen gazed in the direction of the god of fate's disappearance, contemplating the forthcoming actions. The Soul Palace stronghold in Black Rock City was akin to a malignant tumor, its existence a persistent threat. Moreover, with the rise of the Heavenly Secrets Tower, conflict with the Soul Palace became increasingly inevitable. He must prepare thoroughly to face the impending challenges. Meanwhile, the Shurchen god, who secretly protected the little healer, remained vigilant, monitoring her every move. Concealed in the shadows, he acted as an invisible guardian, ensuring her safety. After the little healer ingested the potion to control her toxic body, the toxins within her began to settle, granting her a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes remained steadfastly watchful over her from the unseen. Chapter 25. The Stronghold's Annihilation. Following meticulous intelligence gathering and strategic planning, the Heavenly Secrets Tower officially commenced its assault on the Soul Palace stronghold in Black Rock City. The god of fate, a peak 9-star Dou Saint, concealed in the darkness, approached the Soul Palace stronghold like an ethereal specter. The night in Black Rock City was shrouded in silence and obscurity, interrupted only by the occasional distant barking of dogs, piercing the oppressive stillness. The Soul Palace stronghold lay beneath the city, encircled by thick rock, with 2 Dou Wang-level experts guarding the entrance. A faint smirk of disdain appeared on the lips of the god of fate. In an instant, he materialized before the 2 Dou Wang guardians like a phantom. The guardians, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, nearly rendering them breathless. Who goes there? One of the Dou Wang shouted in terror, attempting to summon his internal Dou Qi to resist. However, the might of the god of fate was far too formidable. Their struggle appeared feeble in his presence. With a single wave of his hand, the fate demon unleashed a flash of violet light, sending 2 battle kings hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting blood, rendered incapable of further combat. After dispatching the guards at the entrance, the fate demon entered the heart of the Soul Palace stronghold. Inside, the area was brightly lit, bustling with members of the Soul Palace engaged in various activities. Upon catching sight of the fate demon, their faces contorted with terror. Intruder! Intruder! Shouted a member of the Soul Palace, triggering a cacophony of alarms throughout the stronghold. Hai Sha, a peak battle sovereign, sensed the anomaly and rushed out of his chamber. Upon spotting the fate demon, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Who are you to dare intrude upon the stronghold of the Soul Palace? He bellowed, his battle aura surging dramatically, emanating a formidable presence. The fate demon regarded Hai Sha with a cold gaze and declared, I am the fate demon of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, here to claim your life and obliterate your Soul Palace stronghold. With an expression of calm indifference, he raised his hand and gently waved it. A violet barrier materialized before him, effortlessly dissipating the onslaught of black energy arrows that struck against it. Taken aback, Hai Sha felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated that his attack would be negated so easily. Gritting his teeth, he formed hand seals and began to chant. In the next instant, the ground trembled as a colossal black python emerged from the earth, its gaping maw lunging towards the fate demon. The fate demon frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. Extending one hand with the palm facing upward, a beam of violet light shot forth, striking the black python. With a terrible cry, the creature was engulfed by the violet radiance, reduced to ashes in an instant. Witnessing the swift demise of his summoned beast filled Hai Sha with overwhelming dread. He realized that this opponent was far too powerful, and he was utterly outmatched. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash his most formidable skill. Soul Palace secret technique, darkness descends. He shouted, causing the lights within the stronghold to extinguish abruptly, plunging everything into darkness. In that obscurity, countless black tendrils extended from all directions, seeking to ensnare the Fate Demon. Undeterred by the encroaching darkness, the Fate Demon's eyes glimmered with violet light, allowing him to perceive everything around him with clarity. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a powerful violet tempest materialized, shredding the black tendrils before they could draw near. In the depths of darkness, Heisha heard the Fate Demon's voice. Despair gripping his heart, he understood that there was no escape from his fate today. At that moment, the Fate Demon raised both hands high, uttering an incantation. A colossal beam of violet light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire stronghold. Under its radiance, the forces of darkness dissipated instantly, revealing Heisha before the Fate Demon. Prepare to meet your end. The Fate Demon thundered, thrusting one hand forward as a wave of violet energy surged toward Heisha. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. A violet energy shockwave struck him, and in an instant, his body was torn apart by the overwhelming force, reduced to mere powder. After vanquishing the Dark Fiend, the Fate Deity turned his gaze towards the members of the Soul Temple. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, the Soul Temple members hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. "Spare us, noble sir. We were compelled to join the Soul Temple. We beseech you, grant us a chance for survival." The Fate Deity furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the instructions of the esteemed leader, Tong Chun, to minimize innocent casualties. He replied, "Today, I shall spare your lives. But should I ever discover your wrongdoing again, I will not show mercy. Depart at once." Hearing the Fate Deity's words, the Soul Temple members felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to their feet and fleeing the stronghold in disarray. The Fate Deity surveyed the ruined Soul Temple stronghold, nodded slightly, and then, with a flicker, vanished into the darkness. Thus, the Soul Temple stronghold in Black Rock City was utterly obliterated under the assault of the Fate Deity. Chapter 26. Confronting a strong foe. The news of the Soul Temple's stronghold in Black Rock City being destroyed by the Fate Deity spread like wildfire across the continent of Duki. Upon receiving this dreadful tidings, the Soul Temple was engulfed in a fury. To them, the Black Rock City stronghold was not only a crucial site for gathering souls and intelligence, but also a symbol of their burgeoning power within the empire. Its easy destruction by the Tianji Tower was undoubtedly a grave affront to the authority of the Soul Temple. Soon, a formidable figure from the Soul Temple, a Grandmaster of the one-star Dou Saint, was dispatched hastily to Black Rock City. Clad in a black robe and hood, he exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Wherever he passed, the very air trembled. At that moment, the Fate Deity was preparing to depart from Black Rock City. Just as he stepped out from the ruins of the stronghold, he felt a powerful presence approaching. The Fate Deity frowned slightly and looked up, only to see a dark figure streaking across the sky like a meteor, appearing before him in an instant. "Are you the Fate Deity of the Tianji Tower? How audacious of you to destroy my Soul Temple stronghold." The Grandmaster's voice was deep and frigid, brimming with rage and menace. The Fate Deity regarded the Grandmaster with a cold gaze, unperturbed. "The Soul Temple has committed numerous transgressions. This is merely the punishment you deserve. Not only have I destroyed this stronghold today, but if you dare to act recklessly again, the Tianji Tower shall not show mercy." The Grandmaster scoffed in fury. "Huh? Such arrogance. How dare a mere Fate Deity speak so boldly before me? Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of offending the Soul Temple." As his words fell, the Grandmaster launched the first attack. With a sweeping motion of his hands, countless black flames appeared out of thin air, resembling vicious serpents of fire, surging towards the Fate Deity. The flames were of such intense heat that they scorched the ground black, sending plumes of smoke rising. The Fate Deity remained calm, unfazed as he raised his hand and waved it gently. A mysterious violet energy surged from within him, forming a robust barrier in the air. The black flames struck the barrier, sizzling audibly, yet could not breach it in the slightest. Seeing his attack thwarted, the Grandmaster's heart sank, but he did not relent. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. In the next moment, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A colossal black bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed at the God of Fate. Observing this, the God of Fate exhibited a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He extended one hand, palm facing upwards, and a beam of purple light shot forth from his palm to confront the black lightning. The two forces collided in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion, with powerful energy waves radiating outward, causing surrounding edifices to crumble and the ground to fissure deeply. Is this all you can muster? How dare you flaunt your abilities before me? The god of fate remarked coldly, his voice laced with mockery. The supreme celestial, incensed by the god of fate's words, gritted his teeth as his fighting spirit surged violently, his aura transforming into something far more terrifying. Clenching his fists, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind the god of fate, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his back. Anticipating the attack, the god of fate deftly evaded the supreme celestial's strike with a swift movement. In response, he countered with a palm thrust aimed at the supreme celestial's chest. The supreme celestial hastily retreated in an attempt to dodge the blow, but the god of fate's speed was too formidable. He was unable to escape in time. With a resounding thud, the supreme celestial was struck by the god of fate's palm, sent soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a distant wall. Blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to rise from the rubble, the supreme celestial's face was etched with terror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that as a one-star Dou Saint, he would be so easily overwhelmed by the god of fate. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable strength? He stammered, his voice trembling. A chill coursed through the supreme celestial's heart as he realized the god of fate's words were not mere threats. Though the Soul Clan was powerful, the presence of such a formidable expert within the heavenly mechanism tower signified that they were not to be trifled with. Very well, I shall remember this grievance. And though you may revel in your current triumph, we shall ensure you pay dearly. The supreme celestial declared through gritted teeth before transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the horizon. The god of fate watched the direction in which the supreme celestial had departed, his brow slightly furrowed. He understood that the conflict with the Soul Clan was far from over, and that even more formidable foes would emerge in the future. Yet, he felt no fear, for he had the powerful master and the heavenly mechanism tower as his backing. The god of fate flickered away into the night of Black Rock City, while the inhabitants, having endured this breathtaking battle, were filled with awe and gratitude towards the heavenly mechanism tower. They recognized that it was the tower's might that had eradicated the immense threat posed by the Soul Clan. In the days that followed, the renown of the heavenly mechanism tower resonated even louder across the Dou continent. Meanwhile, the Soul Clan, having suffered a significant blow, found it prudent to restrain themselves, refraining from recklessly provoking the heavenly mechanism tower again. Chapter 27. The Wrath of the Soul Clan. Kneel, my lord. The supreme celestial implored, one knee on the ground, his voice quaking with trepidation. In the innermost sanctum of the hall, a figure gradually materialized, the master of the Soul Clan, Soulmate, clad in a black robe. His countenance was austere, with eyes emanating a chilling intensity, surrounded by a dense shroud of black mist, as if he were a demon emerging from the abyss of darkness. At this moment, he sat upon a grand black throne, slightly lifting his head, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle as he fixed it upon the great celestial sovereign. The great celestial sovereign trembled, hastily exclaiming, Master, it is the handiwork of the people from the heavenly mechanism tower. They possess formidable strength, especially that fate demon god, who is at least a peak 3-star battle saint. We are simply no match for them. A flicker of rage passed through the eyes of Han Mieshang as he contemplated the heavenly mechanism tower. I shall see what sort of entity dares to oppose my soul palace. Such a trifling force presumes to act recklessly within my territory. Master, that fate demon god has threatened that if our soul palace intervenes in the matters of the heavenly mechanism tower again, our Soul Clan shall be thrown into chaos. The great celestial sovereign gritted his teeth and relayed the words of the fate demon god faithfully. A cold smile crept across Han Mieshang's face. Such audacity. They are merely a group of ignorant fools. My soul palace has stood firm on this continent for many years, and we have never feared anyone. Dispatch orders to closely monitor the movements of the heavenly mechanism tower and, at the first opportunity, eradicate them entirely. Understood, Master. The great celestial sovereign accepted the command, silently vowing to make the heavenly mechanism tower pay dearly for their actions today. The scene shifted, and at this moment, Xiao Yan was engaged in a fierce contest with the alchemist Gu He from the Jiamai Empire, vying for the prized blue lotus earth heart fire within a blistering valley. The surrounding air was distorted by the intense heat, with molten lava flowing across the ground, the searing atmosphere pressing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. At the center of the valley, the blue lotus earth heart fire flickered, a ball of eerie green flame pulsating with terrifying heat and powerful energy fluctuations. Xiao Yan and Gu He faced each other, both unwilling to show even the slightest hint of slackness. Xiao Yan, this blue lotus earth heart fire was discovered by me, Gu He. If you are wise, you will leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Gu He's eyes gleamed with greed, his hand tightly gripping the long sword at his waist, emanating the formidable aura of a peak battle emperor. A confident smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. Yet it was the venerable Yao Lao who controlled his body at that moment. Yao Lao's voice resonated within Xiao Yan's mind. Gu He. This blue lotus earth heart fire is a treasure without an owner. It belongs to whoever has the ability to claim it. Today, I shall see what you are truly capable of. As soon as the words left Yao Lao's mouth, he propelled Xiao Yan's body into action. Xiao Yan's footfalls were light as he dashed towards Gu He like a bolt of black lightning. The mysterious heavy ruler in his hand slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Gu He's head. Gu He's expression sharpened, swiftly drawing his long sword, its blade glinting with a cold light. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of sword blossoms, sending a sharp sword energy hurtling toward Xiao Yan in an attempt to thwart his assault. Simultaneously, he nimbly evaded the range of the mysterious heavy ruler's attack. Xiao Yan deflected the sword energy with his ruler, his steps unceasing as he continued to close in on Gu He. Not to be outdone, Gu He wielded his long sword with rapid precision, the flickering sword shadows resembling a swarm of black blossoms unfurling in the air, imbued with a chilling aura as they lunged toward Xiao Yan. Yao Lao adeptly maneuvered Xiao Yan to evade the onslaught of sword shadows, while simultaneously searching for an opening in Gu He's defenses. Gu He's swordsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, each strike infused with powerful battle energy, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Under the guidance of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yan, utilizing his nimble agility and extensive combat experience, consistently thwarted Gu He's attempts. Suddenly, seizing an opportune moment, Xiao Yan darted to the left of Gu He, wielding the Xian Zhong Qi with tremendous force, striking towards Gu He's waist. Gu He, reacting with remarkable swiftness, sidestepped, simultaneously executing a reverse swing of his longsword, the blade's energy grazing Xiao Yan's arm and leaving a shallow gash. Although Xiao Yan winced in pain, he did not falter. He suppressed the agony coursing through his arm, allowing his fighting spirit to surge, amplifying the power of the Xian Zhong Qi with a resounding shout. He charged towards Gu He once more. Provoked, Gu He's ferocity ignited, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he engaged in close combat with Xiao Yan, his longsword moving in a relentless flurry. Their fighting spirits clashed vigorously in the air, producing thunderous sounds that resonated, causing the surrounding atmosphere to hum with tension. Xiao Yan. Today you shall learn the consequences of provoking me. Gu He. Enraged, Gu He's fighting spirit surged violently, raising his sword high, condensing his energy into a colossal blade of light, which he aimed menacingly at Xiao Yan. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Elder Yao scoffed disdainfully, guiding Xiao Yan to gather his own energy in preparation for Gu He's impending strike. At that moment, the Qinglian earth heart fire seemed to sense the surrounding skirmish, becoming increasingly ferocious, the flames roiling and emitting sizzling sounds, as if issuing a warning to both combatants. Both Xiao Yan and Gu He recognized the futility of their drawn-out confrontation. They needed to resolve this swiftly, or risk the Qinglian earth heart fire spiraling out of control, endangering them both. Thus, both prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques for a decisive blow. Meanwhile, at the Tianji Tower, under the leadership of the protagonist Tong Chun, the organization continued to grow and evolve, deepening its conflict with the Soul Palace, as a greater storm quietly brewed. Chapter 28. Chaos unleashed in the midst of Xiao Yan and Gu He's fierce struggle for the Qinglian earth heart fire. A strikingly cold figure suddenly emerged in the valley. It was Queen Medusa, clad in a golden bodysuit that accentuated her graceful form, her purple hair flowing in the wind, and her eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Both Xiao Yan and Gu He halted their attacks, momentarily taken aback by her presence. They turned to face Medusa, a flicker of wariness crossing their expressions. Queen Medusa, I discovered the Qinglian earth heart fire first. Do not interfere. Gu He exclaimed, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension, aware that Medusa's prowess far surpassed his own. This is an unclaimed treasure. The capable shall seize it. No one shall obstruct me today. Medusa retorted coldly, her aura suddenly surging, a formidable pressure enveloping both Xiao Yan and Gu He. Xiao Yan frowned deeply, contemplating his strategy. At that moment, Elder Yao's voice resonated in his mind. Xiao Yan. Queen Medusa is immensely powerful. We cannot confront her head-on. Wait for an opportunity, and we shall devise a means to claim the Qinglian earth heart fire. Just then, another figure soared towards them from the distance. It is Yun Yun, adorned in a flowing white gown, wielding a cerulean sword. Her countenance stern and her eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Gu He, I have come to assist you. Her voice is both melodious and resolute as she descends beside him, her gaze vigilant upon Medusa. Yin, what brings you here? Gu He inquires eagerly upon seeing her. I heard of your endeavor to seize the heart of the blue lotus flame, and thus I rushed to your aid, she replies, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. The formidable power of Queen Medusa necessitates our utmost caution. Gu He nods in silent contemplation, acutely aware that his own strength alone is inadequate to confront Queen Medusa. With Yun's timely arrival, a glimmer of hope emerges. Queen Medusa, should you persist in your attempt to claim the heart of the blue lotus flame today, we shall not allow you to succeed, Gu He proclaims boldly, his sword trembling slightly in his grip, as if gathering strength. Humph, you two think you can hinder me? Medusa scoffs disdainfully, her eyes reflecting contempt. No one shall wrest the heart of the blue lotus flame from my grasp today. No sooner had she spoken than Medusa launched her assault. In a flash, she darted forward like a bolt of golden lightning towards Gu He and Yun. Her hands moved deftly before her, unleashing a barrage of golden rays aimed at them. Gu He and Yun swiftly brandished their weapons, deflecting Medusa's onslaught. Yun's swordplay was exquisite, her blade tracing elegant arcs in the air, countering Medusa's strikes one by one. Gu He supported her, thrusting his sword intermittently in search of a flaw in Medusa's defenses. As Medusa's attacks intensified, her form flickered throughout the valley, evading capture. Gu He and Yun gradually found themselves on the defensive, their bodies marked with wounds. We cannot continue like this, Gu He thought anxiously, realizing that if the battle persisted, defeat was inevitable. He exchanged a glance with Yun, and they simultaneously launched a counteroffensive. Gu He raised his sword high, channeling his energy into a colossal blade of light, which he brought crashing down upon Medusa. Meanwhile, Yun danced beside him, her sword slicing through the air, sending waves of sword energy towards their foe. Medusa, witnessing their combined assault, regarded them with disdain. Crossing her arms before her, she conjured a golden shield that thwarted Gu He and Yun's efforts. Is this the extent of your abilities? You think you can vanquish me? Medusa's voice dripped with mockery. At that moment, as the battle raged fiercely between Medusa, Gu He, and Yun, Xiao Yan seized the opportunity. Like a shadowy bolt of lightning, he surged towards the heart of the blue lotus flame, his hands coalescing a formidable energy, intent on claiming it. Not good. Xiao Yan intends to seize the heart of the blue lotus flame, Gu He exclaimed in alarm, his voice rising. Both Yun and Medusa turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan, alerted by Gu He's outcry. A flicker of anger flashed in Medusa's eyes as she swiftly charged towards Xiao Yan, determined to prevent him from seizing the blue lotus earth heart fire. Gu He and Yun hurriedly followed suit, unwilling to allow Xiao Yan to effortlessly claim the coveted flame. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Xiao Yan felt a surge of urgency within. He understood that he must subdue the blue lotus earth heart fire without delay, otherwise, if Medusa and the others caught up with him, all would be lost. Thus, he intensified the output of his Dou Qi, gripping the blue lotus earth heart fire tightly in his hands, striving to suppress it. The blue lotus earth heart fire seemed to sense Xiao Yan's determination. Becoming even more ferocious, the flames churned violently, emitting a hissing sound as it attempted to break free from Xiao Yan's grasp. Gritting his teeth and enduring the searing flames, Xiao Yan continued to amplify his Dou Qi. At last, through his relentless efforts, he gradually subdued the blue lotus earth heart fire, and the flames began to diminish. Success! A wave of joy surged within Xiao Yan as he hastily stored the blue lotus earth heart fire into his spatial ring. Just then, Medusa, Gu He, and Yun arrived at the scene. Xiao Yan, how dare you steal the blue lotus earth heart fire? Medusa exclaimed furiously, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Medusa, this blue lotus earth heart fire is an unclaimed treasure. My ability to subdue it is merely a testament to my skill, Xiao Yan replied, his gaze revealing an unwavering resolve. I shall not allow you to escape so easily today. Medusa snorted coldly, her aura surging once more as she prepared to launch an attack on Xiao Yan. At that moment, a powerful fluctuation of energy suddenly resonated throughout the valley, as if a formidable force was awakening. Xiao Yan, Medusa, Gu He, and Yun all paused in surprise, turning their heads towards the source of the energy, their hearts filled with confusion and wariness. Chapter 29. The Cataclysm of the Earth's core in the valley. Medusa, Xiao Yan, Gu He, and Yun faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. Medusa radiated a chilling, murderous intent, her gaze fiercely fixed on the spatial ring in Xiao Yan's possession, where lay the blue lotus earth heart fire she had long coveted. Though Gu He and Yun Yun appeared hesitant, they were unwilling to allow Xiao Yan to monopolize the extraordinary flame. As the precarious situation reached its breaking point, the entire valley suddenly began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in the ground, and searing magma surged forth from the fissures, enveloping the air with an intense heat. Above, the already distorted air twisted further, as if an invisible giant hand was recklessly stirring the atmosphere. "This is bad. The Earth's core is collapsing," Gu He exclaimed, his face paling in an instant, fear evident in his voice. Having dealt with extraordinary flames for years, he possessed a keen sensitivity to such ominous signs. Yun Yun's expression also turned grave, her grip tightening around her sword, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "We must leave at once," she urged, casting a glance at Gu He. Medusa's eyes flickered with reluctance, yet she recognized the urgency of the situation, understanding that their lives were at stake. With a cold huff, she turned and dashed towards the valley's exit, moving with the speed of a golden streak of light. Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing that the instability of the Earth's core was triggered by the subjugation of the Azure Lotus Heartfire. However, he remained composed, as Yao Lao urgently cautioned in his mind. "Xiao Yan, swiftly seek an exit. This place is perilous for prolonged stay." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan swiftly darted in the direction opposite to Medusa. He understood that accompanying Medusa and her companions could lead to further conflict amidst the chaos. Gu He and Yun Yun closely followed Medusa, their diligence unwavering as they hastened toward the exit. Enormous boulders continuously plummeted from above, and scorching magma splattered around them, threatening severe burns at the slightest misstep. Xiao Yan navigated the valley with remarkable agility, skillfully evading perilous situations with Yao Lao's guidance. However, as the Earth's core continued to collapse, the circumstances within the valley grew increasingly dire. Suddenly, a massive rock obstructed the path ahead, tightening Xiao Yan's chest. He understood that time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his fighting spirit, gripping the Xian Zhong Qi tightly as he struck the rock with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, a substantial hole was created, allowing him to swiftly pass through. Meanwhile, Medusa and her companions encountered a similar predicament. Under Medusa's leadership, Gu He and Yun Yun pressed forward with great difficulty, as Medusa's formidable strength repeatedly cleared their path. Xiao Yan did not linger. He recognized that this was not the time for complacency. Finding a secluded spot, he prepared to refine the Azure Lotus Heartfire with Yao Lao's assistance. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he formed hand seals, channeling his fighting spirit within. The spirit of Yao Lao manifested beside him, his expression grave. "Xiao Yan, refining the Azure Lotus Heartfire is no trivial matter. You must concentrate and never let your guard down," Yao Lao admonished earnestly. Xiao Yan nodded, inhaling deeply as he gradually released the Azure Lotus Heartfire from his storage ring. The eerie green flames danced before him, exuding terrifying heat and immense energy fluctuations. Gritting his teeth, he slowly extended his hands toward the heartfire. In an instant, the flames enveloped his hands, a searing pain coursing through his body. Yet, Xiao Yan did not falter. He endured the agony, continuing to guide the heart fire into his being. Yao Lao continuously infused fighting spirit into Xiao Yan, aiding him in stabilizing the energy within. As time elapsed, beads of sweat adorned Xiao Yan's forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He focused intently, mobilizing his fighting spirit to contend with the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Yao Lao persistently offered guidance, instructing him on how to better harness the power of the. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yan finally succeeded in refining the Azure Lotus Heartfire. His strength experienced a tremendous enhancement, his fighting spirit became denser, and his physique grew more robust. Meanwhile, far away at the Tianji Tower, the protagonist Tong Chun received news of Xiao Yan's successful refinement. A wave of joy surged within him, and an excited smile spread across his face. "Haha, splendid. Xiao Yan successfully refined the heart of Blue Lotus Fire, and my cultivation can also be elevated," Tong Chun exclaimed with excitement. He understood that with Xiao Yan's enhancement in power, his own strength would ascend correspondingly, offering immense assistance for his development in this world. He promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, initiating the circulation of his internal Dou Qi, savoring the surge in his cultivation. As Xiao Yan successfully refined the heart of Blue Lotus Fire, a remarkable transformation occurred within Tong Chun. His Dou Qi became more concentrated, his meridians flowed more smoothly, and his strength instantaneously surged to a new realm. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. He rose to his feet, gazing in the direction of the heavenly mechanism tower, his heart brimming with confidence. With such formidable power, the development of the heavenly mechanism tower would proceed more smoothly. And my position in this world would become increasingly secure, Tong Chen mused. Meanwhile, having completed the refinement of the heart of blue lotus fire, Xiao Yan prepared to depart from this place. He was aware that with his newfound strength, myriad tasks awaited him. He must seek further opportunities to enhance his power while also confronting the pursuit of Medusa and others. Xiao Yan gathered his belongings and strode towards the horizon, his silhouette appearing particularly resolute in the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 30. The condition of little medical fairy. As Xiao Yan successfully refined the heart of blue lotus fire, greatly increasing his strength, the protagonist Tong Chen sat within the spacious and lavishly decorated hall of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower headquarters. Within the hall, various rare treasures adorned the space, emitting a soft glow that underscored the extraordinary nature of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Time stood respectfully to one side, his mysterious and profound gaze flickering with contemplation before he slowly spoke. Master, little medical fairy is currently safe in the tavern of Qingshan Town. Since I marked her location and provided covert protection, she has not encountered any dangers. However, the calamity poison within her remains a latent threat, if not controlled. It may lead to future complications. Tong Chen nodded slightly, a trace of concern appearing on his face. Little medical fairy is a pitiful soul. That calamity poison has inflicted upon her immense suffering. We should find an opportune moment to assist her in resolving this issue. Time responded affirmatively. Yes, master. I will keep a vigilant eye on her situation and report to you at the slightest sign of change. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. A disciple of the tower hurried into the hall, kneeling on one knee, his expression tense as he reported. Master, individuals from the Soul Palace have arrived, claiming they seek an explanation from you. Tong Chen's expression hardened, his mind racing. The Soul Palace has come so swiftly. It appears to be regarding the matter of the Blackrock City branch. He straightened his posture slightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of authority. Allow them to enter. Before long, a group of individuals clad in black robes, exuding an ominous aura, entered the hall. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a somber countenance, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. His power was at the Dou Saint level, accompanied by several formidable Dou Saint experts. The middle-aged man surveyed the congregation within the hall, his gaze ultimately settling upon Tong Chen, and he slightly cupped his hands, his tone devoid of any respect. You are the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower? The Lord of our temple has tasked me with inquiring why your Heavenly Mechanism Tower seeks to obliterate our branch in Blackrock City. Tong Chen, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, rose slowly, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the middle-aged man. The Soul Hall has committed numerous transgressions in Blackrock City, oppressing the populace and attempting to harm the members of my Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Naturally, we cannot stand idly by. The destruction of your branch serves merely as a minor lesson. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph, do not overreach. Heavenly Mechanism Tower. We of the Soul Hall are not to be trifled with. The branch in Blackrock City is our asset. You cannot simply destroy it at will. If you fail to provide a satisfactory response today, do not blame us for our rudeness. Tong Chen let out a cold laugh, his aura surging dramatically. Although his cultivation had yet to fully reveal the advantages bestowed by the system, the intimidation of the time demon god rendered his presence formidable. Rudeness? I shall see what you intend to do to my Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Your Soul Hall has sown chaos across the continent, while my Heavenly Mechanism Tower operates with integrity. Should you dare provoke us further, do not hold me accountable for our lack of courtesy. Standing behind Tong Chen, Shurchen emanated a powerful and enigmatic presence. His gaze as frigid as frost, as if awaiting the command to unleash his might at a moment's notice. The middle-aged man felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Shurchen, causing his heart to tighten. He recognized that this mysterious individual possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Nevertheless, as a representative of the Soul Hall, he could not easily retreat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Our Lord has instructed me to convey that this matter shall not reach a simple conclusion. You of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower would do well to prepare. Do not presume that a few strong individuals grant you free rein. Realizing that he would gain no advantage from Tong Chen's resolute stance, the middle-aged man waved his hand and departed with his companions. Once the Soul Hall's members had left, Tong Chen slowly resumed his seat, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. The Soul Hall will not relent. We must expedite the development of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and bolster our strength. Shurchen, closely monitor the movements of the Soul Hall. Report to me immediately upon any sign of activity. Shurchen nodded slightly. Yes, master. I shall remain vigilant to every action of the Soul Hall. Rest assured, with my presence, they shall not dare to act against us lightly. Tong Chun acknowledged with a slight nod, yet he understood that the Soul Hall, as a superpower on the continent, possessed profound depth. Despite the advantages of their system and formidable subordinates, complacency was not an option. He resolved to intensify the growth of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, attracting more powerful allies to enhance its influence and strength in anticipation of the looming challenges. Simultaneously, he did not forget the plight of the little medicine immortal. He recognized that her cursed poison body was a significant issue that required prompt resolution. Thus, he began to scour the intelligence resources of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in search of potential solutions, hoping to assist the little medicine immortal in overcoming her affliction. Chapter 31. Invitation. Following the departure of the Soul Hall envoy, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower returned to its usual tranquility. However, Tong Chun remained unwaveringly vigilant, intensifying preparations to guard against possible retaliation from the Soul Hall. On this day, two esteemed guests arrived outside the Tianji Tower: Fama, the president of the Alchemy Association of the Jaimar Empire, and Jaxing Tian, the guardian of the empire. Both individuals held significant positions within the Jaimar Empire and seldom made public appearances. Their joint visit surprised the crowd at Tianji Tower. Tong Chun received them in the Grand Hall. Fama, adorned in splendid alchemist robes, bore a kindly yet authoritative demeanor, while Jaxing Tian, clad in armor, exuded a sharp gaze and an aura of seasoned valor. Tong Tower Master, today, General Jaxing Tian and I have come with a request, Fama began earnestly. Tong Chun nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. The Jaimar Empire is about to host the prestigious Danhui competition, a grand event in the realm of alchemy that concerns the interests and reputations of many factions. We hope that you, Tong Tower Master, can serve as one of the judges for this competition. With your esteemed reputation and insights, you would ensure that the event is conducted with utmost fairness and integrity. Fama stated. Jaxing Tian interjected. This competition will gather numerous alchemical prodigies from the Empire, along with participants from other factions, making the situation quite intricate. We have faith in the strength of Tianji Tower and your capabilities, and we sincerely hope you will accept our request. Tong Chun contemplated inwardly. The Danhui competition presented an excellent opportunity to expand the influence of Tianji Tower, and it might also reveal some talented individuals who could serve the tower well. Thus, he smiled and replied, since you both hold it in such high regard, I shall not decline. It would indeed be my honor to contribute to the competition. Upon hearing this, Fama and Jaxing Tian exchanged expressions of delight and expressed their gratitude profusely. After their departure, Tong Chun summoned Shurchen and instructed, prepare yourself. We are heading to the Miter family. I promised Yufei I would assist her in enhancing her cultivation, and this is a perfect opportunity for her to make an appearance at the Danhui competition and build connections for Tianji Tower. Shurchen nodded slightly, and the two transformed into streaks of light, heading toward the Miter family. Inside the Miter residence, Yufei was preoccupied. Following the previous auction, she had gained a deeper understanding of Tong Chun and Tianji Tower's strength, which had sparked a growing admiration and anticipation in her heart. Upon receiving news of Tong Chun's arrival, Yufei hurriedly tidied her attire and rushed out to greet him. Tong Tower Master, what brings you here? Yufei exclaimed, her face radiant with surprise and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tong Chun smiled and replied, I promised to help you enhance your cultivation, and today I have brought some items for you. Additionally, the Danhui competition of the Jaimar Empire is approaching, and I would like you to participate and witness it. As he spoke, Tong Chun produced an exquisite small vial and handed it to Yufei. These are several 6th-grade elixirs, which should greatly aid in your cultivation. Also, I have selected these few manuals specifically for you. You may study them diligently. Yufei gazed at the elixirs and manuals in her hands, her eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. In the Jaimar Empire, 6th-grade elixirs were indeed rare treasures, and Tong Chun had gifted her several at once, along with precious manuals. This generous gesture left her at a loss for words. Tong Tower Master, such a lavish gift is too much for me to accept. Yufei hesitated, feeling overwhelmed. Tong Chun gently shook his head and said, Yufei, there is no need for you to be so formal. You and I have known each other for quite some time, and I sincerely hope for your continued prosperity. Furthermore, the Miter family and my Tianji Pavilion shall collaborate more extensively in the future, which I consider a small token of my goodwill. Yufei bit her lip, a glimmer of tears welling in her eyes. She slightly bowed and said, Thank you, Master Tong. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Thereafter, Tong Chun began instructing Yufei on the proper consumption of the elixir and the techniques contained within the cultivation manual. Yufei, possessing considerable talent, had merely lacked resources and guidance, but with Tong Chen's assistance, she soon felt the transformation of the fighting energy within her. Master Tong, I sense that my fighting energy has become significantly more vibrant. It appears I am on the verge of a breakthrough, Ye Fei exclaimed with delight. Tong Chun nodded with a smile. Seize this opportunity. The breakthrough is within reach. With both me and Shurchen here, you may proceed with confidence. Ye Fei took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to circulate her fighting energy with all her might. As time passed, her aura gradually intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Ye Fei. She successfully broke through to the great fighter realm. I did it. Thank you, Master Tong. Ye Fei opened her eyes, filled with joy and gratitude. Tong Chen smiled and said, this success is due to your own efforts. In the upcoming alchemy competition, you shall represent the Miter family, and I believe you will gain much from this experience. Ye Fei nodded resolutely, vowing silently to achieve commendable results in the competition, so as not to let Tong Chen down. Meanwhile, Tong Chen began contemplating the potential scenarios that might unfold during the alchemy competition. He understood that this would be a grand gathering of various powers, and Tianji Pavilion would seize this opportunity to enhance its influence across the empire and beyond. Chapter 32. Ambiguity. Following Ye Fei's successful breakthrough to the great fighter realm, her eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration, exuding an aura of newfound confidence. Gazing at Tong Chun, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Master Tong, had it not been for your assistance today, I could never have achieved such a smooth breakthrough. To express my gratitude, might I invite you to my room for a proper reception? Ye Fei's voice was soft and melodic, imbued with a hint of seduction. Tong Chun paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. He followed Ye Fei through the opulent corridors of the Miter family, arriving at her room. Inside, the decor was exquisitely refined, filled with a warm ambience. Soft lighting bathed every corner of the room, creating an intimate atmosphere. Ye Fei gently closed the door, turning to face him, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. At that moment, Ye Fei had donned a flowing black silk gown, the fabric hugging her long legs enticingly. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, slightly curled, exuding a faint fragrance. Master Tong, please take a seat, Ye Fei said softly, moving to a nearby cabinet to retrieve a bottle of cherished wine. Tong Chen sat in the chair, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Ye Fei. He had to admit that at this moment, Ye Fei possessed an irresistible charm. Pouring 2 glasses of wine, Ye Fei gracefully approached Tong Chun and handed 1 glass to him. Master Tong, I raise this glass to you. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her gaze. Tong Chun accepted the glass, taking a gentle sip. The wine unfurled in his mouth, imbued with a rich fragrance. Ye Fei, you need not be so formal. There is no need for such distance between us, he replied. Ye Fei bit her lips softly, inching closer to Tong Chun. Master Tong, I have always admired your talent and strength. To have the opportunity to be alone with you today brings me immense joy. As she spoke, her hand lightly rested on Tong Chen's shoulder. A pang of tension gripped Tong Chen's heart. He sensed Ye Fei's intentions. He understood that she harbored feelings for him. Yet he had more pressing matters to attend to. Ye Fei, you are an exceptional woman, and I hold you in high regard. However, the situation on the continent is complex, and my Tianji Tower faces numerous challenges. I cannot afford to be complacent, Tong Chen said softly, attempting to gently refuse her advances. Yet Ye Fei did not relent. A flicker of determination sparkled in her eyes. Master Tong, I do not concern myself with those matters. I only know that being with you today is the happiest moment of my life. With that, she leaned even closer, nearly pressing against him. Tong Chun felt her warmth, his heart racing. Nevertheless, he restrained his impulses and gently pushed Ye Fei back. Ye Fei, please calm yourself. We cannot proceed like this. His voice was low and serious. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Ye Fei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Master Tong, I understand you have your own thoughts, but I still hope you can give me a chance. Tong Chun gazed at Ye Fei, his heart torn. He realized he could not continue in this manner. Yet her allure proved difficult to resist. Ultimately, he could not contain himself. He enveloped Ye Fei in his arms, their lips meeting in a fervent embrace. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming more intimate, the temperature rising palpably. As dawn broke and sunlight streamed through the window, Tong Chun slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Ye Fei, still peacefully asleep beside him. A swirl of complicated emotions surged within him. He rose gently, dressing quietly. Looking at Ye Fei on the bed, he sighed softly. Ye Fei, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot linger here for long. He pressed a tender kiss to her forehead before turning to leave the room. He knew there were many responsibilities awaiting him. The Tianji Tower needed his guidance. Upon his return to the Tianji Tower, Tong Qin swiftly regained his usual composure and authority. He summoned the members of the tower, initiating preparations for the upcoming alchemy conference. This conference presents a splendid opportunity for our Tianji Tower to expand its influence. Everyone must perform their duties diligently to ensure the event proceeds smoothly. Additionally, remain vigilant to the movements of various factions and gather valuable intelligence. Tong Qin's voice resonated with conviction and strength. As the crowd eagerly took their orders and began to bustle about, Tong Chun remained seated in the grand hall, his thoughts lingering on Yufei. He understood that the relationship between himself and Yufei had grown increasingly intricate. Yet, at this moment, he had no time to dwell upon such matters. He had to strive for the future of the Tianji Tower. Chapter 33. The Rising Storm of the Alchemy Conference. The highly anticipated alchemy competition of the Jiama Empire arrived as scheduled, held in the magnificent central plaza of the empire, adorned with fluttering banners and lavish decorations that underscored the event's significance. Welcome, Master Tong, to the Alchemy Conference. President Pharma of the Alchemy Association personally approached to greet him, a broad smile illuminating his face. The presence of Master Tong at this competition promised greater fairness and excitement. Tong Chen nodded slightly, exchanged a few courteous words, and scanned the crowd. Soon, his gaze fell upon Yufei, resplendent in her elegant attire, standing among the Maital family's section. Upon spotting Tong Chen, a flicker of complex emotions crossed her face, joy intertwined with a hint of unspoken shyness. Tong Chen offered her a subtle nod before taking his seat at the judging panel. At that moment, a commotion rippled through the crowd as Xiao Yan, under the guidance of the esteemed Elder Yao, arrived at the alchemy venue. Dressed in black, his eyes radiated determination and confidence, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that the so-called waste from the Xiao family? I heard he was even rejected by Nalan Yanran. Truly a disgrace. A voice dripped with sarcasm emerged from the disciples of Gu He, buoyed by the reputation of his master, the alchemy king of the Jiama Empire. He had grown accustomed to arrogance and could not resist mocking Xiao Yan, given his background and recent misfortunes. How unbecoming of you, as a disciple of Gu He, to publicly humiliate another in such a manner. It is indeed a disgrace to your standing. Tong Chen's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly throughout the venue. Xiao Yan, despite his youth, possesses remarkable alchemical talent, which deserves admiration. As a peer, rather than offering encouragement, your derision is truly contemptible. The disciple from Gu He turned crimson, taken aback by Tong Chen's defense of Xiao Yan. Although displeased, he dared not retort. Fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Tianji Tower and the intimidating presence of the time demon beside Tong Chen. You are correct, Master Tong. I misspoke. The Gu He disciple managed to utter through clenched teeth. Xiao Yan cast a grateful glance at Tong Chen, who nodded in return, encouraging him to perform well in the competition. At this juncture, the participants began to take the stage one by one. The disciple from Gu He strode up with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, as if declaring his intent to secure victory. The little princess of the Jiama Empire was charming and vivacious. Though young, her eyes sparkled with cleverness, exuding confidence in her alchemical skills. Next was the chief alchemist from the neighboring Ouyun Empire, a tall figure whose gaze harbored a sinister edge, surrounded by an aura of mystery. Tong Chen keenly sensed the unusualness about him, silently alert, yet choosing not to raise an alarm. He intended to use this opportunity to test Xiao Yan, assessing his adaptability in the face of unforeseen challenges. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, made her entrance, accompanied by her disciple, Nalan Yan. Clad in flowing white garments, Yun Yun exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating the gaze of many onlookers. Following closely behind her, Nalan Yan bore an expression tinged with pride, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. After all, the presence of Xiao Yan held a unique significance for her, and the complexities of their past engagement withdrawal stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Observing that the participants had gathered, Gu He cleared his throat and announced with a resonant voice. The purpose of this alchemical competition is to select outstanding alchemists who will contribute to the imperial alchemical endeavors. The rules are straightforward. The competitor who produces the highest quality elixir within the allotted time shall emerge victorious. The competition officially commences now. With Gu He's command, the contestants hurried to their respective alchemical tables, preparing their ingredients and setting up their cauldrons. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with focus as he diligently followed the guidance of the Elder Yao, methodically undertaking his preparations. Meanwhile, the chief alchemist of the Chuyan Empire wore a slight smirk, a barely perceptible sneer gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a cunning light, as if plotting something sinister. As the competition progressed with fervor, the participants were wholly absorbed in their alchemical creations. Wisps of colorful smoke billowed from the cauldrons, exuding a medley of fragrances, some fresh and delightful, while others bore a sharp, pungent scent. Xiao Yan's hands danced swiftly above the cauldron, precisely managing the heat and the addition of ingredients as per the elder Yao's instructions. His expression radiated determination and confidence, as if the entirety of existence had narrowed down to the singular focus of his cauldron. Gu He's disciple appeared smug, his alchemical techniques deft and practiced. With his elixir already taking form, he frequently cast disdainful glances at Xiao Yan, his eyes brimming with arrogance. The little princess of the Jiamar Empire furrowed her brow, seemingly grappling with challenges, yet she bit her lip and refused to yield easily, striving to adjust the proportions of her ingredients and the intensity of the flame. As time progressed, the arena of the alchemical competition became suffused with a rich aroma, while various hues of smoke swirled above the cauldrons. The contestants were now engaged in the final stages of their meticulous crafting. Most had successfully shaped their elixirs, and as they cautiously opened their cauldrons, onlookers gathered to inspect the results. Within each cauldron lay second-grade elixirs, their colors warm and inviting. While these elixirs showcased commendable quality, they seemed insufficient to stand out amidst the assembly of skilled alchemists present at the competition. Indeed, everyone's prowess cannot be underestimated. However, all are producing second-grade elixirs. Distinguishing a victor will not be an easy task, murmured voices within the crowd. At that moment, the chief alchemist of the Chuyan Empire revealed a triumphant smile as he slowly opened his cauldron. Instantly, a more potent and rich fragrance wafted forth, imbued with an elusive and mysterious essence, captivating all who were present. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld a pill within the cauldron, quietly radiating a gentle glow. Indeed, it was a third-tier elixir. Instantly, the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with shock vividly etched across the faces of all present. A third-tier elixir. The alchemist from the Outcloud Empire truly proved his remarkable prowess. Indeed, to concoct a third-tier elixir in such a competition clearly positioned him as the inevitable champion. The alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, feeling a surge of pride, slightly raised his chin, his eyes glinting with arrogance as he mused. The rewards from the Empire must surely belong to the Outcloud Empire. How dare these others attempt to contend with me? However, just as everyone's attention was riveted on the third-tier elixir from the Outcloud Empire's alchemist, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Look! The elixir crafted by Xiao Yan is also taking shape. It seems to be a third tier as well. All eyes swiftly shifted to Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, yet his gaze emanated an unwavering tenacity and determination. Above his cauldron, an aura of potent medicinal energy surged forth, akin to that of the elixir from the Outcloud Empire's alchemist. The disciples of Ancient River witnessed this scene, and their previous smugness evaporated, replaced by a tinge of panic and jealousy. Impossible. How could he possibly concoct a third-tier elixir? It must be a trick, they muttered under their breath in disdain. Yun Yun's eyes flickered with surprise, soon giving way to a warm smile of satisfaction. She had always held a favorable view of Xiao Yan, and witnessing his impressive performance brought her joy. On the other hand, Nalan Yenran bit her lip, her gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. The boy she once deemed a waste had now unveiled such formidable alchemical talent, a reality that was challenging for her to accept. Meanwhile, sitting at the judging panel, Tong Chen's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He had been closely observing Xiao Yan's performance and was not surprised by his ability to produce a third-tier elixir. To him, it was only natural, given Xiao Yan's exceptional talent and the guidance of the revered Yao Lao. It appeared that this competition was becoming increasingly intriguing, Tong Chun murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing the crowd's gasps, the alchemist from the Outcloud Empire felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could also concoct a third-tier elixir, which rendered his previously assured victory far less secure. A newfound wariness and hostility flickered in his gaze as he regarded Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was oblivious to the external reactions, entirely focused on controlling the flames within the cauldron as he made the final adjustments. Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind, continuously reminding him of crucial details, and Xiao Yan meticulously followed his guidance. As time slipped away, Xiao Yan's elixir gradually took form. its hue and essence rivaling that of the third-tier elixir crafted by the alchemist of the Outcloud Empire. With the competition nearing its conclusion, the audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. They all understood that this final contest would determine who would emerge victorious in the prestigious alchemical competition. Chapter 35, The Champion's Fate. As the judges examined Xiao Yan's elixir, President Fama's eyes glimmered with surprise and admiration. He brought the elixir close to his nose, inhaling its rich and potent aroma, and nodded in approval, stating, "This elixir, in terms of hue consistency, potency, and purity, is nothing short of perfection. Moreover, it is a high-grade third-tier elixir, a rare achievement among the younger generation of alchemists." The other judges expressed their agreement, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment. After all, witnessing such an exceptional alchemical talent in this competition was a cause for celebration within the entire alchemical community of the Jiama Empire. Subsequently, the judges assessed the elixir created by the chief alchemist of the Outcloud Empire. Though it was also a third-tier elixir, upon careful evaluation, it was deemed merely a mid-tier variety, slightly inferior in quality to Xiao Yan's. President Fama cleared his throat and announced with authority, after unanimous deliberation, "The champion of this alchemical competition is Xiao Yan. The high-grade third-tier elixir he produced stands unrivaled in quality." The venue erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic applause and cheers. A smile of gratification illuminated Xiao Yan's face as he bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude to the judges and the audience present. His heart brimmed with joy, for this recognition was not only an affirmation of his alchemical prowess, but also a testament to his relentless efforts. Suddenly, chaos ensued as someone shouted, "He must escape." All eyes turned towards the alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, their expressions a mix of astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the esteemed chief alchemist of the Outcloud Empire would resort to such actions. Standing at the judge's platform, Tong Chen's countenance darkened, his gaze radiating an icy demeanor. He proclaimed loudly, "It is utterly disgraceful for the chief alchemist of the Outcloud Empire to behave so ungraciously. Not only does he fail to accept defeat, but he attempts to flee in disgrace. This is not only a disrespect to the competition, but also a provocation towards our Jiama Empire." The time demon nodded slightly, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he materialized before the fleeing alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, blocking his path. The alchemist's heart raced with fear as he recognized the formidable presence of the time demon, understanding that he was no match for such power, yet unwilling to surrender easily. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not think you can stop me. I will fight to the death to escape your grasp." With that, he brandished his hands, conjuring a black medicinal cauldron, which he hurled toward the time demon in a desperate bid for escape. The time demon scoffed, effortlessly waving his right hand. A surge of immense power instantly sent the cauldron soaring, which arced through the air before crashing violently to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The alchemist of the Chuyan Empire, upon witnessing the unfolding events, was gripped by an even deeper sense of dread. He turned to flee, only to find himself rendered immobile. It was then that he realized the time demon god had ensnared him with formidable power. With deliberate steps, the time demon god approached the Chuyan Empire's alchemist, instilling a growing terror with each stride. By the time the deity stood before him, the alchemist's face had drained of color, and his legs trembled beneath him. "Did you believe you could escape punishment?" The time demon god stated coldly. "Before me, your petty tricks are utterly futile." As he spoke, the time demon god waved his right hand gently, and a flash of black light engulfed the alchemist, who instantly erupted into a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. A profound silence fell over the assembly as everyone was left in awe of the time demon god's overwhelming prowess. They had not anticipated such an effortless resolution to the Chuyan Empire's alchemist. From the judging platform, Tong Chun proclaimed loudly, "This is the fate that befalls those who oppose my heavenly mechanism pavilion, a warning to those who disregard the rules of competition. May everyone take heed, adhere to the regulations, and engage in fair competition." Nods of agreement spread through the crowd, their respect for Tong Chun and the heavenly mechanism pavilion deepening. Xiao Yan stepped forward and bowed slightly to Tong Chun, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Tong. Without your assistance, I might not have achieved victory so smoothly today." With a smile, Tong Chun replied, "Xiao Yan, this triumph is a testament to your own strength. I merely fulfilled my duty. I hope you will continue to strive for greater accomplishments in your alchemical pursuits." Xiao Yan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. He was aware that his journey in alchemy was far from over, with numerous challenges still ahead. Yet, he believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would undoubtedly realize his ambitions. Chapter 36. The 3-Year Pact, Part 1. My lord, according to the latest intelligence from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, there are but 10 days remaining until the 3-Year Pact between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran. The time demon god knelt on one knee, head bowed. As the power of time swirled around him, respectfully reporting to Tong Chun, who occupied the high seat. Tong Chun had been casually toying with a translucent piece of mysterious crystal when he heard this news. His movements abruptly halted, and a spark of uncontrollable excitement and anticipation ignited in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, carelessly placing the crystal onto the nearby table, his hands instinctively clenching into fists as he spoke with rising fervor. Finally, the time has come. This 3-year pact marks a pivotal turning point in Xiao Yan's destiny, and I must witness this grand event with my own eyes. With that, he adjusted his robe adorned with enigmatic patterns, the hem fluttering with his motion, exuding an aura of commanding presence. Time, let us proceed to the cloud mist sect at once. This time, I shall ensure that the entire empire of Jiama, and indeed all of the Dou Po continent, understands that standing behind Xiao Yan is none other than I, Tong Chun, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. A force that spans the continent, Tong Chun declared, his voice resounding with confidence, as if his magnificent spirit could pierce the heavens. The time demon nodded decisively, rising slowly to his feet, the power of time swirling around him like a surging tide. In an instant, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. And with a flash of blinding light, a mysterious temporal rift materialized before the two. Within the rift, flickering lights revealed fragments of time fluttering like snowflakes, seemingly connecting to an infinite array of temporal dimensions. Tong Chun inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with determination, and without hesitation, he strode boldly into the temporal passage. His figure, illuminated by the radiant glow, appeared increasingly tall and majestic, akin to a king poised to embark on a grand journey. The time demon followed closely behind, his gaze focused and vigilant, ever alert to the surroundings to ensure Tong Chun's safety. As they stepped into the passage, they felt a dizzying whirl, the scenery around them shifting rapidly like a revolving lantern. In the blink of an eye, they emerged steadily at the foot of Yunlan's sect. At this moment, Yunlan's sect was bustling with activity, resembling a grand marketplace. Warriors from all corners of the Jiama Empire flocked to the base of Yunlan's sect, creating a scene so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Among them were noble young masters adorned in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Accompanied by a retinue of loyal guards, there were also rugged wanderers in plain clothing, their sharp gazes radiating an aura of experience, and disciples from various sects, dressed uniformly and standing in orderly lines, showcasing the dignity of their respective factions. All had gathered to witness the momentous confrontation between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran, a 3-year agreement that promised to shake the very foundations of the Jiama Empire. This battle not only held significance for Xiao Yan's honor and future, but also represented a pivotal conflict that could reshape the power dynamics of the empire, thus attracting countless spectators. Look, who are those two? A middle-aged man in a blue robe whispered in astonishment to his companion. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and reverence, as if he were appraising emissaries from a mysterious realm. Whoever they may be, today's agreement is of utmost importance, the focal point of all eyes. Let us await the moment when Xiao Yan redeems himself before Nalan Yinran, reclaiming his dignity from the humiliation of his previous engagement, replied a burly man with a bushy beard, his face radiating excitement as he rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager to witness the impending spectacle. Tong Chun paid no heed to the discussions swirling around him, as if the voices were merely whispers of the wind, failing to capture his attention. With an expression of calm detachment, he and the time demon strode directly toward Yunlan's sect, their steps steady and powerful, each footfall exuding an undeniable air of authority. The gate-guarding disciples, upon witnessing their approach, immediately tensed up as if facing a formidable adversary. They swiftly drew their long spears from their waists, pointing their tips at Tong Chun and his companion, while loudly proclaiming, "Halt! Yunlan's sect is a sacred ground. No outsiders are permitted entry." The faces of the disciples were etched with vigilance and determination, despite sensing the formidable aura emanating from Tong Chun and his companion, as guardians of the Yunlan sect. They bore the solemn responsibility of protecting their domain and would not allow any suspicious individuals to intrude unchallenged. A subtle smirk of disdain graced Tong Chun's lips, and before he could utter a word, the time demon god stepped forward. In an instant, the power of time surrounding him was unleashed without reservation. A terrifying and suffocating pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. This oppressive force resembled a torrent of time, imbued with endless vicissitudes and grandeur, causing the very air around to solidify. The gatekeeping disciples felt an invisible yet immensely powerful force, akin to a towering mountain, bearing down upon them. Their legs weakened uncontrollably, knees buckling as they nearly fell to the ground. The long spears in their hands trembled violently under the weight of this pressure, emitting a low, ominous hum. "My master seeks entry. Do you dare to obstruct?" The time demon god stated coldly, his voice deep and frigid, as if it emanated from the distant edges of time itself, carrying an undeniable authority. His tone seemed to weave the very essence of temporal magic, instilling a profound, inexplicable fear in the hearts of those who heard it. The other disciples, witnessing this, were filled with alarm. With wide eyes and faces pale with trepidation, they stared at the time demon god, yearning to assist yet finding themselves ensnared by the overwhelming pressure, trapped as if shackled by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. Just then, a figure streaked forth from within the Yunlan sect, like a bolt of lightning. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my Yunlan sect?" came a thunderous voice as the newcomer landed firmly before them. It was Yunling, the grand elder of the Yunlan sect. Clad in a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind, his visage marked by fury, evidently incensed by the time demon god's actions. However, upon fixing his gaze upon the time demon god and perceiving the unfathomable, cosmic-like pinnacle of his 9-star Dou Sheng prowess, Yunling felt a jolt of shock. As if struck by lightning, his countenance paled dramatically, the flush of anger draining from his face, replaced by a ghostly pallor, while beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He could hardly fathom that someone of such formidable strength would brazenly arrive at the Yunlan sect to cause trouble, and the extent of this power far exceeded his expectations. Tong Chun approached leisurely, a confident and disdainful smile playing on his lips. His gaze exuded composure and poise, as if everything before him lay well within his control. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I must be present for today's 3-year agreement. Should the Yunlan sect be unwelcoming, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he slightly turned his head, casting a knowing glance at the time demon god. This gaze was akin to a silent command, brimming with unwavering trust and understanding. The time demon god comprehended instantly, and the power of time surged violently anew, this time like a tempest sweeping through the entire space. The overwhelming pressure enveloped Yunling, making him feel as though he were ensnared in a vortex of time, his body seemingly torn by countless invisible hands, nearly gasping for breath. He found himself swaying uncontrollably, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he struggled to maintain his balance. Internally, he lamented his predicament, acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from the time demon god, a divide as vast as the heavens themselves. Should he attempt to resist, the Yunlan sect would likely face annihilation in an instant, reducing the entire sect to ruins. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Since you are so insistent on watching, so be it." His voice was laced with resentment and humiliation. He clenched his teeth, a flicker of venomous light flashing in his eyes as he quietly vowed to repay this affront in kind. The humiliation he endured today would surely be avenged upon Tong Chun and the others. Tong Chun smiled smugly, his expression tinged with triumph and disdain for Yunling. He strode confidently into the Yunlan sect alongside the time demon god, each step resonating with authority, as though proclaiming his dominion over the entire sect. At this moment, the martial arts arena of the Yunlan sect was a sea of spectators, densely packed together, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation as they eagerly discussed the impending battle. Some speculated on the comparative strengths of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. Others debated the potential ramifications of this confrontation, while many eagerly awaited a visual spectacle of unparalleled brilliance. Tong Chun chose a notably conspicuous seat, affording him an excellent view of the entire arena. He awaited Xiao Yan's arrival, arms crossed, his gaze betraying a mixture of eagerness and exhilaration. He understood that this battle would mark a pivotal juncture in Xiao Yan's ascent to greatness, and he was poised to play a crucial role, one that might even alter the course of the conflict. Before long, the sect leader, Yin Shan, made his entrance. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, he resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The golden embroidery on his robe shimmered under the sun's rays, signifying his esteemed status. His ethereal demeanor exuded an imposing authority, each step taken with a steadiness that commanded reverence, as if the very ground bowed to him. Yun Shan's gaze gradually swept over the crowd before settling on Tong Chun. A slight furrow creased his brow, a flicker of suspicion and wariness gleaming in his eyes, as he regarded this uninvited guest with caution. However, recognizing the formidable power of the time demon god, He refrained from voicing his concerns, instead silently instructing his disciples to bolster their defenses. He was acutely aware that this 3-year agreement would likely prove more complex than anticipated, with the sudden emergence of Tong Chun potentially introducing unforeseen variables into the fray. Chapter 37. The 3-Year Agreement. Part 2. Under the scorching sun, the martial arts arena of the Yunlan sect became akin to a searing inferno. Waves of heat rising and swirling, saturating every crevice of the air with its oppressive warmth. All around, a throng of formidable individuals from the Empire of Augmentation clustered together, their faces flushed with excitement and anticipation, eyes wide and round as if they might burst from their sockets, fixated on the entrance of the arena. Their expressions conveyed a fervent concentration, as though they were gazing upon a divine confrontation about to unfold. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of gunpowder intermingling with a palpable sense of eagerness, creating an oppressive tension that felt as if the slightest breeze could ignite the charged environment. At long last, the imposing figure of Xiao Yan slowly came into view. After enduring 3 years of grueling, purgatorial training, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from an ordinary youth into a resolute powerhouse. At that moment, he stood tall and straight as a pine, each step deliberate and powerful, as if the very ground trembled beneath his unwavering resolve. His stern and determined visage bore the marks of time's relentless trials, infused with an unwavering determination to triumph in this battle. In his profound eyes blazed a fervent fire, a testament to the sacrifices and pressures endured over the past 3 years, all culminating in this fateful confrontation where he aimed to shine the brightest. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. Nalan Yinran, clad in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, appeared like a sacred snow lotus blooming upon a mountain peak, exuding an aura of serene elegance as the gentle breeze caressed her. The haughty pride that once defined her had quietly faded, replaced by a serious determination and an intense fervor for combat. As the esteemed young master of the Yunlan sect, she had been nurtured with care since childhood, her exceptional talents leading her to a path of unimpeded success, cultivating her proud disposition. In her heart, this duel with Xiao Yan was not merely a contest. It was a pivotal battle concerning her own honor and the reputation of the Yunlan sect, one that her pride would not allow her to retreat from. As the atmosphere thickened to a near standstill, teetering on the brink of conflict, a resonant and penetrating voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. The crowd turned in unison, faces etched with curiosity, and beheld Tong Chun striding confidently from the audience. Dressed in a black robe adorned with mysterious runes, his movements caused the fabric to billow gently in the wind, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. Tong Chun's chiseled features radiated both handsomeness and determination, and his gaze sparkled with poise and self-assuredness, as though he perceived and commanded all that transpired around him. With Yun Shan's voice, brimming with anticipation and excitement, proclaiming, "Let the 3-year agreement commence." The atmosphere shattered like a battle horn, igniting the flames of this thrilling confrontation. Xiao Yan surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Nalan Yinran with breathtaking speed. His velocity was so extraordinary that it stirred a whirling wind, leaving shallow footprints in his wake, a testament to his immense strength. The mysterious heavy ruler in his grasp surged with turbulent fighting spirit, accompanied by a howling wind, exuding an unstoppable momentum akin to a collapsing mountain, crashing down upon Nalan Yinran. At this moment, the Xianzhong Qi shimmered with a brilliant aura of fighting spirit, resembling a black meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with the terrifying power to annihilate all. Observing this, Nalan Yinran displayed no fear. With a delicate yet commanding shout, she deftly wielded her longsword, unleashing a sharp and chilling sword energy that surged forth to meet Xiao Yan's Xianzhong Qi. A deafening explosion erupted, akin to a colossal bomb detonating at the center of the martial arts arena. A torrent of energy rippled outward with overwhelming force, sending waves of dust soaring into the air, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of chaos. The surrounding spectators instinctively recoiled, some of the less powerful individuals staggering as the immense shockwaves surged through them, their faces paling to the color of parchment, their forms unsteady. Yet, Nalan Yinran was no ordinary opponent. As the young master of the Yunlan sect, she had honed her skills in the sect's profound techniques from a young age, mastering the art of the sword. In the face of Xiao Yan's ferocious onslaught, she stood resolute, executing the exquisite swordsmanship of the Yunlan sect. Her figure danced gracefully amidst the flurry of sword strikes, akin to a nimble butterfly, adroitly evading each of Xiao Yan's attacks, while simultaneously seeking the perfect opportunity to counter with her keen insight. Her longsword glistened with a cold light, each swing accompanied by a fierce sword aura, striving to breach Xiao Yan's defensive line. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously without warning, as heavy clouds gathered and churned like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the entire Yunlan sect in shadows. A suffocating, malevolent aura emanated like a rising tide, chilling to the bone, reminiscent of a hellish abyss, instilling an overwhelming sense of foreboding among the assembled crowd. An unprecedented fear silently spread, like a plague, throughout the throng. Shortly thereafter, several dark figures descended from the heavens like phantoms. They were the minions of the Soul Palace. At the forefront stood a towering figure clad in a black robe, exuding a chilling presence akin to a mountain peak, his countenance stern and frost-like, etched with the scars of time and ruthlessness. His eyes, cold as a serpent's, radiated an icy malice. After surveying the scene, his gaze, sharp as a dagger, pinpointed Xiao Yan, followed by a chilling sneer. "Xiao Yan, today marks your demise. Surrender thee, and perhaps I shall spare your life." His voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of a curse echoing from the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's faces drained of color, their eyes filled with dread and disbelief. Meanwhile, Yunshan concealed a sly, barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. He feigned stepping forward, energy swirling around him to form a faint protective shield, seemingly intending to thwart the Soul Palace's malevolence, while secretly transmitting a message to the black-robed guardian. "Let us proceed as planned. Once we succeed, the rewards will be ample for both of us." Unbeknownst to many, Yunshan had clandestinely allied himself with the infamous Soul Palace, driven by his insatiable thirst for power and the desire to acquire Xiao Yan's. In recent days, he had been meticulously awaiting the opportune moment, and today's highly anticipated 3-year agreement was perceived by him as the ideal chance to execute his scheme. Naively, he believed that, with the collusion of the Soul Palace, he would effortlessly seize Xiao Yan, acquire the coveted, and thereby significantly enhance his own power, solidifying the standing of the Yunlan sect within the empire and across the continent, thus satisfying his ambitions. The black-robed protector, comprehending the situation, displayed a hint of disdainful amusement, glanced around, and proclaimed loudly, "Yunshan, do you truly think you can obstruct me? Today, Xiao Yan is mine to take." Their interplay resembled that of two cunning foxes, artfully crafting an illusion of tension, attempting to deceive the eyes of the onlookers. At that critical juncture, Tong Qin stepped forth and declared, "If you wish to take Xiao Yan, have you consulted me?" With a wave of his hand, the Time Demon and the Chaos Demon, among others, manifested instantaneously. The Time Demon emanated an enigmatic aura of temporal force, as if capable of governing the flow and decay of time. The Chaos Demon towered like a mountain, chaotic energy swirling around him, embodying the grandeur and turmoil of the universe's inception. Their arrival plunged the atmosphere of the training ground into an icy stillness, as if the very air had frozen. The formidable presence causing the Yunlan sect to tremble, with subtle fissures appearing upon the ground. The black-robed protector and Yunshan were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Tong Qin's formidable allies. Yunshan's countenance darkened, as if it could weep, and he furiously bellowed, "Who are you? Why do you interfere in the affairs of the Yunlan sect?" Internally, however, he was filled with dread, akin to an ant on a hot stove, anxiously fearing that his meticulously crafted plot was on the verge of exposure. He had never anticipated the emergence of Tong Qin, accompanied by such a multitude of terrifyingly powerful demons. This unforeseen turn of events plunged him into extreme panic and unease, leading him to regret his overconfidence and underestimation of potential outcomes. Tong Qin scoffed, his voice resolute and powerful, as if declaring his determination to the world. "You need not know who I am. Merely understand that today, none shall lay a finger on Xiao Yan." His words resonated throughout the arena, imbued with an unshakable authority. The black-robed protector and Yunshan exchanged glances, both recognizing hesitation and reluctance in each other's eyes. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, a sudden commotion erupted within the Yunlan sect, as a disciple rushed in, whispering urgently to Yunshan. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of panic and fear. It turned out that other demons from the heavenly secret pavilion, upon learning of the conspiracy between the Soul Palace and Yunshan, had swiftly taken action, instigating chaos within the Yunlan sect and dismantling their carefully laid plans. This abrupt upheaval struck Yunshan and the black-robed protector like a heavy blow, ensnaring them in a predicament from which there seemed no escape. They had initially believed their victory was assured, yet at this moment, their plan faced an unprecedented and formidable crisis. The dynamics of the battle became increasingly convoluted, fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 38. The 3-Year Agreement. Part 2. Tong Chun stood resolutely, his countenance grim. Upon hearing the utterance, he merely scoffed, a disdainful breath escaping his nostrils, imbued with an air of authority. His gaze was rife with contempt, as if mocking the audacity of his adversaries. What of the Soul Palace? Before me, you shall not lay a finger on Xiao Yan. As his words echoed, the temporal power of the time demon surged forth like mercury spilling forth, each ripple of time seemingly capable of rewriting the very fabric of fate. The chaos demon radiated a tempestuous aura of chaos, reminiscent of the primordial tumult at the universe's inception. Other demons, too, exhibited their formidable pressure, and for a moment, the entire Yunlan sect seemed to be at the eye of a tempest of power, the ground trembling slightly beneath them, as a chilling atmosphere enveloped the air. Yunshan inwardly lamented his predicament. He had anticipated that allying with the Soul Palace would allow him to easily seize Xiao Yan in the stronghold of the Yunlan sect, thus obtaining the coveted. However, Tong Chen's arrival, accompanied by a cadre of demons, had completely derailed his plans. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he feigned composure. Shouting at Tong Chen, "Who exactly are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan?" His voice trembled imperceptibly, a blend of fear and resentment palpable within it. Tong Chen appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the black-robed guardian, whose abyssal eyes seemed to convey a resolute message. Today, Xiao Yan is under my protection, and none shall dare to disrupt that. Looking at Xiao Yan, a flicker of admiration crossed Tong Chen's eyes as he nodded slightly and remarked, "Xiao Yan, you possess remarkable spirit. I am confident that you will fulfill your promise." Grateful. Xiao Yan met Tong Chen's gaze, sincerity radiating from his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Tong, for your assistance today. I shall remember this favor, and in the future, should you require my aid, I will not hesitate to brave any peril." At that moment, the chaos within the Yunlan sect escalated. Other demons from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower wreaked havoc throughout the sect, causing the protective formations to falter and buildings to tremble. Some disciples of the Yunlan sect, taken aback by the sudden upheaval, turned pale and were at a loss, scattering in panic, their usual bravado dissipated. The Grand Hall, once a symbol of authority, now bore cracks amidst the turmoil, with clouds of dust swirling as if heralding an unprecedented crisis for this once mighty sect. The black-robed guardian, witnessing the disarray, felt an acute sense of urgency. He understood that any further delay would plunge both himself and Yunshan into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, he exchanged a glance with Yunshan, and the two prepared to break through forcefully. The guardian summoned the dark power within him, which surged with a life of its own, transforming into lethal black blades that surged toward the demons, each imbued with the essence of death. Yunshan too unleashed the pinnacle techniques of the Yunlan sect, rapidly forming seals with his hands as he chanted incantations, directing a colossal blade of wind that howled toward the assembly, carving deep gashes into the earth as it passed. The time demon remained unperturbed, his gaze as profound as that of an ancient clock. With deft movements, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling the power of time into an invisible barrier that effortlessly deflected the attacks of the black-clad guardian. As the dark blades made contact with the temporal shield, they appeared to succumb to an endless vortex of time, their velocity gradually diminishing until they dissipated into nothingness. The chaos demon then let out a thunderous roar, a sound reminiscent of an ancient bell reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. Chaotic energy coalesced into a colossal hand that descended upon Yunshan. His countenance paled, eyes widening in terror as he beheld the shadow that obscured the sky. Frantically, he attempted to evade its grasp, but was nonetheless grazed by the chaotic force. A crimson gash appearing on his arm, blood seeping forth, the pain twisting his features. Witnessing the effortless dissolution of their leader's assaults, the other members of the Soul Palace and several disciples of the Yunlan sect began to waver, their eyes filled with dread. Whispers of regret echoed among the Soul Palace members, who lamented their participation in what they had perceived to be an easy endeavor. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Yunlan sect, witnessing their once mighty leader and elders ensnared in peril, felt their convictions crumble, their grips on their weapons faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan launched his counterattack, channeling his fighting spirit as the Xuanzhong radiated brilliance. The energy coursing through the seemed to imbue it with life. "Flame-splitting wave," he cried, unleashing a massive fiery silhouette toward the black-clad guardian and Yunshan. The fiery form surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of heat, igniting the air with a crackling sound. In a rush, both adversaries braced themselves. The black-clad guardian summoned a dark shield, while Yunshan conjured wind blades in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the force of the flames pushed them back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath them. Amidst the chaos, the black-clad guardian gritted his teeth and declared, "We shall spare you for today. We are leaving." With that, he turned to flee, taking the members of the Soul Palace with him. Their figures swiftly vanished from sight, shrouded by the enveloping darkness. Yunshan, too, dared not linger, casting a furious glare at Xiao Yan and Tongchun before hastily retreating with several disciples of the Yunlan sect, their backs laden with disgrace and resentment. As he watched their retreating forms, Xiao Yan's fury remained unquenched. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, leaving a trail of blood. He silently vowed that in a few years, he would ensure that Yunshan and the Soul Palace would pay for their actions today. Tongchun approached Xiao Yan and said, "Though you did not determine a victor against Nalan Yanran today, you have nonetheless proven your strength. What are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Yan took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him, and replied, "I will continue my training to enhance my power. In a few years, I will seek revenge against Yunshan and the Soul Palace." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if he could already envision the moment of retribution. Tongchun nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Should you require assistance, the Tianji Tower will lend its full support. I believe that with your talent and determination, you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Dou Po continent." At this moment, Nalan Yanran approached, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes: surprise, admiration, and an ineffable sentiment. "Xiao Yan, I shall remember today's events. I hope that in a few years, you truly become stronger." Xiao Yan met her gaze and replied, "Rest assured, I will. When we next meet, we shall determine the victor." His words carried a hint of anticipation, yearning for another confrontation with Nalan Yanran to demonstrate his growth through strength. Although the 3-year agreement had not concluded in an orderly fashion, Xiao Yan's reputation had spread throughout the empire of Jimu. Whispers of the once rejected youth, who had now transformed into a formidable force capable of contending with the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace, echoed through the streets. His story became a favored topic of conversation, inspiring aspiring cultivators to forge ahead with their dreams. As the crowd dispersed, the Yunlan sect gradually returned to tranquility. However, the ripples of this battle continued to expand throughout the empire of Jimu. With the support of Tongchun and the Tianji Tower, Xiao Yan embarked on a new path of cultivation, aware that the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet, he felt no fear, for within him burned the flames of vengeance and boundless aspirations for the future. Each step forward marked his approach toward his goals, and he firmly believed that one day he would stand atop this continent, compelling all who had once underestimated him to gaze upon his presence in awe. Chapter 39. A new journey. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the land of the empire of Jimu, as if cloaking this weathered terrain in a veil of golden silk, rendering every inch resplendent. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dust from the ground. Yet it could not obscure the palpable excitement and fervor in the air. Xiao Yan, the youth who had shone brilliantly during the 3-year agreement, now stood at the pinnacle of victory, filled with vigor. His face bore the remnants of battle fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with a radiant glow, as if harboring boundless strength and hope. His name spread like wildfire throughout the empire of Jimu. In every corner, people engaged in fervent discussions about this astounding duel. "Did you hear? Xiao Yan defeated Nalan Yanran. Indeed, it's astonishing. That boy who was once rejected has become so formidable." The sounds of awe and praise intertwined, and Xiao Yan emerged as an undeniable legend. In Qingshan town, a grand pavilion stood quietly, its imposing plaque emblazoned with the characters Tianji Tower, etched in powerful strokes that exuded an air of inviolable authority. This edifice was particularly striking within Qingshan town, serving not only as an architectural marvel, but also as a symbol of mysterious power. Here lay the foundation that Tongchun had established in this continent of Dou Po, now awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. With a blend of anticipation and curiosity, Xiao Yan stepped into the Tianji Tower. The interior was elegantly adorned, with exquisite scrolls depicting the mountains, rivers, and rare beasts of the continent hanging on the walls. The ground was laid with smooth marble, reflecting the figures of those within. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, uplifting the spirits of all who entered. Yet amidst this elegance, a subtle air of mystery lingers, as if each corner conceals untold secrets. Tongchun had long awaited in the hall, and upon seeing Xiao Yan enter, a warm smile illuminated his face as he strode forward. "Brother Xiao Yan, Congratulations on winning the 3-year agreement. His voice rang clear and bright, imbued with genuine joy. Xiao Yan quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, his demeanor sincere and humble. It is all thanks to Brother Tong's numerous past assistance. Without it, Xiao Yan would not have fared so smoothly. Your kindness, Brother Tong, I shall forever cherish. His eyes sparkled with gratitude, for on this arduous path of cultivation, Tong Chen's support had served as a guiding beacon, illuminating his way forward. The two took their seats, and Tong Chen gently clapped his hands, prompting servants to approach with fragrant tea. The aroma wafted through the air, the steam rising, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise solemn atmosphere. Tong Chen lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and then inquired, Brother Xiao Yan, now that the 3-year agreement has concluded, what are your plans for the future? With unwavering determination, Xiao Yan replied without hesitation, I intend to journey to the Jian Academy, where powerful figures abound and resources are plentiful. I aspire to enhance my abilities there. Only by becoming stronger can I protect those I hold dear in this ruthless continent. His gaze reflected aspirations for the future and resolute determination, as if he could already envision his path of struggle at the Jian Academy. Tong Chen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. Jian Academy is indeed a splendid choice. With your talents, you are bound to shine brightly there. As he spoke, he moved to a nearby desk, dipped his brush in ink, and penned a letter of recommendation. The strokes flowed like a dragon, each character exuding his hopes for Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, present this letter to Elder Su Qian at the Jian Academy. After reading it, he will surely take good care of you. Elder Su is a man of integrity who values talent. He will appreciate your capabilities and efforts. Tong Chun handed the letter to Xiao Yan, concern evident in his eyes. Receiving the letter, a warm current surged through Xiao Yan's heart, for he understood the significance of this document. In a world where strength reigns supreme, possessing this letter of recommendation felt akin to holding a key to the gates of success. He grasped it tightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Brother Tong, your kindness is immeasurable, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to face any challenge. At that moment, far within the serene courtyard of the Jian Academy, Gu Suner sat quietly reading a tome, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful demeanor. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her skirt to flutter and a few strands of hair to dance, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Ling Ying hurriedly entered the courtyard and knelt before Gu Suner. Miss Suner, I have just received news that Xiao Yan has triumphed in the 3-year agreement within the Jiama Empire. Though his voice remained steady, a hint of excitement seeped through. Upon hearing this, Gu Suner's hands trembled slightly as she lifted her gaze, surprise flickering in her eyes. Is what you say truly so? Her voice quivered, unable to mask the joy swelling within her. Indeed, it is absolutely true, Mississippi. It is said that Xiao Yan has demonstrated astonishing prowess in battle, defeating Nalan Yanran. Now, his deeds are being recounted throughout the entire Jiama Empire. The wisdom and courage he displayed during the fight have left everyone in awe. Ling Ying reported in detail, her eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Yan. Ling Ying, please investigate further into Xiao Yan's news. I wish to know his subsequent plans. I do not want to miss a single step he takes, Gu Suner instructed softly, her gaze brimming with concern. Yes, miss, Ling Ying responded promptly, her steps light, as if she too were buoyed by the joyful atmosphere. Gu Suner rose and walked beneath a tree in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, silently thinking, Xiao Yan, you have become so exceptional, I cannot lag behind. When we meet again, I shall ensure you behold a different version of me. Her eyes radiated determination and confidence, silently vowing to cultivate even harder and to advance alongside Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, at the Tianji Tower, Tong Chun and Xiao Yan conversed for a long while, discussing everything from cultivation insights to the peculiar wonders of the continent, both enjoying a lively exchange. Tong Chun shared his experiences from various regions of the continent. The mysterious ruins, formidable magical beasts, and extraordinary techniques captivated Xiao Yan's attention. Xiao Yan also recounted his reflections and the challenges he faced during his cultivation, while Tong Chun patiently offered advice and guidance, their rapport resembling that of longtime friends engaging in open dialogue. Xiao Yan nodded, rest assured, Brother Tong. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and will not be easily defeated. I will use this 3-year agreement as motivation to continually surpass myself. His eyes conveyed resilience and determination, as if he were fully prepared to embrace any challenges that lay ahead. Furthermore, should you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to send word to me. While the Tianji Tower may not claim dominance over the continent, We do possess some influence within the Black Corner region where the Jian Academy is situated. I will do my utmost to assist you in overcoming your difficulties, Tong Chun said earnestly, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, his tone resolute. Xiao Yan felt a surge of gratitude. He recognized that Tong Chun genuinely cared for him. In this continent where strength reigns supreme, having such a sincere friend willing to lend a helping hand is indeed rare. He once again cupped his fists in thanks. Brother Tong's kindness is something Xiao Yan shall never forget. Tong Chun stood as well, escorting Xiao Yan to the entrance of the Tianji Tower. Take care on your journey. And I look forward to your achievements at the Jian Academy. Remember to look after yourself and inform me of any news promptly. His eyes were filled with concern and anticipation. Watching Xiao Yan's departing figure, Tong Chun quietly hoped, Xiao Yan, your future shall undoubtedly be even more splendid. And I too will carve out my own illustrious path in this continent of Dou Po. His gaze reflected steadfastness and confidence, as if he could already envision the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 40. The 10,000 Scorpions Sect. However, before Tong Chun could fully recover from the emotions of bidding farewell to Xiao Yan, a subordinate from the Tianji Tower rushed in, appearing flustered as he handed over a letter. Master, this is a letter just received, said to be from Miss Xiao Yixian. Tong Chun's heart leaped with joy. Although his time with Xiao Yixian had not been long, their shared trials had kindled a deep affection. He fondly recalled the first time he met the little medical fairy, her lively eyes, and her unwavering strength in the face of adversity. In his heart, she had long become an irreplaceable presence. Tong Chun quickly took the letter. However, upon opening it and glancing at its contents, his expression darkened instantly. The handwriting on the paper was crooked, the ink carelessly splattered, emitting a pungent odor that lacked any of the little medical fairy's gentle elegance. The letter read, Tong Chun, if you know what is good for you, bring the treasures to exchange for her. Your little medical fairy is currently in our custody. She truly is a tough one, having yet to beg for mercy. But fear not, we have plenty of ways to torment her. If you wish to avoid her suffering grievous injuries, come alone to the Scorpion sect of the Outcloud Empire with at least 5 treasures of 7th rank or above and 10 6th rank elixirs. If you dare to play tricks, prepare to collect her remains. We have little patience. If we do not see the items within 3 days, do not expect to see her alive. Suppressing his fury, Tong Chun quickly regained his composure, fully aware that rash actions would only place the little medical fairy in greater peril. After a moment's contemplation, he called out, Summon Luo Ho. Before long, Luo Ho, exuding an aura of destruction, appeared before Tong Chun, kneeling on one knee. Master, what is your command? With a frosty gaze, Tong Chun replied, Luo Ho, the little medical fairy has been captured by the Scorpion sect of the Outcloud Empire. They intend to use her as leverage to coerce me into surrendering my treasures. I need you to infiltrate the Scorpion sect. Ascertain the little medical fairy's specific location and the circumstances within the sect. Do not alert them. Luo Ho nodded slightly, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure they suffer. With that, his figure gradually dissipated, transforming into a streak of black light as he sped toward the Outcloud Empire. In the Outcloud Empire, the headquarters of the Scorpion sect was nestled within a valley, surrounded by various traps, and heavily fortified. At the entrance of the valley stood a colossal scorpion statue, its claws raised ominously, seemingly proclaiming the sect's malevolence and tyranny to the world. Utilizing his formidable strength and stealth, Luo Ho easily breached the outer defenses of the Scorpion sect and infiltrated the valley's depths. He concealed himself within the shadows, meticulously observing every movement within the sect. The architectural style inside the valley was peculiar, adorned with scorpion-shaped totems, and the air was permeated with a nauseating stench. Luo Ho silently approached a prison cell. Through the gaps, he saw many captives but did not discern the presence of the little medical fairy. Just as he was about to depart, 2 disciples of the Scorpion sect approached, one of them lamenting, I really don't understand why we captured that woman. We have to keep a constant watch on her. If her poison acts up, we'll all be in trouble. The other scoffed, what do you know? She is a crucial bargaining chip to coerce the master of the Tianji Tower. I hear he cares deeply for her and will surely offer numerous treasures in exchange. Where is that woman now? With so many in this cell, I can't tell who is who, the first one asked, as their conversation faded into the distance. A cold glint passed through Luo Ho's eyes. He memorized their dialogue and quietly made his way deeper into the valley. Along the way, Luo Ho deftly evaded several patrols of disciples and finally arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber. A dense, toxic gas enveloped the area surrounding the chamber, lethal to any ordinary person who dared to approach. However, this posed little concern for Luo Ho. He concealed himself in the shadows of the chamber, carefully observing the situation within. At the entrance stood 2 elders of the Fighting King level, diligently guarding the door. Inside, the little medicine saint was bound by a peculiar iron chain, her complexion pale, clearly having endured torment at the hands of the 10,000 Scorpions sect. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Luo Ho, yet he remained steadfast to Tong Chun's instructions and refrained from acting impulsively. He meticulously studied the layout of the chamber and the patrol patterns of the guards, preparing to seize the opportune moment to rescue the little medicine saint. As time dragged on, Tong Chun felt each second stretch interminably. Finally, a streak of black light descended from the heavens, and Luo Ho appeared before him. "What is the situation?" Tong Chun inquired impatiently. Luo Ho detailed the intelligence he had gathered, including the location of the little medicine saint's confinement, the defensive arrangements of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, and the strength of the guards. Upon hearing this, a glint of resolute determination flashed in Tong Chen's eyes. "Excellent work, Luo Ho. Now, I shall make the 10,000 Scorpion sect pay a heavy price for their misdeeds." He swiftly began mobilizing personnel in preparation for their expedition to the Cloud Empire to rescue the little medicine saint. Chapter 41. Braving the 10,000 Scorpion sect in the dimly lit secret chamber, the damp ground exuded a foul stench, reminiscent of years of stagnant water mingling with decaying refuse, combined with the acrid smoke from flickering torches along the walls, creating a nauseating atmosphere that rendered the very air thick and murky. The little medicine saint was shackled to the cold wall by a massive iron chain, as thick as a child's arm, inscribed with bizarre runes that glimmered with a ghostly light, incessantly siphoning her fighting spirit and suppressing the restive poison within her body. Her complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of color, with strands of disheveled hair plastered against her sweating forehead, droplets of perspiration cascading down her cheeks to the icy floor below. Despite her dire predicament, her eyes radiated an indomitable spirit, a testament to her struggle against fate and her yearning for freedom. The leader of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xiao Yan, a towering figure reminiscent of a small mountain, approached menacingly. A grotesque scar ran from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, casting a more fearsome visage in the flickering torchlight, resembling a twisted centipede sprawled across his face. He leaned closer to the little medicine saint, his small, bead-like eyes glinting with greed and desire, circling her like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey, clucking his tongue in delight. "Oh, I never anticipated that such a stunning beauty existed in this world, and endowed with such a unique constitution. Truly, the heavens have favored me." He extended his rough, calloused hand, marred with scars, attempting to caress her cheek. The little medicine saint recoiled in disgust, but Xiao Yan merely chuckled, unfazed. "Fear not. Once I unravel the secrets of your constitution, you shall have your share of suffering. At that time, the entire continent will tremble at my mastery over the perilous poison." At that moment, outside the secret chamber, Tong Chun and Luo Ho had stealthily infiltrated. With formidable prowess, Luo Ho moved as if treading upon the void, making not a whisper with each step. His figure, ghostly and ethereal, weaved seamlessly among the guards of the Scorpion Gate. A mere flick of his hand unleashed a force of destruction that sent the guards tumbling silently to the ground, unable even to utter a cry. Tong Chun followed closely behind Luo Ho, his heart racing with anxiety for the little medical fairy, each step laden with worry. Disguised in the guards' uniforms, which reeked of acrid sweat, Tong Chun paid no heed to the foul odor as they strode confidently towards the chamber. His urgency heightened, his footsteps quickened, vivid images of the little medical fairy's torment swirling in his mind, compelling him to reach her side immediately. Observing his agitation, Luo Ho whispered a caution, urging him not to reveal their presence. "We must ensure absolute success to rescue the little medical fairy," he advised. Taking a deep breath, Tong Chun endeavored to regain his composure, adjusting his pace to march alongside Luo Ho. Upon entering the chamber, the sight of the imprisoned little medical fairy and the menacing scorpion by Yan ignited a fierce blaze of anger in Tong Chen's eyes, a fury potent enough to set the entire chamber ablaze. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey. "Scorpion by Yan, your life is forfeit," he shouted. Startled, Scorpion by Yan could scarcely believe someone dared to attempt a rescue within the heart of the Scorpion Gate, his stronghold for many years, fortified and seemingly impregnable. He quickly retreated, bellowing for reinforcements. "Intruders, come quickly." Luo Ho let out a disdainful snort, an aura of destruction radiating from him like a surging black tide, engulfing the chamber entirely. The disciples of the Scorpion Gate, caught in its overwhelming force, were hurled backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing against the walls with anguished cries. "Stay put." Luo Ho's voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with an omnipotent authority that caused the disciples' eardrums to throb painfully. In that moment, none dared to advance, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded Luo Ho, as if confronting the specter of death itself. Scorpion Bai Yan's countenance darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a tempest. He glared at Tong Chun and Luo Ho, seething with contempt. "You have audacity indeed to wreak havoc in my Scorpion Gate. No one shall leave here alive today." With that, he brandished a colossal scorpion-tailed axe, towering over him, its blade dripping with a viscous black venom that eroded the ground beneath, exuding a pungent stench. With a fierce swing of the axe, a torrent of venom shot toward Tong Chun with lightning speed, akin to a streak of black lightning. Tong Chun deftly evaded the venom, employing the exquisite combat techniques bestowed by the system. Though he lacked the ability to cultivate, he wielded various fighting skills and combat energy with remarkable finesse, as if they were woven into his very instincts. As he engaged Scorpion Bai Yan in a dance of combat, he steadily advanced toward the little medical fairy, each step imbued with unwavering resolve. "Do not fear, little medical fairy. I have come to rescue you," Tong Chun declared, his voice resonating with undeniable determination. Upon seeing Tong Chun, Xiao Yixian's eyes sparkled with a flicker of surprise, akin to a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness. However, her expression swiftly transformed into one of concern. "Tong Chun, you must flee. They are numerous, and you cannot contend with them." Tong Chun, resolute, replied, "I will not abandon you. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your escape from this place." Sensing the dire situation, Xia Baiyan contemplated retreat. Abruptly altering his course, he dashed towards the exit of the secret chamber, intent on summoning reinforcements. Tong Chun could not permit him to succeed. He bellowed, "You shall not escape so easily." Drawing forth a long sword from his spatial inventory, its blade shimmered with a chilling gleam. Though he possessed no fighting spirit, the sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through steel with ease. He brandished the sword, blocking Xia Baiyan's path, the flashes of the blade forming an impenetrable barrier. Infuriated and humiliated, Xia Baiyan launched a frenzied assault on Tong Chun, each strike infused with lethal venom, the toxic streams tracing dark arcs through the air. Tong Chun evaded left and right, yet some venom splattered upon him, causing his skin to rot instantly, searing pain coursing through his body like a current. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and continued to battle Xia Baiyan, his gaze resolute and defiant. At that moment, Luo Ho, having dealt with the remaining foes, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Tong Chun's injuries, a surge of rage welled within him. "Xia Baiyan, you shall perish," he declared, unleashing his domain of slaughter. Instantly, the chamber was enveloped in black mist, a harbinger of annihilation. Within this realm, Xia Baiyan felt his strength wane, as if an invisible hand was siphoning his power, while Luo Ho's presence grew increasingly formidable, akin to an unyielding mountain. "No, it cannot be." Xia Baiyan cried out in terror, his voice laced with despair. Luo Ho advanced step by step, each stride causing the ground to tremble, as he concentrated the power of destruction in his grasp, akin to a star on the verge of eruption, crashing down upon Xia Baiyan. With all his might, Xia Baiyan swung his scorpion tail axe, attempting to deflect the fatal blow, yet his resistance appeared feeble against Luo Ho's overwhelming might. With a thunderous roar, Xia Baiyan was struck by Luo Ho's destructive force, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the shattered scorpion tail axe to fall to the ground. Ignoring his own wounds, Tong Chun's sole focus was on Xiao Yixian. He hurried to her side and severed the chains binding her with his sword, the links snapping with a crisp sound. Xiao Yixian collapsed into his arms, weeping. "I thought I would never see you again." Tong Chun gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "It is all right now. With me here, no one can harm you. From now on, I will always protect you." Chapter 42. The plight of the poisoned body. The night enveloped the town of Qingshan like thick ink, soft yet impenetrable. The town lay in silence, save for the warm yellow light still glowing within the Tianji Tower, casting a gentle halo in the tranquil darkness, resembling a comforting harbor amid the shadows. Tong Chun cautiously carried Xiao Yixian into the room, each step taken with utmost care, lest the slightest sound disturb the fragile being in his embrace. In his embrace, the little healer lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow slightly furrowed, a visage of utter exhaustion reflecting the dual toll of both physical and mental trials endured at the hands of the myriad scorpions. Her breath came in weak, hurried gasps, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her pale cheeks, rendering her particularly pitiable. Tong Chun gently placed the little healer upon the soft bed, drawing the covers close and tenderly tucking her in, his movements as delicate as if he were handling a priceless treasure. Just as he prepared to rise and fetch a glass of water, a slender hand grasped his sleeve. Tong Chun paused in surprise, turning to see that the little healer had opened her eyes at some point, her gaze laden with a complex blend of emotions, relief for having survived, a deep-seated reliance on him, and a hint of indescribable shyness. Tong Chun, the little healer whispered, her voice raspy from the torment she had endured. Thank you for saving me once again. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think of the consequences. Tong Chun slowly sat down by the bed, a gentle smile gracing his features. Silly girl, there is no need for thanks. How could I bear to watch you come to harm? As long as you are safe, everything I do is worthwhile. His voice was deep and warm, akin to the gentle sun of spring, softly dispelling the shadows that lingered in the little healer's heart. She bit her lower lip, summoning all her courage, her chest rising and falling gently. Tong Chun, in truth, you have long since become more than just a friend in my heart. When I was captured, I thought I would never see you again, and in that moment, I realized I did not wish to be apart from you. I love you. The little healer's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, her voice dwindling to a near whisper, yet in the stillness of the room, her words resonated clearly in Tong Chun's ears, like a melody from the heavens. Tong Chun was momentarily taken aback, then an overwhelming tenderness surged in his eyes as he gently took her hand, which was delicate and cold. Little healer, I love you too. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I wished to protect you, to shield you from any harm. A flicker of surprise illuminated the little healer's eyes, and she sat up, yearning to draw closer to Tong Chun. But at that moment, a sudden realization struck her, causing her complexion to drain of color as despair filled her gaze, her body trembling slightly. What is it, little healer? Are you unwell? Tong Chun noticed her distress and inquired anxiously, concern etched upon his features. The little healer turned her head away, tears spilling forth, her shoulders quaking gently. I cannot be with you. I possess a cursed body, and I cannot bear to endanger you. I wanted to embrace you, but I fear my poison might harm you. I do not wish for my presence to thrust you into peril. Her voice quivered with a sob, laden with guilt and helplessness, as tears cascaded down like pearls strung loose. A pang of anguish pierced Tong Chun's heart, akin to a dagger's cruel thrust. He reached out, gently turning her shoulder to face him, his gaze resolute and filled with affection. Little healer, this is not your fault. What of the cursed body? I am unafraid. I will certainly find a way to help you manage it, and we will be together. Trust me, will you? The little healer raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes brimming with doubt and concern. Is it truly possible? This poison is incurable. Even I cannot control it. Once it erupts, it will endanger everyone around me. I cannot allow you to take that risk. I cannot be so selfish. Tong Chun gently embraced the little medical fairy, disregarding her struggles, and resolutely declared, Trust me. I have a way. I possess a formidable system and the assistance of numerous powerful deities. I will undoubtedly find a method to control the calamity poison body. Until then, we can take our time. I will ensure you suffer no harm and will not leave your side. Whatever difficulties we encounter, we shall face them together. The little medical fairy nodded obediently, her eyes filled with affection. All right, just don't tire yourself too much. I will patiently wait for you to find a solution. Once outside the room, Tong Chun's expression grew grave. He understood that controlling the calamity poison body was no simple task. Yet for the sake of the little medical fairy, he was willing to pay any price. He immediately summoned all the deities to the conference hall of the heavenly machine tower. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive, as if it could yield water. Everyone, the calamity poison body of the little medical fairy is our most pressing challenge. I invite you all to share your thoughts, Tong Chun stated forthrightly, his eyes radiating determination and resolve. The time deity, time ancestor, spoke first, his voice deep and steady. The calamity poison body is the most toxic substance in existence. To control it, we must discover a force that can counteract it. This force may be hidden within the crevices of time, waiting for us to uncover it. He slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, as if glimpsing secrets concealed within the river of time. The chaos deity, chaos ancestor, furrowed his brow and remarked, This poison is too tyrannical. Ordinary powers cannot contend with it. Perhaps we can search ancient relics for clues. We may find treasures or techniques capable of restraining it. Those relics might harbor the legacies of ancient powerhouses, which is where our hope lies. His voice resonated like a great bell, imbued with undeniable authority. The fate deity, fate ancestor, calculated and frowned slightly, I observe the trajectory of the little medical fairy's fate. Though fraught with obstacles, it is not devoid of turning points. However, this turning point appears intricately linked to Xiao Yan. His fateful thread intertwines with that of the little medical fairy. Perhaps his path of growth holds the key to unraveling the mystery of the calamity poison body. Tong Chen furrowed his brow. Xiao Yan? Are you suggesting that he can assist the little medical fairy? He is currently cultivating at the Jianan Academy. How can we glean clues from him? Fate Ancestor nodded. Xiao Yan is a person of destiny. Within the trajectory of his growth, the key to resolving the calamity poison body seems to be concealed. Perhaps we can find what we need through his adventures. Each of his breakthroughs may bring us renewed hope. Tong Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the assembly. Regardless, we must not overlook any possibility. Starting tomorrow, we will split into several teams to seek methods to counteract the calamity poison body. Time, you will explore the mysteries of temporal power, chaos. You shall search for clues regarding ancient relics. Fate, keep a close eye on Xiao Yan's movements. The rest of you, play to your strengths. I believe that as long as we work in unison, we shall help the little medical fairy free herself from the torment of the calamity poison body. Chapter 43. The tavern invitation. The afternoon sunlight seemed to have been diluted by time, lazily cascading over the streets of Qingshan town, bestowing a gentle warmth upon every cobblestone. The thoroughfare bustled with the ceaseless flow of traffic and pedestrians, the vibrant cacophony of the marketplace, vendors calling out, children laughing, and the clattering of horse-drawn carriages, intertwined to create a lively tapestry of urban life. At last, a graceful silhouette appeared at the entrance, and in that moment, the clamor of the tavern seemed to soften, as if the very air had shifted to accommodate her presence. Yafei, the most resplendent jewel of the Mitre family, adorned in a flowing purple gown that resembled a dream in motion, perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Each curve seemed meticulously sculpted, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying gently with her every step, a faint fragrance wafting from the tips. A delicate smile graced her lips, and her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She spotted Tong Chen immediately, her smile widening as she approached him, radiating warmth that could dispel the shadows of the world. Young Master Tong, it has been quite some time. Have you missed me? Yafei's voice was soft and slightly teasing, akin to a gentle spring breeze that brushed against Tong Chen's heart. She gracefully took her seat, her posture elegant and poised, resembling a fairy that had stepped forth from a painting. As she lifted her teacup and took a sip, her demeanor mirrored that of an ancient maiden depicted in classical art, a vision of beauty that captivated all who beheld her. Ah, you truly are a busy person. I thought you had forgotten about me, she remarked, a hint of unvoiced grievance flickering in her gaze, her long lashes quivering like the wings of a butterfly. Tong Chen, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of guilt wash over him. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with concern. How could that be? I specifically summoned you today to inquire about your progress in cultivation. Did the elixirs I provided yield any results? His voice was gentle and low, imbued with a hint of anticipation. Yafei set down her teacup, letting out a soft sigh laced with resignation. The elixirs are indeed effective, but cultivation is far from easy. My talents are limited, no matter how hard I strive. Significant breakthroughs seem elusive. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed, the once bright sparkle in her eyes now shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Tong Chen offered words of comfort. Miss Yafei, your innate intelligence is undeniable. With perseverance, you are bound to achieve great things. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall lend my utmost support. His tone was resolute and reassuring, his eyes radiating unwavering determination, as if to impart boundless strength to Yafei. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters on a spring day. Do you truly mean to help me? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with both hope and uncertainty. Of course, Tong Chen replied earnestly, his gaze steady and fervent, as if striving to convey the entirety of his sincere intentions. Suddenly, Yafei burst into laughter, her smile blooming like a flower in spring, vibrant and enchanting. Actually, there is something else I wish to share with you today. I have relocated to a tranquil place, where the environment is delightful. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of playfulness sparkling in her eyes. Oh, is that so? Tong Chen inquired with curiosity, leaning forward slightly, his expression betraying interest. Yes, it's at the western end of the town. I live alone in a small courtyard, filled with flowers. If you have the time, why not come over for a visit? I shall brew some tea for you. Yafei blinked, her eyes brimming with anticipation, her long lashes fluttering like delicate fans. Tong Chun pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, once I finish my affairs here, I shall pay a visit, my lady. A faint smile graced his lips, radiating warmth, as he felt a burgeoning excitement for the enigmatic little courtyard. Yifei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then I shall await your arrival, young Master Tong. Her smile carried a hint of shyness, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening glow. As dusk fell, Tong Chun concluded his business at the Tianji Tower and made his way to the address Yifei had provided. It was indeed serene here, a stark contrast to the clamor of the town's center, as if he had stepped into another realm. A charming little courtyard nestled among the greenery and blossoms resembled a hidden paradise. The entrance was adorned with climbing roses, their delicate pink petals layered upon one another, exuding a subtle fragrance, while butterflies danced among the blossoms, as if safeguarding this peaceful retreat. Young Master Tong, you have finally arrived. Please come in. Yifei stepped aside to welcome him, her voice soft and melodious, as if whispering sweet nothings. The interior was arranged with warmth and elegance. Exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, while potted greenery in the corners added a touch of vitality to the room. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, steaming and fragrant. Yifei gently guided Tong Chun to sit down, her hand soft and warm as she lightly grasped his arm, personally pouring him wine. Young Master Tong, do sample the dishes I prepared. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his praise. As Tong Chun beheld the sumptuous feast, a wave of warmth surged within him. My lady Yifei, you are exceedingly gracious. He delicately picked up his chopsticks, savoring a morsel of food, a look of contentment spreading across his face. This is truly delightful. Your culinary skills are exceptional. The two engaged in conversation over wine, and the atmosphere gradually turned intimate. After a few glasses, Yifei's cheeks flushed, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. There was a hint of intoxication in her eyes, her rosy complexion reminiscent of a ripe apple. Tong Chun, do you know? Ever since I met you, my life has transformed. You are always so considerate and caring. It truly touches my heart. Yifei spoke, inching closer to Tong Chun, her breath quickening, her trembling hand gently resting on his arm. Tong Chun's heart raced unexpectedly. He gazed at Yifei's face, so close that he could feel the warmth radiating from her. His own breath growing rapid. My lady Yifei, his voice came out somewhat hoarse, as if something was lodged in his throat. Yifei seemed to sense his gaze, slowly opening her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Chun, you are awake. Her voice was laced with the languor of just awakening, tender and sweet. Tong Chun gently caressed her hair, his fingers weaving through her silky strands. Yifei, he murmured, a hint of confusion and helplessness flickering in his gaze. Say nothing. I have no regrets. Yifei softly pressed her finger against his lips, her touch warm and tender. I know you hold me in your heart, and that is enough. Her eyes brimmed with unwavering determination and trust, as though assuring Tong Chun that, regardless of what the future held, she was willing to face it alongside him. Tong Chun embraced Yifei tightly. Yifei, trust me, I will take responsibility for you. His voice resonated with firmness and strength, akin to a lifelong promise. Yifei nestled against him, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. I believe in you. Her tears glistened in her eyes before cascading down her cheeks, landing softly on Tong Chun's chest, tears of happiness and anticipation for the future. In that serene morning, the two of them held each other, savoring the sweetness and tranquility of the moment. Yet, they both understood that the road ahead was long, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Nonetheless, at this moment, they were willing to bravely move forward for each other, regardless of what awaited them. Chapter 44. A gentle haven as dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the delicate curtains, scattering like countless fragments of gold upon the soft bed, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Tong Chun slowly opened his eyes, feeling an ache throughout his body, as if every muscle had been pounded relentlessly, his bones protesting in a muted complaint. Beside him, Yifei lay peacefully asleep, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, reminiscent of clouds at sunset, her lips curling slightly as if she were lost in a sweet dream. Perhaps in that dream, they remained entwined, basking in the purest form of bliss. Gazing at her, Tong Chun was filled with tenderness. His eyes traced Yifei's delicate features, her arched eyelashes, her proud nose, and her slightly pouted lips, every detail igniting a flutter in his heart. Yet, an unsettling thought loomed like dark clouds in his mind. He suddenly recalled that he had been lost in this gentle haven for several days, completely oblivious to the myriad responsibilities awaiting him at the Tianji Tower. The Tianji Tower was his foundation in this realm, embodying his dreams and obligations. now languishing in disarray due to his indulgence. He cautiously rose, moving with utmost care to avoid disturbing the still sleeping Yafei. His gaze lingered on her face, filled with affection and reluctance. However, Yafei sensed the movement and slowly opened her eyes, their depths resembling black pearls glistening with morning dew, filled with reluctance. "Are you leaving?" Her voice was soft and drowsy, laced with the lingering warmth of the previous night. Tongchen looked at her with a pang of guilt, his eyes reflecting his remorse. "Yafei, I am sorry. I have been away too long. There are many matters awaiting my attention at Tianji Tower. They need me to make decisions and resolve various issues. I cannot delay any longer." Yafei sat up, wrapping her arms tightly around Tongchen, her embrace warm and soft, yet trembling ever so slightly. "I understand. I just cannot bear to part with you. With your departure, who knows when we will meet again? With each farewell, I am haunted by the fear that it may be the last." Tongchen donned his attire, each movement imbued with a sense of gravity. He gently pressed his lips against Yafei's forehead, a kiss laden with his profound affection and commitment, before turning to depart. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he attempted to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "I apologize for the delays in recent days. My oversight has caused you all to wait." The chaos deity, the elder of chaos, furrowed his brow and spoke. "Host, while you have been absent, we have not been idle. We have made progress regarding the method to control the little physician's cursed body." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, shattering the brief silence. The fate deity, the elder of fate, stepped forward, holding an ancient jade tablet inscribed with mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow. "We have perused countless ancient texts and employed our powers in exploration. At last, we have discovered that within a remote ancient ruin, there may lie the treasure capable of controlling the cursed body. This tablet contains clues regarding that ruin." The causality deity, the elder of causality, nodded slightly. "With your intention, the little physician will surely be moved. However, you must also prepare thoroughly. This endeavor is not merely an adventure. It is a challenge, and we must anticipate all potential contingencies." Tongchen gazed at the deities. "I require your assistance. Without you, this task is beyond my reach." His eyes gleamed with trust and anticipation. In unison, the deities pledged, "We are willing to serve the host with our utmost efforts." Their voices resonated with clarity and strength, as if they could pierce the heavens. In the following days, Tongchen commenced meticulous preparations for their journey to the ruins. He instructed the Qianquan deity, the elder of Qianquan, to prepare various healing elixirs and artifacts, each glowing with an otherworldly light, radiating a powerful aura and brimming with immense energy. He tasked the three divine beasts, the Dragon Sovereign, the Phoenix Sovereign, and the Qilin Sovereign, to seek information about the guardians of the ruins to ensure they understood their adversaries. The trio employed their divine abilities, traversing mountains and rivers, sifting through ancient texts and mystical legends for clues. Amidst these preparations, Tongchen also found time to visit the little physician. Her health had improved somewhat, yet the shadow of the cursed body still loomed over her. Though her complexion was no longer as pale as parchment, a hint of frailness lingered. "Little physician, rest assured, I have discovered a method to control the cursed body," Tongchen asserted with unwavering confidence, his gaze filled with determination. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, akin to a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. "Really? Tongchen, please do not deceive me. This cursed body has tormented me for too long. I yearn to be free from it." Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "Tongchen, thank you for all you have done for me. Without you, I truly do not know what I would do." The day of departure soon arrived. Tongchen, accompanied by several deities, embarked on the journey to the far north. The chilling winds howled and snow blanketed the landscape, each flake akin to a sharp blade against his skin. Yet, within Tongchen's heart, hope blossomed abundantly. He firmly believes that once the treasure is found, the little medicine fairy will be liberated from the torment of her cursed body, allowing them to live a life of happiness. Meanwhile, in Qingshan town, Yafei and the little medicine fairy quietly pray for Tongchen's safe return. Yafei waits daily in the courtyard, gazing in the direction Tongchen departed, while the little medicine fairy offers her blessings from within her room, hoping that heaven will safeguard him. Thus begins a thrilling adventure, the outcome of which, whether Tongchen will successfully locate the treasure, remains uncertain. Chapter 45. Crisis. Recently, news swept through various factions like a tempest. Tongchen, the master of the heavenly mechanism tower, has risen with astonishing speed, bolstered by his formidable strength and the unwavering support of numerous formidable beings, becoming an undeniable presence that cannot be overlooked. His tale is recounted by many, transforming from an obscure figure into one that instills fear in countless powerful entities. His journey imbued with legendary allure. Within the grand assembly hall of the ancient clan, opulent crystal chandeliers cast a cold, ethereal light, illuminating the composed yet stern visage of Gu Yuan. Seated in the main position, he exudes an aura of authority befitting a leader, as if all things in the world lie within his grasp. His gaze slowly traverses the varied expressions of the elders below him, the pillars of the ancient clan, now beset with worry due to Tong Chen's ascent. An elder with white hair stroked his beard, his brow furrowed, the wrinkles on his face etched with the concerns of time. Indeed, the heavenly mechanism tower is currently a haven for talent. Its power and influence cannot be underestimated. The formidable individuals they gather are diverse, and the complexities of their supporting factions make direct confrontation unwise. We must deliberate carefully and devise the most suitable strategies for response. In the assembly hall of the Flame Clan, the atmosphere is thick with tension, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a storm. The clan leader, Yin Jin, clutches information about Tong Chun, a result of extensive effort and resources, each word weighing heavily upon him like a shackling burden. His expression is as ominous as the foreboding of an approaching tempest, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic force at any moment. Tong Chun possesses unfathomable strength, surrounded by numerous powerful allies, each capable of wielding earth-shattering power. Should he become an adversary to our Flame Clan, it would surely lead to a brutal conflict. Do any of you have wise counsel? Yin Jin's voice carries a hint of exhaustion and profound concern. He understands well that while the Flame Clan is strong, facing Tong Chun and his heavenly mechanism tower does not guarantee victory. An elder rose, bowing respectfully, yet unable to conceal the anxiety in his eyes. Esteemed leader, in my humble opinion, we might consider sending someone to make contact to gauge the situation. Since Tong Chun has managed to rise so swiftly, he must possess extraordinary wisdom and ambition. If we could establish a partnership, it would not only alleviate the looming crisis, but could also present new opportunities for the Flame Clan. Before he could finish, another elder snorted derisively, his voice laced with skepticism and disdain. Partnership? That is easier said than done. Those formidable beings surrounding him each possess awe-inspiring power, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with their mere gestures. Who can truly decipher his thoughts? Perhaps our overtures of goodwill will be perceived by him as a sign of weakness. The elders of the Medicine Clan are engaged in urgent discussions to devise a strategy. Yao Wangu's demeanor is grave, his eyes reflecting profound concern, as if he has already envisioned the calamities that may beset the Medicine Clan in the future. Tong Chun possesses numerous secrets. Should he oppose our clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Our clan, founded upon the art of alchemy, boasts countless precious elixirs and formulas, which may very well have caught Tong Chen's attention. We must swiftly conceive a countermeasure. Otherwise, the glory and heritage amassed over countless generations could be obliterated in an instant. A tremor laces Yao Wangu's voice, a manifestation of fear of the unknown, coupled with anxiety for the future of the Medicine Clan. The assembly nods in agreement, their brows furrowed, lost in contemplation. They are acutely aware that although the Medicine Clan is distinguished in the realm of alchemy, mere proficiency in this discipline does not guarantee their safety in the might-driven continent of combat. Faced with a formidable adversary like Tong Chun, they must devise a feasible plan. Simultaneously, within the eerie hall of the Soul Palace, the atmosphere is stifling, nearly suffocating. The black flames licking the walls emit an eerie glow, shrouding the entire hall in darkness. Soul Mieshing sits regally upon a massive black throne, exuding a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of the underworld, instilling fear in those who gaze upon him. Tong Chun has become a dire threat to our Soul Palace and must be eradicated post-haste. His presence has severely jeopardized our plans and dominion. Soul Mieshing speaks slowly, his voice deep and frigid, akin to ice that has endured for millennia, freezing the very blood in one's veins. At this moment, a frail elder cautiously steps forward, his body trembling from apprehension, his voice thin and sharp. Master, I have a strategy. It has come to my attention that the heavenly mechanism tower has been expanding rapidly, leading to inevitable lapses in internal management. We could take advantage of this by bribing one of their elders to place an insider within their ranks. Once we ascertain their secrets, we can eliminate them in one fell swoop. This would not only avert the immense losses of direct confrontation, but also ensure a flawless execution. Soul Mieshing lifts his gaze slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, a chilling presence that seems capable of piercing through all, evoking terror. This matter must be approached with utmost caution. Should our plan be revealed, the repercussions would be dire. The elder hastily nods, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His voice trembling. Rest assured, Master, I have identified a suitable candidate. Mo Yin, the elder overseeing resource allocation at the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. He has a penchant for luxury and indulgence and is dissatisfied with his current situation. With the promise of substantial rewards, coupled with some coercion, he will undoubtedly be of service to us. Soul Mieshing nods slightly, his face devoid of expression. Yet his narrowed eyes betray a flicker of approval for the plan. Very well, you shall bear full responsibility for this matter. Should you fail, you will present your head before me. Remember, I require results that are foolproof. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in Qingshan Town, Tong Chun is fervently discussing plans to explore the relics in the far northern lands with several demon gods, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. In the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was both fervent and tense, with an array of precious maps and documents strewn across the tables. This expedition to the ancient ruins was fraught with peril, and it was imperative that everyone prepared meticulously. The ruins were laden with traps and guarded by formidable beasts, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible doom. Tong Chun spoke gravely, his countenance reflecting unwavering resolve and determination, despite the imminent dangers. He would not falter for the sake of the little medical immortal and the quest to discover a remedy for the calamity-inducing poison. The time demon, Shurchin, nodded slightly, emanating an enigmatic aura of temporal power, as if he could manipulate the very flow of time itself. Rest assured, host, I shall harness the power of time to procure us greater chances of survival. In critical moments, I can decelerate the passage of time, granting us ample opportunity to address unforeseen circumstances. The Chaos Demon, the ancestor of chaos, also expressed his commitment, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, brimming with strength. I will sense the chaotic energies within the ruins in advance, seeking clues to dismantle the traps. The chaotic force is among the most mysterious powers in existence, potentially intricately linked to the mechanisms within these ruins. However, as they diligently prepared, a subtle transformation unfolded within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Elder Mo Yan, lured by the exorbitant temptations of the Soul Palace, had become utterly lost to reason. His abode overflowed with rare treasures acquired from the Soul Palace, and this wealth had ensnared him completely. Exploiting his position, he began to surreptitiously divert precious resources from the hall, clandestinely transferring invaluable elixirs and artifacts to the hands of the Soul Palace. He also conveyed confidential intelligence, revealing the hall's personnel movements and critical information regarding the allocation of cultivation resources without reservation. Even significant defensive strategies of the hall were divulged. As a result, internal management within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets began to spiral into chaos, with task execution efficiency diminishing and the once orderly organization showing signs of fracture. The disciples sensed the anomaly. Some supply lines for tasks faced shortages, and the distribution of cultivation resources became increasingly irrational. Yet, none suspected that the architect of this turmoil was the esteemed elder they revered. Mo Yan, who typically donned a facade of righteousness and displayed a faade of concern towards the disciples, was unanticipatedly betraying the hall. One day, while inspecting the affairs within the hall, Tong Chun uncovered discrepancies in the resource accounts. The irregularities in the figures ignited a sense of foreboding within him. He resolved to launch an investigation, fully aware that even the slightest oversight could spell disaster for the hall. However, before he could delve deeper, the hall received a mysterious letter. Written on black paper, the script appeared to be inscribed with blood, exuding an eerie aura. The letter warned Tong Chun that if the pursuit of the ruins did not cease, a catastrophe would inevitably befall them. As Tong Chun scrutinized the letter, his brow furrowed in concern, his eyes betraying vigilance and contemplation. He understood that a monumental crisis was quietly encroaching, and the internal peril within the hall might pose the gravest threat of all. He must unveil the truth and resolve the internal strife swiftly, otherwise, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets would plummet into irrevocable ruin. Chapter 46. Secrets of the Ruins. As the first light of dawn broke, gentle rays filtered through the intricately carved windows of the Tianji Tower, casting a soft glow upon Tong Chun's face. He slowly opened his eyes, rising from the plush bedding, stretching languidly, yet the anguished visage of the little medical immortal lingered unbidden in his mind. The urgent task of treating her affliction had become his foremost priority. Shurchin, he called softly. In an instant, a flicker of light appeared, and the Shurchin demon god materialized before him, kneeling on one knee with reverence. Master, what are your commands? Tong Chun stood, adjusting his attire with a grave expression. Prepare yourself. We shall embark on a quest to explore the ruins and seek a remedy for the little medical immortal's affliction. The Shurchen demon god nodded slightly, a glint of determination in his eyes. As you wish, master. I shall ensure your safety during this expedition. Just as they were poised to depart, the atmosphere within the Tianji Tower was bustling with activity. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a shadowy figure stealthily traversed the corridor, making its way towards the confidential archives. Having left the Tianji Tower, Tong Chun and the Shurchen demon god set forth on their journey to the ruins. Along the way, Tong Chun's brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Shurchen, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss in the Tianji Tower lately. It seems as though unseen eyes are watching us. He murmured. The Shurchen demon god frowned slightly, unleashing his formidable perception to scrutinize their surroundings, yet he found no anomalies. Master, I detect nothing unusual. Perhaps your concern for the little medical immortal has led to unnecessary worry, he replied. Tong Chun shook his head. I hope that is the case. Nevertheless, we must proceed with caution. The ruins are bound to be fraught with peril, and we have no knowledge of what awaits us. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the location of the ruins. An ancient and enigmatic stone door loomed before them, adorned with peculiar runes that exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. Stepping closer, Tong Chun meticulously examined the runes on the stone door, endeavoring to decipher the means to unlock it. Suddenly, the door quaked. Beams of light burst forth from the runes, enveloping both Tong Chun and the Shurchen demon god. When the radiance subsided, they found themselves within the interior of the ruins. The dim passage was suffused with a decayed scent, and walls embedded with faintly glowing gemstones provided scant illumination for their path. Be cautious, there are likely many traps ahead. Tong Chun admonished quietly. They advanced with trepidation, when suddenly, the sound of mechanisms activating echoed ahead. Countless arrows shot forth from the walls, hurtling toward them. In a flash, the Shurchen demon god positioned himself before Tong Chun, wielding a sword forged from the essence of time itself. With a graceful sweep, he severed the incoming arrows. Master, are you unharmed? The Shurchen demon god inquired, turning back. Tong Chun nodded. I am well, thanks to you. Let us continue. They pressed deeper into the ruins, encountering numerous traps and guardian beasts along the way. Yet, under the might of the Shurchen demon god, each danger was swiftly neutralized. As they delved further, the atmosphere within the ruins grew ever more mysterious. Suddenly, Tong Chun felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from ahead. It seemed they were on the verge of discovering the crucial point. Tong Chun exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they were about to reach the source of the energy fluctuation, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Tong Chun, I never imagined you would truly find your way here. Tong Chun and the time demon god swiftly turned around, only to find an elder from the heavenly mechanism tower standing behind them, a sinister smile adorning his face. What are you doing here? Tong Chun's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The elder coldly chuckled. Humph, Tong Chun, you are exceedingly naive. I have long been bought by the Soul Palace and become their mole. Today marks your demise. As soon as he finished speaking, a black orb appeared in the elder's hand, radiating with formidable dark energy. He hurled the orb towards Tong Chun. In an instant, the time demon god intervened, unleashing a force of time aimed at the black orb, attempting to neutralize it. However, the power of that black orb was beyond imagination, breaking through the barrier of time and continuing its trajectory toward Tong Chun. At a critical moment, Tong Chun swiftly sidestepped, the black orb grazing the edge of his garment before exploding behind him, the immense shockwave propelling him backward. Master, the time demon god was horrified, quickly swooping in to catch Tong Chun. Tong Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, as he remarked. I never expected the infiltration of the Soul Palace to be so deep, embedding a traitor within the heavenly mechanism tower. The elder laughed triumphantly. Tong Chun, none of you will leave this place alive today. The master of the Soul Palace stated that a generous reward awaits for your demise. The time demon god set Tong Chun down and stood tall, radiating a powerful force of time as he glared coldly at the elder. You think you can kill my master? Such delusions. With that, the time demon god dashed towards the elder, igniting an intense battle within the ruins. With his overwhelming strength, the time demon god gradually gained the upper hand. However, the elder seemed to possess a special technique bestowed by the Soul Palace, managing to barely withstand the time demon goddess assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Tong Chun struggled to rise, searching for a way to counteract the power of the black orb. He meticulously observed his surroundings, discovering that the runes on the walls appeared to be connected to the orb's energy. Tong Chun approached, studying the runes closely, and finally uncovered their secret. He concentrated, channeling his internal energy, and, following the guidance of the runes, released a special force towards the black orb. A miracle occurred. The power of the black orb began to dissipate gradually. The elder's expression changed dramatically, fear flooding his heart. "No, this is impossible," he screamed in terror. The time demon god seized this moment, launching a full-force strike that sent the elder crashing against the wall, unconscious and possibly lifeless. With the traitor dealt with, Tong Chun and the time demon god continued towards the source of the energy fluctuation. At last, they arrived at a vast cavern. In the center of the cave, a radiant orb, emanating a spectrum of colors, floated majestically. Indeed, this is it. This orb harbors immense energy, perhaps capable of aiding the little medicine fairy in controlling the curse-poisoned body, exclaimed Tong Chun with excitement. Just as they prepared to approach and retrieve the orb, an eerie laughter echoed throughout the cave. "Did you ask for my permission to take this orb?" A shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Chapter 47. The battle at the ruins. As the shadow drew closer, illuminated by the soft radiance of the multicolored orb at the center of the cave. His outline gradually became discernible. Clad in a black robe, the fabric subtly featured dark red threads that wove sinister patterns, which appeared to writhe with life as he moved. His visage was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and a pallid, unhealthy grayish complexion. His eyes exuded a chilling, murderous intent, akin to the frigid depths of a lifeless pond. Devoid of warmth, he emanated a formidable aura characteristic of a Dou Saint expert, a presence so palpable it weighed heavily upon the surrounding air, causing Tong Chun to feel a constriction in his breath. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Earth Demon Protector of the Soul Hall," the shadow spoke coldly, his voice as sharp as icicles in the frigid night, each word seeming capable of slicing through the air. "You have destroyed my stronghold at Black Rock City and injured my supreme master of the Soul Hall. Today marks your demise." As his words hung in the air, a palpable aura of death enveloped the cave, casting a shadow of despair. A heavy feeling settled in Tong Chun's heart. He had not anticipated that the Soul Hall would dispatch such a formidable foe to lie in wait. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, a faint, fearless smile gracing his lips. "What of the Soul Hall? This orb shall be mine today." Though he feigned calmness, Tong Chun understood that a Dou Saint expert was far beyond the reach of him and the time demon god, and a swift resolution was imperative. The Earth Demon Protector snorted disdainfully, stamping his foot, which caused the ground to fracture instantaneously. Waves of black Dou Qi surged forth like blades, aimed directly at Tong Chun and the time demon god. As the Dou Qi sliced through the air, it emitted a hissing sound, as if cleaving through reality itself. In a flash, the time demon god appeared before Tong Chun, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He conjured the power of time into a shield, its surface shimmering with temporal runes, successfully deflecting the oncoming black Dou Qi. The impact of the black Dou Qi against the temporal shield produced a series of muffled explosions, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. "Master, step back. Allow me to confront him," the time demon god said to Tong Chun, his voice steady and imbued with resolute authority. Tong Chun nodded, swiftly retreating to the side. Leaning against the cave's stone wall, his keen gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. His mind raced, contemplating strategies while subtly channeling his Dou Qi. Ever ready to support the time demon god, brandishing the time sword, the time demon god launched himself towards the Earth Demon Protector. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, while the air thrummed with the pulsations of temporal energy, as though the very fabric of space were contorting under its influence. The Earth Demon Protector, undeterred, swiftly formed seals with his hands, each gesture accompanied by flickering black light. Upon the completion of his incantations, a colossal beast, forged from black Dou Qi, materialized from thin air. This beast towered over 2 men, its body bristling with sharp spikes, each oozing with a viscous black venom. As it lunged ferociously towards the time demon god, the time demon glanced with a hint of disdain, brandishing his long sword. As the blade sliced through the air, the very fabric of space seemed to be cleaved, revealing silver fissures. In an instant, the beast was severed in two, dissipating into twin clouds of black mist. Observing this, the Earth Demon Guardian's expression shifted slightly. He thrust his hands forward with great force, unleashing a formidable black energy storm that surged toward the time demon. Wherever the storm passed, rocks shattered, reduced to powder, while deep ravines carved into the cavern floor, from which even lava began to seep. Taking a deep breath, the time demon felt the surge of temporal power enveloping him, coalescing into a vast whirling vortex of time. Within this vortex, the laws of time spun wildly, casting flickering shadows of the past and future. With a mighty roar, he directed the time vortex against the black energy storm. In that moment, the cavern was illuminated with brilliance as the forces of time clashed with the black energy, producing a deafening roar that echoed through the space, causing fragments of stone to rain down from the cavern walls. Tang Chun, observing the fierce battle from the sidelines, contemplated strategies in his mind. He understood the immense strength of the time demon, yet the earth demon guardian, a formidable Dou Saint, was not to be underestimated. Should this conflict persist, even if victory were achieved, it would undoubtedly drain their time and energy, resources they could ill afford. Especially with the little medical fairy enduring the torment of the calamity poison within the Tiangji Tower, each moment critical to her survival. With this thought, Tang Chen's gaze fell upon the walls of the cavern, and a plan began to form in his mind. He quietly summoned the energy within him, channeling it into the runes inscribed upon the walls, in accordance with the patterns he had discovered in the ruins. As he proceeded, the runes began to glow, initially dim like a flickering candle, gradually coalescing into a grand energy formation. The formation rotated slowly, emanating a mysterious power that resonated with the vibrant orb at the center of the cavern. The orb's light, too, became more animated, as if celebrating its impending liberation. The Earth Demon Guardian sensed the shift in energy around him. Startled, he turned to Tang Chun, wariness flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing?" he questioned, a hint of panic evident in his voice, clearly taken aback by Tang Chen's unexpected actions. Ignoring him, Tang Chun gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and continued to focus intently on manipulating the energy formation. He became one with the cavern, attuned to every pulse of energy flowing within. At that moment, the Time Demon seized the opportunity of the Earth Guardian's distraction, executing a decisive strike. He compressed the power of time to its utmost, coalescing a brilliant light upon his sword, a manifestation of boundless force drawn from the river of time, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, charged with apocalyptic momentum, aimed directly at the Earth Demon Guardian. As the Earth Guardian prepared to counter the Time Demon's assault with all his might, Tang Chen finally completed the manipulation of the energy formation. It erupted with an overwhelming gravitational force, voraciously absorbing the energy within the cavern, the orb's brilliance intensifying to a blinding radiance. The Earth Guardian felt an irresistible pull, his body involuntarily drawn toward the energy formation. He struggled in terror, his hands flailing wildly as he attempted to grasp the surrounding rocks to steady himself, but to no avail. The stones crumbled to dust in his grip, offering no support whatsoever. No. The Earth Demon Guardian emitted a desperate roar, his voice rife with unwillingness and fear. He summoned all his strength, striving to break free from the oppressive pull, yet the power of the energy array was overwhelmingly potent, rendering his efforts futile. Seizing the opportunity, the Time Demon God intensified his assault, the brilliance of his attack piercing through the Earth Demon Guardian's protective barrier and striking his chest. Blood gushed from the Earth Demon Guardian's mouth, the crimson droplets suspended in the air, transformed into a mist of blood. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the cavern wall, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation, while surrounding rocks crumbled down. With the Earth Demon Guardian vanquished, Tang Chun exhaled in relief, exchanging a glance with the Time Demon God, both revealing smiles of satisfaction. "Master, your move was truly remarkable," the Time Demon God remarked, his eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 48. Hope Tang Chun and the Time Demon God. Clutching the multicolored orb capable of curing the little physician's toxic affliction, rushed toward the heavenly machine tower, their hearts ablaze with urgency. Although sunlight bathed them, it could not dispel Tang Chen's inner turmoil. The agonized visage of the little physician lingered incessantly in his mind. "Time, let us hasten. The little physician awaits our arrival," Tang Chun urged, quickening his pace and stirring up a cloud of dust. The Time Demon God nodded slightly, the power of time swirling around him, an invisible force propelling their forms forward, their speed suddenly surging, akin to two beams of light darting through the forest. As they traversed a valley, the Time Demon God abruptly halted, his brow furrowing as he gazed into the depths of the gorge. Tang Chen too came to a stop, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Time, what is it?" "Master, I sense an unusual fluctuation within this valley. There appears to be something extraordinary," the Time Demon God replied gravely. Tang Chen's heart stirred. He was well aware of the Time Demon God's keen perception, and if he sensed something amiss, it was surely of great significance. Without hesitation, he declared, "Let us proceed to investigate. It may prove beneficial to us." The two ventured deeper into the valley, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie with each step. A faint stench of decay permeated the tranquil gorge, and the vegetation underfoot exhibited a bizarre dark red hue, as if steeped in blood. The surrounding rocks manifested in various grotesque forms, some twisted into sinister visages, others sharp as blades. Exercise caution. The environment here is decidedly unsettling, Tong Chun whispered, channeling his internal energy in preparation for any imminent confrontation. The time demon god inclined his head slightly, gathering the power of time in his hands, poised to respond to any unforeseen developments. As they reached the heart of the valley, the time demon god suddenly halted, pointing to a sunken patch of ground ahead. Master, there is something there. Tong Chen focused his gaze, discovering a pile of white bones half buried in the earth, their surfaces emitting a faint, iridescent glow, strikingly conspicuous in the dim valley. The two hastened forward, scrutinizing the remains. The bones were massive, and from their contours, they resembled those of a colossal python. Its skeletal structure was robust and resilient, each bone comparable in thickness to an adult's arm, adorned with intricate, enigmatic engravings that faintly emanated an ancient and formidable aura. The time demon crouched down and reached out to touch the remains. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted, initiating an exploration of the secrets hidden within the bones. Tong Chen patiently awaited beside, harboring an inkling that these remains might yield unexpected surprises. After a brief moment, the time demon rose, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in its eyes. Master, these are the relics of the nine-colored sky-devouring python. This serpent was an extraordinarily powerful entity in ancient times, possessing the terrifying ability to consume heaven and earth, with a lineage of unparalleled nobility. After pondering for a moment, the time demon continued. Theoretically, this is feasible. The bloodline of the nine-colored sky-devouring python is immensely potent. Medusa, being the queen of the serpent people, possesses a commendable bloodline foundation. If we can harness the power of these remains and integrate the essence of its bloodline, it is highly probable that her bloodline purity will be enhanced, evolving her into a more advanced existence. Hearing this, Tong Chen's eyes ignited with excitement. Splendid. This is indeed an unexpected boon. Should Medusa's strength increase, it would be a significant advantage for us. Moreover, she is already on good terms with me. Thus, she will be better equipped to safeguard both the serpent people and our celestial mechanism pavilion in the future. With that, Tong Chen prepared to collect the remains. However, the moment he made contact, the bones suddenly quivered violently. A vibrant array of colors erupted forth, and a formidable repulsive force flung Tong Chen away. Master, the time demon exclaimed in alarm, swiftly soaring to catch Tong Chen. Furrowing its brow, the time demon scrutinized the bones once more and remarked after a moment. This nine-colored sky-devouring python must have possessed extraordinary strength in life, even in death. Its remains retain its will and instinctive defense mechanisms. It appears that acquiring these relics will not be an easy endeavor. Tong Chen rose, his gaze resolute. No matter the difficulty, we must secure these remains. Time demon, do you have any strategies? The time demon contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. Perhaps we can attempt to use my temporal powers to soothe the lingering will within these bones, allowing it to gradually lower its defenses. However, this will require time, and we must ensure there are no disturbances during the process. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Taking a deep breath, Tong Chen nodded. Very well, let us try your approach. I will guard you, so you may proceed without worry. The time demon positioned itself before the remains, sitting cross-legged, as the power of time enveloped it, manifesting as gentle silver threads that entwined around the bones. The threads quivered softly, as if engaged in a mysterious dialogue with the remains. Tong Chen stood watchfully nearby, acutely aware that the time demon was at a critical juncture. Any unforeseen event could lead to failure. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, missing no subtle movement in the vicinity, gripping his weapon tightly, ever ready to respond to any sudden occurrences. As time passed, the vibrant hues emanating from the bones gradually softened, and the repulsive force began to wane. Tong Chen felt a surge of joy within, recognizing that the time demon's method was beginning to bear fruit. Yet, at that moment, a chilling roar echoed through the valley, as if some terrifying creature was drawing near. Tong Chen's expression shifted subtly as he turned to face the time demon god, who was entirely absorbed in the delicate process of soothing the bones, completely focused without a moment's distraction. Gritting his teeth, Tong Chen resolved to confront the impending danger alone. He tightened his grip on his weapon, feeling the surging energy within him, radiating a formidable presence. The sound of a ferocious roar drew closer, and a colossal shadow surged forth from the depths of the valley. Upon closer inspection, Tong Chen realized it was a massive scorpion. Its body adorned with black scales, and its tail raised high, glistening with lethal venom. Just in time, let me show you what I can do, Tong Chen bellowed, charging boldly towards the giant scorpion. His movements were as swift as lightning, and with his weapon infused with fierce energy, he struck down upon the creature. The scorpion, undeterred, wielded its enormous pincers in response, meeting Tong Chen's assault head-on. In an instant, the valley became a battleground of flashing blades, as Tong Chen and the giant scorpion engaged in a ferocious clash. The scorpion's might was astounding, each swipe of its pincers conjuring fierce winds, while Tong Chen adeptly dodged its attacks with agile movements and masterful techniques, seeking any vulnerabilities. With a piercing shriek, the scorpion's massive form collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Tong Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, ready to relax, only to hear the rustling sounds in the valley, indicating that more dangers were approaching. Dreadful, how could there be so many troubles? Tong Chen lamented inwardly, yet he understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. He gripped his weapon once more, preparing for a new challenge. Just then, he heard the voice of the time demon god behind him. Master, we have succeeded. Turning around, Tong Chen saw that the colorful radiance enveloping the bones had completely settled, no longer exuding any repulsive force. A surge of joy filled his heart as he rushed over. Excellent. Time, let us quickly take the bones and leave this place. The two swiftly secured the remains of the 9-colored devouring python into a specially crafted storage ring and hurried toward the Tower of Destiny. Throughout the journey, Tong Chen was filled with anticipation. Not only did he possess the 5-colored orb capable of healing the little medicine fairy, but he had also acquired the remains of the 9-colored devouring python, presenting a tremendous opportunity for Medusa and the entire serpent clan. He could already envision the little medicine fairy's restored health and the scene of Medusa leading the serpent clan to greatness after her power enhancement. Chapter 49. Seeking fire in the room, the little medicine fairy lay on the bed, her complexion pale as parchment, weak and drenched in beads of sweat that rolled down her forehead. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her teeth clenched instinctively, enduring the excruciating pain inflicted by her toxic body, even in her slumber. Witnessing this scene, Tong Chen's heart tightened painfully, his eyes reddening with sorrow and guilt. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Tower of Destiny, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. 10 peak 9-star battle saints had gathered, their powerful auras intertwining, yet unable to mask the worry etched on their faces. The Fate demon god, Fate ancestor, nodded slightly, the wheel of fate in his hand slowly turning, a flicker of obscure light passing through his eyes. Indeed, this toxic body harbors the most malevolent and sinister forces of the world, and ordinary methods cannot possibly unravel it. As the crowd fell into deep contemplation, the hall was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breaths. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Tong Chen's eyes as an idea flashed through his mind. We require thee. The possesses an alarming intensity and formidable purifying power, potentially capable of cleansing the malevolent poison within the little medicine immortal. Upon uttering these words, the others nodded in agreement. The Qianquan demon god, Qianquan ancestor, cradled the Qianquan seal in his hands, and after a moment of reflection, remarked, "While thee is indeed remarkable. Such flames are exceedingly rare in this world, each guarded by formidable forces or powerful beings. Acquiring one is no simple task." The group once again found themselves at an impasse, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. At this juncture, the causality demon god, Elder Causality, spoke slowly, his voice imbued with the wisdom of understanding all causal relationships. "I have heard that in ancient times, there existed an elder known as Shinong, who possessed the 5th-ranked spirit flame. This flame not only boasts immense purifying capabilities, but also harbors the essence of life, perhaps precisely what we seek." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Tong Chen's eyes. "Shinong Elder? I believe I have encountered references to him in ancient texts. It is said he resides in a mysterious location, his whereabouts elusive. Regardless, we must endeavor to locate him and beseech his assistance." The time demon god nodded slightly, resolutely stating, "Master, I am willing to accompany you. No matter the obstacles we face, I shall ensure your safety." The other demon gods also expressed their willingness to provide all necessary support and assistance. A surge of warmth flooded Tong Chen's heart. He understood that with the backing of these powerful demon gods, although the journey would be fraught with peril, their chances of success had significantly increased. After a flurry of anxious preparations, Tong Chen and the time demon god embarked on their quest to find the Shinong Elder. Following the clues provided by the causality demon god, they set forth towards the distant southern wilderness. Along the way, they traversed dense primeval forests, where thorns abounded and formidable magical beasts occasionally roamed. However, in the face of the time demon god's immense power, these beasts were easily repelled. They also crossed tumultuous rivers, where the waters surged fiercely and hidden currents threatened to drag them beneath the surface. Yet, utilizing their exceptional agility and potent fighting spirit, Tong Chun and the time demon god navigated the river's surface with ease, reaching the opposite bank without incident. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the edge of the southern wilderness. A thick mist enveloped the area, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. Tong Chun and the time demon god cautiously stepped into the fog, remaining vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a guqin emerged from ahead, the music flowing like a clear spring through the mystical mist, instilling a sense of tranquility in their hearts. Exchanging glances, Tong Chun and the time demon god followed the sound. At the end of the fog, they beheld a humble thatched cottage. In front of the cottage, an elderly man with white hair sat on a stone bench, engrossed in playing the guqin. The elder's demeanor was gentle, his gaze radiating an extraordinary quality, surrounded by a faint aura of peace. Surely, this must be the Shinong elder. Tong Chun speculated inwardly and approached respectfully, bowing. I am Tong Chun, the younger generation. I apologize for intruding upon your time, and I hope you can forgive my boldness. The elderly man ceased his melodic playing, gradually lifting his gaze to rest upon Tong Chun and the Shurchen demon god. His eyes were profound as an abyss, seemingly capable of piercing through all. What brings you to me? Tong Chun inhaled deeply and recounted the plight of the little medical sage along with their intentions in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, the elder frowned slightly, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly. The cursed poison body, I have heard of it. This affliction is a taboo of the universe, and to cure it truly requires the power of the life flame. However, the life flame is the essence of my cultivation. Why should I assist you? Tong Chun felt a tightening in his chest, recognizing this as a pivotal moment. He earnestly replied, Esteemed elder, the little medical sage is innocent and kind. She does not deserve to endure such suffering. Our Tianji Tower is willing to pay any price for your assistance. Should you choose to help, we shall not hesitate to traverse fire and water for you in the future. The Shinong elder regarded Tong Chun's resolute gaze. His heart stirred slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, I may consider assisting you, but I have a condition. I have heard that your Tianji Tower possesses great influence and numerous experts. I hope you can aid me in locating a long-lost herb, the 9 nether spirit mushroom. This herb grows in an extremely frigid land, guarded by a formidable beast, making its collection exceedingly challenging. If you can find the 9 nether spirit mushroom for me, I shall grant your request. Without hesitation, Tong Chun agreed. Rest assured, elder, we shall exert every effort to procure the 9 nether spirit mushroom. I implore you to alleviate the suffering caused by the cursed poison body in the meantime. The Shinong elder nodded slightly. I can provide you with a pill that will temporarily suppress the onset of the cursed poison body. However, to achieve a complete cure, the 9 nether spirit mushroom must be found swiftly. With that, he produced a pill emanating a gentle glow from within his robes and handed it to Tong Chun. Gratefully accepting the pill, Tong Chun expressed his heartfelt thanks. Thank you, elder, we shall not fail to meet your expectations. After bidding farewell to the Shinong elder, Tong Chun and the Shurchen demon god hurried towards the frigid land. They were acutely aware of the urgency. The little medical sage's life was gradually slipping away. With each passing moment, her peril increased. On their journey to the extreme cold, Tong Chun silently vowed that no matter the obstacles encountered, he would undoubtedly find the 9 nether spirit mushroom and cure the little medical sage's cursed poison body. Chapter 50. The extreme cold spiritual medicine. Tong Chun heard the little medical sage softly murmuring, her voice faint yet imbued with a hint of reassurance. Gently grasping her hand, he felt his eyes moisten. Do not fear. I am here, and I will surely heal you. After soothing the little medical sage, Tong Chun and the Shurchen demon god immediately set forth on their quest to find the 9 nether spirit mushroom in the frigid land. The journey was fraught with howling winds, blinding snow, and icy currents that cut across their faces like knives. Yet, these formidable challenges did nothing to waver their resolve. After an indeterminate time, they finally reached the depths of the extreme cold. The temperature had plummeted to unimaginable lows, with everything around them encased in a thick layer of ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. At the foot of a towering ice mountain, Tong Chun detected an unusual aura, the presence of the 9 nether spirit mushroom. At this moment, it is here, the nine nether spirit herb should lie ahead, exclaimed Tong Chun with excitement, hope shimmering in his eyes. However, before they could advance, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. A colossal beast, the Linyuan demon rhinoceros, burst forth from the icy mountain. Its massive form resembled a towering mountain, covered in a thick, sharp icy armor that glimmered with a chilling blue light, each scale seeming like a meticulously crafted blade. Its eyes resembled two blood moons, exuding a bloodthirsty glow, while its robust horn jutted forward, radiating a cold glint, as if it could effortlessly tear apart anything that obstructed its path. Taking a deep breath, Tong Chun stepped forward and spoke, "We mean no harm. We seek the nine nether spirit herb to heal my friend. I hope you can be accommodating. Once we retrieve the herb, we shall express our gratitude." The Linyuan demon rhinoceros snorted coldly, its massive head swaying slightly, the icy armor clashing with a sharp sound. "The nine nether spirit herb is a treasure of the heavens and earth. Do you think you can simply take it? To claim it, you must first pass through me." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Linyuan demon rhinoceros slammed its forefoot onto the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly. Sharp ice spikes erupted from below, shooting towards Tong Chun and the time deity like a torrential rain of arrows. The ice spikes moved with incredible speed, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. The time deity flickered and instantly positioned himself in front of Tong Chun. With swift hand seals, the power of time surged forth, forming an indomitable barrier of time before them. The ice spikes collided with the barrier, producing a series of crisp sounds before shattering into countless ice shards that scattered across the ground. "Master, step back. Allow me to handle this," the time deity said to Tong Chun, his eyes gleaming with determination and confidence. Tong Chun nodded, quickly retreating to the side while closely observing the battle. He was well aware of the time deity's formidable strength, yet the Linyuan demon rhinoceros, a two-star Dou Saint, was not to be underestimated. Armed with the sword of time, the time deity charged toward the Linyuan demon rhinoceros. His speed was unparalleled, leaving behind numerous afterimages. The Linyuan demon rhinoceros, witnessing this, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of frigid air. Wherever the cold air swept, space seemed to freeze, and the moisture in the air instantly crystallized into massive ice blocks. Undeterred, the time deity maintained his momentum, swinging his sword to unleash a brilliant blade of time towards the icy onslaught. The time blade collided with the cold air, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. The tremendous force shattered the surrounding ice layers, sending snowflakes swirling through the air. With a furious roar, the Linyuan demon rhinoceros launched itself from the ground like a cannonball, charging toward the time deity with astonishing speed, creating a storm of icy winds. The time deity, calm and composed, slightly angled his body, effortlessly dodging the rhinoceros's attack. In the same motion, he swung his sword, carving a deep gash into the creature's icy armor. A howl of pain escaped the Linyuan demon rhinoceros, its bloodthirsty gaze intensifying. In fury, it writhed its body, its thick tail sweeping toward the time deity like a massive ice pillar. With a delicate touch of his toes, the time deity soared gracefully into the air, evading the attack of the beast's tail. In a swift maneuver, he flipped mid-air, channeling a formidable force of temporal energy into his long sword, which he thrust fiercely toward the head of the abyssal demon rhinoceros. The creature promptly raised its front hoof in defense, and the collision of its hard ice armor with the time-infused sword erupted in a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, the time deity intensified his strength, allowing the tidal wave of temporal power to surge into the abyssal demon rhinoceros. In an instant, the creature's movements grew sluggish, as if ensnared in the mire of time. "Prepare to meet your end," the time deity bellowed, driving his sword with tremendous force, piercing through the ice armor and into the beast's interior. The abyssal demon rhinoceros let out a desperate roar, its massive form collapsing slowly, sending a flurry of ice and snow into the air. Having vanquished the creature, Tong Chun approached quickly, giving the time deity an enthusiastic thumbs up. "You are truly remarkable." The time deity modestly shook his head and replied, "Though the abyssal demon rhinoceros is formidable, it is not my match. Master, we must hasten to find the nine nether spirit herb." Following the previously sensed aura, the duo discovered the nine nether spirit herb in a secluded corner of the icy mountain. There, a single herb radiating a ghostly blue light grew quietly within the ice, its leaves shimmering with mysterious runes, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy. "This is it, the nine nether spirit herb," Tong Chun exclaimed excitedly, carefully plucking the herb and placing it into a specially crafted jade box. Just as they prepared to depart, an eerie wave emanated from the depths of the extreme cold. Tong Chun exchanged a glance with the time deity, an ominous premonition swelling within them. It seems our actions have drawn the attention of certain entities. Master, we must leave this place. It is not safe to linger, the time deity stated gravely. Chapter 51, Urgent Reinforcement Time. This aura belongs to the Soul Palace. Tong Chin's brow furrowed, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes, coupled with a familiar presence. The Elder Shinnong. Could they be in peril? The time deity's expression grew serious as he nodded slightly. Master, it appears the Elder Shinnong is in danger. We must hasten to his aid. Without further hesitation, the two unleashed their full speed, racing towards the source of the energy. As they drew closer, the tumult of battle became increasingly apparent, the air thick with potent energy, poised to erupt at any moment. At last, they reached the battlefield. In a desolate valley, Elder Shinnong was besieged by a throng of black-clad figures. Leading them was the Soul Palace's master, Soul Mieshing, emanating a terrifying aura of a 5-star Dou Saint. His dark energy surged like a relentless tide, and the black wand in his hand flickered with an ominous glow, each swing conjuring a tempest of darkness. Under Soul Mieshing's command, the elite fighters of the Soul Palace unleashed their ultimate techniques, a torrential downpour of black energy assaults raining down upon Elder Shinnong. Despite his formidable strength, the sheer number of adversaries left him somewhat overwhelmed. His garments were tattered, his body marred with numerous wounds, crimson blood staining his white hair, yet his gaze remained resolute. The cane in his hand was wielded with fervor, unleashing the formidable power of the life force, striving to repel the relentless assaults of the Soul Hall's minions. Humph, Old Shinnong, today marks your demise. Surrender thee, and perhaps you may retain your corporeal form. Soul Mieshing coldly declared, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. The Elder Shinnong scoffed, Soul Mieshing, you are deluding yourself. If you covet my life force, then prepare to forfeit your own. With that, he thrust his cane into the ground. A surge of vibrant life force erupted from below, instantly rejuvenating the surrounding earth. As flowers and trees sprouted rapidly in a bid to obstruct the onslaught of the Soul Hall's forces. However, Soul Mieshing and his companions showed no signs of retreat. They intensified their attacks, the clash between the black energy and the verdant life force resonating with a deafening roar, causing the entire valley to tremble violently. Just as the Elder Shinnong found himself overwhelmed, on the brink of collapse, Tong Chun and the Time Demon God arrived. Upon witnessing this, Soul Mieshing and his followers halted their assault, turning their gazes towards Tong Chun and the Time Demon God. A flicker of surprise crossed Soul Mieshing's face. Tong Chun, you dare to meddle in this affair? Tong Chun retorted with a cold smirk. Soul Mieshing, your myriad of misdeeds shall not be overlooked. Today, you shall not escape with the Elder Shinnongs. Soul Mieshing sneered, you? Merely an insignificant insect. Today, you shall all perish here. With that, he swung his black staff violently, sending a powerful column of black energy hurtling towards Tong Chun. In a flash, the Time Demon God positioned himself before Tong Chun, coalescing the power of time into a shield that effortlessly absorbed Soul Mieshing's assault. The black energy collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound and rippling waves of energy, yet it could not breach the shield's defenses. Soul Mieshing, you are no match for me. Depart with your subordinates while you still can. The Time Demon God proclaimed coldly, a potent aura of intimidation emanating from his presence. Soul Mieshing's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the Time Demon God's formidable strength, yet he was loath to concede. He turned to his subordinates, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Altogether, kill them. At his command, the members of the Soul Hall surged towards Tong Chun and the Time Demon God. A tempest of black energy assaults descended upon the battlefield, plunging it into chaos. Unyielding, Tong Chun summoned his inner energy, executing a myriad of intricate techniques as he engaged in fierce combat with the elite of the Soul Hall. Although his strength paled in comparison to the Time Demon God and Soul Mieshing, his agility and indomitable spirit allowed him to hold his ground in the fray. Observing Tong Chun and the Time Demon God's entrance into the battle, the Elder Shinnong felt a surge of hope. Seizing the moment, he recentered himself and unleashed the power of the life force once more. The emerald flames blazed in the air, radiating a potent, purifying energy that harmonized with the Time Demon God's temporal power and Tong Chun's energy, gradually turning the tide of the battle. As Soul Mieshing perceived the unfavorable shift in circumstances, his fury intensified. He suddenly let out a long howl towards the heavens, his entire being enveloped in a frenzied surge of dark energy, as he unleashed a forbidden technique. In an instant, his physique expanded several-fold, covered in black scales. With two sharp horns sprouting from his head, resembling a demon's descent. Humph, since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. He roared fiercely, charging towards the time demon god. His speed had multiplied several times, and the black wand in his hand radiated an aura of destruction as it struck down upon the time demon god. The time demon god's expression shifted slightly, sensing the formidable power behind this strike. He dared not underestimate it and summoned all of his strength to manipulate the forces of time, conjuring a powerful temporal barrier before him. The black wand collided with the time barrier, producing a deafening explosion. The tremendous shockwave created a massive crater in the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The time demon god was pushed back repeatedly by the force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Time. Upon witnessing this, Tong Chun was greatly alarmed and rushed towards the time demon god. Simultaneously, he retrieved the 9 nether spirit herb from his bosom, exclaiming, "Senior Shinong, quickly fuse with the 9 nether spirit herb to enhance your strength." At his words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Shinong's eyes. He hastily accepted the herb and swiftly integrated it into his being. In that instant, a powerful vitality radiated from him, his injuries rapidly healing, and his strength significantly augmented. "Hun Miesheng, today marks your demise," Shinong declared loudly, once more wielding his staff. The flames of life intertwined with the power of the 9 nether spirit herb, forming an even greater force that surged towards Hun Miesheng. Feeling the terrifying power, a wave of dread surged within Hun Miesheng. He attempted to evade, only to find his body ensnared by this force, immobilized. "No!" Hun Miesheng let out a desperate roar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was completely engulfed by the flames of life and the power of the 9 nether spirit herb. The explosive energy flattened the entire valley, causing significant casualties among the experts of the Soul Palace. After the battle concluded, Tong Chun, the time demon god, and Shinong slowly descended to the ground. Though weariness graced their faces, their eyes shone with the joy of victory. "Thank you for coming to my aid. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished today," Shinong expressed gratefully. Tong Chun quickly waved his hand. "Senior, you are too kind. Since you promised to help us save the little medicine fairy, we could not stand by and watch you fall into danger." Shinong nodded slightly. "Rest assured, now that the 9 nether spirit herb has been found, I will do my utmost to cure your friend's toxic affliction." At his words, Tong Chun and the time demon god felt elated, knowing that the little medicine fairy's condition had finally taken a turn for the better. Chapter 52. The chief's fury within the mysterious and foreboding hall of the Soul Clan. The atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Black mist slowly enveloped the chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminating the somber faces of those present. A messenger from the Soul Palace trembled, kneeling on one knee, his voice quaking with overwhelming fear, shattering the deathly silence. The patriarch, the master of the Soul Extinction Palace, was slain by the combined forces of Tong Chun and the time demon god, along with that elder Shinong. As the messenger's words fell, a dreadful aura enveloped the entire hall. With a resounding crash, the Soul Emperor struck the stone table beside him with a fierce punch, reducing the unyielding stone to mere dust. He gradually rose to his feet, a powerful and terrifying energy swirling around him, his eyes ablaze with a furious fire, akin to 2 voracious black flames poised to consume all. "Tong Chun, time demon god, and that elder Shinong." The Soul Emperor articulated each name with deliberate intensity, his voice deep and laced with murderous intent, as if each word were forced through clenched teeth. "How dare they slay the master of my Soul Palace? This grudge shall not go unavenged. I, the Soul Emperor, vow to seek retribution." Within the hall, the elders of the Soul Clan stood in stunned silence, scarcely daring to breathe. They understood the depths of the Soul Emperor's wrath. A single misstep could render them victims of his fury. At that moment, one elder cautiously stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Patriarch, although the master of Soul Extinction Palace is deceased, his soul imprint remains within our Soul Clan's soul repository. Perhaps we can devise a means for his rebirth." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in the Soul Emperor's eyes. Rebirth? How easy it is to say. However, should we succeed in resurrecting soul extinction, he could exact his vengeance personally. With that, the Soul Emperor waved his hand, and the assembly moved towards the direction of the soul repository. The repository lay deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, surrounded by formidable wards and protective forces. As they entered the repository, a powerful and enigmatic force of soul energy surged forth to greet them. Deep within the repository, the soul imprint of soul extinction floated in the air, emanating a faint glow. The Soul Emperor gazed at the soul imprint, a complex expression crossing his features. Soul extinction, you wretched fool, slain by another, he remarked coldly, his tone tinged with mockery and dissatisfaction. With a disdainful snort, the Soul Emperor continued, yet, since you possess this resolve, I shall grant you an opportunity. He then turned to an elder beside him, instructing, go, select a suitable vessel. It must be powerful, at least of 6-star Dou Saint caliber. Patriarch, we have preserved a 6-star Dou Saint's body from a prior hunt, kept in pristine condition, which would be ideal for the rebirth of the master of soul extinction. The elder replied respectfully. The Soul Emperor nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Very well, that shall suffice. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the elders commenced the Soul Clan's secret arts, merging the soul imprint of soul extinction with the 6-star Dou Saint's body. In an instant, the soul repository was illuminated with radiant light, as various mysterious runes flickered and powerful waves of soul energy and Dou Qi intertwined, creating a scene of profound awe. The process of fusion was not without its challenges. There appeared to be a resistance between soul extinction's soul imprint and the body. However, through the relentless efforts of the Soul Emperor and the elders, this repulsion was gradually overcome. As time progressed, the soul imprint of soul extinction began to integrate into the body, which slowly started to exhibit signs of life. At last, after a tremendous surge of energy, the fusion was complete. The once tightly shut eyes of the body gradually fluttered open, revealing a chilling glint filled with murderous intent. Patriarch, I have returned to life. The voice of Hun Yeshing resonated from the body, imbued with a hint of excitement and fervor. Hun Tiandi gazed at the resurrected Hun Yeshing, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Humph, it's good that you have revived. Remember, your life is granted by me. Do not disappoint me again. Quickly enhance your strength and eliminate Tong Chun and the others. Hun Yeshing knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, rest assured, Patriarch, this rebirth has greatly augmented my power. Tong Chun, the time demon god, and that old man Shinnong, none shall escape. I shall personally present their heads to you. Hun Tiandi nodded in satisfaction. Very well, go and prepare. Remember, I demand their utter annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. Hun Yeshing accepted the command and vanished into the shadows of the grand hall. A palpable aura of killing intent lingering in the air. Hun Tiandi watched the departing figure of Hun Yeshing, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light as he secretly devised a more grandiose scheme. He knew that Tong Chun and his companions were merely minor obstacles on his path to supremacy, and he would allow no one to impede his ascent to the pinnacle. Chapter 53, Body Refinement. As Hun Yeshing's demise unfolded, the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, yet the atmosphere still hung heavy with the scent of blood and a murderous chill. Tong Chun and the time demon god stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, gazing at the Shinnong elder beside them, whose breath was steady but still bore signs of weakness. A weight lifting slightly from their hearts. Esteemed elder, we owe you our deepest gratitude for your timely assistance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Tong Chun expressed with heartfelt appreciation, bowing respectfully to the Shinnong elder. The elder waved his hand, a look of relief spreading across his face. Ah, young one, there is no need for such formality. Had you not arrived in time, I might have met my end here. Tong Chun furrowed his brow, observing the elder's still fatigued visage despite the apparent improvement, and inquired with concern, Elder, how fares your injury? Is it severe? The Shinnong elder took a deep breath and replied slowly, it is not grave, merely a result of excessive strain. I have just examined the fusion of the 9 nether spirit herb and the essence of life. It requires some time to stabilize. In a few hours, I shall be able to break through to the 6-star Dou Saint, at which point I will have greater assurance in healing your friend's cursed toxic body. Upon returning to the Tiangong Tower, the serene atmosphere was a soothing balm for the spirit. Tong Chun arranged for the Shinnong elder to be placed in the most tranquil room, rich in spiritual energy, instructing others to attend to him with care. While he anxiously paced outside, filled with anticipation for the elder's breakthrough. Several hours swiftly passed, and suddenly a powerful aura erupted from within the room, radiating brilliance. Tong Chen's heart leaped with joy as he hurried inside, only to behold the Shinnong elder enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light, his aura robust, clearly having achieved success in his breakthrough. Congratulations, esteemed elder, on your breakthrough to the 6-star Dou Saint, Tong Chun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The Shinnong elder nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting confidence and composure. Thanks to the 9 nether spirit herb, I have successfully transcended. Now, it is time to treat your friend's cursed toxic body. After speaking, the venerable Shinnong gestured for Tong Chun to take a seat, his expression turning grave. The perilous toxic body is exceedingly challenging to eradicate. to fully eliminate it. We must first refine her physique, fortifying her constitution to withstand the impact of the toxin's expulsion. Tong Chun nodded earnestly, listening intently. I need to prepare some special medicinal substances. First is the ice spirit jade essence, a vital liquid that thrives in millennia-old ice caverns, possessing formidable cold properties and nourishing effects, which will help stabilize her chaotic internal energies. Then there is the purple heart dragon spore grass, which harbors potent life force, capable of repairing damaged meridians and enhancing her physique. Shinong elaborated. Though I have not sought these two herbs myself, I have heard they might be found in treacherous locations. Tong Chin slightly furrowed his brows, contemplating ways to procure them. Shinong continued, in addition to the herbs, we will also require the multicolored orb you obtained from the ruins. Its energy is uniquely potent, counteracting the toxins within the peerless body and playing a crucial role at pivotal moments. Tong Chun promptly retrieved the orb and presented it to Shinong. Elder, the orb is here. Shinong accepted the orb, examining it closely, a glimmer of delight crossing his eyes. Indeed, this is the item. With it, our chances of success have increased. Hurry and seek the ice spirit jade essence and the purple heart dragon spore grass. I will prepare other matters here. Remember, time is of the essence. Your friend's condition cannot afford delay. Tong Chun, not daring to linger, immediately rose to depart. The time demon followed closely, resolutely stating, Master, I shall accompany you. Before leaving, Tong Chun looked once more at Shinong, his gaze filled with trust and anticipation. Elder, I entrust the little healer to you. Shinong nodded, saying, Go with peace of mind. I will ensure everything is ready, awaiting your return. Tong Chun and the time demon departed from the celestial mechanism tower, embarking on their quest for the herbs. Along the way, Tong Chin's heart raced with anxiety. Images of the little healer's suffering flashing through his mind. He understood the arduous nature of this task, but for the sake of the little healer, he was resolute in his determination to find the two herbs. Time, we must swiftly locate the ice spirit jade essence and the purple heart dragon spore grass. Tong Chun declared with unwavering conviction. The time demon nodded slightly, assuring him, Do not worry, Master. With me by your side, you shall not be disappointed. They followed the ancient text accounts, heading towards the millennia-old ice cavern where the ice spirit jade essence might be found. The cavern was bitterly cold, filled with swirling snow, and one misstep could lead to peril. Yet, Tong Chun and the time demon pressed on, undeterred, navigating the treacherous terrain with their formidable strength and steadfast will. At last, deep within the cavern, they discovered a pool radiating a blue light, the ice spirit jade essence. Tong Chun carefully collected it, his eyes brimming with joy. Time. We have found the ice spirit jade essence. We are one step closer to success, Tong Chun exclaimed with exhilaration. Without pause, they hastened towards the location where the purple heart dragon spore grass flourished. It was a mysterious valley, saturated with rich spiritual energy, yet fraught with innumerable dangers. The valley was teeming with magical beasts and complex terrain, but they forged ahead, overcoming obstacles until they finally reached the valley's end, where the purple heart dragon spore grass awaited. Tong Chun gently plucked the grass, meticulously securing it. At this moment, his heart brimmed with hope, as if he could already envision the small healer restored to health. With this, the process of refining the body for his friend could commence, said the elder Shinong. Tong Chun felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation within. He understood that the fate of the small healer was on the verge of transformation, and this might very well be a pivotal step toward the complete cure of her cursed toxic body. Chapter 54. Rebirth through Flames. Elder Shinong first gently poured the ice spirit jade essence into a jade alchemical furnace. As the essence made contact with the furnace, it emitted a bone-chilling cold, causing the temperature in the room to plummet and a thin layer of frost to form upon the floor. Following this, he carefully placed the purple heart dragon spore into the furnace, and as the spore melded, a rich fragrance began to waft through the air, imbued with a potent life force that seemed capable of nourishing all of creation. The ice spirit jade essence and the purple heart dragon spore were essential for stabilizing the meridians and enhancing the physique of the small healer. As Elder Shinong worked, he explained to Tong Chun that to truly expel the toxins of the cursed body, the spirit fire was indispensable. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Shinong rapidly formed gestures with his hands, and a vibrant green flame began to rise slowly from his palms. This was the fifth-ranked spirit fire. The moment the spirit fire appeared, the entire room was bathed in green light, the flames infused with boundless vitality and purifying power, resonating harmoniously with the essences of the ice spirit jade essence and the purple heart dragon spore. Elder Shinong directed the spirit fire into the alchemical furnace, where the medicinal ingredients swiftly melted and merged under the fire's refinement, transforming into a swirling liquid that radiated a spectrum of colors, pulsating as though alive. Tong Chun, bring the small healer over, Elder Shinong instructed, turning towards him. Tong Chun hurried to the bedside, gently lifting the frail, small healer. Her complexion remained as pale as paper, her body weak and devoid of strength, yet her eyes reflected a glimmer of determination and trust as she gazed at Tong Chun, offering a slight nod. Tong Chun carefully settled the small healer onto the cushion before the alchemical furnace, and Elder Shinong cradled the furnace, gradually pouring the multicolored liquid into her mouth. As soon as the liquid entered her body, she began to tremble violently. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and a look of anguish crossed her face. Small healer. Tong Chin's heart tightened at the sight, and he instinctively moved to rush forward. Elder Shinong quickly restrained him. Do not panic. This is a normal reaction. The toxins are clashing with the medicinal powers within her. Our task is to steady her spirit. Tong Chun suppressed his concern, grasping the small healer's hand and softly reassuring her. Do not fear, small healer. I am here. You must hold on. The small healer clutched his hand tightly. Her eyes filled with pain, yet she managed a slight nod, indicating her resilience. As the toxins were gradually expelled, a black smoke began to emanate from the small healer's body, carrying a pungent odor, the very essence of her cursed toxins. After being purified by the spirit fire, these toxins became harmless, slowly dissipating into the air. However, the process of refining the body and expelling the toxins was fraught with challenges. As the toxins were forced deep into the meridians of the little medicine fairy, they encountered tremendous resistance. Her meridians, ravaged by the prolonged onslaught of poison, had become exceedingly fragile, unable to withstand the sudden influx. The pallor of her complexion deepened, her breath quickened, and her body began to convulse uncontrollably. This is bad. Her meridians are on the brink of collapse. The Elder Shinong's expression shifted, and he hastily intensified the output of the vital fire, striving to accelerate the purification of the toxins. Witnessing the little medicine fairy's agony, Tong Chun was consumed by anxiety. Suddenly, he recalled the multicolored bead and urgently addressed Elder Shinong. Predecessor, use the multicolored bead. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization illuminated Elder Shinong's eyes. Yes. Quickly hand me the multicolored bead. Tong Chun swiftly retrieved the bead and presented it to Elder Shinong. The elder placed the bead over the little medicine fairy's heart, and it immediately radiated a gentle glow, enveloping her entire being and providing a protective layer for her meridians. With the assistance of the multicolored bead, her meridians gradually stabilized, allowing the toxins to pass through smoothly. After a protracted and arduous ordeal, the toxins of the malevolent poison finally expelled completely. The little medicine fairy's body ceased to tremble, and the black smoke gradually dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, the expression of pain receding, replaced by a hint of weakness and relief. In a soft voice, she called out Tong Chin's name, her tone faint yet filled with gratitude. Tong Chin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he grasped her hand tightly. Little medicine fairy, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful, you are safe now. She gazed at him, tears shimmering in her eyes. Thank you, Tong Chun. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Tong Chun gently caressed her hair, speaking tenderly. Silly girl, what are you saying? You are the most important person to me. How could I bear to watch you suffer? As long as you are well, everything is worthwhile. Rising to his feet, Tong Chun bowed deeply to Elder Shinong. Predecessor, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, the little medicine fairy would not have recovered. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Elder Shinong waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. It brings me great joy to see the little medicine fairy healed. This is the fruit of our joint efforts. In the days that followed, Tong Chun diligently cared for the little medicine fairy, preparing various nourishing foods and elixirs for her. Her health gradually improved, her complexion grew increasingly rosy, and her smile became ever more radiant. Each time she beheld Tong Chun's busy figure, her heart brimmed with warmth and happiness. Chapter 55. Plans to retain from a distance. Tong Chun caught sight of Elder Shinong's figure, and a sudden tightness gripped his heart as he hurried towards him. Approaching Elder Shinong with a respectful demeanor, he softly inquired, Predecessor, I have heard that you intend to leave. Upon hearing this, Tong Chun quickly urged, Predecessor, you must not depart. The Soul Palace is actively searching for you, eager for revenge. If you leave now, you will undoubtedly fall into grave peril. Although the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion may not offer the same freedom as your secluded abode, It provides stability and safety. I implore you to stay a while longer, until the storm from the Soul Palace has completely passed. The venerable Shinnong furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. He understood well that Tong Chen's words were entirely truthful. The Soul Palace was known for its vengeful nature. Having slain Han Mieshing, they would not easily let him off the hook. Yet, he was unwilling to remain hidden within the confines of the Heavenly Machine Tower, relying on the protection of others to carry on with his life. Child, I appreciate your kindness, but how can I persist in hiding here, causing you unnecessary concern? Shinnong spoke gently. Tong Chun, with an earnest expression, replied, Senior, what you say is unfounded. If it were not for your assistance, how could the little medical sage have regained her health? You have bestowed upon us immense kindness, and it is our unwavering duty to protect you. Moreover, with the multitude of experts within the Heavenly Machine Tower and the full support of the Time Demon God, we will certainly ensure your safety. At that moment, the Time Demon God strode forward, kneeling on one knee with unwavering resolve. Senior, what the Master has said is entirely correct. As long as I am present, I will not allow anyone from the Soul Palace to harm you in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's heart swelled with joy, his face illuminated with delight. Excellent. Senior, with you remaining in the Heavenly Machine Tower, we feel as though we have swallowed a calming pill, bringing us great peace of mind. The three of them slowly settled onto the stone bench in the courtyard, naturally engaging in conversation about the recent developments. Suddenly, a vision of the remains of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python flashed through Tong Chen's mind, prompting him to seek counsel from the venerable Shinnong. Senior, I wish to inquire about something. By a stroke of fortune, I have acquired the remains of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, and am contemplating transplanting its essence into Medusa to enhance her bloodline. Might you have any insights on this matter? Shinnong paused momentarily, then fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke slowly. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python was an exceptionally formidable entity from ancient times, its bloodline immensely noble. If its essence could indeed be transplanted into Medusa, it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in her strength. However, this task is far from straightforward. Tong Chun hastily pressed for clarification. Senior, please enlighten me. What must be done to achieve success? With a serious demeanor, Shinnong explained. In order to successfully transplant the bloodline of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python into Medusa, 3 bearers of exotic fire are required. Utilizing the formidable power of a complete metamorphosis must be performed upon her. 3 bearers of Tong Chen's brow furrowed in deep thought. In the vast expanse of the Dou Po continent, was already exceedingly rare, and those who possessed it were few and far between. Finding 3 would not be an easy task. Senior, why must it be 3 bearers of? Would one not suffice? Tong Chen asked, filled with curiosity. Shinnong patiently elucidated. The bloodline of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python is far too potent and domineering. Ordinary power is insufficient to integrate it smoothly into Medusa's being. The strength of a single bearer of is inadequate to suppress and guide this formidable bloodline. Only with 3 bearers of, each possessing different attributes, can a perfect balance be achieved. This would effectively suppress the violent force of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python's bloodline, while guiding it to harmoniously merge with Medusa's body, completing the transformative rebirth. Tong Chen suddenly understood. I see now. However, locating these 3 bearers of is indeed a formidable challenge. The venerable Shinnong nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the possessors of are the pinnacle of strength upon the continent, their movements elusive and difficult to discern. Moreover, they regard as a treasure of life and death. Persuading them to assist is no simple task. A flicker of determination glinted in Tong Chen's eyes. No matter how arduous the journey, I must make the attempt. Medusa, as the queen of the serpent race, holds the potential to elevate her kin significantly. Furthermore, she is a friend. I cannot stand idly by while she misses this extraordinary opportunity to enhance her power. Observing the resolute gaze of Tong Chun, Shinnong felt a surge of admiration within. Child, your profound loyalty and righteousness are indeed rare virtues. Since you have made up your mind, I shall lend you my support. Although the fire of living beings in my possession ranks 5th on the list, my understanding of will aid you in seeking clues about other possessors. Tong Chun, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. She quickly rose and respectfully bowed to Shinnong. Esteemed elder, I am immensely grateful to you. With your assistance, the probability of success has greatly increased. The Time Demon also interjected. Master, I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you in locating the possessors. Tong Chun regarded the Time Demon with immense gratitude. With you by my side, I feel considerably more secure. Subsequently, the 3 began to meticulously discuss the detailed plan to search for the possessors. drawing upon his extensive knowledge and rich experience. Shinong provided Tong Chun with potential leads on where these possessors might be found. Tong Chun listened intently, committing each clue to memory. As far as I know, in the eastern wilderness, there exists a profoundly mysterious powerful being, rumored to possess a known as the purple flame demon fire. This individual has always operated discreetly, rarely revealing themselves to the outside world, yet their strength is formidable. Shinong spoke slowly. Tong Chun nodded solemnly. The eastern wilderness, I shall remember. No matter how enigmatic they may be, I will find them. Furthermore, deep within the southern barbarian region lies a mysterious volcano, said to seal A. If we can discover the means to unlock the volcano's seal, perhaps we can obtain the, Shinong continued. A spark of excitement danced in Tong Chen's eyes. The southern barbarian volcano sounds fraught with danger, but for Medusa, I fear no peril, no matter how great. After the discussion concluded, Tong Chun rose, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, her heart brimming with fervent ambition, regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead. I am determined to locate the three possessors to aid Medusa in enhancing her lineage. Shinong observed the figure of Tong Chun departing and nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. This child shall undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. In the days that followed, Tong Chun immersed herself entirely in preparations to seek the possessors. She plunged into various ancient texts, diligently studying the characteristics of and potential locations for their appearance. The time demon devotedly assisted her, providing counsel and strategies. Meanwhile, Shinong frequently visited to offer guidance. Within the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, a scene of bustling activity and hopeful ambition unfolded, as everyone worked tirelessly toward a singular goal. Chapter 56. The Dawn of the Serpent People. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays unreservedly pouring over the vast expanse of the desert, painting a scene of golden grandeur. Tong Chun and the time demon god raced swiftly across the sandy sea towards the territory of the Serpent People. Time. We must convey this news to Medusa, aiding her in elevating her bloodline and fortifying the Serpent People, Tong Chun declared, his gaze resolute, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. The time demon god nodded slightly, loyalty and steadfastness shining in his eyes. Rest assured, my master, with me by your side, your safety is guaranteed, and this endeavor will surely succeed. Before long, they arrived at the Serpent People's tribe. As the guards prepared to block their passage, Tong Chun announced his identity. The moment the guards recognized him, they instantly displayed respect, hastily allowing them entry and swiftly dispatching someone to inform Medusa. Tong Chun and the time demon god were ushered into the central palace of the tribe, which was adorned simply, yet commanded a sense of authority. The walls were etched with ancient totems of the Serpent People, emanating a mysterious aura under the sunlight. Medusa entered the palace. Clad in an exquisite robe adorned with serpent patterns, her graceful figure moving with elegance. Upon seeing Tong Chun, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, and her lips involuntarily curled into a charming smile. Tong Chun, you have come. What brings you here? Tong Chun inclined his head slightly in respect, then straightened, his expression serious as he spoke. Queen Medusa, I have come with urgent matters to discuss regarding the future of your Serpent People. Medusa raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued, urging him to continue. I have acquired the remains of the 9-colored devouring python, a treasure that can enhance your bloodline, Tong Chun stated slowly, his voice steady and powerful. At his words, Medusa's eyes widened with astonishment, quickly followed by uncontainable excitement. The 9-colored devouring python? Is it truly so? Tong Chun, how did you come by it? Tong Chun succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the python's remains. Medusa listened intently, her admiration for him growing deeper. In her eyes, Tong Chun was always a harbinger of unexpected surprises, each appearance akin to the dawn of hope. However, to successfully transplant the bloodline of this remains into you, the assistance of 3 bearers of is required. Tong Chun shifted his tone, his expression growing grave. Medusa furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. Bearers of are indeed hard to find. Throughout the continent, there are but a handful of powerful beings who possess it. Tong Chun nodded slightly, and continued, as of now, I have identified 2 individuals. One is Xiao Yan, who possesses various. The other is the elder Shinong, who wields the 5th-ranked life fire on the list. Yet, we still require one more. Do you, my queen, possess any knowledge of such a figure? Medusa gently shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. I have not heard of any other powerful beings who possess. This is inherently enigmatic, and its bearers seldom reveal themselves to the world. Tong Chun frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before stating, In that case, I plan to inform the Tianji Tower in Zhongzhou, requesting their assistance in the investigation. Their intelligence network spans the continent, and perhaps they may yield some fruitful discoveries. Medusa gazed at Tong Chun, her eyes brimming with trust and admiration. Tong Chun, were it not for you, my serpent people would scarcely have such an opportunity. Your meticulous consideration for our clan fills me with gratitude. Regardless of whether we find the third possessor of your kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of my serpent people. Tong Chun waved his hand, smiling as he replied, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I consider the serpent people my friends. It is my duty to lend assistance. Furthermore, enhancing your strength is vital for the balance of the entire continent. Medusa nodded slightly, her heart swelling with emotion as she reflected on Tong Chun's formidable strength and profound loyalty, recognizing him as a rare hero in this world. To forge a friendship with him is indeed a privilege for the serpent people. By the way, Tong Chun, the quest to find the possessor of the may prove fraught with challenges. Do you have any plans? Medusa inquired with concern, as she looked into Tong Chun's steadfast gaze. A wave of sentiment washed over her. Tong Chun, should you require assistance from my serpent people, do not hesitate to ask. Although our strength may not rival that of the Tiangong Tower, we will certainly do our utmost. Tong Chun felt warmth in his heart and nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. If the need arises, I shall not be modest. Afterward, Tong Chun and the Time Demon God took a brief respite in the Serpent People's tribe, where Medusa personally arranged a sumptuous banquet to welcome them. During the dinner, Medusa and Tong Chun enjoyed engaging conversations, discussing not only the plans for enhancing their bloodline, but also the future development of the Serpent People. Tong Chun, how do you believe my Serpent People should develop in the future? Medusa inquired earnestly, setting down her wine cup. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Chun responded, The Serpent People have always been valiant warriors, but in the current state of the continent, sheer force is insufficient. I believe we should strengthen our interactions and collaborations with other races, sharing resources for mutual growth. Additionally, we ought to cultivate more young talents to fortify the future of the Serpent People. Medusa nodded subtly, her eyes filled with approval. You speak truly. We have been overly insular in the past. It is indeed time for change. Tong Chun, your insights are profound, and I will seek your counsel in the future. Tong Chun smiled humbly. Your Majesty, you flatter me. We shall learn from one another and progress together. As Tong Chun accepted the jade pendant, he felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall guard it with utmost care. Medusa regarded Tong Chun with hopeful anticipation. Tong Chun, I look forward to your swift discovery of the third possessor of the fate of my serpent people rests in your hands. Tong Chun nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint you. With that, Tong Chun and the Time Demon God turned to depart, their figures gradually fading into the distance under the sun's warm embrace. Medusa stood at the entrance of the tribe, her eyes lingering on their retreating forms as she silently prayed for their success. Chapter 57. The storm of the auction in the spacious room of the Tiangong Tower in Central Continent, filled with volumes of intelligence and scrolls. Tong Chun had been diligently occupied for several days. Before him lay a table laden with ancient tomes, maps, and confidential intelligence from various branches of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. His brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze fixated on the parchment in his hands, which listed the potential possessors of the rare, as reported from the Central Continent. He endeavored to extract useful clues from the overwhelming information. My lord, you have been tirelessly occupied for several days. It is time you take a respite, remarked the time deity, standing nearby, concern etched upon his face as he observed Tong Chun's weary countenance. Rubbing his temples, Tong Chun lifted his head and managed a faint smile. Time. I appreciate your concern. However, the search for the third possessor of the is of utmost urgency. Medusa awaits our news. The time deity shook his head gently, insisting, My lord, a balance of work and rest yields greater results. Why not take a stroll outdoors? A change of scenery may provide relaxation and perhaps even inspiration. Moreover, the culinary delights of the Central Continent are renowned across the land. We should indulge in them. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Chun conceded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Very well, let us step outside for some fresh air. As they exited the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, they were greeted by the vibrant streets of the Central Continent, bustling with life. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter mingling together. Stalls lined the streets, offering an array of curious trinkets, fresh fruits, and exquisite pastries. Tong Chun and the time deity navigated through the throng, savoring the lively atmosphere. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the middle auction house. The imposing and opulent structure was remarkably eye-catching, thrumming with activity. A thought struck Tong Chun. Time. Since we are here, let us venture inside. Perhaps we shall encounter something intriguing. The time deity nodded in agreement, and they entered the auction house, where the hall was already filled with eager patrons. The atmosphere electric with anticipation. Tong Chen's gaze fell upon the auctioneer, Yafei, who presided over the proceedings. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, Yafei exuded grace and professionalism, her every gesture radiating an enchanting allure. A wave of joy surged within Tong Chun at the sight of her. He found a seat, eager to enjoy the auction. Our first item for auction is a 5th-grade spiritual herb, the purple spirit grass. This rare specimen, found in the most frigid of terrains, possesses immense potential for aiding in the breakthrough to the Dou Huang realm. The opening bid is set at 100,000 gold coins, Yafei introduced with a smile. 150,000 gold coins. A voice called from the crowd. 200,000 gold coins. Another voice chimed in. As the bids escalated, Tong Chun felt compelled to join in the excitement. At that moment, the time deity abruptly stood, proclaiming loudly, "All treasures in this auction shall be acquired by Master Tong of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Should anyone raise the bid, we shall offer double." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the auction house. Eyes turned toward Tong Chun and the time deity, filled with astonishment and reverence. They were well aware of the immense power of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, and as its master, Tong Chun wielded unparalleled authority and wealth. Yafei, hearing the time deity's words, paused momentarily, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. She cast a glance at Tong Chun, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed young Master Tong gracing us with his presence. Given your generosity, today's auction promises to be even more captivating." The crowd below erupted in a flurry of murmurs. Some marveled at Tong Chen's extravagant wealth, while others, feeling a surge of rivalry, yearned to contest him. 300,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man declared, rising to his feet. He was the patriarch of a modest family from the central continent, seeking to acquire the purple spirit herb to assist the young members of his clan in breaking through to the Emperor of Combat realm. The time demon glanced at him and replied coolly, 600,000 gold coins. The man's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Tong Chun would indeed bid double the price. Gritting his teeth, he countered, 700,000 gold coins. 1,400,000 gold coins. The time demon responded without hesitation. The middle-aged man's countenance grew increasingly grim. His financial resources were limited, rendering him unable to compete with Tong Chun. Reluctantly, he took his seat, filled with frustration. 1,400,000 gold coins going once. 1,400,000 gold coins going twice. 1,400,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Tong for acquiring the purple spirit herb, Yafei announced with a smile. The auction resumed, with precious treasures being sold one by one, and both Tong Chun and the time demon consistently doubling the bids, nearly amassing all the treasures for themselves. The atmosphere in the auction house reached a fever pitch, with everyone astounded by Tong Chen's lavish spending. During a lull in the auction, Yafei descended from the stage to approach Tong Chun. "Tong Chun, why didn't you inform me beforehand of your arrival?" Tong Chun smiled and replied, "I decided to join on a whim, not realizing you have become the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house." Truly impressive. Yafei's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, saying, "I owe much of this to you. Without your previous assistance, I would not have achieved this position. Hand over all the treasures auctioned today, or none of you shall leave alive." A man bellowed. Panic swept through the crowd, causing many to rise in an attempt to flee. Yafei turned pale, seeking refuge behind Tong Chun. Furrowing his brow, Tong Chun stood up, casting a cold gaze at the group of black-clad intruders. "Who are you to cause a disturbance in the Mitre auction house?" The man snorted disdainfully. "That is none of your concern. If you know what is good for you, hand over the treasures." The time demon stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. "You think you can snatch treasures from us? Such delusions." The man regarded the time demon with a flicker of trepidation. He sensed the overwhelming power emanating from him and recognized that he was no match. Yet, unwilling to retreat, he quickly devised a plan. "Very well, since you refuse to comply, we shall take matters into our own hands. Brothers, attack." The black-clad men drew their weapons and charged at Tong Chun and the time demon. The time demon scoffed, his form flickering as he appeared among the assailants. With swift movements, he unleashed waves of temporal energy like blades, causing the black-clad men to collapse, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the man was struck with alarm and turned to flee. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tong Chen's eyes as a long sword materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck the man, who, unable to evade in time, collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. With the dark-clad assailant dealt with, the crowd within the auction house exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their gazes towards Tong Chun and the time demon god filled with gratitude and admiration. Yafei emerged from behind Tong Chun, her eyes brimming with adoration as she exclaimed, "Tong Chun, you are truly remarkable. If it weren't for you, we would have found ourselves in grave trouble today." Tong Chun smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing. With me around, you shall not suffer any harm." Following this tumultuous episode, the auction resumed. Tong Chun and the time demon god continued to bid generously, acquiring all the treasures presented. After the auction concluded, Tong Chun conversed with Yafei for a while before departing the venue alongside the time demon god. Chapter 58. Affectionate sentiments. Having resolved the turmoil at the auction house, Tong Chun and the time demon god walked side by side towards the Heavenly Secrets Tower. The moonlight flowed like water, gently draping the bustling streets of Central Continent in a dreamlike veil of silver. Most shops along the street had already closed for the night, with only a few still casting a warm, dim glow. "My master, today's auction was indeed exhilarating. Those treasures are rare gems." The time demon god's voice broke the night's tranquility, tinged with a hint of delight. Tong Chun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it was quite rewarding. However, the most unexpected encounter was with Yafei. "She is flourishing at the Mitre auction house." As they spoke, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Both Tong Chun and the time demon god halted, turning to see Yafei rushing towards them. Her hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands framing her fair cheeks, her breath coming in quick gasps, enhancing her captivating charm. "Tong Chun, wait." Yafei reached Tong Chun, bending slightly with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Concern etched across Tong Chun's face as he gazed at her with tenderness. "Yafei, what's the matter? Why the urgency?" Tong Chun's expression momentarily shifted, his lips curving into a teasing grin. Yafei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed from the intensity of her embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Tong Chun's eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. "You only know how to tease me." After a moment of contemplation, Tong Chun turned his attention back to Yafei, softly suggesting, "Let us go to your residence." Yafei nodded slightly, her cheeks still tinged with pink. Gently grasping Tong Chun's hand, she led him towards her home. Along the way, they exchanged no words. Yet their hands remained tightly entwined, conveying warmth and affection. Before long, they arrived at Yafei's residence, a spacious and exquisitely crafted abode. The crimson door stood firmly closed, flanked by two stone lions that appeared particularly majestic under the moonlight. Yafei retrieved a key from her waist and unlocked the grand entrance. As they stepped inside, the house enveloped them in silence, with only the moonlight illuminating the stone pathway in the courtyard, casting a cool glow. The courtyard was a tapestry of various flowers and plants, gently swaying in the breeze, releasing fragrant aromas into the air. "Please sit for a moment. I shall prepare some refreshments," Yafei softly remarked as she released Tong Chun's hand. Tong Chun responded with a smile and took a seat on the stone bench in the courtyard. He gazed around, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Although this place could not rival the grandeur of the Tianji Tower, it was imbued with a warm and inviting atmosphere. Before long, Yafei emerged, carrying a jug of wine and 2 glasses. She placed the wine and glasses on the stone table and then settled beside Tong Chun. "This exquisite wine is specially prepared for you. Do give it a taste," Yafei said, pouring a glass for Tong Chun. He raised the glass to his lips, savoring the rich, aromatic liquid with a hint of sweetness. "It is delightful," he praised. Yafei looked at Tong Chun, her eyes filled with tenderness. "As long as you enjoy it, that is all that matters." As they indulged in more wine, Yafei's cheeks flushed increasingly crimson, and her gaze became slightly dreamy. She looked at Tong Chun, her affection growing more intense. "Tong Chun, since I met you, my life has been irrevocably transformed. You have enveloped me in warmth and happiness like I have never known." Tong Chun set down his glass, gently grasping Yafei's hand as he earnestly replied, "Yafei, I feel the same. You are one of the most significant individuals in my life." After a prolonged moment, they parted. Yafei leaned against Tong Chun, her cheeks ablaze. Tong Chun tenderly caressed her hair, attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat. "Yafei," Tong Chun softly murmured, his voice laced with longing. Yafei nodded slightly, burying her face against his chest, whispering, "Yes." Tong Chun lifted Yafei into his arms and made his way toward the room. Inside, the candlelight flickered, casting a gentle glow. He carefully laid Yafei upon the bed and then leaned down to kiss her once more. Tong Chun's hand delicately traced Yafei's skin, from her cheek to her neck, and then to her chest. Yafei trembled slightly, releasing gentle sighs of pleasure. Her gaze was hazy, brimming with love and desire. Yafei's body quivered as she could not help but murmur, her hands gripping Tong Chen's arms tightly, her eyes filled with yearning and anticipation. With each of Tong Chen's movements, her sighs grew increasingly urgent, and the temperature in the room rose. After what felt like an eternity, they finally settled into tranquility. Yafei nestled in Tong Chen's embrace, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Tong Chen gently kissed her forehead and whispered, "Sleep now, my dear." Yafei nodded slightly, closing her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Tong Chen watched her peaceful visage, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. He tenderly held Yafei, gradually succumbing to sleep himself. Chapter 59. Farewell. The sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, softly illuminating the room and draping it in a warm, golden veil. Tong Chen slowly awakened, feeling as though all his strength had been sapped, rendering him somewhat languid. He shifted slightly, causing Yafei beside him to stir, letting out a gentle murmur. "Are you awake?" Tong Chen turned his head to gaze at Yafei, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, filled with affection. Yafei slowly opened her eyes, the bright sunlight prompting her to squint slightly, enhancing her already charming appearance. She nestled against Tong Chen, her voice soft and drowsy from just waking. It's all your fault. We were in the midst of a conversation last night." Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly buried her face in Tong Chen's chest, falling silent. Tong Chen couldn't help but chuckle, gently stroking Yafei's hair, teasing, "What's this? Are you shy now?" Yafei lightly punched Tong Chen's chest, playfully reproaching him, "All you do is tease me." The two remained cozily entwined on the bed for a while, until Tong Chen finally sat up and stretched lazily. "It's already noon. We should get up." Yafei followed suit, sitting up and gazing at Tong Chen with a look of reluctance. "Tong Chen, could you not leave so often? When you're by my side, I feel both my heart and body are fulfilled. I'm truly afraid of you suddenly leaving me alone." Tong Chen was momentarily taken aback, then turned to her, cupping her face gently in his hands. Meeting her gaze earnestly, he said, "Yafei, you know I have many responsibilities. But rest assured, wherever I go, you will always reside in my heart. Once I finish this busy period, I will make more time for you, all right? I promise." With that, Tong Chen placed a tender kiss on Yafei's forehead. The two rose, and after a brief wash, made their way to the courtyard. The flowers and plants in the garden appeared vibrant and full of life under the sun, exuding delightful fragrances. Yafei surveyed the surroundings, her heart a mix of emotions. She understood that Tong Chen would soon depart again. "I'll go prepare something to eat," she said, turning towards the kitchen. Watching Yafei's retreating figure, Tong Chen felt a surge of guilt. He realized that he spent too little time with her, but to fulfill his mission and assist Medusa in enhancing her lineage, he had to venture far and wide. Before long, Yafei emerged with an array of exquisite snacks and tea. They seated themselves on a stone bench in the courtyard, silently enjoying the treats and sipping tea, the atmosphere laden with a subtle melancholy of impending separation. Yafei stood up, her eyes glistening with tears. "Be careful on your journey." She nodded vigorously, leaning against Tong Chen, relishing his warmth. After a long moment, they finally parted ways. Tong Chen turned and walked toward the entrance of the residence, while Yafei stood in the courtyard, watching him until he vanished beyond the threshold. After leaving Yafei's home, Tong Chen headed towards the Tianji Tower, his heart heavy along the way. He recalled Yafei's reluctant gaze, feeling a profound sense of remorse. Yet, he knew he could not afford to halt his progress. Upon returning to the Tianji Tower, Tong Chen made his way directly to the little healer's room. As he opened the door, he found the little healer sitting by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Hearing the door creak, she turned her head, and upon seeing Tong Chen, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Seeing the little healer, Tong Chen noticed her complexion had regained its rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Little healer, I'm so glad to see you looking so well." She stood and approached Tong Chen, expressing, "Thanks to you and Elder Shin Nong, I have finally rid myself of the cursed poison." "Tong Chen, thank you." Xiao Yan furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. "Searching for the owner of the? This is no trivial matter. Could it not be perilous? You must exercise caution." Tong Chen gently squeezed Xiao Yan's hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, I shall be careful. With the time demon god by my side, there will be no harm. Moreover, for the sake of the serpent people and Medusa, I must locate the third owner of the." Xiao Yan nodded faintly, affirming, "Indeed, I believe you can succeed. Should you require my assistance, you must inform me. Although my current strength is not formidable, I wish to share some of your burden," she added. The elder Shinnong is quite benevolent. He frequently visits to guide my training. He mentioned that once I fully recover, he will teach me more advanced techniques. Tong Chun nodded slightly, remarking, the elder Shinnong is an extraordinary powerhouse. Receiving his guidance will greatly benefit your cultivation. You must study diligently. After conversing for a while longer, Tong Chun departed from Xiao Yixin's chamber. He made his way to the intelligence room of the Tianji Tower, where he noticed a fresh stack of information on the table. Sitting down, he began to meticulously peruse the documents, hoping to uncover clues about the third owner of the Chapter 60. The quest within the spacious and brightly lit intelligence room of the Tianji Tower. Tong Chun was wholly absorbed in sifting through the mountainous pile of reports. These documents, sourced from the myriad spies of the Tianji Tower scattered across the continent, were pivotal in the search for the third owner of the. His brow would occasionally knit in concentration, then relax, his gaze revealing a steadfast determination, leaving no potential lead unexamined. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Tong Chun, illuminating his focused visage. As he meticulously studied each report, his heartbeat quickened, and his breaths grew more rapid. At last, within a confidential report from the southern region of Zhongzhou, he stumbled upon crucial information regarding Tang Zhen, the chieftain of the Burning Flame Valley, who possessed the rank 9th on the list. I found it. Tong Chun suddenly rose to his feet, gripping the report tightly, a jubilant smile illuminating his face. Just then, the time demon god entered the intelligence room, and upon witnessing Tong Chun's excitement, inquired with interest, Master, have you discovered a lead? Turning his gaze, Tong Chun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he handed the report to the time demon god. Indeed, time. Look here. The chieftain of Burning Flame Valley, Tang Zhen, possesses precisely the third owner of the we have been fervently seeking. The time demon god quickly scanned the document, his expression mirroring Tong Chun's joy. Splendid news, Master. This offers a glimmer of hope for Queen Medusa to enhance her bloodline. Tong Chun's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he replied. However, persuading Tang Zhen to assist us will not be a simple endeavor. The Burning Flame Valley is notoriously enigmatic, and as its chieftain, Tang Zhen wields great power and acts with utmost caution. We must present him with sincere intentions and a well-crafted plan if we are to convince him. After a moment of contemplation, the time demon god suggested, what you say is indeed true. Allow me to venture to the Burning Flame Valley first to gauge Tang Zhen's disposition before we proceed with our plans. Tong Chun gazed at the time demon god, her eyes brimming with trust. Very well, time. I entrust this matter to you. You must exercise caution and demonstrate our sincerity. If we can secure Tang Zhen's assistance, the elevation of Medusa's bloodline will be half accomplished. The time demon god flickered and vanished from the intelligence room, swiftly heading towards the Fiery Valley. The Fiery Valley, nestled within a range of mountains in the southern region of the central continent, was perpetually enveloped in blazing flames, the intense heat deterring all who approached. The time demon god transformed into a streak of light and landed at the valley's entrance, where two guards, armed with long spears, stood vigilantly. Sensing the formidable aura of the time demon god, they immediately became alert, crossing their spears to block his path. Who goes there? Why do you intrude upon Fiery Valley? One of the guards bellowed. The time demon god halted, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied politely. I am the time demon god under Tong Chun of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. I come on the orders of my master to seek an audience with your esteemed valley lord, Tang Zhen, regarding a matter of great importance. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces. They were well aware of the Celestial Mechanism Tower's reputation and understood the strength and status of its master, Tong Chun. One of the guards spoke. So you are a distinguished guest of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Please wait a moment. I shall notify the Valley Lord. With that, the guard turned and proceeded into the valley, while the other remained alert, watching the time demon god closely. Accompanied by the guard, the time demon god entered the Fiery Valley. The searing flames greeted him, and the air was thick with a potent fire attribute. The time demon god summoned his spiritual energy to withstand the fiery onslaught, marveling inwardly at the valley's unique environment. Under the guard's guidance, the time demon god arrived before a magnificent palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, with two guards similarly armed standing at the entrance. The guard approached and gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and the time demon god stepped inside the palace. Within, a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man sat upon the main throne, his countenance severe and his gaze exuding an air of authority. This was none other than Tang Zhen, the Valley Lord of Fiery Valley. The time demon god advanced confidently, stating, Tang Zhen, I am the time demon god under Tong Chun of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. My master has learned that you possess the 9-dragon Thunderfire and has sent me to seek your assistance. He is currently preparing for a significant endeavor concerning the future of the Serpent clan and requires the support of 3 wielders of extraordinary flames. We have already secured the aid of Xiao Yan and Elder Shinnong. Now, we only lack your cooperation. I earnestly hope you will lend your assistance to accomplish this matter together. Tang Zhun furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, "This matter is of great import. I must deliberate further. Furthermore, the Celestial Mechanism Tower has had no prior interactions with Fiery Valley. Why should I place my trust in you? What reason do I have to assist you?" The time demon god responded, "Tang Zhun, my master, Tong Chun, has tirelessly sought out wielders of extraordinary flames to aid the Serpent clan. This sincerity is evident to the heavens. Should you choose to assist us, my master will undoubtedly remember your kindness, and in the future, if Fiery Valley requires anything, the Celestial Mechanism Tower will provide unwavering support." Tang Zhun scrutinized the time demon god, his gaze assessing. "Without evidence, how can I trust your words?" The time demon pondered for a moment before retrieving a celestial order from his bosom, extending it towards Tang Zhun. "This is the celestial order of my master. With this order in hand, one can summon the powers of the Celestial Pavilion from various locations. Should you agree to assist, this celestial order shall be entrusted to you temporarily, serving as a testament to our sincerity." Tang Zhun accepted the celestial order, examining it closely, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of the significance of the celestial order and understood the weight of Tong Chen's gesture. He nodded slightly, remarking, "It seems you indeed possess sincerity. However, I must consult with the elders in the valley about this matter. Please return in 3 days." The time demon felt a surge of joy in his heart and replied, "Very well, I shall return in 3 days." He then took his leave, hastening back to the Celestial Pavilion to report the situation to Tong Chun. Chapter 61. Emotions engraved in bone and marrow within the brightly lit study of the Celestial Pavilion. Tong Chun had been tirelessly occupied for several consecutive nights. A mountain of intelligence, intricate schemes, and the pressing task of locating the 3rd possessor of the weighed heavily upon him, often causing him to toil until the wee hours of the night. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on his weary yet focused visage, his brows furrowed as he immersed himself in the confidential documents at hand. After a moment's hesitation, the little medical fairy gently knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, Tong Chun lifted his gaze, and upon seeing her, a weary smile graced his face. "Little medical fairy, it's quite late. Haven't you rested yet?" Entering the study, the little medical fairy looked at Tong Chun, her eyes filled with concern. "Tong Chun, you have been working nonstop for several days. Continuing like this will take a toll on your health." As she spoke, she approached him and gently took his hand. "Come, let us go to my abode and take a moment to rest." Tong Chun gazed into the caring eyes of the little medical fairy, warmth blossoming in his heart as he nodded. "All right, I suppose I am indeed a bit fatigued." Hand in hand, they departed from the study, making their way to her residence. The Celestial Pavilion was particularly tranquil under the night sky, the moonlight casting elongated shadows on the cobblestone path. Throughout their journey, the little medical fairy held tightly to Tong Chen's hand, as if imparting her warmth and affection. Upon arriving at the little medical fairy's dwelling, they found a quaint and elegant courtyard, adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, releasing delightful fragrances as the gentle breeze wafted through. She led Tong Chun to a stone bench in the garden and poured him a cup of tea. "Tong Chun, thank you," the little medical fairy suddenly said, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. "If it weren't for you, I might still be ensnared in the agonies of the cursed poison, unable to escape. You have granted me a new life and rekindled my hope." Tong Chun tenderly brushed her hair, smiling as he replied, "Silly girl, why be so formal with me? You are the most important person in my life. How could I bear to watch you suffer?" The little medical fairy lowered her head slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks as she softly confessed, "Tong Chun, I truly love you." With that, she slowly leaned closer and gently pressed her lips against his. After a prolonged moment, they parted. The little medical fairy nestled against Tong Chen's chest, her cheeks aflame. He caressed her back softly, attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat. Her arms encircled his neck, her gaze filled with love and longing. As their bodies gradually drew closer, their breaths quickened, resonating with the intensity of their shared emotions. In this romantic atmosphere, their garments inadvertently slipped away, revealing skin as pure as jade. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a breathtaking tableau upon them. Just as their affections reached a crescendo, The little healer's eyes suddenly moistened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Tang Chun sensed her distress, momentarily pausing his actions, and softly inquired, "Why are you crying, my dear?" The little healer bit her lower lip, her voice trembling slightly. "This is my first time." As she uttered those words, she buried her face in Tang Chun's chest, unable to meet his gaze. Tang Chun, momentarily taken aback, was soon overwhelmed by a surge of compassion. He gently lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes, and tenderly assured her, "Little healer, do not fear. I shall remain by your side, loving you wholeheartedly." The little healer looked at Tang Chun, her eyes brimming with trust and affection. She nodded slightly, and once more pressed her lips to his. On this enchanting night, they intertwined, forgetting all worries and sorrows, lost in each other's love. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally found tranquility. The little healer nestled in Tang Chun's embrace, a content smile gracing her face. He softly kissed her forehead, whispering, "Sleep now, my dear." She nodded gently, closed her eyes, and soon drifted off into slumber. Tang Chun, observing the serene visage of the little healer, was filled with happiness and satisfaction. He held her close, gradually succumbing to sleep himself. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping them in warmth. The little healer slowly awakened, gazing at the slumbering Tang Chun, her face alight with joy. She delicately placed a kiss upon his cheek and then rose to prepare breakfast for him. Before long, she entered the room with a tray of breakfast. Tang Chun had already awoken, propped against the headboard, watching her. The little healer set the breakfast on the bedside table and sat beside him, saying, "Tang Chun, eat up and replenish your strength." Tang Chun looked at her, his heart swelling with emotion. He picked up a pastry, savoring it, and remarked, This is truly delicious. Little healer, your pastries are the best I've ever tasted." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, replying, "You just know how to make me happy. As long as you enjoy them, I will make them for you every day." As they enjoyed their breakfast, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing this rare moment of warmth. After finishing, Tang Chun rose, stating, "Little healer, I must attend to my duties. Once I am done with this busy period, I will make more time for you." She nodded slightly, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, yet she managed to force a smile. "All right, you go ahead. I will wait for you. Do take care of yourself." The little healer firmly nodded, leaning against Tang Chun, absorbing his warmth. After a while, they parted ways. Tang Chun turned, heading towards the study, while the little healer stood at the door, watching his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Chapter 62. Gathering 3 days after the appointment with the Lord of the Burning Flame Valley, Tangzhun, the sky was clear, and the sun poured down unrestrained, warming the winding mountain paths. The protagonist, Tang Chun, donned a flowing black robe, its edges fluttering gently in the breeze. With a composed demeanor, he advanced at a measured pace. The time demon followed closely behind, emanating an air of mystery and chilling intensity, seemingly at odds with the bright sunlight. Their figures darted swiftly through the forest, startling a few birds from the nearby underbrush. The time demon nodded slightly, his deep voice resonating as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. "Rest assured, Master, with my presence, there shall be no missteps." These succinct words served as a calming balm, allowing Tong Chen's previously taut nerves to ease slightly. Before long, they arrived at the fiery valley. Just before entering, a wave of scorching heat met them, the rich aura of fire almost igniting the air around them. Tang Zhun had long awaited their arrival at the valley's entrance. His imposing figure clad in a resplendent red garment, he approached with a smile, greeting them with hearty strides. "Young Master Tong, I am glad you have finally arrived." Tong Chun promptly offered a respectful salute, his demeanor humble and sincere. "Thank you for your patience, Valley Master Tang. We have come in hopes that you might accompany us to the Celestial Tower to discuss significant matters." Tang Zhun's gaze flickered, a glint of intelligence shining in his eyes. "Is the matter you speak of related to the fusion of the—" "Indeed," Tong Chun responded gravely, stepping forward with earnestness. "We have now procured your 9-dragon Thunderfire, and with the spirit fire of the Divine Farmer, we are but a step away from success. However, we require the presence of another bearer, hence my request for you to join us at the Celestial Tower for a thorough discussion with the Divine Farmer." Tang Zhun pondered for a moment, stroking his chin as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and nodded. "Very well, since young Master Tong has shown such sincerity, I shall accompany you." He was acutely aware that while engaging in this endeavor bore risks, the rewards, should they succeed, would be immeasurable for both himself and the fiery valley. Once everyone was seated, the atmosphere in the hall grew serious. The Divine Farmer spoke bluntly. "We currently possess 2 types of, yet we still require the final one. As far as I know, Xiao Yan holds the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, and perhaps we could seek his assistance. Tong Chun inclined his head slightly, determination evident in his gaze. That is precisely my intention. I plan to visit the Jianan Academy in search of Xiao Yan. What are your thoughts on this? Esteemed gentleman? Tang Jun furrowed his brow, a look of concern crossing his face. The Jianan Academy is home to many formidable experts. Although we are not lacking in strength, venturing there recklessly may invite unnecessary trouble. The elders within are all exceptionally powerful, and the enigmatic inner academy conceals countless strong entities. Moreover, the academy's regulations are stringent. If we act improperly, we may be perceived as provocateurs. The divine farmer stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied slowly, "What Valley Master Tang says is indeed correct. However, young Master Tong shares a bond with Xiao Yan, which may facilitate matters. I have heard of that young man. He is deeply loyal and just, and perhaps, for your sake, he would be willing to lend a hand." Tong Chen contemplated for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the table as he spoke steadily. "I will endeavor to negotiate with Xiao Yan amicably. If all else fails, we shall reassess our approach. I believe that if we appeal to his sense of reason and emotion, he will comprehend the stakes involved." As the hour quietly listened, it suddenly spoke, shattering the brief silence with a voice that resonated. "If my master wishes to journey to Canaan Academy, I shall accompany you, ensuring your safety." Tong Chun cast a grateful glance at the hour, trust evident in his eyes. "With you by my side, I feel considerably more at ease." Tang Jun looked at the hour, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. He could distinctly sense the unfathomable strength of the hour's demonic presence. And he marveled inwardly. This esteemed individual possesses immeasurable power. With your company, this journey shall surely be much smoother. The hour nodded slightly, refraining from speech. Yet the formidable aura emanating from it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall by several degrees. The elder Shinnong lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. Amidst the rising steam, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Then, I wish Master Tong a prosperous journey. Upon securing the third type of, we shall commence preparations to enhance Medusa's bloodline. This opportunity not only belongs to Medusa, but may also alter the very fabric of the Duki continent." Tong Chen rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you both. I shall set forth to Canaan Academy at once." Tang Jun also stood, patting Tong Chun on the shoulder. "I shall await good news at the Burning Flame Valley. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command." After bidding farewell to Tang Jun, Tong Chun turned to the elder Shinnong and said, "Esteemed elder, I entrust the Heavenly Mechanism Tower to your care." The elder Shinnong waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Go forth with peace of mind. I shall be here. Focus solely on finding Xiao Yan. And take care in all matters." Tong Chun and the hour departed from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, embarking on their journey to Canaan Academy. Along the way, Tong Chen's thoughts meandered. He fully understood that this journey held significance not only for Medusa's bloodline enhancement, but could also impact the future of the entire Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Should he successfully persuade Xiao Yan and obtain the assistance of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire, Medusa's ascension would undoubtedly elevate the prestige of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower to unparalleled heights. Conversely, failure would extinguish Medusa's hopes and potentially plunge the tower into a precarious predicament. "Do you believe Xiao Yan will agree to assist us?" Tong Chun inquired softly, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. The hour fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing its words. "Xiao Yan values loyalty and has shared a bond with you, Master. Perhaps he will consider this relationship and extend his assistance. However, he harbors his own aspirations and principles. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is crucial for his cultivation, and should it touch upon his limits, complications may arise. He is driven by a desire for vengeance for his family and to enhance his own strength. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is a vital support for him. We must devise a thorough plan." Tong Chun nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Regardless, I must make the attempt. Even if there exists but a glimmer of hope, I cannot relinquish it." He gazed resolutely down the path ahead, as if already envisioning the moment he would meet Xiao Yan, quietly formulating his strategy to persuade him. The two quickened their pace, their silhouettes elongated under the bright sunlight. Hurrying towards Canaan Academy, an unknown challenge awaited them, behind which lay an opportunity to alter their fates, as well as an unpredictable peril. Chapter 63. Canaan Academy. The scorching sun hung high, relentlessly pouring its heat upon the earth. Tong Chun and the hour raced along the winding official road towards Canaan Academy. On the official road, dust was raised by their footsteps, lingering in the air. "Master, I have heard that the Canaan Academy is filled with formidable individuals and intricate regulations. "We must prepare diligently for our visit," remarked Shurchin, his brow slightly furrowed, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Tong Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute. "I understand the implications. Yet, for the sake of Medusa's bloodline enhancement and to rekindle my relationship with Xiao Yan, we must undertake this journey regardless. Moreover, Xiao Yan is not an ungrateful person. I believe we can persuade him successfully." As they approached Canaan Academy, the number of travelers on the road gradually increased. Predominantly young cultivators whose faces radiated hope and anticipation as they hurried toward their sacred destination. It seemed that many were en route to seek knowledge at Canaan Academy. Observing these vibrant faces, Tongchen couldn't help but smile softly. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Canaan Academy. Gazing up at the grand entrance and the towering structures, Tong Chun took a deep breath and stepped into the academy. No sooner had he entered than two students in standardized attire approached and halted them. One student, with a vigilant demeanor, scrutinized Tong Chun and Shurchin. "Halt. This is Canaan Academy. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter." Tong Chun quickly clasped his hands together in a humble gesture. "Dear brothers, I have come to seek Xiao Yan. I hope you can show some leniency." The other student furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Xiao Yan, what business do you have with him?" "I am an old acquaintance, here to discuss some important matters," Tong Chun replied earnestly. "I would greatly appreciate your assistance in conveying my message." The two students exchanged glances, and one said, "Please wait here, I will inform him." With that, he hurried deeper into the academy. Tong Chun and Shurchin followed the student along the broad pathway. Along the way, they observed numerous students diligently cultivating, either practicing combat techniques or comprehending the ethereal energies of the world. Indeed, Canaan Academy was living up to its reputation. The atmosphere of cultivation was nothing short of breathtaking, eliciting a sigh of admiration from Tong Chun. Shurchin nodded slightly. "Here gathers talents from all corners. Growing in such an environment undoubtedly accelerates one's strength." Before long, they arrived near the heavenly flame refining tower, where they spotted Xiao Yan clad in black, standing beneath the tower. Upon seeing Tong Chun, a delighted smile spread across his face. "Tong brother, it's been a long time. What brings you here?" Tong Chun swiftly approached and grasped Xiao Yan's hand. "Xiao brother, I have missed you dearly. I have urgent matters to discuss and have come in haste to seek your counsel." Xiao Yan chuckled as he led them to a nearby stone bench. "Tong brother, you flatter me. Please, speak freely. I will do my utmost to assist you." Tong Chen's expression turned serious as he recounted Medusa's plight and his quest for a unique fire to enhance her bloodline. After listening, Xiao Yan frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. "Tong brother, the matter of merging unique fires is of great significance. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is also an invaluable asset to me." Tong Chen nodded in understanding. "Xiao brother, I realize this may place you in a difficult position. However, this matter not only pertains to Medusa, but may also significantly impact the entire Dou continent. Should Medusa successfully enhance her bloodline, we would gain a formidable ally in future confrontations with powerful foes such as the Soul Palace." Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Tong Chun. "Brother Tong, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. It is merely that the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire is something I have acquired through tremendous hardship, and I require it to bolster my own strength and avenge my family." At this juncture, Shurchin, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke. "Xiao Yan, my master has come with the utmost sincerity. Should you choose to assist us, the Tianji Tower will undoubtedly provide unwavering support in the future." Xiao Yan cast a glance at Shurchin, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "And who might this be?" Tong Chun promptly introduced. "This is a Shurchin, the demon god, whose strength is unfathomable and serves as my invaluable aid." Xiao Yan clasped his hands in respect. "Ah, it is an honor to meet a senior. My apologies for my earlier ignorance." Shurchin inclined his head slightly. "There is no need for such formalities. Xiao Yan, your talent is extraordinary, and your future achievements are boundless. If we can join forces with Tianji Tower, we shall carve out a more expansive domain in this Dou continent." Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before replying. "Brother Tong, allow me to deliberate. This matter is of great significance, and I must make a careful decision." Tong Chen smiled and nodded. "Brother Xiao, I understand. Take your time to consider it. Regardless of the outcome, our friendship remains unchanged." In the following hours, Tong Chun and Xiao Yan engaged in conversation about their recent experiences. Xiao Yan recounted his training life at the Canaan Academy and the various adventures he encountered while seeking the. Tong Chun, in turn, shared the growth of Tianji Tower and several skirmishes with the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan was incensed to learn how audacious the Soul Palace had become. daring to repeatedly target Tianji Tower. Tong Chun sighed helplessly. The Soul Palace harbors grand ambitions, seeking to dominate the Dou Qi continent. Our existence poses a significant obstacle to them. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the land, draping the entire Canaan Academy in a resplendent cloak. Xiao Yan rose. Brother Tong, it is growing late. Why not stay overnight at the academy, and I shall provide you with my answer in the morning? Tong Chun expressed his gratitude. In that case, I shall impose upon you, Brother Xiao. That evening, Tong Chun and Shi Chun rested in the room arranged by Xiao Yan. Lying on his bed, Tong Chun gazed out at the moonlight, lost in contemplation. He understood that Xiao Yan's decision was pivotal to their entire plan and silently prayed for Xiao Yan to agree to assist. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, and Tong Chun rose early. He made his way to the courtyard, where he found Xiao Yan standing, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Brother Tong, I have made my decision, Xiao Yan said, his expression serious. Tong Chen's heart raced as he fixated on Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, what is your decision? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. I agree to help you. However, I have one condition. Once this matter is concluded, I wish to leverage the power of Tianji Tower to seek out more to enhance my strength. Joy surged through Tong Chun as he stepped forward to grasp Xiao Yan's hand. Brother Xiao, it is settled. Tianji Tower will provide its full support. Excellent. When shall we depart for Tianji Tower? Xiao Yan inquired. There is no time to waste. We shall set off today, Tong Chun replied. Xiao Yan nodded, expressing his anticipation for the outcome of the upcoming fusion of. Under the warm embrace of sunlight, their figures gradually receded into the distance, heading towards the Tianji Tower, where a brand new challenge awaited them. Chapter 64. Transformation inside the Tianji Tower. The atmosphere was heavy yet filled with expectation. In the spacious chamber, a magnificent crystal chandelier cast a soft yet bright glow, illuminating the space as if it were midday. The walls were adorned with mysterious runes that emitted a faint luminescence, adding an air of enigma to the chamber. In the center stood Tong Chun, his demeanor solemn, flanked by Xiao Yan, the elder of Shinnong, Tang Zhun, and Medusa. Clad in a flowing purple gown, Medusa's graceful figure exuded elegance. Though her expression bore a hint of coldness, her eyes subtly revealed a mix of tension and anticipation. This endeavor to enhance Medusa's bloodline was an unprecedented trial, leaving no room for error. Tong Chen's gaze traversed the faces of those present, his voice low and resolute. Xiao Yan slightly nodded, gripping the Qinglian earth heart fire in his palm, where the faint azure flames danced, radiating intense heat. Rest assured, Brother Tong, I shall do my utmost to cooperate. The elder of Shinnong stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on Medusa. Do not be anxious, my dear. We are here for you. With that, he gestured with his hands, summoning the vitality of the spirit fire, which manifested as vibrant green flames swirling around his fingertips, exuding a sense of life. Tang Zhun stepped forward, unleashing the 9 dragons' thunderfire, a burst of purple lightning entwined with flames, crackling with energy, causing the very air to tremble. My 9 dragons' thunderfire is poised and ready, he declared solemnly. Turning to Medusa, Tong Chun asked softly, Are you prepared? Medusa took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Let us begin. Her voice, though calm, betrayed her inner tension as her hands trembled slightly. Tong Chun waved his hand gently, and the time demon understood, carefully placing the remains of the 9-colored devouring python at the center of the chamber's array. As the remains appeared, a mysterious aura enveloped the chamber, as if recounting tales of past glory. Xiao Yan, you shall first merge the Qinglian earth heart fire with the remains, guiding its power, Tong Chun directed methodically. Xiao Yan stepped forward, the Qinglian earth heart fire gradually approaching the remains. The moment the flames made contact, the remains quivered violently, a powerful suction emanating from within, drawing the Qinglian earth heart fire swiftly inside, causing a layer of azure light to emanate from its surface. Elder Shinnong, it is your turn. Tong Chun looked towards the elder. The elder of Shinnong swiftly formed hand seals, the spirit fire transforming into a vibrant green beam, merging with the remains. In an instant, the radiance of the remains intensified, the azure and green intertwining, as if nurturing new life. Leader Tang, inject the 9 dragons' thunderfire. Tong Chun commanded loudly. With a bellow, Tang Zhun unleashed the 9 dragons' thunderfire, surging forth like a colossal purple dragon, roaring towards the remains. The 3 types have converged within the remains, their immense power causing the remains to tremble violently, and the entire array blazed with brilliance. Medusa, step into the magic circle and embrace the baptism of your bloodline. Tong Chun called out to Medusa. Taking a deep breath, Medusa slowly stepped into the circle, As her feet made contact, a powerful force enveloped her, causing her blood to boil as if it sought to break free from her corporeal confines. A pained groan escaped Medusa's lips, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hold on, Medusa. This is the process of bloodline reshaping. You must endure," Tong Chun urged anxiously. Xiao Yan, the elder of Shinnong, and Tang Jun were equally vigilant, exerting their utmost to regulate the power of the, ensuring it melded smoothly with Medusa's being. Under the refining influence of the, Medusa's physique began to transform. Her skin became translucent, shimmering with hints of iridescent light. Her hair lengthened, morphing into sinuous serpents that danced through the air. The elder of Shinnong observed with grave concern. This is a sign of bloodline awakening. Medusa's lineage is being roused. She is gradually undergoing metamorphosis. As time progressed, Medusa's agony seemed to reach a crescendo, her body contorting with an expression of torment. She cannot endure much longer. Tang Jun exclaimed in distress. Tong Chun gritted his teeth. "Time, lend her your strength." The time demon swiftly formed hand seals, a gentle power gradually flowing into Medusa's body. With this assistance, Medusa began to regain her composure, her contortions subsiding. With a deep sigh of relief, Medusa slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she radiated a formidable aura, as though she had been reborn. "Have we succeeded?" Xiao Yan inquired with palpable tension. Medusa, sensing the surging power within her, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. "I can feel it. My bloodline is evolving. I sense my strength amplifying." Hearing her words, Tong Chun and the others exhaled in relief. "Wonderful. We have finally succeeded," a look of satisfaction brightening Tong Chen's face. However, at that moment, the remains suddenly emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Medusa once more. Within the radiance, her form began to transform again, her body elongated, her scales becoming more vibrant and resplendent, pulsating with nine-colored brilliance. Her head assumed a more majestic aspect, and her vertical pupils revealed boundless mystery and power. "Is this?" Tong Chun gazed in astonishment at Medusa's metamorphosis. After a considerable duration, the light gradually dissipated, and Medusa gently descended to the ground. She had completely transformed into a nine-colored swallowing serpent, her immense form coiled atop the magic circle, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. "We have succeeded. Medusa has successfully metamorphosed into a nine-colored swallowing serpent," Xiao Yan exclaimed with excitement. Tong Chun approached, gazing at Medusa, his heart brimming with joy. "This is your own effort and destiny. Now, as you have successfully transformed, the Duki continent has gained another powerful being." Xiao Yan, the elder of Shinnong, and Tang Jun also stepped forward to extend their congratulations. The arduous ritual of bloodline elevation has ultimately achieved resounding success, and Medusa's transformation will undoubtedly usher in a new paradigm for the entire Dou continent. Chapter 65. Ascension within the spacious and luminous chamber of the Tianji Tower. Medusa has successfully metamorphosed into the colossal body of the nine-colored devouring serpent, radiating a brilliant spectrum of hues that illuminates the entire space. The rich and almost tangible waves of energy surge forth, enveloping all present in a profound sensation that resonates from the depths of their souls. The elder Shinnong stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with fervent excitement. "My dear girl, congratulations. This monumental leap will render your future achievements boundless." His voice trembled slightly, clearly moved by the formidable power Medusa now exhibited. Throughout his extensive years, he has witnessed the rise of countless prodigies. Yet a transformation as splendid and striking as Medusa's is exceedingly rare. Tang Jun stood with his arms crossed, a rare smile gracing his features. "Haha, Medusa. From this day forth, you shall be one of the foremost powers on this Dou continent." His nine-dragon Thunderfire danced beside him, seemingly jubilant in celebration of Medusa's success. As the leader of the Flame Valley, his own strength is formidable. He seldom displays such admiration, yet Medusa's transformation has left him utterly captivated. Tang Chen stood nearby, a look of heartfelt joy illuminating his face. For this moment, he has exerted considerable effort, and now witnessing Medusa's success fills him with indescribable elation. "Medusa, congratulations on completing this arduous transformation." His voice bore a hint of fatigue, but more so the joy and pride that followed such a triumph. At that moment, the aura surrounding Medusa suddenly shifted. The once formidable energy waves surged even more violently, akin to tumultuous ocean waves crashing upon the senses of the onlookers. Her scales glimmered with an even more radiant light, each one seemingly imbued with the profound forces of the universe. "This is a sign of breakthrough." The elder Shinnong was the first to react, his eyes alight with astonishment. The crowd instinctively stepped back, granting Medusa ample space. Energy began to frantically coalesce around her, forming a massive vortex that enveloped her completely. Within the whirlpool, flashes of nine-colored light erupted, accompanied by resounding booms, as if she were undergoing a celestial baptism. Inside the energy vortex, Medusa's consciousness remained acutely aware. She could feel the powerful force within her relentlessly pushing against her body's limits, each impact delivering sharp pangs of pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth, steadfastly enduring through sheer willpower. She understood that this was a critical moment for her breakthrough. Once successful, she would enter an entirely new realm, wielding greater strength to protect her kin and repay those who had aided her. As the energy continued to gather, Medusa's internal power surged ever higher. She felt as if she were merging with the heavens and earth, acutely perceiving every subtle fluctuation of energy around her. Her soul, too, was becoming more resilient and potent under the refinement of this overwhelming might. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as an energy vortex violently exploded, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the furnishings of the chamber, tables, chairs, and other items, tumbling into the air. Medusa gradually emerged from the radiant glow, her aura having undergone a dramatic transformation. She had successfully transcended to the Dou Saint realm, becoming a true Dou Saint powerhouse. Congratulations poured forth for Medusa's breakthrough. The crowd surged forward to offer their heartfelt congratulations, their faces aglow with joy. Medusa, now that you have ascended to the Dou Saint realm, your strength has significantly increased. In the future, you will undoubtedly carve out a realm of your own on this Duki continent, remarked Tong Chun with a smile. Medusa gazed at the assembled crowd, her heart brimming with gratitude. This achievement is thanks to all of you. Without your unwavering support, I would not have been able to accomplish this breakthrough. To celebrate Medusa's success, a grand banquet was held within the Tianji Tower. Laughter and merriment filled the air as everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Xiao Yan, the elder of Shinnong, and Tang Jin all expressed their sincerest wishes for Medusa, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Brother Xiao, your contribution was invaluable. Had it not been for your blue lotus earth heart fire, this enhancement of my bloodline would not have gone as smoothly, Tong Chen declared, lifting his cup in salute to Xiao Yan. The elder of Shinnong added with a smile, indeed, witnessing Medusa's transformation has greatly enriched my own experience. The wonders of this world are truly astonishing. Tang Jin also raised his glass. Let us toast to Medusa's breakthrough and to our collaboration. Cheers. As the banquet came to a close and night fell, Xiao Yan and Tang Jun approached Tong Chun to bid farewell. Tong Chun patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, saying, Brother Xiao, take care on your journey. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me at Tianji Tower. Thank you, Brother Tong. If the opportunity arises, we shall gather again, Xiao Yan replied before turning to depart. Tang Jun also clasped his hands together, saying, Young Master Tong, my gratitude for your invitation. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention in the Burning Flame Valley, so I take my leave now. Watching Xiao Yan and Tang Jun retreat into the night, Tong Chun felt a surge of emotions. Medusa's breakthrough not only enhanced her strength, but also solidified the ties between Tianji Tower and various factions. He believed that in the days to come, they would undoubtedly face challenges together and create even more legends upon this Duki continent. Chapter 66. Convergence of Destiny. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yan and Tang Jun, Tong Chen stood upon the terrace of Tianji Tower, a gentle breeze caressing his hair as he gazed into the distance, contemplating his forthcoming plans. In the wake of Medusa's triumphant ascension to Dou Saint, the jubilant atmosphere within Tianji Tower gradually faded, returning to its familiar bustle and air of mystery. It is time to summon the demon gods from the various branches to report on their work, Tong Chun murmured softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. He turned and strode with measured steps towards the main hall of Tianji Tower. Within the grand and enigmatic central hall of Tianji Tower, the atmosphere was as tense as the oppressive calm before a storm. The enormous crystal chandelier cast a pale light, illuminating Tong Chen's taut features alongside the serious expressions of the 10-peak 9-star Dou Saints standing beside him. An intangible pressure filled the air, as if even time itself slowed in response to the charged ambience. Then, the fate demon from the Black Corner domain stepped forward. His visage remains perpetually shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering his true expression elusive, as if the fog were a curtain of fate obscuring all truth. My lord, the Black Corner domain has descended into utter chaos. Emerging powers proliferate like mushrooms after rain, incessantly clashing for territory and resources. They disregard the original order of the Black Corner domain, engaging in rampant pillaging and heinous deeds. On the streets of the Black Corner domain, one can witness the plight of the displaced populace, their cries echoing through the air. The words of the Fate demon reveal a hint of helplessness and urgency, his voice quivering slightly, seemingly pained by the dire state of the Black Corner domain. This turmoil has not only resulted in the suffering of countless innocent souls, but has also severely hampered our intelligence operations at the Black Corner domain branch of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Many of our previously cooperative informants have lost contact amidst this chaos, and some have even met with tragic ends. Our branch is akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempest, perpetually at risk of capsizing. The Fate demon sighed softly, his breath seemingly laden with boundless weariness and sorrow. Finally, the Time demon, responsible for the Codec Empire region, spoke. His ethereal form radiated an enigmatic temporal power, a force akin to a gentle stream, yet imbued with the supreme might to command time. My lord, issues have also arisen within the Codec Empire. The Mu family has harbored resentment since the last auction and has recently allied with several minor factions to amass weapons and recruit personnel. Those weapons pile high, and new recruits train amidst swirling dust. The Time demon spoke slowly, a glimmer of caution in his gaze. Tong Chun listened intently to the reports from the three demons. Her brow furrowed as she pondered deeply. The threat of the Soul Clan looms like the sword of Damocles, poised to strike and bring catastrophe to the entire continent. The turmoil in the Black Corner domain not only disrupts the intelligence gathering of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, but may also embolden nefarious elements to strengthen their influence, posing a threat to the stability of the continent. Meanwhile, the Mu family's machinations within the Codec Empire, although relatively minor in scale, could, if left unchecked, trigger a series of chain reactions, jeopardizing the carefully crafted layout of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the Codec Empire. My lord, do you have any thoughts? Please command us. We vow to follow you to the death. The Chaos Demon was the first to express his stance, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, exuding trust in Tong Chun. His robust physique stood straight as a towering mountain, ever ready to charge into battle for his lord. Tong Chun nodded slightly, a hint of a reassuring smile gracing her lips. Very well. In that case, let us deliberate on specific countermeasures. First, regarding the threat of the Soul Clan. The revelation startled everyone. The already dire situation was further complicated, tightening Tong Chen's brow even more. She realized that this crisis was far more intricate and challenging than she had anticipated, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was poised to face an unprecedented trial. Yet, in Tong Chen's heart, she was acutely aware that retreat held no significance. Only by forging ahead with wisdom and strength could one hope to find vitality amidst the storm, safeguarding the Tianji Tower and the peace of the entire continent. Chapter 67. The battlefield within the concealed yet pivotal chamber of the Tianji Tower. A palpable atmosphere of solemnity weighed heavily, as if the very air had thickened. The chamber's walls were constructed from immense black stones, adorned with luminous pearls that emitted a gentle glow. However, that soothing light could not dispel the oppressive tension that lingered between Tong Chun and the 10-peak fighters of the 9-star Dou Saint realm. Qian Kuan Demon God. You are to proceed immediately to the ancient clan. Tong Chun fixed her gaze upon the Qian Kuan Demon God, her tone resolute and unyielding. The ancient clan, with its profound heritage and extensive experience, had contended against the Soul Clan for many years, amassing formidable strength. Utilizing your immense power over the force of Qian Kuan, collaborate closely with the formidable beings of the ancient clan to devise a meticulous defense plan. It is imperative that the ancient clan comprehends our shared fate. When the lips perish, the teeth become cold. Only through united efforts can we withstand the overwhelming threat posed by the Soul Clan. The Karma Demon God nodded slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his features, as if he possessed an understanding of the universe's intricate cycles of cause and effect. My lord, he spoke softly, the cycle of karma is inescapable. Their every action will leave indelible marks in the river of causality. With the power of karma at my disposal, I shall unveil their schemes, ensuring they cannot elude detection. As his words fell, his form began to dissipate like mist, seamlessly merging into the air as he stealthily advanced towards the direction of the Soul Clan. Once the issues with the Soul Clan are resolved, I shall turn my attention to the Jemu Empire. Tong Chun inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, her expression transforming into one of cold resolve. As frigid as the frost of winter. The audacity of the Mu family, these petty clowns, to conspire against the Meitel family and our Tianji Tower was nothing short of foolishness. The Fate Demon God's visage, shrouded in mist, shifted slightly. Though his expression remained obscured, a sense of unwavering determination emanated from him. His voice emerged from the haze, imbued with an air of mystery and authority. My lord, I shall stir the winds and clouds in the Black Corner domain, restoring order and reinforcing the intelligence network of the Tianji Tower, ensuring it is as intricate and robust as a spider's web, capturing all that transpires within. After speaking, he took his leave, vanishing into the mist, poised to embark on a thrilling campaign to reshape order in the Black Corner domain. Once all arrangements were made, Tong Chun leaned back in her chair, releasing a long breath as her taut nerves began to relax slightly. She understood that this crisis resembled a complex chess match, where each move bore immense significance. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Yet, her heart brimmed with conviction. With the formidable strength of the Tianji Tower and the extraordinary wisdom of the demon gods, she firmly believed they could navigate through this crisis, preserving peace and tranquility across the continent. However, at that moment, the door to the chamber was abruptly rapped upon, the urgent knocks resounding and shattering the brief tranquility. A disciple of the Tianji Tower hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his breaths rapid and labored, as if he had just endured a harrowing sprint for survival. He stammered, "My lord, we have just received word that the Soul Clan seems to have sensed our movements. They have begun to tighten their defenses and bolster their vigilance, dispatching skilled warriors to patrol the perimeter, evidently on guard." Tong Chen's countenance shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such a swift and astute reaction from the Soul Clan. It appeared that this confrontation would prove far more arduous and brutal than he had envisioned. Yet, he held no intention of retreat. Rather, his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, akin to a torch illuminating the darkness, igniting an indomitable spirit. He rose abruptly, his voice resolute and powerful. "Inform all personnel to exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant. Our plan remains unchanged, but we must proceed with heightened prudence, advancing step by step. We cannot afford to lose this battle. We must not fail. This is for the honor of our Tianji Tower and the future of this continent." With that, he cast a determined gaze toward the exit of the secret chamber, as if envisioning the fierce confrontation ahead, silently vowing to lead the Tianji Tower through the darkness toward the light, regardless of the trials that lay ahead. Chapter 68. Guardians in the shadows. Within the grand and solemn main hall of the Tianji Tower, the atmosphere was heavily laden, nearly suffocating. A vast map of the Dou Po continent adorned an entire wall, with markers of various colors scattered across it like stars, clearly delineating the distribution of various factions and the extensive, intricate intelligence network of the Tianji Tower. Tong Chun stood before the map, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor grave, his penetrating gaze seemingly piercing through the map to perceive the undercurrents surging across the continent. Since the conclusion of the last tense strategic deployment meeting, the entire Tianji Tower had been infused with a powerful impetus, transforming into a finely tuned mechanism, with each gear operating in a methodical rhythm. However, beneath Tong Chen's seemingly composed exterior lay a heavy concern. His thoughts were occupied with Xiao Yan, who was diligently cultivating at the Canaan Academy. For Tong Chen, the name Xiao Yan represented not merely an ordinary youth, but a pivotal factor in his ascent within this world, entwined with the fate of the entire continent. With his indomitable character, unyielding spirit, and inherent sense of justice, Xiao Yan relentlessly forged his path through the trials of cultivation. Tong Chun understood that each breakthrough Xiao Yan achieved in his cultivation signified a monumental leap in strength for himself, as it meant he would gain tenfold the growth and power. More importantly, from Xiao Yan, Tong Chun glimpsed a beacon of hope in the fight against the Soul Clan. One day, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly emerge as a brilliant star, stirring tumult across the continent, becoming the core force leading the resistance against the dark dominion of the Soul Clan. Tong Chun raised his hand to summon an elder responsible for resource management, a venerable man with white hair yet a vigorous spirit. The elder swiftly approached Tong Chun, bowing respectfully before him. Tong Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Elder, what is the current inventory situation within the pavilion? How many precious cultivation resources do we have at our disposal?" After listening to the elder's report, Tong Chun gained a clear understanding of the resource situation within the pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, he began to systematically allocate the resources. Initially, he resolved to dispatch a portion of the premium cultivation resources to the front lines, where they would support the ancient clan and other forces in their struggle against the Soul Clan. These resources would undoubtedly serve as a lifeline for the ancient clan, significantly bolstering their strength and providing them with greater confidence in their confrontation with the Soul Clan. Upon receiving his orders, The elder swiftly turned and departed to arrange for the transport of the resources. Before long, a convoy composed of elite disciples from the pavilion gathered outside the main hall. Clad in black attire, with resolute expressions, they exuded an air of grim determination. Each individual was acutely aware of the mission's significance. Carefully loading the precious resources onto the vehicles, and then, under the elder's guidance, set forth towards the ancient clan's territory. Simultaneously, Tong Chun did not overlook the complex and chaotic situation in the Black Corner domain. He understood that the Black Corner domain was a tumultuous place, rife with various dangers and opportunities. Recently, the pavilion's intelligence-gathering operations in that area had encountered severe obstacles, and if not addressed promptly, it would profoundly impact the entire intelligence network of the pavilion. To assist the Fate Demon in stabilizing the local situation and ensuring the smooth operation of the pavilion's intelligence network, Tong Chun resolved to allocate substantial manpower and resources to the branch in the Black Corner domain. He selected 30 robust and astute disciples to venture into the Black Corner domain. They were not only required to possess formidable strength, but also to exhibit keen insight and adaptability. Tong Chun addressed a steward beside him, instructing that they should assist the Fate Demon in reorganizing the intelligence network, establishing new surveillance points and communication hubs at critical locations within the Black Corner domain. Furthermore, they were to carry sufficient medicinal pills and weapons for unforeseen circumstances. Given the perilous and complex environment of the Black Corner domain, he emphasized the need for utmost caution and vigilance. In terms of resources, Tong Chun was particularly meticulous. He specifically chose 20 vials of concealment pills, which were of paramount importance for executing covert missions, enabling the pavilion's disciples to gather intelligence without detection by enemies. 15 vials of swift pills, as speed is often a decisive factor in a realm where combat could erupt at any moment, and 10 vials of diamond pills, which would provide the disciples with an extra layer of protection in the face of danger. Once all arrangements were finalized, Tong Chun stood alone on the pavilion's terrace, gazing into the distant horizon. At that moment, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon him, elongating his shadow. He silently prayed for the success of all endeavors, fully aware that this war had only just begun, with countless challenges and difficulties awaiting him in the pavilion. Yet, his eyes shimmered with unwavering conviction. He firmly believed that as long as everyone worked together in unity, they would surely triumph over the Soul Clan and safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. At that moment, a disciple of the Heavenly Machine Tower hurriedly ascended the terrace, clutching a sealed letter, his expression tinged with anxiety. "My lord, this is a message just received from the Qian Kuan demon god." Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's heart tightened, and he swiftly took the letter, unfolding it for reading. As his gaze traversed the words on the parchment, the gravity of his expression deepened. Chapter 69. Movements of various factions after the Fate Demon God, Qian Kuan Demon God, and other powerful beings received their orders and set forth on their respective quests. The situation across the Dou Po continent began to shift subtly, as if propelled by an invisible hand. Various factions commenced their actions in accordance with the meticulously crafted strategy laid out by Tong Chun. However, beneath the surface of calm, numerous unforeseen variables began to sprout. In the heart of the mist-laden valleys of Zhongzhou, a grand and ancient castle stood in serene solitude, surrounded by flickering ruins that emanated an aura of age and mystery. This was the stronghold of the venerable ancient clan, the Qian Kuan demon god. Enveloped in the immense power of the universe, cleaved through the sky and descended slowly before the castle. His arrival instantly heightened the vigilance of the ancient clan's formidable warriors, who locked their powerful auras onto him. The clan leader, Gu Yuan, personally led several elderly elders with flowing white hair and robust presences to welcome him. Gu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he appraised the Qian Kuan demon god, his expression a blend of reverence and concern. With clasped hands, he spoke with a resonant voice. "It is indeed an honor for our ancient clan to host the Qian Kuan demon god. However, with the recent tumultuous activities of the Soul Clan disrupting the peace of the continent, we are genuinely filled with trepidation." The Qian Kuan demon god nodded slightly, his power radiating and causing ripples in the surrounding space, as if the very fabric of reality was rendered unstable by his might. He spoke solemnly. "There is no need for such formalities, clan leader. I have come at the behest of my lord Tong Chun to deliberate on strategies to resist the Soul Clan. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. They scour the land for extraordinary flames and gather formidable experts, seeking to breach the realm of the Dou Emperor. Should they succeed, the continent would inevitably descend into chaos and despair, resulting in irrevocable devastation. One of the elders behind Gu Yuan could not refrain from interjecting. The Soul Clan has always acted with ruthless cunning. In recent years, they have covertly suppressed other races, and our ancient clan has suffered greatly as a result. Yet their strength is formidable. While we yearn to resist, we must tread carefully. The Qian Kuan demon god surveyed the assembly with steadfast determination. There is no need for concern. For my lord Tongshun is deeply invested in the safety of the continent and has already devised a comprehensive plan. United with the ancient clan, we shall undoubtedly stand against the Soul Clan. The Heavenly Machine Tower boasts an abundance of powerful warriors, and our intelligence network spans the continent, providing robust support in our defense against the Soul Clan. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, while the demon god's words hold merit, the matter of joining forces against the enemy is indeed of great significance and requires careful deliberation. What specific plans does the Heavenly Machine Tower have in mind? Seeing Gu Yuan's stance soften, the Qian Kuan demon god felt a surge of hope and continued. We should first conduct a thorough analysis of the Soul Clan's territorial distribution and potential offensive routes. By combining this with the ancient clan's strengths and weaknesses, we can formulate a meticulous defense and counterattack strategy. The ancient clan possesses profound resources and exceptional defensive formations. With just a bit more fortification, we can establish an impenetrable barrier against the Soul Clan. Simultaneously, elite forces were assigned to patrol and scout the periphery, ready to respond swiftly upon detecting any unusual movements from the Soul Clan. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets would also dispatch skilled individuals to assist the ancient clan in jointly safeguarding the defense line. Another elder stroked his beard and inquired, if we were to collaborate, how would we arrange resource allocation and command authority? Gu Yuan exchanged glances with the elders, communicating silently through their eyes. He spoke. The proposal from the demon god requires deliberation. My clan needs time to discuss it. This concerns the survival of the ancient clan, and we must proceed with caution. The demon god of Qian Kuan nodded in understanding. The ancient clan leader speaks wisely. This matter indeed requires careful consideration. However, time is of the essence, and I hope the ancient clan can reach a decision promptly, lest we miss the optimal opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Soul Clan, the demon god of causality had stealthily infiltrated. Concealed within a realm imperceptible to ordinary beings, he utilized the enigmatic power of causality to monitor every move of the Soul Clan's high-ranking officials. In the eerie chamber of the Soul Clan, the Soul Emperor was seated with several elders in black robes, engaged in discussions. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets appears to be making moves. We must respond with caution. However, our quest for the cannot falter, for it is crucial to our ascendance to the Dou Emperor level. The Soul Emperor's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority that seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present, instilling a chill of trepidation. In the heavily guarded Mu family castle within the Empire of Jimu, patrolling guards moved like a swarm of ants. The demon god of time led the elite forces of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, concealed within the crevices of time, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, ever watchful of the Mu family's activities. Hidden in the shadows, the demon god of time snorted softly, calculating inwardly, humph. Do you truly believe you can shake the foundations of the Mitre family and the Tower of Heavenly Secrets? Such delusions. He was prepared for any eventuality. Should the Mu family make a move, he would unleash a thunderous strike to obliterate their schemes entirely. Amidst the chaos of the Black Corner domain, the Tower of Heavenly Secrets bore the responsibility of restoring order. You are all individuals of discernment in this land. Are you willing to join me in this endeavor? The voice of the demon god of destiny echoed from the mists, imbued with a mysterious power that seemed to penetrate the hearts of all who heard it. Inside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, Tong Chen's expression grew grave upon receiving news from various sources. He had not anticipated that the emergence of this mysterious organization would complicate an already intricate situation. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, determination flickered in his eyes. Chapter 70. Escalating crisis within the conference hall of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. An atmosphere of heavy silence settled, as if the very air was being pressed thin by an invisible weight. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a harsh, pale light that mercilessly illuminated Tong Chen's taut visage and the surrounding members of the advisory council, whose expressions were as stern as stone. Under the relentless onslaught and aggressive impact of the mysterious organization, the Nine Nether Palace, the Tower of Heavenly Secrets faced an impending crisis that was intensifying at an alarming pace, akin to a surging black tide that threatened to engulf it wholly. According to the latest intelligence, the techniques practiced by the members of the Nine Nether Palace were exceedingly bizarre. An aged elder of intelligence struggled to rise, his hands trembling slightly from a mix of excitement and anxiety. With great difficulty, he unfolded the damp missive in his grasp, his voice betraying an unmistakable sense of trepidation and unease. Our informants ventured deep into the territory of the Nine Nether Palace, risking their lives to convey alarming news. Preliminary assessments suggest that their martial arts originate from a mysterious ancient sect, which, after a cataclysmic battle that could alter the very fabric of existence, seemingly vanished as if consumed by darkness. Who could have foreseen that after countless years, they would re-emerge in our midst, stirring such tumultuous waves upon their return? His voice quivered, as if gripped by an unknown terror. Meanwhile, in the mist-laden valleys of the Central Plains, a place that resembled a celestial realm but concealed peril within its depths, a fervent and fiery internal discussion was unfolding within the ancient clan's assembly hall. The dome of the hall, adorned with immense crystals, radiated a soft and enigmatic glow, yet this illumination failed to dispel the tension and uncertainty that hung in the air. Gu Yuan sat at the head of the gathering, his tall and imposing figure reminiscent of a majestic mountain, emanating an aura of reverence. Yet, at this moment, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with worry and conflict. Below him, the elders argued passionately, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of fervent disagreement. While aligning with the celestial mechanism tower may enhance our strength against the Soul Clan to a degree, began an elder with snow-white hair and a beard to match. Rising with trembling hands and a grave expression, we have yet to fully ascertain their true intentions. The rapid ascent of the celestial mechanism tower raises numerous questions regarding the forces and motives behind them. If they harbor ulterior motives, welcoming them would be like inviting a wolf into our fold, plunging our clan into utter ruin. His voice quivered, revealing his profound apprehension about the collaboration. Such a perspective is misguided, another elder interjected, rising with resolute intensity, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The Soul Clan's power is vast and ambitious. Their minions spread across the continent. If our ancient clan stands alone against them, relying solely on our own strength, what are our chances of success? The capabilities and intelligence-gathering prowess exhibited by the Celestial Mechanism Tower are evident. They have constructed an expansive network in a remarkably short time. They're might formidable. Joining forces with them might be our best chance to escape our predicament and confront the Soul Clan. We must not allow fear to hinder us from seizing this opportunity that could alter the course of the conflict. He spoke passionately, endeavoring to sway the other elders. In that moment, the hall buzzed with a mixture of support and opposition, creating a tumultuous din. Gu Yuan listened intently to the elders' debate, grappling with a weighty decision. He understood that this choice would determine the fate of their clan. Their survival and dignity hung in the balance. A moment's misstep could lead the ancient clan to an irretrievable abyss. Far away in the empire of Jiama, within the concealed chamber of the Mu family, the flames of conspiracy were quietly but fervently igniting. The walls of the chamber were adorned with maps and various confidential documents, while a massive table at its center was piled high with weapons and battle plans. Mu Zhan's face contorted in a fierce grimace, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to devour its prey, as he sat at the table surrounded by several trusted confidants who bore equally menacing expressions. His eyes flickered with a covetous and resentful gleam, akin to two ghostly flames in the darkness. The impending full moon 3 nights hence presented an opportune moment to strike. In a low yet venomous tone, Mu Zhan declared that the middle family would host a significant business celebration that day. A grand affair intended to showcase their power and status, inevitably leading to a lapse in vigilance among their guards. By uniting with nearby lesser factions, we could mount a surprise attack, catching them off guard and seizing victory in one fell swoop. He clenched his fists tightly, envisioning the downfall of the middle family and the moment he would reclaim dominion over the commercial realm of the empire. In the shadows beyond the Mu family castle, the time demon lurked like a specter born of darkness, silently observing every move of the Mu family. His gaze was as frigid as the sharpest blade on a wintry night, capable of slicing through the obscurity with ease, merging seamlessly with the shadows. He rendered his presence nearly imperceptible. Calculating his response in silence, he mused, every action of yours is under my scrutiny. This farce is soon to reach its conclusion. You foolish clowns dare to challenge the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and the Middle Family. Such arrogance is nothing short of a death wish. Upon returning to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, the Time Demon swiftly relayed the Mu family's plans to Tong Chun. After listening intently, a subtle smile graced Tong Chen's lips, exuding an air of confidence and composure. As if to convey to the world that everything lay within his grasp, Since they are so eager to bring about their own demise, we shall oblige them. Dispatch orders for all participants in the operation to prepare immediately. Inform the middle family to heighten their defenses while simultaneously positioning the elite of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in ambush. In this conflict, we aim not only to obliterate the Mu family's conspiracy, but also to impart a clear lesson to the other factions of the Empire. Opposing the Heavenly Mechanism Tower leads only to annihilation. We must restore stability to the Empire and create conditions conducive to addressing other crises. However, Tong Chun was acutely aware that the Mu family's machinations were merely a minor nuisance, akin to a gentle breeze before an impending storm, annoying, yet not a lethal threat. The true sword of Damocles hanging overhead, poised to fall at any moment, was the 9 Nether Palace of the Black Corner Domain and the ambitious Soul Clan. He understood that he must expedite his strategies regarding the 9 Nether Palace and the Soul Clan while simultaneously addressing the crises facing the Empire. Otherwise, as the situation deteriorated, the entire continent would plunge into an irretrievable abyss, cloaked in endless darkness, devoid of light. Chapter 71. The Mu family's assault on the night of the full moon. The silvery moonlight cascaded gently over the vast expanse of the Empire, enveloping the world in a mysterious and frosty veil. The middle family estate, illuminated by bright lights, was adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with exuberance. A grand business celebration, meticulously prepared and splendidly executed, was in full swing, aimed at demonstrating the middle family's substantial commercial prowess and extensive network to all sectors of the Empire. In the shadowy corners of the city, the Mu family allied with surrounding factions, cloaked by the cover of night, resembling a pack of wolves hidden in darkness, stealthily closing in on the residents of the middle family. Leading the charge was Mu Zhan, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated his muscular physique, amplifying his fierce demeanor. A menacing glint of murderous intent flickered across his face, as if obscured by hatred and greed. Gripping a long sword that emanated a chilling gleam, the blade quivered slightly, seemingly anticipating the impending bloodshed. Behind him surged a throng of shadowy figures, though they endeavored to tread lightly. Their footsteps were faintly audible in the stillness of the night, echoing the ominous approach of death. Remember, once we breach the door, kill everyone in sight, leave no survivors. The middle family's wealth and commercial empire will soon be ours. Mu Zhan hissed with a low voice, a menacing glimmer of avarice shining in his eyes, reminiscent of a famished wolf fixating on its prey, sending shivers down the spine. His confidants nodded in agreement, their faces contorted into cruel smiles. Having long been intoxicated by their lust for gain, devoid of any remorse for the atrocities they were about to commit. Just as the Mu family neared the grand entrance of the residence, the god of time materialized before them like a bolt of black lightning. He radiated an enigmatic power of time, rippling through the air like invisible waves, distorting even the pure moonlight under his influence, rendering the surrounding space ethereal. Humph. Your conspiracy has long been uncovered. Today marks your demise. The god of time's voice was chilling and piercing, akin to the icy winds of a frigid night, imbued with an unending coldness that sent tremors of fear through those who heard it. His gaze exuded unwavering determination and confidence, as though the adversaries before him were mere insignificant ants. Mu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively halting his steps, but quickly regained his composure. With eyes wide open in fury, he bellowed, "God of time, do not think you can thwart us alone. Brothers, charge together and slay him." Spurred by his incitement, the members of the Mu family and allied factions erupted like a lit powder keg, brandishing their weapons and frantically lunging towards the god of time. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries, shattering the tranquility of the night and startling birds from their perches. Yet the god of time remained composed. He raised his hand gently, and the power of time surged forth, as if he wielded dominion over it, causing the surroundings to slow. Those leading the charge found their movements sluggish, each action seemingly delayed by several folds, as if ensnared in a thick mire, struggling to advance. Fear etched on their faces, they were palpably terrified of this bizarre force. "What kind of power is this?" Mu Zhan exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, his heart brimming with dread and despair. He attempted to resist, yet discovered his body was immobilized, unable to budge an inch. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. In that moment, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely at the mercy of the god of time. Seizing the opportunity, the elite members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion surged forth from all directions, expertly trained and seamlessly coordinated, swiftly engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The elite warriors donned in sleek black attire, their faces obscured by dark veils, revealed only their resolute eyes. Their movements were swift and precise, each strike imbued with lethal intent. At this moment, the guards of the middle family responded, hastily arming themselves and joining the fray alongside the members of the Tianji Tower. Clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding long spears and shields, the guards wore expressions of unwavering determination, prepared to sacrifice everything to protect their kin. Within the courtyard, the core members of the middle family, under the guardianship of their protectors, swiftly retreated to a secure location. Yifei, adorned in a striking red gown that blazed like fire, stood out brilliantly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Though her expression was tense, her gaze was filled with resolve. As she observed the fierce combat outside, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Tong Chuan and the Tianji Tower. Had it not been for their timely warning, the middle family would have faced utter devastation today. She murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of trepidation. She recalled the confidential message sent by Tong Chuan, her admiration for his wisdom and foresight swelling within her. To her, Tong Chuan was akin to a lighthouse in the dark, always guiding the middle family through critical moments. The battle raged for over an hour, but the forces of the Mu family and their allies began to falter, descending into chaos. Despite their numerical advantage, they were overwhelmed by the coordinated assaults of the elite Tianji Tower members and the middle family guards. Soldiers fled in disarray, discarding their helmets and armor, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. The members of the Tianji Tower seized the advantage, relentlessly pursuing the enemy, leaving them in a state of utter defeat. Mu Zhan, ensnared within the confines of time, could only watch as his power crumbled, filled with regret and resentment. No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept this. Mu Zhan struggled desperately, yet found himself ensnared by the temporal prison, his face contorted with rage and despair. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would be so easily unraveled and dismantled by the Tianji Tower. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a caged beast making its final stand. Ultimately, the battle culminated in the Mu family's catastrophic defeat. Members of the Mu alliance lay dead or wounded, while the remaining few knelt in surrender, their faces etched with fear and desperation, devoid of their former arrogance. As the time deity dispelled the temporal prison, Mu Zhan collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had been stripped away. Disheveled and ragged, his body bore the marks of battle, presenting a pitiful sight. Mu Zhan, you sought to disrupt the peace of the empire and stand against the Tianji Tower. Today, you face your reckoning. The time deity declared coldly, his voice devoid of compassion, embodying the judgment upon a villain. In his eyes, Mu Zhan's transgressions were unforgivable, deserving of the harshest retribution. Emerging from her safe haven, Yifei approached the time deity, bowing deeply. Thank you, time deity, for your and the Tianji Tower's life-saving intervention. Had it not been for your efforts, the middle family would have faced annihilation today. Henceforth, we pledge our unwavering support to the Tianji Tower and will heed the guidance of Master Tong Chuan. Her tone was sincere, her eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. In her heart, the Tiangong Tower was the savior of the middle family, and from now on, regardless of the demands of Tiangong Tower, the middle family would offer their unwavering support. The time demon nodded slightly, stating, no need for formality. This is also the will of our master. The situation in the empire of Jiaoma had stabilized for the time being, yet formidable adversaries awaited us. I hope the middle family will honor their commitments. A hint of concern glimmered in his gaze, for he understood that the downfall of the Mu family was merely a minor episode. The true crisis loomed ahead. The threats from the Nine Nether Hall in the Black Corner domain and the Soul Clan hung over them like the sword of Damocles, ready to descend at any moment, potentially bringing calamity to the entire continent. This victory was merely the prologue. Henceforth, we must focus our energies on confronting the threats posed by the Black Corner domain and the Soul Clan, declared Tong Chuan with resolute conviction. His eyes radiated unwavering faith and determination. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, yet he would not falter. He would lead the Tiangong Tower, uniting forces to combat the Nine Nether Hall and the Soul Clan, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this land. However, Tong Chuan knew all too well that the threats from the Nine Nether Hall and the Soul Clan were far more formidable than that of the Mu family, and the crisis facing the continent had only just begun. He must swiftly devise a strategy, consolidate resources, and strengthen the Tiangong Tower's power to secure a foothold in the impending conflict. Chapter 72. The Counteroffensive in the Black Corner Domain. The Black Corner Domain, a land steeped in chaos and danger, was presently shrouded in a thick, inky gloom. The howling winds whipped up sand and debris, battering the crumbling walls with a piercing shriek, resembling the wails of tormented souls. The Nine Nether Hall instigated conflicts in every corner, plunging the land into turmoil. The intelligence outposts of the Tiangong Tower were relentlessly assaulted, reduced to mere ruins. The streets were filled with displaced citizens, trembling in the fires of war, their faces etched with fear and despair, while the air was saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and lingering sorrow. After days of careful contemplation, Tong Chun devised a comprehensive and meticulous counteroffensive plan for the Black Corner domain. He personally selected members from the elite of the Tiangong Tower to form a shadow team skilled in stealth and assassination. Each member was agile and quick-witted, proficient in various techniques of concealment and assassination, representing the ace force of the Tiangong Tower for executing special missions, their eyes shimmering with confidence and resilience. Tong Chun summoned them forth, his expression grave, his gaze sweeping over each team member. With heartfelt earnestness, he stated, "This mission is exceedingly arduous. You will delve deep into the core territory of the Nine Nether Hall to uncover their secrets. The Nine Nether Hall is rife with experts, their strength beyond imagination. You must exercise utmost caution. Remember, the safety of each one of you is paramount. Should you be compromised, withdraw immediately. I do not wish for any brother to sacrifice himself." The team members straightened their spines, their eyes reflecting steadfast resolve, responding in unison, "Yes, Master." Their voices resonated in harmonious strength, filled with fearlessness and loyalty. On the day of the operation, the sky was overcast, heavy clouds loomed, as if even the heavens were mourning the impending clash. The Fate Demon led a formidable force from the Tiangong Tower to a crucial stronghold of the Nine Nether Hall. The stronghold resembled a formidable black fortress, its towering walls, sturdy gates, and heavily guarded sentinels all epitomizing the might and ruthlessness of the Nine Nether Palace. The Fate Demon stood at the forefront, taking a deep breath before commanding, "Attack." A resounding roar erupted from the crowd, echoing like a tumultuous tide crashing against the stronghold. The guards of the Nine Nether Palace, realizing the impending assault, immediately sounded the alarm. In an instant, a piercing siren sliced through the air, prompting numerous members of the Nine Nether Palace to surge forth. Clad in dark robes, their faces were stern, and their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as they rapidly engaged in a chaotic melee with the forces of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. The Fate Demon stood resolute in the center of the battlefield, a dense fog enveloping him like a colossal dark cloud that shrouded the surrounding enemies. Within the mist, adversaries seemed to lose their bearings, blindly swinging their weapons and emitting frantic cries of terror. Seizing the opportunity, the Fate Demon struck. His attacks were elusive as specters, each blow landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. One adept of the Nine Nether Palace wielded a large blade, aiming a strike at the Fate Demon. In a flash, the Fate Demon vanished from sight, reappearing behind the adept, delivering a gentle yet lethal palm strike. The adept coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, eyes filled with resentment and fear. Meanwhile, the Shadow Squad had stealthily infiltrated the interior of the Nine Nether Palace stronghold, aided by the effects of a breath-curbing pill. They moved like phantoms through the intricate shadows of the stronghold. The captain, Nightshade, led the way, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a tower ahead, emanating an eerie glow. This tower, entirely black, was inscribed with strange runes that flickered with a ghostly green light, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious curse. Intrigued, Nightshade felt an instinctive pull. This tower must be one of the key facilities of the Nine Nether Palace. "Be cautious. That tower ahead is likely our objective," Nightshade whispered to his teammates. Nodding in agreement, they approached the tower with utmost care. However, just as they were nearing its base, a patrolling guard from the Nine Nether Palace spotted them. The guard was about to sound the alarm when Nightshade, quick as lightning, launched a concealed projectile, striking the guard's throat. The guard's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, struggling to cry out but failing to produce a sound, before slowly crumpling to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. With the patrolling guard neutralized, the Shadow Squad pressed on and finally arrived beneath the tower. Nightshade scrutinized the runes on the tower, observing that they seemed to flicker in a particular pattern. He retrieved a small, intricate tool from his pocket, an invention of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, embodying the wisdom of many rune masters. Nightshade began to examine the runes, attempting to decipher their secrets. Yet, the intricacies of the runes surpassed his expectations. Each attempt to unlock them triggered violent fluctuations, as if resisting his efforts. On the battlefield outside, The Fate Demon's feigned assault lured an increasing number of 9 Nether Palace members. Unable to remain idle any longer, the leader of the 9 Nether Palace, the Nether Demon Saint, personally led a cadre of skilled fighters, bursting forth from the Stronghold. The 9 Hells Demon Saint stood tall and imposing, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a peak 9-star Dou Saint, resembling a towering mountain that instilled fear in all who beheld him. His eyes flickered with anger and murderous intent, as if ablaze with 2 dark flames. You fools who are unaware of your demise dare to provoke my 9 Hells Palace? Today marks your end, he roared, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very air around him. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, gathering a formidable torrent of black Dou Qi into his palms, coalescing into a colossal black energy sphere that he hurled violently towards the Fate Demon God. The Fate Demon God, sensing the imminent threat, did not dare to underestimate the situation. The mist surrounding him thickened instantaneously, enveloping him in a protective shroud. Simultaneously, he deftly maneuvered his hands before him, summoning mysterious runes that flew from his fingertips and merged into the fog. The black energy sphere crashed forcefully against the mist barrier, producing a cataclysmic roar that shattered the silence, the powerful shockwave fracturing the ground beneath and sending dust swirling into the air. Though the impact caused the Fate Demon God to stagger back a few steps, he quickly regained his composure, determination flickering in his eyes. With a mighty shout, the mist surged like a tumultuous tide, counterattacking the 9 Hells Demon Saint. Unfazed, the 9 Hells Demon Saint snorted disdainfully, his form enveloped in a layer of black Dou Qi armor, inscribed with enigmatic runes that radiated an eerie glow, safeguarding his body. With a powerful stamp of his foot, he launched himself like a black meteor towards the Fate Demon God, plunging directly into the mist. Within the fog, their figures flickered in and out of sight, engaging in a relentless exchange of powerful Dou Qi that tore through the ground and distorted the very fabric of space. Each clash was accompanied by violent energy collisions and deafening roars, sending the members of the 9 Hells Palace and the Heavenly Machine Tower reeling in disarray. Hastily retreating from the epicenter of this fierce confrontation, fearful of being ensnared in the duel of titans. As the Fate Demon God and the 9 Hells Demon Saint were locked in fierce combat, the shadow team within the tower encountered unexpected troubles. Just as they prepared to sabotage the energy core, a figure suddenly materialized before them. It was Xiao Yan, the young master of the 9 Hells Palace. Though merely a Dou Zong in strength, his gaze exuded a ruthless arrogance. You think you can destroy the core of my 9 Hells Palace? Utterly delusional, Xiao Yan remarked coldly, swiftly orchestrating a flurry of black flames that erupted from his palms, sweeping towards the shadow team. These flames carried an eerie essence, igniting the air around them with a crackling sound. With the destruction of the energy core, the various defensive mechanisms within the 9 Hells Palace began to falter, and the members outside on the battlefield felt their power diminish. The Fate Demon God, astutely aware of this shift, seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The mist surged forth like a roaring tide, engulfing the members of the 9 Hells Palace. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the 9 Hells Demon Saint attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The Fate Demon God and the Shadow Team coordinated seamlessly, launching a final onslaught against the members of the 9 Hells Palace. After an intense battle, the stronghold of the 9 Nether Palace was finally breached by the Celestial Mechanism Tower. The Nether Demon Saint managed to escape under the protection of a few loyal confidants, but his forces suffered a devastating blow. In the ensuing chaos, Xiao Yan also fled, casting a fierce glance at Yi Ying before departing, declaring, "I will settle this score with you eventually." Chapter 73. The end of the ancient clan alliance. Gu Yuan sat at the head of the hall, surrounded by elders whose expressions varied, each having awaited this moment with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The outcome of this negotiation would serve as a fulcrum of fate, determining the future trajectory of the ancient clan. As the envoy entered the hall and had yet to take a seat, Gu Yuan rose eagerly, inquiring, what was the outcome of the visit to the Celestial Mechanism Tower? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the envoy, though visibly fatigued, could hardly conceal his excitement as he replied, Clan leader, the master of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Tong Chun, exhibited immense sincerity. He not only shared vital intelligence about the Soul Clan without reservation, but also pledged to assist us in overcoming our internal cultivation resource dilemmas after we confront the Soul Clan. According to him, the Celestial Mechanism Tower possesses unique resource channels that can procure rare treasures of heaven and earth, which are elusive even to our ancient clan. This would greatly benefit the cultivation of our clan as disciples. An elderly elder with silver hair furrowed his brow, voicing skepticism, Without tangible proof, can we trust his promises? What if he is merely attempting to deceive us into an alliance and later reneges on his word? The envoy promptly explained. Tong Chun even demonstrated the formidable strength of the Celestial Mechanism Tower on the spot, showcasing numerous powerful individuals and astonishing techniques and treasures. Moreover, their intelligence network spans the continent, monitoring every move of the Soul Clan. Forming an alliance with them would grant us a significant advantage in information. A wave of discussion erupted within the hall, with elders expressing varied opinions, some wary of the alliance's risks, while others recognized the substantial potential for cooperation. Gu Yuan listened intently to their discourse, his mind racing with thoughts. The Soul Clan was growing increasingly powerful, eyeing the ancient clan with malice. If allies were not sought soon, the ancient clan could find itself isolated and helpless. The strength and sincerity of the Celestial Mechanism Tower indeed warranted a trial. After intense deliberation, Gu Yuan reached a resolution. He stood, his gaze resolute as he scanned the assembly, stating solemnly, "The Soul Clan's might is formidable. If we hesitate any longer, we may plunge into a state of isolation and despair. The power and sincerity demonstrated by the Celestial Mechanism Tower merit our consideration. I have decided to personally lead the core strength of the ancient clan to the Celestial Mechanism Tower to formally sign a cooperation agreement." The elders nodded in agreement. Despite lingering concerns, aligning with the Celestial Mechanism Tower appeared to be the most prudent choice in the face of such dire circumstances. A few days later, Gu Yuan and the core strength of the ancient clan embarked on their journey to the headquarters of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Throughout their travels, the mountains shrouded in mist loomed continuously, yet the mood among the group was heavy. They understood that this alliance was not merely a matter of the ancient clan's rise or fall, but would also influence the fate of the entire continent. Upon their meeting, after exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the crux of the matter. Tong Chun presented the pre-prepared cooperation agreement, handing it to Gu Yuan with a smile, saying, "Clan leader of the ancient clan, here is our cooperation agreement for your review." The agreement distinctly articulated the mutual sharing of resources and collaborative efforts to combat the Soul Clan, safeguarding the peace of the continent. Tong Chun patiently elucidated, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, regarding the shared resources, our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion shall adhere to the terms of the agreement, providing the ancient clan with precious cultivation resources, including elixirs, magical artifacts, and various unique materials for training on a regular basis. Our pavilion possesses clandestine strongholds across various locations, enabling us to procure distinctive resources that significantly bolster our strength. Simultaneously, we hope the ancient clan can share some of your exclusive cultivation insights and secret techniques, fostering mutual enhancement and collective advancement in power." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan replied, "This is agreeable. However, the logistics of resource transportation and handover must be meticulously arranged to ensure safety. The Soul Clan will undoubtedly devise schemes to undermine our collaboration. Should any issues arise during resource transit, it would not only jeopardize our trust, but also diminish our strength." Tong Chun promptly assured, "Naturally, we will deploy elite forces for transportation and coordinate effectively with the ancient clan to guarantee the smooth delivery of resources. We have already formulated a detailed transportation plan, selecting the most reliable disciples and arranging for formidable protectors to ensure absolute security." After extensive deliberation, both parties finally reached a consensus. In the presence of witnesses, Tong Chun and Gu Yuan solemnly affixed their signatures to the cooperation agreement, formally establishing an alliance. At that moment, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause, heralding the dawn of a united front between the two powerful factions. Following the alliance ceremony, the ancient clan introduced their ancient cultivation formations and secret techniques, initiating joint training with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The ancient clan's cultivation formations were both mysterious and formidable. Set within a vast valley, upon activation, the runes shimmered, and the spiritual energy of the world seemed to respond to their call, converging in a continuous flow to form a dense vortex of spiritual essence that significantly accelerated the pace of cultivation. The elites of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, under the guidance of the ancient clan's experts, entered the formation to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, they were enveloped by spiritual energy, their expressions reflecting intense focus. Among them, a disciple named Su Yao, who had previously encountered a bottleneck in her training, felt the abundant spiritual energy upon entering the formation. It ignited her internal fighting spirit, causing it to surge and ultimately allowing her to break through the barrier, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of her strength. She exclaimed, "Indeed, The ancient clan's cultivation formation is extraordinary. Training within it yields results far exceeding expectations. Simultaneously, the techniques and combat skills of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion open the eyes of the ancient clan's disciples. The pavilion's phantom mirage step, when executed by practitioners, appeared ghostly, characterized by rapid speed and an elusive form that made it difficult to apprehend. The ancient clan's youth marveled at the display of this technique by the pavilion's disciples. During the joint training, a young disciple from the ancient clan, Dou Saint, forged a friendship with Lin Yu from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Dou Saint excelled in the ancient clan's all-elements unification technique, capable of merging multiple forces into one, wielding immense power. Lin Yu, in contrast, was adept at the pavilion's phantom mirage step, possessing a fluid and elusive movement style. The two frequently engaged in exchanges and sparring. In one such sparring session, Dou Saint executed the all-elements unification technique, merging the powers of fire, water, and earth into a formidable assault directed at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu employed the phantom mirage step, swiftly dodging the attack and reappearing behind Dou Saint. Dou Saint swiftly turned to defend himself, and Lin Yu seized the opportunity to speak. Dou Saint, while your Wanxiangyi technique is indeed powerful, it also reveals some vulnerabilities during its execution. If you could incorporate my phantom traceless steps, enabling agile movement while attacking, it would render you less predictable to your adversaries and amplify your efficacy. Upon hearing this, Dou Saint contemplated deeply. After numerous attempts, he finally grasped the essence of the phantom traceless steps and integrated it into his combat style, making his attacks increasingly difficult to defend against. Under Dou Saint's guidance, Lin Yu also learned to better harness his power, applying the philosophy of the Wanxiangyi technique to his own martial arts, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his strength. As their joint training progressed, both the Tianji Tower and the ancient clan experienced significant growth in their capabilities. The training grounds echoed with the sounds of battle cries and the clash of energies. Infused with fervor and passion, Tong Chun watched the spirited individuals on the training field, his heart swelling with confidence. Yet, he was acutely aware that the threat of the Soul Clan loomed like the sword of Damocles, ever suspended above them. Although the Nine Nether Palace had suffered severe blows within the Black Corner domain, it had not been utterly vanquished. The path ahead remained fraught with peril. The Soul Clan was covertly amassing power, scouring for exotic flames in a bid to breach the Dou Emperor realm. Should they succeed, the entire continent would be plunged into darkness. The Nine Nether Palace was also quietly regaining its strength, eyeing the alliance between the Tianji Tower and the ancient clan with predatory intent, poised to strike at any moment. Nevertheless, Tong Chun remained undaunted. He understood that as long as the Tianji Tower and the ancient clan collaborated closely and allied with other righteous forces, they would certainly uncover a glimmer of hope amidst this continental crisis. He gathered everyone, his gaze resolute, and declared, "Now that we have allied with the ancient clan, our strength has significantly increased. Yet, our enemies will not remain idle. We must hasten our preparations, enhance our prowess, and brace ourselves for the impending challenges. We must continue to intensify our training, delve into the weaknesses of the Soul Clan and the Nine Nether Palace, and devise counter-strategies to fight for the peace of our continent." The assembly echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens, brimming with determination and resolve. They were keenly aware that the battles ahead would be exceptionally arduous, yet for the sake of safeguarding the tranquility of this land, they would press forward unflinchingly, never retreating. Chapter 74. Breakthrough. However, Tong Chun knew full well that the threats posed by the Nine Nether Palace and the Soul Clan remained as precarious as the sword of Damocles, poised to descend at any moment and unleash a more ferocious assault. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the Tianji Tower, the ancient clan, and other righteous forces stood united, they would undoubtedly triumph over their enemies and preserve the peace and tranquility of this continent. Standing atop the highest point of the Tianji Tower, he gazed down upon this weathered land, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and hope. Chapter 75. The sinister alliance on the land of the Black Corner domain, reeking of decay and chaos, the stronghold of the Nine Nether Palace loomed like a sinister fortress. Its towering black walls appeared to be constructed from countless wronged souls, emanating a chilling aura. The Nine Nether Demon Saint sat upon his throne crafted from massive black stones, his expression grim as he contemplated his next move. Recently, the Nine Nether Palace had faced successive setbacks in its confrontations with the Tianji Tower, suffering not only the loss of many capable subordinates, but also the relinquishment of several key strongholds, a bitter pill for the prideful Nine Nether Demon Saint to swallow. The Nine Hells Demon Saint let out a cold snort, as he slowly rose to his feet. His towering figure resembled a majestic mountain, exuding an aura of terrifying power at the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Humph! The Heavenly Mechanism Tower is backed by numerous formidable forces, including alliances with ancient clans. If we act recklessly, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Mo Yin furrowed his brow, urgency evident in his voice as he inquired, "What shall we do then? Are we to endure this humiliation?" The 9 Hells Demon Saint's gaze flickered thoughtfully, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "We need to seek external assistance. I have heard that the Soul Clan is also plotting significant schemes. Their ambitions are vast, aiming to dominate the entire continent. Perhaps we could forge an alliance with them." Mo Yin was momentarily taken aback, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. The Soul Clan? They are known for their solitary nature. Would they truly be willing to collaborate with us? A faint smirk appeared on the lips of the 9 Hells Demon Saint. They aspire to ascend to the Dou Emperor realm and require ample resources and support. Our 9 Hells Palace has operated in the Black Corner region for many years, possessing numerous rare treasures and unique cultivation techniques. These may prove quite alluring to them. Moreover, I hold a trump card. Curiosity piqued, Mo Yin asked, "What trump card?" A mysterious glimmer shone in the eyes of the 9 Hells Demon Saint. "Do you recall the ancient demon bloodline I mentioned? With sufficient resources and support, we possess the means to awaken more individuals with the ancient demon bloodline, restoring their powers. Once these ancient demons awaken, their might is unparalleled, providing formidable assistance to the Soul Clan in their quest for the Dou Emperor." Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in Mo Yan's eyes. "Father, this is indeed a brilliant plan. If we can collaborate with the Soul Clan and harness their strength, we shall ensure that the Heavenly Mechanism Tower pays a heavy price." The 9 Hells Demon Saint nodded in agreement. "Time is of the essence. We shall proceed to the Soul Clan to discuss the partnership." Thus, the 9 Hells Demon Saint, accompanied by Mo Yin, unleashed their formidable Dou Qi, soaring through the skies towards the territory of the Soul Clan. The journey was fraught with howling winds and ominous clouds, as if even the heavens were incensed by the nefarious alliance they were about to forge. Upon arriving at the Soul Clan's domain, they were met with a foreboding shroud of black mist enveloping the entire area, suffused with an aura of death. As the 9 Hells Demon Saint and Mo Yin approached, they were intercepted by 2 guards of the Soul Clan. "Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the territory of the Soul Clan?" one guard inquired coldly. The 9 Hells Demon Saint snorted in disdain, releasing an overwhelming pressure that caused the guards' expressions to shift dramatically, instinctively forcing them to take several steps back. "Go inform your clan leader, the Soul Emperor, that the 9 Hells Demon Saint has come to pay a visit regarding a crucial matter of cooperation." Following the guards, the 9 Hells Demon Saint and Mo Yin traversed through layers of black mist until they reached the Soul Clan's conference hall. The chamber was dim and oppressive, its walls adorned with black gems radiating an eerie glow, casting a sinister ambience throughout. Seated at the head of the hall was the Soul Emperor, flanked by several elders in black robes, each bearing expressions of mystery and coldness. 9 Hells Demon Saint, it has been a long time. I wonder what brings you here on this occasion." The voice of the Soul Emperor resonated with a deep and chilling tone, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread. The 9 Nether Demon Sage slightly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke. "Soul Emperor, the current situation on the continent is tumultuous, with various factions embroiled in incessant strife. My 9 Nether Palace has clashed with the Heavenly Mechanism Tower multiple times, resulting in mutual losses. I am acutely aware that the Soul Clan is also plotting significant ventures. Perhaps we could collaborate to jointly confront the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and other obstructive forces." The Soul Emperor furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes. "Collaboration? On what grounds do you assume we require your partnership?" The 9 Nether Demon Sage offered a subtle smile and replied, "Soul Emperor, your singular ambition is to ascend to the realm of the Fighting Emperor, a goal that necessitates abundant resources and formidable support. My 9 Nether Palace has been operating in the Black Corner region for many years, possessing numerous rare heavenly materials and unique cultivation techniques. These should hold considerable allure for the Soul Clan." Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor's expression softened momentarily, yet he maintained his composure, responding, "Is that all? It appears insufficient to sway my interest." The 9 Nether Demon Sage had anticipated this reaction and unhurriedly continued. "In addition to that, I possess a secret weapon. I hold knowledge of the ancient demonic lineage's bloodline secrets. With adequate resources and backing, my son Mo Yin can awaken many who bear the ancient demonic bloodline, restoring their powers. Once these ancient demons awaken, their might will be unparalleled, providing substantial support for the Soul Clan's endeavor to reach the Fighting Emperor realm. Stepping forward respectfully, Mo Yin declared, "Soul Emperor, I am confident that with your support, I can awaken more of the ancient demons. They will become your most loyal warriors." Charging into battle for the grand ambitions of the Soul Clan, the Soul Emperor fell into contemplation after hearing this. He was well aware of the ancient demons' power. Should he truly gain their support, the probability of ascending to the Fighting Emperor realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Moreover, collaborating with the Nine Nether Palace would simultaneously weaken the influence of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, achieving two objectives at once. After a considerable pause, the Soul Emperor finally spoke. "Your proposal merits my consideration. However, matters of cooperation require careful deliberation. You may reside within the Soul Clan for the time being, and after I confer with the elders, I shall provide you with a response." The Nine Nether Demon Sage felt a surge of joy within, knowing that they had already succeeded halfway. "Thank you, Soul Emperor. We await your favorable news." In the ensuing days, the Soul Emperor convened with the elders behind closed doors to thoroughly discuss the collaborative proposal put forth by the Nine Nether Demon Sage. Meanwhile, the Nine Nether Demon Sage and Mo Yin temporarily took residence under the arrangements of the Soul Clan. During this period, Mo Yin began to study the Soul Clan's cultivation system and techniques, discovering significant differences from those of the Nine Nether Palace. Yet he also found many aspects worthy of emulation. He shared his findings with the Nine Nether Demon Sage, and together they recognized that a fusion of the cultivation methods of both the Nine Nether Palace and the Soul Clan could potentially yield even more potent techniques. Finally, after several days of deliberation, the Soul Emperor summoned the Nine Nether Demon Sage and Mo Yin once more. Elation surged within them, yet they maintained their composure. The Nine Nether Demon Sage nodded. "Indeed, Soul Emperor, these matters require careful consideration. We are willing to heed the arrangements of the Soul Clan, but we also hope that the Soul Clan will respect the interests of the Nine Nether Palace." Thus, the two parties embarked on a protracted and arduous negotiation. Throughout the discourse, each side expressed their views, at times engaging in heated debates that rendered their faces flushed, while at other moments they fell into silence. Ultimately, through their concerted efforts, they reached a cooperative agreement. The accord stipulated that the Nine Nether Palace would furnish the Soul Clan with rare celestial treasures and unique cultivation techniques, while Mo Yin would be responsible for awakening the ancient demon tribe. In return, the Soul Clan would provide formidable military support to assist them in combating the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Regarding the command of the operation, a joint command center would be established to deliberate on decisions collaboratively. After the agreement was signed, the Nine Nether Demon Saint and Mo Yin departed from the Soul Clan with satisfied smiles, fully aware that from this moment forth, a greater storm was poised to sweep across the continent, and the Celestial Mechanism Tower would face unprecedented challenges. Chapter 76, The Dark Transaction. "Father, why have the Soul Clan placed us here?" Mo Yin inquired, furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with wariness as he surveyed their surroundings. A sense of unease tugging at his heart. The Nine Nether Demon Saint squinted slightly, attuning himself to the surrounding aura, and replied slowly, "This location is concealed and rich in spiritual energy, conveniently allowing us to act while enabling the Soul Clan to monitor us at any time during our collaboration, truly a dual benefit." Although Mo Yin felt discontent, he understood that under the current circumstances, their alliance with the Soul Clan was a reluctant necessity, and thus he could only endure for the time being. The father and son duo found a cave within the valley to rest briefly, awaiting further news from the Soul Clan. Days later, the emissary of the Soul Clan finally arrived, clad in a black robe and shrouded in a dark veil. Only a pair of icy eyes were visible. Upon encountering the Nine Nether Demon Saint, he slightly bowed and announced, "Nine Nether Demon Saint, our clan's leader summons you." Mo Yin exchanged a glance with the Nine Nether Demon Saint before rising to follow the emissary to the Soul Clan's Grand Hall. Along the way, Mo Yin silently observed the defensive layout and movement of personnel within the Soul Clan, secretly astonished by their might. Here, masters were abundant, each guard emanating a formidable aura of fighting spirit, and the architectural style of the Soul Clan was uniquely enigmatic, imbued with an ancient aura, with runes flickering as if concealing endless secrets. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the Soul Emperor sat majestically upon his imposing throne, his gaze sweeping over the Nine Nether Demon Saint and Mo Yin, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The Nine Nether Demon Saint offered a slight bow and stated, "Soul Emperor, I have a request. I seek to restore the power of another ancient demon tribe. which requires special materials, specifically 5 corpses of the Soul Clan's fighting saints. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Several elders in black robes changed countenance, and one elder, enraged, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the 9 nether demon saint, and exclaimed, "What do you mean by this? How dare you demand the corpses of our fighting saints? This is utterly intolerable." Unfazed, the 9 nether demon saint calmly explained, "Gentlemen, please do not be angered. These 5 corpses of fighting saints are crucial for my restoration of the ancient demon tribe's powers. Once the ancient demon tribe is revived, its formidable strength will serve the Soul Clan, aiding them in their quest to ascend to the fighting Emperor realm. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement for both parties." The Soul Emperor raised his hand, signaling for silence among the elders. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "This matter is of great significance. Allow me to confer with the elders." Having spoken, the Soul Emperor and the elders rose and entered the inner hall. Only the 9 nether demon saint, Mo Yen, and a few Soul Clan guards remained in the grand hall. Mo Yen felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously approached the 9 nether demon saint, whispering, "Father, will they agree?" The 9 nether demon saint maintained a composed demeanor, gently patting Mo Yan's shoulder, and replied, "Do not worry. The Soul Emperor is ambitious and will not easily relinquish this opportunity to augment his power." Inside the inner hall, the atmosphere grew tense. The Soul Emperor occupied the foremost seat, surrounded by the elders, each bearing varied expressions. "Chieftain, we absolutely cannot acquiesce to this matter." An elderly elder with white hair voiced his concerns. "The Dou Saint is the backbone of our clan, even if it is merely a corpse. We cannot hand it over to outsiders lightly." Another elder, furrowing his brow, pondered aloud, "Though the 9 nether demon saint has a point, we cannot ascertain the true extent of the ancient demon clan's power. What if he takes the corpse but fails to fulfill his promise? We would suffer a grievous loss." The Soul Emperor slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the elders as he weighed the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. "What you all say holds merit. However, we must not overlook the latent power of the ancient demon clan. If we can successfully awaken them, it would significantly aid our pursuit of the Dou Emperor realm." Another elder stepped forward, suggesting, "Why don't we reach an agreement with the 9 nether demon saint? We can first provide him with a Dou Saint's corpse to demonstrate his ability to restore the ancient demon clan. If he proves effective, we can then consider granting him the remaining corpses." Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor nodded slightly. "This plan is feasible. Yet, we must remain vigilant in case the 9 nether demon saint harbors ulterior motives." The 9 nether demon saint felt a surge of elation within, yet maintained an expression of calm. With a slight bow, he expressed, "Thank you for your trust, Soul Emperor. I shall not disappoint you." The Soul Emperor then commanded his subordinates to bring forth a corpse of a Soul Clan Dou Saint. The body was shrouded in black cloth, exuding a chilling aura. The 9 nether demon saint stepped forward, gently unveiling the black cloth, revealing the corpse, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. "I require a tranquil space to conduct the ritual," the 9 nether demon saint declared. The Soul Emperor nodded and arranged for a secluded chamber for his use. The 9 nether demon saint and Mo Yen entered the chamber, where a suffocating atmosphere enveloped them, and the walls were adorned with mysterious runes. The 9 nether demon saint placed the corpse in the center of the chamber, then retrieved an ancient box from his robe. The box was etched with peculiar patterns, emanating an aura of antiquity. He opened the box to reveal a collection of glowing powder and several translucent orbs. "Mo Yen, assist me from the side, and remember, do not let your focus waver," the 9 nether demon saint instructed with a solemn expression. Mo Yen nodded and stood attentively, completely absorbed in observing the 9 nether demon saint's actions. The 9 nether demon saint evenly sprinkled the powder over the corpse, placing the orbs atop the head, hands, and feet of the body. He then swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. As he performed the ritual, the air surrounding the corpse began to warp, and a mysterious force began to swell gradually. Mo Yen watched everything with bated breath, sensing a powerful energy coalescing around them. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes slowly opened, emitting a faint glow. Mo Yen was taken aback, nearly letting out a cry. The 9 nether demon saint, upon witnessing this, revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. He intensified his output of power, causing the radiance surrounding the corpse to grow increasingly bright until it gradually sat upright. "It worked," the 9 nether demon saint exclaimed with excitement. Mo Yen gazed at the ancient demon clan, which had regained a measure of its power, feeling a profound shock. The aura of this ancient demon clan was both formidable and enigmatic, as if it originated from a distant primordial era. The 9 Nether Demon Saint led the partially restored ancient demon clan out of the secret chamber, where the Soul Emperor and the elders had long awaited. Upon seeing the ancient demon clan, astonishment filled their eyes. "Soul Emperor, do you now believe in my abilities?" The 9 Nether Demon Saint said with a smile. The Soul Emperor nodded slightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, it is remarkable. Very well, I shall provide you with the remaining 4 Battle Saint corpses." The 9 Nether Demon Saint felt an overwhelming joy within, knowing that his plan was steadily unfolding. As the strength of the ancient demon clan gradually returned, the situation across the continent would become increasingly complex and perilous. Chapter 77. The Assassination of the Dark Saint within the Soul Clan's Grand Hall. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if an invisible net tightly enveloped every individual present. After the 9 Nether Demon Saints successfully demonstrated the ability to awaken the ancient demon clan, the Soul Emperor, despite his reluctance, suppressed his inner turmoil and honored his promise by delivering the remaining 4 Battle Saint corpses. These 4 corpses were housed in specially crafted black crystal coffins, escorted by a group of high-ranking Soul Clan warriors who walked heavily into the hall. Each coffin emanated a bone-chilling coldness, silently narrating the illustrious fame of these Battle Saints in life and their current demise. The 9 Nether Demon Saint fixated on the coffins before him, his eyes shimmering with fervor and excitement, the light resembling a burning flame, vibrant and intense. He understood that these 4 corpses were the key to resurrecting the mysterious and powerful ancient demon clan. The success of his endeavor hinged on this moment. Mo Yin stood beside him, equally tense, his breath quickening, hands instinctively clenching and trembling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The 9 Nether Demon Saint quickly bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful as he said, "Rest assured, Soul Emperor, I shall exert every effort and dare not show the slightest negligence." With that, he and Mo Yin directed the elite subordinates of the 9 Nether Palace, cautiously transporting the coffins to the prearranged secret location. This secret site was nestled at the bottom of a remote valley within the Soul Clan's territory, surrounded by towering peaks that reached the clouds, forming a natural barrier that isolated the valley from the outside world. A faint black mist enveloped the valley, infused with a rich and peculiar aura of heavenly and earthly spirit energy, swirling and undulating as if alive. This location had been specifically chosen by the Soul Clan for the 9 Nether Demon Saint, filled with anticipation that in this unique environment, he would successfully awaken the ancient demon clan, adding a vibrant stroke to their grand plan and providing powerful support. Upon entering the valley, the Dark Saint of the 9 Nether instructed his subordinates to align the coffins in a row upon a massive black rock situated at the heart of the valley. The surface of this rock was as smooth as a mirror, yet it emanated a mysterious aura, as if intricately intertwined with the forces of antiquity. The Dark Saint produced an ancient jade box from within his robes, its surface adorned with peculiar runes that shimmered faintly, as though whispering ancient secrets. He opened the box to reveal a collection of luminous powders and several translucent orbs. "Mo Yin, assist me from the side, and remember, do not let your focus waver. Even the slightest misstep could lead to our undoing," the Dark Saint said with a grave expression, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented intensity and tension. As he commenced his ritual, the spiritual energy of the valley surged violently, akin to a tumultuous tide, converging towards the corpses. The once tranquil valley was now filled with howling winds, the black mist churning like boiling ink, tumultuous and restless. Enveloped in the powerful spiritual energy, the 4 corpses seemed to awaken, trembling slightly, each quiver accompanied by potent waves of energy that reverberated through the surrounding air. As time ticked away, beads of sweat formed on the Dark Saint's forehead, cascading down his cheeks and disappearing upon hitting the ground. His complexion grew increasingly pale, his lips tinged with a hint of purple, clearly indicating the immense toll of the ritual to awaken the ancient demon clan. Despite his peak strength as a 9-star Dou Saint, he felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down upon him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, driven by a singular belief. The successful awakening of the ancient demon clan was an extraordinary opportunity to alter the fate of the 9 Nether Palace and a pivotal moment to demonstrate his strength and sincerity to the Soul Clan. He could not afford to fail. Time slipped by unnoticed until one of the corpses suddenly emitted a deep roar, resonating with the echoes of endless time and space. Imbued with ancient gravitas, the entire valley trembled in response, and several boulders tumbled from the surrounding peaks. Soon after, the remaining 3 corpses joined in the chorus of roars, their silvery light intensifying to a blinding brilliance, filled with myriad mystical runes that flickered and danced. "We succeeded," Mo Yin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, his face aglow with exhilaration. His voice tinged with a sharp edge due to his excitement. The Dark Saint exhaled a sigh of relief, his fatigued visage softening with satisfaction. As the brilliance gradually subsided, a towering figure began to materialize. This figure radiated a chillingly formidable aura, unmistakably embodying the might of a 9-star Dou Saint. He possessed hair as dark as ink, and his eyes glimmered with a profound crimson light, reminiscent of an endless abyss capable of devouring all. Clad in an ancient black robe, inscribed with mysterious runes that emitted an eerie energy, it seemed as though these symbols were both safeguarding him and recounting an ancient curse. In a subtle bow, the 9 Nether Demon Saint respectfully addressed, "Your Majesty, the annihilator of the Dark Saint, the current turmoil across the continent is unsettling. The Soul Clan seeks to ascend to the realm of the Dou Emperor. We, the 9 Nether Palace, wish to join forces with you to carve out a place for ourselves amidst this chaos and to resurrect the glory of the ancient demon clan." The annihilator of the Dark Saint furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if to gauge the essence of this era. His eyes were cold and profound, seemingly capable of penetrating all veils of illusion. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, "If that is the case, I shall lend my assistance for the time being. However, once this matter is concluded, I shall seek a tranquil sanctuary to resume my slumber. I have grown weary of the world's disturbances." The 9 Nether Demon Saint nodded eagerly. "All will be as your Majesty commands. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to express them. The 9 Nether Palace shall spare no effort to fulfill your requests." At that moment, a messenger dispatched by the Soul Emperor arrived at the valley. Upon seeing the annihilator of the Dark Saint, a flicker of astonishment and reverence crossed the messenger's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. He bowed slightly and proclaimed, "9 Nether Demon Saint, our clan's leader is greatly relieved to learn of the successful revival of the ancient demon clan. The leader has found a dwelling for your Majesty and your kin." The 9 Nether Demon Saint and the annihilator of the Dark Saint followed the messenger, departing the valley. They arrived at the edge of the Soul Clan's territory, where a vast expanse of desolate land lay before them, adorned with an ancient and enigmatic castle. The fortress, constructed from colossal black stones, rose high and sturdy, with each stone seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Surrounding it was a wide moat, filled with a viscous black liquid that emitted a pungent odor, an evident defensive measure set by the Soul Clan, ensuring that any foe attempting to approach would be thwarted by this eerie water. "This is the residence prepared for your Majesty, the annihilator of the Dark Saint." The messenger introduced with a hint of pride in his voice, noting that the castle was well equipped to accommodate the annihilator and his kin. The annihilator of the Dark Saint nodded slightly. "It suffices." With that, he vanished into the castle. The 9 Nether Demon Saint and Mo Yin followed suit. Inside, the castle was spacious yet dimly lit, its walls encrusted with black gems that emitted a strange glow, casting an ominous light throughout the fortress. The flickering radiance of these gems resembled ghostly flames, sending chills down one's spine. Standing in the center of the castle's grand hall, the annihilator of the Dark Saint closed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura within. A look of distaste crossed his visage, seemingly displeased with the environment, though he chose not to dwell on it. After a moment, he opened his eyes and stated, "While this place may serve as a refuge, my clan requires time to acclimate to this era. Do not disturb us lightly until we restore our strength." The 9 Nether Demon Saint promptly replied, "Rest assured, your Majesty. We shall do everything in our power to assist you and your kin. Should you require anything, simply command us. You, 9 Nether Demon Saint, have rendered significant service. Once our grand endeavors reach fruition, I shall ensure you and your 9 Nether Palace are duly rewarded," the Soul Emperor remarked, his tone laced with joy and anticipation. The 9 Nether Demon Saint inclined his head slightly. "Thank you, Soul Emperor. The 9 Nether Palace will undoubtedly exert itself to assist the Soul Clan in our shared ambitions." The alliance between the Soul Clan and the 9 Nether Palace, coupled with the awakening of the ancient demon, the annihilator of the Dark Saint, is a matter of grave significance. "We must swiftly devise a strategy to address this situation," Tang Chen urged, his voice resonating with an unprecedented sense of urgency. The Fate Demon furrowed his brow and remarked, "The power of the slaughtering Dark Saint is formidable, bolstered by the Soul Clan and the 9 Nether Palace. Should we act recklessly, victory may elude us." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chun replied, "Let us first dispatch individuals to closely monitor their every move, while simultaneously strengthening our ties with the ancient clan and other righteous forces, collaboratively devising strategies for our response." We must approach this crisis with utmost caution and never let our guard down. In the distant Black Corner domain, the members of the Heavenly Machine Tower were also diligently gathering intelligence regarding the Soul Clan and the Nine Nether Palace. They were acutely aware that a far greater storm was on the horizon, and the Heavenly Machine Tower would face unprecedented challenges. Concurrently, within an ancient castle, the slaughtering Dark Saint slowly closed his eyes, beginning to summon his kin who slumbered in various corners of the world. An aura of mysterious power emanated from him, spreading outward from the castle like ripples across a pond. In certain hidden locales across the continent, slumbering figures gradually awakened, their eyes shimmering with a dark crimson light, as if drawn by invisible threads, converging towards the castle. Chapter 78. Chaotic Ambush. In the central branch of the Heavenly Machine Tower, the Chaos Demon suddenly opened his eyes, a tempest of chaotic energy swirling within them, as he sensed the rampant evil power. Such unbridled audacity. The Chaos Demon growled in a deep, resonant voice, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. He swiftly communicated this matter to Tong Chun through the unique messaging system of the Heavenly Machine Tower. Soon, permission was granted, and the chaotic power surrounding the Chaos Demon surged, swirling around him like a living entity, roaring as it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the bloody battleground. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Demon appeared before the slaughtering Dark Saint and the Nine Nether Demon Saint. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, and chaotic energies surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal mountain, inscribed with ancient runes that glimmered with chaotic light, descending upon the demon horde. "Foolish beings, daring to disrupt our plans," exclaimed the Nine Nether Demon Saint, instantly unleashing a torrent of black demonic flames, within which countless vengeful spirits writhed and screamed, colliding with the chaotic energy, producing a thunderous cacophony. The sound reverberated like a symphony of 1,000 thunderclaps, causing the surrounding space to ripple, as some of the weaker members of the Dark Demons were even obliterated by the residual force. With a cold smirk, the slaughtering Dark Saint manifested a long blade radiating a ghostly light, its surface etched with enigmatic runes that flickered ominously in red, seemingly narrating tales of endless slaughter and bloodshed. He darted forward like a specter, his speed so swift that he left behind black afterimages in the air. The Chaos Demon remained unperturbed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, enveloping himself in a chaotic shield. This shield exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, yet remained indistinctly chaotic, as if containing the mysterious energy from the dawn of the universe. The slaughtering Dark Saint's blade struck the shield, sparking a multitude of flames, wherein the chaotic and slaughtering forces intertwined and clashed, producing a sizzling sound, yet failing to breach the defense in the slightest. "Chaos Demon, today shall be your demise." The Nine Nether Demon Saint let out a thunderous roar, prompting the dark demons behind him to open their gaping maws and unleash torrents of black soul beams, each infused with the anguished screams and resentments of the souls that had been consumed. These beams converged, forming a formidable torrent of souls, their faces twisted in torment as they surged toward the Chaos Demon God. The Chaos Demon God, sensing the gravity of the situation, understood the devastating nature of this soul torrent. Should it strike him, his essence would be irreparably harmed. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the power of chaos to its utmost limit, expanding his chaotic shield in a desperate attempt to withstand the deluge. However, the torrent's might was beyond imagination, and the chaotic shield began to fracture under its relentless onslaught, dark light spilling from the cracks as if it sought to completely rend the shield asunder. Gritting his teeth, the Chaos Demon God formed intricate seals with his hands, transforming the chaotic energy into countless sharp blades that shimmered with a faint chaotic glow, striking towards the soul torrent. In that moment, black soul beams and chaotic blades intertwined, painting the entire sky in shades of black and gray. Each collision between blades and beams erupted with intense detonations, distorting the surrounding space as if it were on the verge of shattering. Seizing the opportunity while the Chaos Demon God was preoccupied with repelling the soul torrent, the assassin Dark Saint launched another assault. His long blade danced through the air, creating arcs of black light, each infused with lethal killing intent. The blade's passage through the air produced a sharp whistle, as if seeking to sever all in its path. The Chaos Demon God, unable to evade in time, felt a searing pain as a blade's edge grazed his arm, blood gushing forth and rapidly evaporating into a colorful mist under the influence of chaotic energy. "You think you can stop us?" The assassin Dark Saint mocked, raising his long blade once more, intent on delivering a fatal strike. The Chaos Demon God, sensing the imminent danger, realized that remaining in this passive defense would lead to certain defeat. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he devised a cunning plan. Oh no, I've been deceived. The assassin Dark Saint suddenly realized, understanding that he had fallen into a trap. The Chaos Demon God had cleverly utilized the properties of chaotic energy to create an afterimage, while he himself circled behind the assassin Dark Saint. The Chaos Demon God materialized behind him, swiftly forming seals with both hands as chaotic energy coalesced into a colossal chaotic divine dragon, enveloped in swirling chaotic mist, its scales shimmering with prismatic light as it lunged toward the assassin Dark Saint. The dragon's roar reverberated through the surrounding space, each movement generating powerful gusts that sent the dark demons flying. The assassin Dark Saint, caught off guard, could only brace himself to endure the assault. Channeling all his killing power into his long blade, its ghostly glow intensified as he swung it toward the chaotic divine dragon. The clash between the chaotic dragon and the long blade produced a resounding explosion, the immense force propelling the assassin Dark Saint backward. His feet carved deep ruts into the ground, the earth cracking beneath the weight of such power. Observing the assassin Dark Saint in peril, the nine nether demon Saint rushed to offer his support. With a wave of his hands, black demonic flames ignited once more, spreading with astonishing speed as they surged toward the Chaos Demon God. Wherever the infernal flames spread, the very fabric of space was scorched and distorted, as if it were on the verge of being utterly consumed by this boundless darkness. The Chaos Demon God found himself in a precarious position, having to fend off the hellfire of the nine nether demon Saint while simultaneously contending with the assassin Dark Saint. Gradually, he began to feel the weight of his burdens. His body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments. Meanwhile, the abyssal demons relentlessly absorbed souls, replenishing their power, their strength steadily increasing. After consuming these souls, the demons became more corporeal, their dark aura intensifying, and their piercing shrieks grew ever more grating, as if they were celebrating the impending triumph of this battle. Could it be that I am destined to perish here today? The Chaos Demon God pondered, a flicker of unwillingness flashing through his gaze. Yet, he understood that surrender was not an option. He bore the mission of the Celestial Mechanism Tower and the responsibility of safeguarding this continent. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a mysterious radiance suddenly descended from the heavens, illuminating the battlefield. This light was gentle, yet imbued with boundless power, seemingly filled with countless flickering runes that emitted an enigmatic aura, starkly contrasting with the dark battlefield. Where the light fell, the oppressive darkness swiftly dissipated, provoking anguished howls from the abyssal demons, their forms beginning to waver. Chapter 79. The arrival of the two heroes. The Chaos Demon God was locked in a fierce struggle. His garments tattered, his body littered with wounds, blood continuously flowing and dripping onto the land ravaged by darkness. The chaotic energy within him surged tumultuously, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. The assassin Dark Saint and the nine nether demon Saints stood nearby, their laughter laced with mockery and cruelty, regarding the Chaos Demon God as if he were already theirs to claim. The abyssal demons grew increasingly frenzied, clawing and screeching around him, their cries piercing the very essence of the soul. Just when the Chaos Demon God teetered on the brink of despair, two thunderous roars reverberated from the horizon. A brilliant golden light and a dazzling purple light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, instantly materializing upon the battlefield. It was the Ancestor Dragon and the Xiao Yan Emperor. Having received the command from Tongchun to come to the aid of the Chaos Demon God, the Ancestor Dragon stood tall and imposing, draped in a flowing golden robe adorned with ancient and mysterious dragon patterns, each line seemingly infused with the might of the universe. His eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, akin to two blazing suns, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. The Xiao Yan Emperor, clad in resplendent purple attire with vivid Xiao Yan motifs, appeared as if they might leap to life at any moment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, his purple hair billowing in the wind, surrounded by an aura of mystique and nobility. "You two fiends, today marks your end." The voice of the Ancestor Dragon resonated like a great bell, echoing across the battlefield. He swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands, reciting incantations. Suddenly, countless golden runes appeared in the sky, intertwining and coalescing into a massive golden divine dragon. This dragon radiated a searing brilliance, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, each scale seemingly containing boundless power. With a mighty roar, the dragon opened its great maw and lunged toward the assassin Dark Saint. The Xiao Yan Emperor, undeterred, danced with his hands, gathering violet energy that coalesced into a magnificent purple Qilin. The Qilin let out a resounding roar, imbued with a formidable soul-shattering force, causing the surrounding demonic minions to clutch their heads in agony, writhing in pain. With a fierce momentum, the purple Qilin charged toward the 9 Nether Demon Saint. The Slayer of Darkness, upon witnessing the golden divine dragon's advance, felt a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. He brandished his ethereal longblade, its eerie runes glowing vividly, emanating a potent aura of slaughter. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a wave of black blade energy towards the golden divine dragon, infused with an inexhaustible essence of death, which collided with the dragon. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as the golden divine dragon met the black blade energy, warping the very fabric of space, with black fissures sprawling like a spider's web. The dragon's scales were severed by the dark energy, yet it persisted with unwavering determination, continuing its relentless assault on the Slayer of Darkness. Taken aback by the dragon's resilience, the Slayer hastily swung his blade again, unleashing a torrent of black energy in an attempt to thwart the divine dragon's advance. In contrast, the 9 Nether Demon Saint appeared unfazed by the assault of the purple Qilin. With a cold smirk, he waved his hands, summoning forth a conflagration of black demonic flames that engulfed the purple Qilin. Struggling amidst the flames, the Qilin emitted cries of agony. The 9 Nether Demon Saint, relishing the moment, laughed triumphantly. "You dare to challenge me? Such folly." He continued to weave intricate hand seals, intensifying the ferocity of the black flames, which obscured the Qilin's form. Seeing their efforts yield no anticipated results, the Ancestor Dragon and the Qilin Emperor exchanged anxious glances and nodded in silent agreement. Roaring with a voice that reverberated through the heavens, the Ancestor Dragon began to swell in size, golden scales rapidly enveloping his body, limbs transforming into mighty dragon claws, and a long tail sprouting behind him. In an instant, he manifested as a colossal ancestral dragon, stretching thousands of meters, casting an imposing shadow and radiating an unparalleled aura of power. Not to be outdone, the Qilin Emperor echoed the roar, swiftly transforming as purple fur enveloped his form, majestic horns sprouting atop his head, and his tail thickening with strength. In an instant, he too assumed his true Qilin form, bathing the battlefield in a radiant purple light that swiftly dissipated the surrounding darkness. Upon transforming, the Ancestor Dragon's might surged. He opened his vast maw and unleashed a torrent of golden flames, imbued with purifying power, incinerating the demonic horde upon contact. He swiped at the Slayer of Darkness with his massive claws, effortlessly tearing through the very space they traversed. Meanwhile, the Qilin Emperor, having transformed, became an embodiment of speed, darting across the battlefield like a streak of purple lightning. He charged at the 9 Nether Demon Saint, his horns striking with thunderous force, each collision forcing the Demon Saint to stagger backward. The Qilin Emperor continuously unleashed violet energy beams, which struck the black demonic flames, causing them to gradually dissipate. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and the assassination of the Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint found themselves in a precarious situation. They had not anticipated the terrifying power of the ancestral dragon and the Qilin Emperor upon revealing their true forms. Yet, they were unwilling to accept defeat so easily. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination flickering in their eyes. The assassination of the Dark Saint gathered all his murderous energy into his long blade, its ghostly glow intensifying to an almost insatiable degree, as if it sought to consume everything around it. With a fierce shout, he slashed towards the ancestral dragon, unleashing a black blade of light imbued with boundless killing intent, larger and more fearsome than before. The 9 Nether Demon Saint compressed the black demonic flames to their utmost limit, forming a dark sphere infused with immense destructive power. He hurled the sphere towards the Qilin Emperor, its trajectory carving a black line through the air, leaving behind corrosive traces in its wake. Upon witnessing the incoming black blade, the ancestral dragon did not falter. He summoned his full strength, generating a golden shield before him. When the black blade struck the shield, it erupted with a thunderous sound, causing the shield to tremble violently, yet it ultimately withstood the blow. Seizing the opportunity, the ancestral dragon lashed out with his tail, which resembled a colossal iron rod, infused with tremendous force. The Qilin Emperor, undaunted by the dark sphere, formed a defensive barrier of violet energy before him. When the sphere collided with the barrier, a fierce explosion followed. The shockwave from the blast forced the Qilin Emperor to stagger back a few steps, but he quickly regained his footing. With a mighty roar, he charged once more towards the 9 Nether Demon Saint, his speed and momentum escalating. Today marks your demise." Both the ancestral dragon and the Qilan emperor thundered in unison. They launched another offensive. The ancestral dragon exhaled an even more intense golden flame, while the Qilan emperor shot forth a dazzling violet energy beam. The flames and energy beams intertwined, sweeping towards the assassination of the Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint. Chapter 80. A temporary respite. The immense form of the ancestral dragon spiraled through the sky, its golden scales glistening in the sunlight like countless brilliant stars embedded upon its body. Each scale was as large as a grinding wheel, shimmering with metallic luster, reflecting light so brilliantly that it was blinding. It opened its massive maw, a searing breath pouring forth, exuding an aura capable of incinerating everything in its path, ready to deliver the final blow to the assassination of the Dark Saint. The dragon's whiskers swayed in the wind, resembling agile whips, producing a whooshing sound in the air. Meanwhile, the Qilan emperor stood firmly on the ground, its body radiating pulsating violet light, akin to purple flames in fervent blaze. Every movement it made generated a halo of violet luminescence, distorting the surrounding space with its formidable power. The Qilan emperor had its gaze firmly fixed on the 9 Nether Demon Saint, its eyes shimmering with a purple ghostly light, poised to strike at the slightest indication of movement. The Qilan emperor's mane flowed like purple silk in the wind, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. However, just as the ancestral dragon and the Qilan emperor prepared to unleash their decisive strikes, an ominous black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Dark clouds gathered swiftly, as if being drawn together by an invisible hand, rushing toward the battlefield at an astonishing speed. These clouds were an absolute black, devoid of any light, reminiscent of a black hole in the cosmos, poised to consume everything in their path. Within the clouds, a towering figure gradually emerged. It was the Soul Emperor. Adorned in a flowing black robe embroidered with golden, enigmatic runes, these symbols seemed almost alive, flickering and dancing in the wind, emitting a faint glow. His countenance was stern, with features chiseled as though by a sculptor's hand, and his gaze exuded an unfathomable chill, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. A formidable aura radiated from him, infused with boundless darkness and mysterious power, instilling a sense of dread. The air in his vicinity felt as though it had turned to ice, producing a faint hissing sound. The ancestor dragon and the Qilan emperor were taken aback at the sight of the Soul Emperor's arrival. They recognized that his strength was on par with that of the ancestor dragon, marking him as an exceedingly formidable adversary. However, rather than recoiling, they grew even more vigilant, their powers surging anew. The golden scales of the ancestor dragon shone brilliantly, each scale resembling a miniature source of energy, radiating dazzling light. Meanwhile, the purple luminescence surrounding the Qilan emperor intensified, forming a massive vortex of violet energy that swirled with a low, resonant hum. They prepared to confront the challenge posed by the Soul Emperor, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. "Soul Emperor, how dare you meddle in this matter?" The ancestor dragon roared in fury, its enormous eyes fixed intently on the Soul Emperor, ablaze with righteous anger. Its body trembled slightly with rage, causing the surrounding space to warp in response to its emotional turmoil. To it, the Soul Emperor's appearance was a blatant provocation, a desecration of justice. "Humph! The allies of my Soul Clan shall not be treated with such disdain." The Soul Emperor retorted with a disdainful snort, his eyes glinting with scorn. Slowly, he raised his hands, gathering dark energy that coalesced into a massive black energy sphere. This sphere contained immense destructive power, warping the surrounding space as if being molded by an unseen hand. Tiny fissures began to appear in the fabric of space, emitting a crackling sound as though it were enduring great agony. Unwilling to yield, the ancestor dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of golden flames, imbued with potent, purifying energy, charging toward the Soul Emperor's dark energy sphere. The flames surged forth like a colossal golden dragon, its fierce claws poised to strike, igniting the air along its path with a series of explosive crackles. The Qilan emperor joined the fray, wielding its massive claws to launch beams of violet energy from its fingertips, harmonizing with the golden flames in an attempt to breach the Soul Emperor's defenses. The purple energy beams shot forth like arrows, whistling sharply as they raced toward the black energy sphere. Unperturbed by the onslaught from the ancestor dragon and the Qilan emperor, the Soul Emperor remained composed. With rapid movements of his hands, the black energy sphere instantaneously fractured into countless black energy blades, hurtling toward the ancestor dragon and the Qilan emperor. The energy blades moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving behind dark afterimages as they sliced through the air. Wherever they passed, The fabric of space was marred by fine fissures, from which tendrils of black mist emerged, as if they were gateways to a shadowy realm. The golden flames clashed with the ebony energy blades, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Flames and energy intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow. Purple energy beams also collided with the black blades, scattering brilliance in all directions. In that moment, the battlefield was illuminated with flickering lights, echoing with explosions. As powerful energy waves radiated outward, the surrounding earth was torn into countless fragments. Massive stones were propelled into the heavens by the energy shock waves, only to crash down heavily, creating enormous craters. Trees were uprooted, instantly reduced to ashes under the onslaught of energy, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, the Soul Emperor suddenly flickered, appearing like a specter beside the slaughtering Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered him nearly invisible, leaving only a vague shadow in his wake. With a swift gesture, he enveloped the two figures in a powerful aura, vanishing from sight in an instant. This force exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness, as though a frigid hand had seized their hearts. By the time the Ancestor Dragon and the Kirin Emperor comprehended the situation, the Soul Emperor had whisked the two away, leaving behind an empty battlefield shrouded in smoke. Curse it, they've escaped. The Ancestor Dragon roared in fury, its massive tail crashing down upon the ground, creating a vast fissure. This crack rapidly spread, resembling a colossal serpent extending outward. The surrounding peaks began to crumble from the force of the blow, with stones cascading like raindrops. The Kirin Emperor emitted a frustrated cry, deeply vexed by the Soul Emperor's sudden intervention and the abduction of the two. Its body trembled slightly in rage, as purple light pulsated violently around it. Witnessing the Soul Emperor's rescue of the slaughtering Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint, the chaotic demon god felt a profound sense of helplessness. Dragging his weary form, he slowly approached the Ancestor Dragon and the Kirin Emperor. At that moment, the chaotic demon god was still bleeding from his wounds, crimson droplets staining his garments, falling steadily to the ground. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, and his breath was weak, each inhalation a struggle. Thank you both for coming to my aid. Otherwise, I fear I would not have survived this day. The chaotic demon god expressed gratefully, his voice hoarse and faint, as if forced from the depths of his throat. He was acutely aware that had it not been for the timely arrival of the Ancestor Dragon and the Kirin Emperor, he would surely have perished, plunging this land into a deeper abyss of darkness. The Ancestor Dragon, the Kirin Emperor, and the chaotic demon god recounted the events of the battle in detail to Tong Chun. Upon hearing their account, Tong Chun's expression grew grave, his eyes betraying a hint of concern as he sighed deeply. I never anticipated that the Soul Emperor would intervene personally. It seems we must accelerate our response. Tong Chun remarked, his brow furrowed. He understood well the might and ambition of the Soul Emperor. This incident was merely the beginning, and the future landscape would undoubtedly grow more intricate and perilous. The emergence of the Soul Emperor has shattered the delicate balance of the entire continent, heralding the approach of an even greater tempest. Indeed, the Soul Emperor's rescue of those two fiends will not go unchallenged. We must swiftly enhance our strength, fortify the defenses of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, and devise a means to uncover the Soul Emperor's next scheme, the Ancestor Dragon asserted. His voice resonated with urgency, reflecting a profound awareness of the impending crisis. His gaze was resolute, exuding an indomitable spirit. No matter the magnitude of the challenges ahead, he would not falter. I shall summon the other demon gods to deliberate on our countermeasures, the Qilin Emperor declared, turning to depart the hall, eager to notify the other demon gods. His hurried steps conveyed a sense of urgency, driven by a desire to swiftly formulate a strategy against the Soul Emperor. Observing the Qilin Emperor's retreating figure, Tong Chun turned back to the Ancestor Dragon and the Chaos Demon God, stating, "You both should focus on recuperating and gathering your strength. In the days to come, we are likely to face a fierce battle." His voice bore a hint of exhaustion, yet it was laced with determination. He understood that this confrontation would be exceedingly arduous, but he would never relent. He was resolved to safeguard the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and protect this cherished land. The Ancestor Dragon and the Chaos Demon God nodded in agreement, and under Tong Chun's direction, they set about tending to their wounds. The hall was left with Tong Chun alone, who gazed out at the sky, lost in contemplation. The heavens remained shrouded in a dark aura, seemingly foretelling an impending catastrophe for the continent. Tong Chun was acutely aware that the fates of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and this land rested in their hands. They must exert every effort to preserve this beloved territory. Clenching his fists, his eyes reflected unwavering conviction, regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead. He would lead the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower in a relentless struggle against the Soul Emperor and his dark forces. Chapter 81. The Rising Tide. The Soul Emperor, accompanied by the slaughtering Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint, instantaneously materialized in the mysterious and eerie domain of the Soul Clan. This place was enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist, from which eerie howls could be faintly heard, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting. The surrounding structures were constructed from a peculiar black stone that emanated a ghostly luminescence, their twisted forms evoking a profound sense of oppression. The Soul Emperor gently set down the slaughtering Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint, both of whom appeared utterly drained, their faces as pale as parchment. Their wounds continually oozed blackened blood, which dripped to the ground, corroding it into unfathomable pits. Their tattered garments betrayed their once formidable presence, now reduced to a mere whisper of strength, as if they might vanish at any moment. Cough, cough. Thank you, Soul Emperor, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, we would surely have perished here today, the 9 Nether Demon Saint managed to utter, his voice hoarse and frail, each word seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength. He knelt on one knee, his expression a mixture of gratitude and reverence. The slaughtering Dark Saint, also struggling to maintain his composure, clasped his hands together and said, "Were it not for the Soul Emperor's timely intervention, we would have become the lost souls beneath the blades of the Ancestor Dragon and the Xiao Yan Emperor. Your immense grace is indelibly etched in our memories." His eyes flickered with resentment and fury, brimming with bitterness over their recent defeat. The Soul Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, gazing deeply at the 2 individuals before him. "You may rest assured and enter seclusion. I shall arrange for the finest guardians of the Soul Clan to protect you. Once your injuries are healed, we shall convene to deliberate our strategy against the ever-growing threat of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion." A glimmer of urgency flickered in his eyes, as he felt a profound sense of danger from this formidable adversary. The 9 Nether Demon Saint and the slaughtering Dark Saint exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. "During our period of seclusion, we shall command our respective legions, the Annihilation Demons and the 9 Nether Demons, to heed the Soul Emperor's directives. However, we implore the Soul Emperor to refrain from any rash actions until we emerge from our retreat. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is teeming with powerful experts, and they are already wary of our movements. An impulsive assault at this juncture would likely result in defeat." They were acutely aware of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's formidable capabilities and understood that, in their current weakened state, they could not afford to take unnecessary risks. The Soul Emperor remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. "I comprehend your sentiments. During your seclusion, I will remain inactive, biding my time and gathering strength." While closely monitoring the movements of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, his mind was already formulating the next steps in their strategy, awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the bustling confines of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the Ancestor Dragon, the Xiao Yan Emperor, and the Chaos Demon God returned from their recuperation. Though their visages still bore a pallor, their auras had significantly stabilized. The assembly of demon gods congregated in the spacious and luminous conference hall adorned with various precious gemstones that radiated a gentle glow, starkly contrasting the Soul Clan's ominous atmosphere. Tong Chun sat at the head of the hall, his expression grave as he addressed the gathered demon gods. The Soul Emperor's rescue of the slaughtering Dark Saint and the 9 Nether Demon Saint will undoubtedly incite further hostilities. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure, fortify the defenses of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, and proactively probe the Soul Clan's forthcoming plans. His voice resonated with conviction and strength, instilling a sense of reliability. "I propose we immediately enhance the defensive formations throughout the pavilion," declared the Qianquan demon god, rising with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze resolute. "I can harness the power of Qianquan to rearrange and reinforce the pavilion's protective array, amplifying its potency manifold, even if the Soul Emperor himself were to attack. Breaching our defenses would prove exceedingly arduous." He was imbued with confidence in his abilities to provide formidable protection. "I can lead the intelligence operatives of the pavilion deep into the Soul Clan's territory to gather intelligence," the Destiny Demon God interjected, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, as if he could foresee the currents of fate. "My powers of destiny will enable me to evade the Soul Clan's surveillance and acquire their core information, allowing us to prepare in advance." He understood the paramount importance of intelligence. Only by discerning the Soul Clan's movements could they gain the upper hand in battle. The Time Demon God nodded slightly, stating, I shall employ the power of time to secure additional cultivation hours for the practitioners of the pavilion. Within a space of accelerated time, they can enhance their prowess more swiftly, preparing for the impending conflict. His eyes reflected a profound comprehension of the laws of time, as though he could manipulate the flow of moments themselves. The ancient dragon and the Chilean emperor both expressed their intent to enhance the training and coordination of their respective forces, standing ready to support the battle of the heavenly machine tower at a moment's notice. Their voices resonated with strength and conviction, showcasing formidable power and confidence. Listening to the suggestions of the various demon gods, Tong Chun gradually formulated a comprehensive plan in his mind. He nodded slightly and declared, "Very well. We shall proceed as you have advised. We must elevate the overall strength of the heavenly machine tower in the shortest possible time and prepare thoroughly for any confrontations with the Soul Clan." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, brimming with confidence for the impending battles. After the meeting concluded, the demon gods swiftly set their plans into motion. The Qianquan demon god led a group of elite practitioners from the heavenly machine tower to reorganize the defensive formations. They buried precious spirit crystals in every corner of the tower, inscribing intricate runes, as arrays of glimmering light gradually took shape. The Qianquan demon god continuously formed seals with his hands, powerful Qianquan energy surging forth, enveloping the entire heavenly machine tower in a formidable defensive barrier. Meanwhile, the Fate demon god led an intelligence team stealthily into the territory of the Soul Clan. Utilizing the cover of Fate energy, they adeptly evaded the patrols and various traps set by the Soul Clan. A focused gleam shone in the Fate demon god's eyes as he sensed the ripples of fate around him, searching for the Soul Clan's hidden strongholds and crucial intelligence. The Time demon god established multiple accelerated training spaces within the heavenly machine tower, harnessing the power of time. He adjusted the flow of time within these spaces to several times that of the outside world. Practitioners who entered felt as though they had entered a vortex of time, able to achieve significantly greater results in their cultivation in a short span. In the days that followed, both the heavenly machine tower and the Soul Clan quietly amassed their strength as a greater storm brewed silently. Both sides understood that the upcoming confrontation would determine the fate of this continent. Chapter 82. A request for peace within the Soul Clan's profound and shadowy chamber. An eerie black mist enveloped the surroundings, flickering with dim, ghostly light. The Soul Emperor sat alone on a stone chair, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a sky heavy with impending storms, suffocating in its intensity. The somber and icy admonitions from the 9 Nether Demon Saint and the slaughtering Dark Saint before their seclusion reverberated in his heart like a heavy hammer, striking blow after blow. He was acutely aware that these 2 demon saints had sustained grave injuries during their fierce battle with the experts of the heavenly machine tower and had to enter seclusion for healing, rendering them unavailable for the Soul Clan in the near term. Conversely, under the leadership of the enigmatic traveler Tong Chun, the heavenly machine tower was experiencing a zenith of power with a host of peak 9-star fighting saints, each possessing the capability to wreak havoc on a grand scale. Should they continue to oppose the heavenly machine tower, the Soul Clan, with its current strength, would likely find itself in an irreversible plight. The Soul Clan, an ancient race that had lurked on the continent of fighting Qi for many years, aspiring to dominate the world, treaded carefully with each step. The Soul Emperor's ambition was to bring the entire continent under the dominion of the Soul Clan. However, reality compelled him to bow his head. For the long-term plan of the Soul Clan, after considerable anguish and deliberation, he was forced to make an exceedingly difficult decision to seek peace with the protagonist, Tong Chun. The Soul Emperor rose slowly, his black robe rustling ominously. In a flash, he vanished like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly exiting the chamber. In a fleeting moment, he arrived before the ancient and enigmatic teleportation array of the Soul Clan. The runes upon the array shimmered, emanating an extraordinary glow. Without hesitation, the Soul Emperor stepped into the array, and as the light flickered violently, his figure vanished from sight. The next instant, the Soul Emperor appeared in a secluded spot not far from the Tower of Destiny. This place was overgrown with wild grass, and a faint mist enveloped the surroundings, imparting an eerie ambience. He steadied himself, slightly adjusting his inky black robe, and took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. However, a lingering sense of reluctance and fury remained in his gaze, overshadowed by a resolute determination for the future of the Soul Clan that compelled him to endure. He then walked with a measured stride towards the Tower of Destiny, each step seemingly weighed down by an inexorable burden. Upon reaching the entrance of the tower, the guards instantly became alert. These sentinels were carefully chosen elites of the tower, radiating formidable combat energy, their eyes brimming with vigilance. They quickly assumed defensive stances, weapons glinting ominously, aimed directly at the Soul Emperor. With an icy glare that seemed capable of piercing their very souls, the Soul Emperor scanned the guards, sending a chill through their hearts. His voice, deep and frigid as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, commanded, "Inform your master that the Soul Emperor seeks an audience." The guards exchanged glances, unable to fathom that the chief of the Soul Clan would come in person. One among them, quick to react, swiftly turned and dashed into the tower to relay the message. Before long, Tong Chun emerged from the tower, accompanied by the God of Time. Clad in a flowing white robe, Tong Chun stood tall, his gaze imbued with wisdom and confidence. The God of Time followed quietly, exuding an air of mysterious temporal power that commanded respect. Upon seeing the Soul Emperor, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Tong Chun's face, quickly replaced by a slight smirk of disdain. "Soul Emperor, what brings you here today? Are you not attempting the same old tricks? Sending your minions to cause chaos at my tower? Or do you think the lessons from our last encounter were not sufficiently profound?" The Soul Emperor's expression darkened slightly, an unnameable fire igniting within him. Yet, understanding the need for diplomacy, he forced himself to suppress his rage. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to modulate his voice to sound more tranquil. "Master Tong, I come today to seek peace. The misunderstandings between the Soul Clan and the tower have led to continuous conflict, a tragedy that was never my intention." Raising an eyebrow, Tong Chen's eyes brimmed with scorn. "Peace? Soul Emperor, do you truly believe I would trust you? The Soul Clan has long stirred up trouble across the continent, committing heinous acts, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. Now, faced with adversity, you wish to casually propose peace? Is it truly that simple? Do you think I, Tong Chun, am but a Navi child of 3? A thought flickered in Tong Chen's mind. Although he was unaware of the 2 demon saints in seclusion, the Soul Emperor's proposal of a soul contract did pique his interest. Xiao Yan's growth was intricately linked to the myriad opportunities presented by the Soul Clan. In this realm of conflict, the Soul Clan wields control over numerous precious resources and formidable techniques. Should they manage to stabilize their position temporarily, Xiao Yan would encounter significantly fewer obstacles in his quest for power, allowing him to leverage the dormant winning system to enhance his cultivation. After all, with each ascension in rank, he would gain a 10-fold increase in cultivation, which is of paramount importance to him. Upon observing this, the Soul Emperor felt a surge of joy, keenly sensing that Tong Chun was inclined to negotiate. He hastily proclaimed, "Rest assured, Lord Tong. This soul contract can be witnessed by a highly esteemed Dou Saint, jointly invited by the Tianji Tower and the Soul Clan. The terms of the contract explicitly state that the Soul Clan shall not interfere in any affairs of the continent beyond their own development, nor take action against the Tianji Tower and its allies. Both direct assaults and covert machinations are strictly prohibited. Should there be any violation, the soul contract will automatically take effect, resulting in the violator losing all cultivation and perishing in spirit." Tong Chun gazed intently at the Soul Emperor, attempting to discern any hint of weakness in his demeanor. He understood well that the Soul Emperor was a cunning strategist, not one to relinquish his ambitions easily. Yet, at this moment, the Soul Emperor's gaze was unwavering, devoid of any intent to retreat, as if he had truly resolved to seek peace. After much contemplation, Tong Chun weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If a soul contract could be forged with the Soul Clan, while it might not entirely eliminate potential threats, it would at least afford Xiao Yan the invaluable time necessary for growth and the Tianji Tower's development. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Very well. I can agree to the signing of the soul contract with you. However, you would do well to remember your words today. Otherwise, even if you are the Soul Emperor, the Tianji Tower shall show no mercy. Our ranks are filled with powerful warriors, and we shall not be intimidated by your clan." The Soul Emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. "Lord Tong, your decisiveness is commendable. Let us hasten to arrange the signing of the contract. Time is of the essence, and the longer we delay, the more unpredictable the situation may become. I trust you share this sentiment." Chapter 83. Signing the contract. 3 days slipped by like a swift river, and soon it was the day of the contract signing between the Soul Clan and the Tianji Tower. The Star Square in Zhongzhou, a location already bustling with activity, was now surrounded by a throng, leaving no room for passage. The square, vast and expansive, was paved with colossal stones emanating a star-like glow. Each night, these stones would resonate with the stars above, casting a dreamlike luminescence that seemed to transport one to a mystical realm of starlight. At this moment, The square was meticulously arranged with an air of solemnity and gravity. Enormous banners fluttered in the wind, their surfaces adorned with mysterious runes that twinkled faintly, as if narrating the profound significance of this contract signing. The powerful figures from the Soul Clan and the Tianji Tower stood as two formidable armies, facing each other across the square. The members of the Soul Clan were clad in black robes, resembling the encroaching night, their expressions as cold and unyielding as ice that had endured for millennia. An oppressive aura radiated from them, palpable enough to render the surrounding air nearly tangible. The Soul Emperor stood resolutely at the forefront, his black robe billowing in the wind, resembling a dark deity from the abyss. Adorning his head was a crown of purple gold that shimmered with an eerie, cold radiance. The gemstones embedded within it seemed to harbor boundless arcane power. His gaze was frigid and piercing, akin to two blades capable of penetrating the human heart in an instant. At that moment, his soul was engulfed in a tempest of rage and resentment. For one so proud and ambitious as he, seeking peace and signing a contract with Tong Chun was an unprecedented humiliation, an affront that pricked at his heart like thorns, causing his very essence to ache. As the crowd held its breath in anticipation, three formidable saint-level warriors arrived in unison, akin to three brilliant stars slicing through the heavens, instantly capturing everyone's attention and elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Yin Zhuang of the Yin clan, his physique robust and imposing, resembled a towering volcano, radiating an intense flame-like energy. With each step he took, the ground beneath him would slightly melt, leaving charred imprints, while the air around him pulsed with a suffocating heat, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption, containing the power to annihilate the world. Shifeng of the Stone Clan stood tall, his form sculpted like a colossal statue of rock, his skin rugged and as hard as stone, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. His eyes shone with a steadfast and resolute light, reminiscent of the bedrock deep within the earth, evoking an indomitable presence. With every movement, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated, as if he could crush anything beneath him. Lei Ying of the Thunder Clan was tall and lithe, like a dynamic bolt of lightning. His eyes flickered with electric light, much like the persistent flashes of a thunderstorm in the night sky, each blink releasing strands of thunderous power that crackled audibly. With every gesture, the might of thunder roared forth, as if he were the sovereign of storms, wielding the very essence of lightning. Yin Zhuang's expression was grave as he stepped forward first, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating throughout the venue with a timbre powerful enough to shatter the air. Today, the three of us, entrusted by the Soul Clan and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, are honored to witness the signing of this soul contract. Once this contract is signed, it shall be bound by the stringent laws of heaven and earth, akin to immutable celestial decrees, with no party permitted to transgress. Those who defy it shall face the merciless retribution of the celestial laws. Shifeng nodded slightly, his voice deep and resonant as if boulders were colliding. It is my hope that both the Soul Clan and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will adhere to the principles of integrity and strictly uphold the terms of the contract. One must not allow fleeting greed or short-sightedness to provoke the backlash of the heavens, lest they find themselves in a place of irrevocable despair. Lei Ying's gaze was sharp, sweeping over the assembly like a keen sword, before he commanded sternly, "Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence. Let us not waste any more time." The Soul Emperor's countenance darkened, resembling the ominous clouds that herald a tempest. He stepped forward slowly, each movement seemingly laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. With swift precision, he formed intricate seals with his hands, the complex and enigmatic gestures dazzling to behold. Simultaneously, he murmured incantations, the arcane and inscrutable words spilling forth from his lips, as if summoned from an ancient and mysterious realm. As the incantation echoed, the originally clear and cloudless sky was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Thick, dark clouds surged forth like black waves from all directions, swiftly shrouding the entire expanse of the heavens, completely obscuring the sunlight and casting the world into darkness. Great bolts of thunder roiled madly within the clouds, emitting deafening roars, while brilliant flashes of lightning periodically rent the sky, illuminating the dim landscape as if heralding the apocalypse. The Soul Emperor raised his head, unleashing a roar filled with fury and resolve, his voice imbued with boundless resentment. Today, I, the Soul Emperor, represent the Soul Clan and enter into a soul contract with Tong Chun, the master of the Tower of Destiny. Should my clan violate this agreement or dare to interfere in matters beyond our own development, targeting the Tower of Destiny and its allies, may I lose all my cultivation. And may the Soul Clan never rise again. subject to the laws of heaven and earth. As his words fell, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky like a divine sword, enveloping his form with unerring precision. This radiant light contained a mysterious and formidable power, as if imprinting his vow into the very fabric of existence. Tong Chen appeared calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, and did not proclaim an oath as the Soul Emperor had. Following the contractual procedure, he coolly infused a strand of soul energy into the luminous contract, the energy shimmering softly like a resplendent star, gradually merging with the radiant glow. Despite the turmoil of dissatisfaction and anger within him, the Soul Emperor, for the long-term benefit of his clan and under the watchful eyes of many, could only suppress his fury and comply. Once the two strands of soul energy merged with the light of the contract, it began to flicker fervently, as though participating in a mysterious and solemn ceremony. Subsequently, the light split into two, resembling two agile serpents of light, each entering the bodies of Tong Chen and the Soul Emperor. In an instant, a mysterious and potent force radiated from the celestial plaza, rippling outward like waves. Wherever this force traveled, the very fabric of space trembled slightly, as if proclaiming the formal enactment of this contract to the entire continent of martial arts. At that moment, a faint yet distinct tremor emanated from the secluded abodes of the 9 Nether Demon Saint and the slaughtering Dark Saint. Soon after, the deep, hoarse voice of the 9 Nether Demon Saint seemed to rise from the abyss of the 9 Nether Hell. Soul Emperor, there is no need for such anger. This is merely a temporary setback. Once we conclude our seclusion, we will surely lead more ancient demon clans into the world. At that time, this trivial contract will merely be a fragile tether, easily severed. The Soul Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes flickering with sparks of wrath and defiance, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Though you speak thus, I find it exceedingly hard to swallow. Moreover, once the contract is breached, the consequences are unimaginable. Can it truly be dismissed so easily? A moment's carelessness could plunge the Soul Clan into eternal ruin. We cannot act so recklessly." The chilling voice of the slaughtering Dark Saint then resonated, akin to a biting winter wind that sent shivers down the spine. "You must remember. You swore in the name of the Soul Clan, yet made no mention of the Soul Palace. You may allow the soul to subtly manipulate events from the shadows. As long as the actions remain sufficiently clandestine and do not implicate the Soul Clan, the backlash of the contract shall not be invoked. In this manner, we can orchestrate our plans discreetly while evading the sanctions of the Pact." A fierce glimmer flickered in the Soul Emperor's eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "While your words hold a measure of truth, this matter demands utmost caution. That Tong Chen is no ordinary adversary. He is surrounded by formidable allies, and the Heavenly Mechanism Tower harbors hidden talents. A single misstep could lead to our utter ruin, plunging us into an abyss from which there is no return. We must not act impulsively. We must plan meticulously before taking action." The 9 Nether Demon Saint let out a cold laugh, brimming with confidence and arrogance. "Fear not, Soul Emperor. Once we emerge from our seclusion, everything will change dramatically. This continent of combat chi will eventually fall under our dominion, becoming a mere possession of ours. All you need to do is follow our advice, quietly expanding your influence while patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Once the time is ripe, we shall decisively alter the course of events." The Soul Emperor inhaled deeply, suppressing his simmering anger and resentment, and replied slowly, "Very well, let it be as you say. I only hope you will emerge swiftly to lead the ancient demon clan and assist my Soul Clan in achieving this monumental ambition. Otherwise, the future of the Soul Clan shall inevitably descend into endless darkness and turmoil." Chapter 84. A comparison of academies in the days following the signing of the contract. The continent of combat chi appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents flowed among various factions. Although the Soul Clan ostensibly adhered to the agreement, the Soul Emperor's concealed ambitions surged like magma beneath the Earth's crust, poised to erupt at any moment. Other forces remained watchful and probing, the state of the entire continent resembling a complex game of chess. On this day, Tong Chen was engaged in a strategic discussion with several demon deities in a secluded chamber of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower when a disciple hurriedly entered, respectfully presenting a letter. Tong Chen took the letter, unfolded it, and discovered it was an invitation from Su Qian, the Grand Elder of Canaan Academy. The letter read, "Esteemed Master Tong, I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, whose formidable strength commands the respect of all factions across the continent. In a few days, Canaan Academy will hold a grand internal competition, a pivotal event that bears significant implications for the future development of the Academy. Firstly, many outstanding students will seize this opportunity to showcase their learning and bring honor to the Academy. Secondly, we hope to unearth more potential talents to enhance the Academy's influence on the continent. We sincerely invite you, Master Tong, to grace us with your presence, thereby adding luster to this grand competition. Respectfully, Su Qian. After reading the letter, Tong Chun furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As one of the continent's premier institutions, Canaan Academy boasts a rich heritage and widespread renown. The internal competition is highly anticipated, uniting the most exceptional youth of the Academy. Su Qian's invitation, however, is surely more than a mere request for attendance. Canaan Academy may seek to leverage the influence of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower to heighten interest in the event. Or perhaps they harbor intentions of collaboration. However, upon reflection, Tong Chun considered that a visit to Canaan Academy would not only allow him to witness the brilliance of the Academy's talented students and understand their cultivation methods and potential, but it might also offer some assistance to Xiao Yan's growth, as Xiao Yan was currently studying at Canaan Academy. This could prove beneficial for him. After pondering for a moment, Tong Chun decided to accept Su Qian's invitation. When Tong Chun and the Time Demon God arrived at Canaan Academy, they were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. On the expansive avenue, students hurried back and forth, their expressions a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Some were quietly discussing strategies for the upcoming competition, while others were making final preparations for their training. Su Qian had been waiting at the grand entrance of the Academy, and, upon seeing Tong Chun, quickly approached him with a warm welcome. Master Tong, your journey must have been arduous. I have been waiting here for quite some time, Su Qian said with a smile, his eyes reflecting respect for Tong Chun. Clad in a deep gray robe, with hair and beard now grizzled, he exuded vitality, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. As Su Qian guided Tong Chun and the Time Demon God through the Academy, he narrated the institution's history and distinctive features. They passed the library, which housed a vast collection of precious cultivation techniques and combat manuals, each tome embodying Canaan Academy's rich heritage and profound depth. As they walked by the training grounds, they observed students diligently practicing, the air alive with the flickering lights of fighting spirit and the echoes of battle cries. Tong Chun scrutinized the Academy's facilities and the students' training conditions, secretly comparing them to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Canaan Academy boasted a deep-rooted foundation, with a comprehensive teaching system that included specialized mentors guiding students from basic combat training to advanced techniques, alongside abundant cultivation resources such as rare herbs and spiritual lands, nurturing countless outstanding talents. In contrast, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion focused more on intelligence gathering and power expansion, establishing branches across the continent to weave a vast network of information while recruiting strong individuals to enhance its own strength, each with its unique merits. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the grand competition, the Heavenly Burning Refining Tower. This colossal structure soared hundreds of feet into the sky, its deep brown exterior emanating a mysterious and intense aura, resembling a dormant volcano. It stood as the iconic edifice of Canaan Academy and the core site for the competition. The area was already filled with students and faculty members, all eagerly discussing the imminent contest. Amidst the crowd, names of popular competitors such as Xiao Yan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao were frequently mentioned. Tong Chun took a seat in the VIP section, his gaze sweeping over the participating students. He recognized familiar figures, such as Hu Jia, the striking young woman clad in a tight-fitting red outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her eyes radiated confidence and competitiveness as she engaged in light-hearted banter with nearby students. Yet the slight clenching of her fists betrayed her inner tension. Then there was Wu Hao, with a stern expression, dressed in black combat attire, exuding an aura of sharpness akin to a drawn blade, clearly a warrior at heart. He seemed to be in a meditative state, gathering strength for the challenges ahead. Certainly, the most striking figure was Xiao Yan. Standing amidst the crowd, he exuded an air of tranquility, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with intricate golden flame patterns that shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays. A unique aura subtly emanated from him, as if proclaiming his extraordinary nature to all present. At that moment, Xiao Yan had undergone a transformative journey, his strength having taken a remarkable leap, distinguishing him notably among the many participants. With a command from Su Qian, the competition officially commenced. The first round was an elimination format, where participants faced off in pairs, with the defeated being immediately ousted from the contest. Instantly, the arena was ablaze with energy, an array of combat techniques unfurling in rapid succession. The students exerted every ounce of their strength, yearning to make their mark in this grand competition. Some employed earth-based techniques, summoning colossal stone puppets that charged fiercely at their adversaries. Others harnessed wind energy, moving like lightning as they darted across the arena in search of their opponent's vulnerabilities. Tong Chun watched the matches with keen interest, observing that although the students appeared somewhat inexperienced in his eyes, their relentless determination and fervent desire for victory deeply impressed him. Each participant harbored dreams, striving valiantly on the battleground. This spirit profoundly resonated with Tong Chun. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to integrate the talent cultivation model of Canaan Academy with the strategies of the Heavenly Machine Tower, aiming to further enhance its prowess. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from Canaan Academy's educational framework to nurture a cadre of specialized intelligence analysts and combat elites for the Heavenly Machine Tower. Or perhaps leverage the resources of the Heavenly Machine Tower to provide rare cultivation materials for Canaan Academy, thus achieving a mutually beneficial alliance. Among the numerous competitions, Xiao Yan's performance was particularly noteworthy. Confronting his opponent with composure, he adeptly evaded attacks using his agility, and upon spotting an opening, unleashed his flame-cutting wave. A tremendous surge of fire that roared forth, instantly vanquishing his foe. Utilizing exceptional combat skills and a flexible strategy, Xiao Yan effortlessly triumphed over one opponent after another, advancing smoothly to the next round. Hu Jia and Wu Hao also showcased formidable abilities. Hu Jia's wealth of combat experience and elusive movements made him a difficult target, while Wu Hao's fierce assaults overwhelmed his adversaries, granting him a successful progression as well. After the first round concluded, Su Qian ascended the stage to announce the list of advancing participants. As each name was called, cheers erupted from the successful students. While the eliminated ones displayed expressions of disappointment, yet they gleaned valuable insights from the competition, understanding their shortcomings. The second round swiftly followed, intensifying in ferocity. The students were acutely aware that the challenges would only grow more formidable, and a single misstep could lead to elimination. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, with attacks becoming ever more fierce, the sounds of colliding energies resonating like thunder. Tong Chun continued to observe the matches, gaining a deeper appreciation for the strength of Canaan Academy. He recognized that this inter-academy competition was not merely a stage for the students of Canaan Academy, but also an opportunity for him to comprehend the cultivation models of the continent's premier institutions, which might offer significant insights for the future development of the Heavenly Machine Tower. He silently envisioned the future development blueprint of the Tianji Tower, pondering how to better cultivate talent, how to more effectively expand influence, and how to secure a foothold in the ever-changing realm of Duqi. At the same time, he anticipated that Xiao Yan would demonstrate exceptional performance in the upcoming matches, bringing him further surprises. In the second round of the inter-academy competition at the Canaan Academy, the atmosphere intensified with excitement and tension. The arena was teeming with spectators, and the cheers of students and teachers surged like a tidal wave, growing louder in support of their favored contestants. Tongchen sat in the VIP section, his gaze sharp and unwavering, focused intently on the arena, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. He was filled with anticipation for this contest that gathered numerous talented students and secretly hoped to glean beneficial insights for the development of the Tianji Tower, contributing to its expansion. Among the many fierce contests, Lin Xiuyan and Han Yan were engaged in a vigorous competition, dressed in a blue outfit. Lin Xiuyan moved with the grace of a leopard, his eyes radiating determination and confidence, as if victory in this match was already assured. Han Yan, not to be underestimated, was enveloped in a surge of Duqi, forming a faint protective shield around him. As the match commenced, Han Yan struck first, his hands rapidly forming intricate seals, while he chanted incantations. Suddenly, the ground erupted violently, sharp rocks piercing through the earth like ferocious beasts, hurtling towards Lin Xiuyan with fierce momentum. Lin Xiuyan's lips curled into a confident smile. With a light step, he darted sideways like a bolt of blue lightning, deftly evading the assault of the rocks. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, the veins on his arm bulging as Duqi surged like a torrent. With a thunderous roar, a blue fist of Duqi shot forth, striking a protruding rock with pinpoint precision. With a resounding crash, the rock shattered instantly, sending fragments flying in all directions. Han Yan's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of Lin Xiuyan's prowess and dared not hold back any longer. He swiftly crossed his arms in front of his chest and then forcefully spread them apart, shouting, "Earthrock Shield." In an instant, a massive amount of earth gathered before him as if summoned by an invisible force, swiftly forming a thick earthen wall. The surface of the wall shimmered with a hard sheen, seemingly capable of withstanding any attack. Xiao Yan, however, showed no signs of retreat. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and leaped high into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin. His right leg descended like a razor-sharp blade as he shouted, rending wind leg. A blade of wind imbued with terrifying power surged forth from his leg, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, as if cleaving through the atmosphere. This wind blade directly struck the earthen wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the wall was cleaved apart, splintering into countless fragments that scattered like dust. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and Yin Lai were also locked in a fierce battle. Lu Qing, with his imposing stature resembling a towering mountain, exuded an air of indomitable strength. Clad in black battle armor etched with enigmatic runes, which subtly emanated a formidable aura, he appeared as if narrating the extraordinary origins of his armor. Flames enveloped Yin Lai, rendering him akin to a descending fire deity, exuding a fierce presence. Each of his movements ignited the surrounding air into a fierce blaze, producing a cacophony of crackles. Yin Lai initiated the assault, his hands dancing swiftly in the air, as if orchestrating the flames themselves. Countless fiery arrows coalesced from thin air, shooting towards Lu Qing like meteors, leaving behind searing trails in the sky. With a disdainful snort, Lu Qing firmly grounded himself. Resembling a colossal tree deeply rooted in the earth, rapidly forming seals with his hands, he proclaimed loudly, "Vajra body." Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped his form, akin to donning a robust armor that exuded a sanctified and potent essence. The fiery arrows struck him, merely scattering dazzling sparks, inflicting no tangible harm. Immediately after, Lu Qing lunged forward, leaving a profound footprint in the ground, as though the earth could scarcely bear his might. He charged at Yin Lai like an enraged bull, his speed dizzying and leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Upon witnessing this, Yin Lai's expression shifted drastically. He hurriedly conjured a massive flame shield in an attempt to withstand Lu Qing's onslaught. The flame shield blazed fiercely, radiating an intimidating heat. However, Lu Qing's strength was overwhelming. He crashed into the flame shield like a cannonball. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering ice, as the shield disintegrated into countless sparks. The tremendous impact sent Yin Lai hurtling through the air, where he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, which transformed into a mist of crimson before he crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue. Lu Qing emerged victorious in this contest. Among the many thrilling confrontations, the match between Xiao Yan and Bing Yu captured the most attention. By this time, Xiao Yan had already gained considerable renown within the academy, with each of his battles delivering unexpected marvels. Bing Yu, tall and with a cold countenance, exuded an icy aura, seemingly freezing the air around him, causing a thin layer of frost to form wherever he tread. As the contest commenced, Bing Yu unleashed a fierce assault. With a wave of his hands, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, resembling rows of sharp fangs, rapidly thrusting towards Xiao Yan. Simultaneously, a torrential rain of ice arrows descended from above, creating a three-dimensional net of attack that enveloped Xiao Yan. The ice spikes and arrows shimmered with a chilling luminescence, as if intent on encasing Xiao Yan in ice instantaneously. Remaining composed, Xiao Yan stamped his foot onto the ground, causing it to crack, and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, deftly evading the ice spikes below. In midair, he swiftly drew forth the Xianzhong, which gleamed with an ancient luster under the sunlight. Channeling his energy, he unleashed the flame-devouring wave. A colossal wave of fire surged towards Bing Yu, engulfing the air in a fiery roar. Bing Yu's expression turned grave. Fully aware of the formidable nature of the approaching inferno, he hastily pressed his hands against the ground and proclaimed loudly, "Guardian of Ice." In an instant, a colossal wall of ice surged upward, its surface shimmering with a chilling luminescence, immensely thick, seemingly capable of withstanding all flames of the world. The fiery waves crashed against the ice wall, producing a hissing sound as vast amounts of steam billowed forth, enveloping the area in a thick mist. Yet, Xiao Yan was undeterred. He flickered in the air like a specter and unleashed the flame-splitting wave once more, another torrent of flames howling forth. The two waves of fire intertwined, their power magnified, akin to a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, shattering the ice wall to smithereens. Ice Feather was struck by the residual force of the flames, propelling him several feet backward, crashing heavily to the ground as the frost upon him melted away in an instant. Xiao Yan landed gracefully, casting a respectful nod toward the fallen Ice Feather. With his formidable strength and extensive combat experience, he effortlessly advanced once again. As the competition progressed, More and more powerful students emerged, making the matches increasingly exhilarating and intense. Tong Chun watched with bated breath, witnessing not only the remarkable strength of these gifted students, but also the unique cultivation methods of Canaan Academy bearing fruit. He pondered privately. Perhaps it would be wise to invite some mentors from Canaan Academy to impart their wisdom at the Tianji building, while also facilitating an exchange for some members of Tianji building to learn at Canaan Academy, fostering mutual development. Xiao Yan's outstanding performance in the competition filled Tong Chun with confidence regarding his future, anticipating that he would create even more miracles in the upcoming matches, adding a vibrant splash of color to this grand inter-academy tournament. Chapter 86. Xiao Yan vs. Lu Qing. The inter-academy tournament of Canaan Academy was in full swing, fiercely contested through several rounds of brutal competition, finally reaching the highly anticipated semifinals. The arena was packed to the brim, a sea of people, with students and teachers surging like a tide, eagerly awaiting the spectacular showdown. Among the many thrilling battles, the match between Xiao Yan and Lu Qing undoubtedly captured the spotlight, drawing the attention of all. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already gained immense renown within the academy, shining like a brilliant star. With his extraordinary talent, unwavering perseverance, and invaluable experience from countless life and death trials, his strength had undergone a transformation, incomparable to his former self. Dressed in his iconic black robe, its edges billowing gently in the breeze, he exuded an air of nonchalance and freedom. His expression remained calm, like a deep and tranquil lake. Yet his eyes revealed a glimmer of confidence and determination, as if imbued with an unwavering belief in victory. On the other hand, Lu Qing was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse within Canaan Academy. His towering physique resembled a majestic mountain, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Adorned in heavy black armor, intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes that glimmered faintly, it seemed to narrate a tale of extraordinary and legendary origins, igniting the imagination regarding the stories behind his armor. The atmosphere in the arena was so tense it felt as if it could freeze the air in an instant. Xiao Yan and Lu Qing stood proudly facing each other, their gazes ignited with an intense yearning for victory. Their eyes, ablaze like tangible flames, collided and intertwined in the air, seemingly set to ignite the surrounding space. With a commanding voice, Elder Su Qian declared, "The match begins." Instantly, a formidable wave of fighting spirit erupted in the arena, akin to a heavy bomb detonating at the center of the stage, radiating outwards from the two combatants and eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Lu Qing was the first to launch a fierce assault. With a forceful stamp of his foot, the solid ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, as massive, menacing fissures rapidly spread outward from his position. Simultaneously, he darted forward like a streak of black lightning, his speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to perceive his form. As he surged towards Xiao Yan, his hands moved as if in a phantom dance, swiftly forming seals, while he bellowed, mountain-cleaving fist. In an instant, his fists became enveloped in a rich, earthy fighting spirit, resembling two towering hills, exuding an overwhelming momentum that hurtled towards Xiao Yan with unstoppable force. The wind generated by his fists sliced through the air like an invisible blade, producing a sharp, piercing whistle that seemed to moan in agony. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a hawk's keen focus. Reacting with lightning speed, he deftly retreated, his movements as fluid and natural as flowing water, skillfully evading Lu Qing's ferocious strike. Meanwhile, the Xian heavy ruler materialized in his hand, flames swirling around its body. The blazing fire danced like serpents upon the ruler, radiating an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. Channeling the surging fighting spirit within him, Xiao Yan unleashed the formidable technique, flame-splitting wave ruler, summoning a colossal wave of fire that surged forth like an enraged, roaring beast, leaving scorched marks upon the ground in its wake. Yet, Lu Qing remained unperturbed. He swiftly grounded himself, his feet rooted firmly as if they were entwined with the earth. Crossing his arms before his chest, he rapidly formed seals once more and shouted, "Earth Guardian." In an instant, a massive shield, forged from dense, solid rock, materialized before him. Its surface gleamed with a hard, cold luster, resembling an impenetrable barrier capable of withstanding any assault. The fiery wave collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening roar akin to thunder cracking in the air. A thick mist of steam and smoke enveloped the arena, obscuring the figures of both fighters and causing the audience to hold their breath in anxious anticipation. As the smoke began to dissipate, Lu Qing wasted no time in granting Xiao Yan a moment's respite. He darted forward, emerging from the haze like a wraith, his entire being enveloped in a dense layer of earthy fighting spirit, resembling a war deity, descended upon the mortal realm, radiating an overwhelming and unstoppable aura. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within Lu Qing's strike. Should he be struck head-on, even survival would come at the cost of grave injuries. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed the tension within, channeling the mysterious and formidable heavenly fire of the Blue Lotus. Instantly, a layer of pale blue flames enveloped him, dancing joyfully as they exuded a mystical and potent aura, as if hailing from a realm unknown. With utmost care, Xiao Yan infused the Blue Lotus heavenly fire into the Xianzhong staff, which immediately radiated with resplendent light, the temperature of the flames soaring dramatically. He then leaped high into the air, akin to a soaring eagle, and struck down fiercely towards Lu Qing, simultaneously roaring, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. In that fleeting moment, a colossal fire lotus, ingeniously fused from various flames, materialized from thin air, bursting forth with resplendent brilliance and an overwhelming might that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, advancing relentlessly towards Lu Qing. The surrounding space appeared unable to withstand such terrifying force, manifesting delicate fissures akin to a shattered spider's web. Lu Qing, sensing the encroaching dread, felt his expression shift to one of grave seriousness, reminiscent of a sky laden with dark clouds. He understood that should he meet this blow head-on, the damage would be unimaginably catastrophic. Yet, as a dignified warrior, the indomitable blood coursed through his veins, compelling him to stand firm. Gritting his teeth, his facial muscles twitched slightly as he gathered all his fighting spirit, maximizing his strength to forge a robust, earth-toned energy shield before him. Concurrently, he unleashed his most powerful defensive technique, striving with all his might to withstand Xiao Yan's unparalleled strike. The surface of the energy shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, emanating powerful energy fluctuations, as if engaged in a silent contest with the impending fire lotus. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as if the very heavens trembled, and time and space momentarily came to a halt. At the instant of collision between the fire lotus and the shield, an incredibly blinding light erupted, dazzling to the point of being unviewable, illuminating the entire arena. The overwhelming energy waves spread outward like a cataclysmic hurricane. The ground around them was carved into deep ravines by this horrific force, intersecting like the scars of the earth. The protective barrier surrounding the arena quivered violently under the impact, as if on the verge of shattering, emitting a crackling sound akin to anguished cries. As the brilliance gradually faded, Lu Qing was seen kneeling on one knee, his armor riddled with numerous cracks, resembling a spider's web as it bore witness to the fierce battle just endured. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, trailing down his cheek and pooling on the ground, blooming into a vivid crimson flower. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan landed steadily nearby, though his breath was slightly erratic. His chest heaved violently, and beads of perspiration adorned his forehead. He remained largely unscathed. Ultimately, Elder Su Qian announced with a look of satisfaction, "In this match, Xiao Yan emerges victorious." A thunderous cheer erupted throughout the arena, reverberating with an intensity that seemed capable of toppling the very foundations of Canaan Academy. The students, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, applauded Xiao Yan's extraordinary performance, their faces alight with fervor, some even moved to tears. This victory not only showcased Xiao Yan's astonishing prowess, but also illuminated his indomitable spirit and unyielding determination, etching his image deeply into the hearts of all present. In the aftermath of the grand competition within the academy, a fervor akin to a blazing inferno spread through every corner. As everyone remained enraptured by the breathtaking clash between Xiao Yan and Lu Qing, unable to extricate themselves from the thrilling spectacle, Tong Chun sat serenely in the VIP section, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing, who had just descended from the arena, his eyes betraying a mix of admiration and contemplation. He pondered the extraordinary strength Lu Qing had displayed during the fierce battle, recognizing him as an exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Lu family. The Lu family, an illustrious and ancient lineage on the Duki continent, has withstood the test of time, their heritage as profound and vast as the deepest ocean. The emergence of a figure as remarkable as Lu Qing attests to their unique and effective training system. During the fight, Lu Qing exhibited combat techniques that were both ingenious and versatile, alongside an unparalleled mastery of Duki, reaching a level that was truly awe-inspiring. Given time, with his innate talent and strength, Lu Qing would undoubtedly carve out a monumental reputation across the ever-shifting Duki continent, becoming a figure of reverence for countless admirers. In stark contrast, Lin Ziyi appeared grave, resembling a silent iceberg, enveloped in an aura of chilling sword intent. Remarkably, he wielded the mysterious and formidable Qing Lian sword intent. Although he held no tangible sword, a translucent blade forged from pure sword intent flickered before him, emanating a captivating yet terrifying presence. With a subtle movement of his mind, the Qing Lian sword intent burst forth like a blooming blue lotus, transforming into dazzling blue sword rays that surged toward Han Shui with unbridled ferocity. Each ray seemed infused with the power to rend the heavens and the earth, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss, as if the very atmosphere cried out in agony. Upon witnessing this, Han Shui's heart raced, acutely aware that her opponent was no ordinary foe, and she dared not underestimate him. With a determined expression, she parted her crimson lips, her voice ringing out like a golden aureole, clear and melodious yet imbued with resolve. Simultaneously, she swiftly danced her sword, conjuring a curtain of vibrant duki before her, shimmering with myriad colors, forming a formidable barrier in an effort to withstand Lin Zuyai's onslaught of Qing Lian sword intent. As the sword radiance collided with the sword curtain, an ear-splitting cacophony erupted, akin to a multitude of bombs detonating simultaneously. Sparks flew like resplendent fireworks, illuminating a corner of the arena. Han Shui's sword curtain, bolstered by her formidable fighting spirit, momentarily withstood a portion of the onslaught. However, the azure lotus sword intent surged forth like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly battering against the defenses of the sword curtain. Wave after wave, seemingly infinite. Lin Xiaoyou, acutely aware of the pivotal moment in battle, understood that he must afford Han Shui not a moment's respite. With gritted teeth, he summoned every ounce of his inner energy, pushing the azure lotus sword intent to its zenith. In an instant, the already sharp sword intent intensified, as if breaking through an unseen limit. The once translucent sword radiance now shimmered with a faint azure glow, reminiscent of a blooming azure lotus, exuding an aura both mysterious and potent. The light, swirling and pulsating, seemed to embody boundless vitality and destructive power. Under such immense pressure, Han Shui gradually felt overwhelmed. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, resembling glistening pearls, cascading down her fair cheeks. The fierce exchange had drained her fighting spirit significantly, and her once sturdy sword curtain began to show fine cracks, akin to a shattered spider's web, heralding an impending collapse. Just as Han Shui found herself faltering, the sword curtain teetering on the brink of collapse, Lin Xiaoyou astutely seized this fleeting opportunity. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he swiftly closed the distance. Moving like a specter, as he approached Han Shui, the transparent longsword, forged from the azure lotus sword intent, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, solidifying in an instant. Without hesitation, he thrust it fiercely toward Han Shui's sword curtain, his movements fluid and natural, yet imbued with tremendous power. With a sharp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, Han Shui's sword curtain crumbled under the fierce impact of the azure lotus sword intent, disintegrating into countless shards of light that dissipated into the air. The longsword, imbued with azure lotus sword intent, surged forward unimpeded toward Han Shui. Alarmed, she was momentarily paralyzed by fear as a flicker of terror crossed her beautiful eyes. In her desperate attempt to evade, she found her body ensnared by an invisible restraint under the overwhelming pressure, leaving her no time for a meaningful response. At this critical juncture, Han Shui demonstrated the resilience and courage befitting a distinguished member of the Han family. Summoning her final reserves of strength, she concentrated all her fighting spirit before her, forming a shield that sparkled with a faint luminescence. Though seemingly fragile, this shield encapsulated her entire essence and hope. As the azure lotus sword intent struck the shield, it emitted a screeching sound, akin to metal scraping against metal, painfully reverberating in her ears. The shield quivered violently under the immense force, teetering on the brink of destruction, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming might of the azure lotus sword intent. Han Shui's shield shattered with a resounding bang. The powerful impact sent her reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. Han Shui struggled to rise, yet was besieged by a wave of excruciating pain, as if all the strength within her had been siphoned away, rendering her devoid of any capacity to continue the fight. Lin Ziya had successfully vanquished Han Shui and advanced to the finals. This breathtaking battle allowed all present to witness the formidable power of his azure lotus sword intent, igniting heightened anticipation and imagination for the forthcoming final match. Spectators speculated on the spectacular sparks that would undoubtedly fly when the two prodigious talents, Lin Ziya and Xiao Yan, clashed in the finals. Tong Chun and the Time Demon God, who had observed the entirety of Lin Ziyu's battle, exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration for Lin's prowess. Tong Chun was the first to speak, a note of astonishment lacing his tone. Indeed, Lin Ziyu's Azure Lotus sword intent is truly extraordinary. His comprehension of sword intent has reached a remarkably profound level. The perfect integration of the Azure Lotus's agility with the sword's sharpness is a rare talent and achievement. Given time, he is destined to carve a splendid path in the realm of swordsmanship. The Time Demon God nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity in his gaze, and concurred, absolutely. His control over power is exquisitely refined, and his combat techniques are exceedingly proficient. Every move he makes is executed flawlessly, without a hint of vulnerability. For Xiao Yan to overcome him will be no trivial task. This final battle is sure to be exceptionally thrilling, and we shall await it with bated breath. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the finals. Both Xiao Yan and Lin Ziya understood that this impending duel was undoubtedly a decisive battle. Each was acutely aware that it represented not only a significant test of their abilities, but also a crucial contest regarding honor and future prospects. Thus, both of them seized every moment, diligently immersing themselves in their final preparations. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan harnessed the torrent of fighting spirit coursing through him, allowing it to circulate through his meridians, continually tempering both body and soul. With each breath, he could feel the surge and enhancement of his fighting spirit within. As if undergoing a profound purification, he endeavored to refine his fighting spirit, making it more concentrated and pure, in hopes of unleashing an even greater force during the finals. Moreover, Xiao Yan devoted considerable time and effort to mastering the synergy of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire and the Xian Heavy Ruler. He understood that their flawless coordination would serve as a formidable weapon in the finals. He persistently experimented with various methods, striving to achieve an even greater harmony between the two. With unwavering focus, he manipulated the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, guiding the flames along the patterns of the Xian Heavy Ruler, feeling the resonance and fusion of their powers. Each attempt honed his mastery over this force, instilling him with additional confidence for the upcoming finals. Meanwhile, Lin Ziya retreated to a secluded valley within the academy, surrounded by mountains and lush trees. The area exuded tranquility and serenity, resembling a hidden paradise untouched by the outside world. Yet, at that moment, Lin Ziya had no mind to admire the exquisite scenery. His heart was solely devoted to the relentless pursuit of the Azure Lotus sword intent. He stood quietly in the center of the valley, closing his eyes, wholly immersing himself in the profound understanding of the Azure Lotus's essence. He endeavored to draw greater inspiration from the purity, agility, and resilience of the Blue Lotus, aspiring to elevate the essence of the Blue Lotus sword intent to an entirely new realm. His thoughts seemed to transcend time and space, engaging in a profound dialogue with the soul of the Blue Lotus. Moments later, Lin Ziya slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. He formed hand seals and began to manifest the Blue Lotus sword intent within the valley. In an instant, the air was filled with a chaotic surge of sword energy, disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. The surrounding trees and rocks succumbed to the tremendous force of the Blue Lotus sword intent, shattering into splinters and debris that scattered in all directions. The entire valley transformed into a battleground, enveloped in an aura of fierce intensity that instilled trepidation in all who beheld it. Lin Ziya was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's formidable prowess. To stand out in the finals and secure victory, he needed to exert himself to the utmost and transcend his own limits. He continually adjusted his state, striving to infuse his comprehension of the Blue Lotus into his sword intent, ensuring that each ray of sword light embodied a deeper meaning and a more potent force. 3 days swiftly passed in a flurry of intense and fruitful preparation. Finally, the day of the finals arrived, casting an invisible shroud over the entire Canaan Academy, suffusing it with an atmosphere that was both tense and exhilarating. Every corner of the academy buzzed with the discussions of students, each speculating on the outcome of this climactic confrontation. Everyone, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaited the spectacular showdown between Xiao Yan and Lin Ziya, pondering who would ultimately claim victory in this fierce contest and emerge as the champion of the inner academy competition. The answer was on the verge of being unveiled before the eager eyes of the crowd. Chapter 88. Unexpected discovery. On the day of the finals at Canaan Academy, sunlight bathed the arena, which had borne witness to countless fierce battles, illuminating the scars on the ground with striking clarity. The surroundings were packed to capacity, with throngs of students and teachers eagerly awaiting the commencement of the pinnacle duel between Xiao Yan and Lin Ziya. The atmosphere was so charged it felt as though it could ignite the very air, with each face reflecting excitement and anticipation. Whispers of speculation rising and falling like the tide. Tong Chun and the God of Time sat in the VIP seats, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the arena. Tong Chun felt a mix of anticipation for the thrilling battle and an underlying concern for Xiao Yan's fate. After all, the formidable power of Lin Zi's Blue Lotus sword intent cast uncertainty over Xiao Yan's path to victory. As the crowd's anticipation reached its zenith, Xiao Yan and Lin Zi gradually made their way to the center of the arena from opposite sides. Clad in his iconic black robe, Xiao Yan stood tall, his expression calm, yet his deep-set eyes burned with an intense yearning for triumph. He gripped the Xian Zhong tightly, its body quivering slightly, as if it too were excited for the impending battle. Lin Zi, adorned in blue, exuded an ethereal quality, an almost imperceptible sword intent swirling around him, his gaze radiating confidence and resolve. The match commenced. With a command from Elder Su Qian, the arena fell into a hushed silence. Every breath held in anticipation of not missing a single exhilarating moment. Lin Zi was the first to strike, his form moving like lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In the next moment, he appeared before Xiao Yan, wielding a long sword forged from the essence of the Qinglian sword intent, its piercing azure light shimmering with a chilling brilliance, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed at Xiao Yan's throat. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated several steps, simultaneously raising his xuanzhong to block this fierce strike. The sound of impact resonated like the tolling of a great bell, as the formidable force of their collision sent shockwaves through the surrounding air, creating visible ripples that expanded outward. Fully aware of the formidable nature of Lin Zi's Qinglian sword intent, Xiao Yan dared not underestimate his opponent. Steadying himself, he abruptly swung the xuanzhong, unleashing a massive surge of flames that surged forth, a manifestation of his signature technique, the Yin Fun Lang. The fiery waves surged forth like a roaring fire beast, carrying scalding heat as they rushed towards Lin Zi. Yet, Lin Zi remained unperturbed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. He soared into the air, executing a complete 360-degree spin while his sword danced swiftly in his hands. The Qinglian sword intent transformed into countless azure sword lights, shooting forth like a torrential rain of petals toward the fiery waves. The clash of the sword lights and the flames erupted into a series of thunderous roars, intertwining fire and azure light, casting a kaleidoscopic glow over the arena. Tang Chun watched anxiously from the VIP section, silently sweating for Xiao Yan. He exchanged a glance with the time demon god, who furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, Lin Zi's Qinglian sword intent is even more formidable than before. If Xiao Yan wishes to prevail, he will surely face considerable challenges. Just then, Tang Chun inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Suner on one side of the arena. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, her elegant demeanor resembled an orchid in a secluded valley, making her stand out amidst the crowd. Tang Chun's heart stirred. He recognized Xiao Suner as the daughter of Gu Yuan, having only heard of her unique status, never expecting to encounter her at Canaan Academy, and as a student, no less. After inquiring with Su Qian, he learned that although Xiao Suner was indeed a student of the academy, she was not participating in this competition. On the arena, the battle between Xiao Yan and Lin Zi grew increasingly intense. Seizing the moment when the fiery waves and azure sword lights were at a standstill, Xiao Yan's figure flickered, instantaneously appearing behind Lin Zi, swinging the xuanzhong with tremendous force towards Lin Zi's back. Detecting the impending attack, Lin Zi swiftly turned, raising his sword to block. The impact of the xuanzhong against the long sword sent a powerful shockwave, causing Lin Zi's arm to tingle, yet he harnessed this force to leap back several paces, creating distance between himself and Xiao Yan. Understanding the strength of Xiao Yan, Lin Zi knew that without exerting his full power, victory would be elusive. Taking a deep breath, his sword intent surged dramatically, the previously light azure sword lights intensifying, as if solidifying. Swiftly forming seals with both hands, he intoned, Qinglian sword domain, open. In an instant, a vast Qinglian sword domain slowly materialized around Lin Zi. Within this domain, countless azure sword lights crisscrossed, forming an impenetrable sword array that descended upon Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. He understood the immense power of this technique. Should he be enveloped by the sword array, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. He quickly channeled the fighting spirit within him, summoning the Qinglian earth fire. The azure lotus heart fire blazed fiercely in his hands, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Xiao Yan infused the azure lotus heart fire into the profound, heavy ruler, then leaped high into the air, striking down fiercely upon the sword formation while bellowing, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. A colossal fire lotus, forged from the fusion of myriad flames, materialized out of thin air, bearing the cataclysmic might as it crushed towards the sword formation. Boom! The fire lotus collided with the sword formation, erupting in a dazzling radiance so intense that all present were compelled to shut their eyes. A powerful wave of energy surged forth like a tempest, wildly expanding in all directions. The protective barrier surrounding the arena quivered violently, emitting a crackling sound, as if it might shatter at any moment. The ground was ravaged. Deep gorges carved into the earth, while debris and dust swirled through the air. As the brilliance gradually diminished, the onlookers focused their gaze to see Lin Xiaoyan kneeling on one knee, his garments slightly tattered, yet otherwise unharmed. In contrast, Xiao Yan appeared somewhat pallid, his breath slightly erratic. It was evident that the recent maneuver had drained both of them significantly. Lin Xiaoyan rose slowly, his fighting spirit igniting further. He understood that this was a pivotal moment that would determine the victor. Once more, he concentrated the azure lotus sword intent and charged at Xiao Yan. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan endured the discomfort in his body and raised the profound, heavy ruler to meet the oncoming assault. The two engaged once more in a fierce skirmish, their strikes landing with palpable force, the clash of their energies resounding through the arena. Each impact produced a deafening noise, each attack imbued with tremendous power. The entire arena was enveloped in the aftermath of their battle, the atmosphere taut with tension. Tang Chun, seated in the VIP section, felt his blood surge with excitement as he clenched his fists, fervently cheering for Xiao Yan. He recognized that this contest was not merely a display of strength between Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya, but also a test of their resolve. Amidst the fierce exchange, Lin Xiaoya identified a flaw in Xiao Yan's defense and thrust his sword with sudden ferocity. Caught off guard, Xiao Yan was grazed by the blade, blood instantly staining his dark robe. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, seizing the moment while Lin Xiaoya was engaged in his attack, he swung the profound, heavy ruler down upon him, sacrificing his injured arm in the process. Lin Xiaoya, unable to evade, was struck in the chest by the ruler, propelled backwards several feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Yan sought to capitalize on this moment to deliver a final blow. Yet his stamina and energy reserves were nearly depleted. He staggered, almost collapsing. Lin Xiaoya, struggling to rise, felt excruciating pain in his chest. Yet he recognized this as his opportunity to triumph. He gritted his teeth against the agony, condensing the last vestige of his sword intent as he lunged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan watched helplessly as Lin Xiaoya's sword approached, unable to evade. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, Lin Xiaoya halted his strike. Looking at Xiao Yan, a glimmer of respect flickered in his eyes as he spoke. "You are formidable, but in this match, I have emerged victorious." The arena erupted into a chorus of cheers. Though Xiao Yan had lost the battle, the indomitable spirit and immense strength he had displayed earned him the admiration of all. Lin Xiaoya, through his exceptional performance, claimed the championship of this inter-academy competition. Chapter 89. A stunning battle. The arena of the Canaan Academy's inter-court competition had just witnessed the breathtaking confrontation between Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya, with the atmosphere still resonating with the echoes of their fierce struggle. Although Lin Xiaoya emerged victorious, the tenacity and strength exhibited by Xiao Yan garnered him much admiration from the onlookers. Upon seeing Xiao Yan injured, the once tranquil gaze of Xiao Suner flickered with concern and tenderness. In a flash, she leapt onto the arena, resembling a violet wisp of cloud, gracefully and swiftly arriving at Xiao Yan's side. She extended her delicate yet strong arm, securely supporting Xiao Yan's faltering body, her movements gentle yet undeniably resolute. "Brother Xiao Yan, how are you?" Xiao Suner's voice quivered slightly, her concern palpable. Xiao Yan lifted his head slightly, meeting her anxious gaze, and managed to force a smile as he replied, "I'm fine, Suner, don't worry." However, his pale complexion and trembling form betrayed him. Xiao Suner bit her lip gently, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She turned to Elder Su Qian and stated, her voice clear yet firm, "Elder Su, Lin Xiaoya's cultivation level surpasses that of Brother Xiao Yan, making this contest inherently unfair. I request to battle Lin Xiaoya to restore justice for Brother Xiao Yan." Elder Su Qian paused, taken aback as he regarded Xiao Suner, and then shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoya. Though Lin Xiaoya had won the match, he was now recuperating from the exertion. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, he felt a chill run down his spine, fully aware of her extraordinary identity. Despite never having witnessed her prowess, He surmised she was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Tong Chun exchanged a glance, and the time demon god understood. A glimmer of light flashing in his hand as he produced a pill radiating a gentle glow. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air, refreshing the surroundings. The time demon god swiftly approached Lin Xiaoya, presenting the pill and saying, "This elixir can rapidly restore your fighting energy. Take it to ensure this match is fair." Lin Xiaoya frowned slightly, hesitating, but upon seeing Xiao Sun'er's unwavering gaze and recalling his potential advantage, he accepted the pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved upon entry. A warm current surging through his body, revitalizing his previously depleted fighting energy like a parched riverbed receiving a torrential flow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoya felt his fighting energy circulate, and he looked at Xiao Sun'er, stating, "In that case, let us battle." Xiao Sun'er gently set Xiao Yan down beside her and turned to face Lin Xiaoya, her eyes instantly transforming into icy and sharp orbs, akin to stars in a frigid night, emanating an awe-inspiring brilliance. Tong Chun in the VIP section watched with brightening eyes, unable to restrain his admiration. Such speed and fierce attacks, Xiao Sun'er is indeed extraordinary. The time demon god nodded slightly, remarking, "The renowned daughter of the ancient clan lives up to her reputation." Lin Xiaoya steadied himself, fully aware that he could no longer underestimate the woman before him. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a surge of azure sword intent. Countless beams of blue sword light shooting forth from around his body, aimed directly at Xiao Sun'er. These beams moved with incredible speed, leaving trails of azure in their wake, enveloping Xiao Sun'er in a colossal net of swords. Xiao Sun'er exhibited no fear. She swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations under her breath. In an instant, a layer of pale purple light appeared before her, adorned with flickering runes that exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. The sword light struck the barrier, producing a series of clashing sounds reminiscent of raindrops against a window, yet it could not breach the defense of the light screen. Following this, Xiao Sun'er forcefully thrust her hands forward, causing the pale purple barrier to surge ahead and shatter the green sword lights entirely. Simultaneously, she vanished from her position, charging once more towards Lin Ziyai. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ziyai was struck with terror. He hastily concentrated all his sword intent, forming a robust sword shield before him. However, Xiao Sun'er showed no signs of hesitation. She approached the sword shield and gently pressed her jade hand against it. Instantly, a tremendous force coursed through the shield and into Lin Ziyai's body. He felt as though an overwhelming tide of power had surged upon him, rendering him incapable of resistance, and he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. This was Xiao Sun'er's second move, within merely 2 exchanges. Lin Ziyai found himself in dire straits. He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he realized his body ached profoundly, and his fighting spirit was in disarray. Xiao Sun'er slowly approached him, casting a cold gaze as she remarked, "I concede." A bitter pang filled Lin Ziyai's heart. He understood that his defeat was inevitable. In this contest, Xiao Sun'er not only demonstrated her formidable strength, but also instilled in him a sense of intangible pressure, a testament to the authority of a proud daughter of the ancient clan. Tang Chun, observing the scene, couldn't he help but chuckle. Indeed, the proud daughter of the ancient clan possesses not only great strength, but also a fierce temperament. However, this temperament complements her prowess beautifully. Elder Su Qian stepped forward, regarding both Xiao Sun'er and Lin Ziyai as he declared, "In this contest, Xiao Sun'er emerges victorious. Yet, Lin Ziyai need not feel disheartened. Your ability to contend with Xiao Sun'er has already proven your strength." Lin Ziyai nodded slightly, though he felt a sense of reluctance. He also acknowledged Xiao Sun'er's prowess with respect. Xiao Yan, standing nearby, gazed at Xiao Sun'er with a heart full of pride and emotion. He understood that she had fought Lin Ziyai for his sake, and this bond of friendship was something he cherished immensely. This unexpected contest allowed all present to witness the hidden strength of the Canaan Academy once again and further entrenched Xiao Sun'er's name in their minds. Moreover, Tang Chun gained a deeper understanding of the ancient clan's might. He realized that within this continent of fighting spirit lay countless powerful factions and talents. For the Tianji Tower to establish itself, it must continually enhance its strength. He pondered future strategies, how to recruit more powerful individuals, how to secure additional resources, ensuring that the Tianji Tower could carve out a place in this ever-changing continent. Simultaneously, he anticipated that Xiao Yan would glean wisdom from this experience, continuously growing and eventually shining even brighter upon the continent. Chapter 90. Recruitment. Tang Chun sat alone in the temporary tent set up by the Tianji Tower at Canaan Academy. The tent was simply yet elegantly adorned, with curtains featuring mysterious runes gently swaying in the breeze. At this moment, Tang Chun was deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding future plans. He is acutely aware that in this ever-changing realm of combat, talent serves as the fundamental cornerstone for the vigorous development of any power, acting as the core driving force propelling such factions forward. Lin Ziyi, with his exceptional prowess and boundless potential demonstrated in the recent internal academy competition, shone like a brilliant beacon, instantly capturing Tong Chen's attention and igniting within him a fervent desire to recruit him. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Chun raised his head and instructed the ever-quiet Shurchen demon god standing nearby. Shurchen, please invite Lin Ziyi to join us. I have a matter of great importance to discuss with him. The Shurchen demon god nodded slightly, and in an instant, his form vanished like a shadow, leaving behind a barely perceptible ripple in the air. Not long after, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent, and the Shurchen demon god re-entered, accompanied by Lin Ziyi. Dressed in a light blue outfit, Lin Ziyi stood tall and composed. Upon entering the tent and seeing Tong Chun seated in the main position, he offered a slight bow and politely inquired, "Master Tong, may I ask the reason for your summons?" Tong Chun smiled as he rose to greet him, warmly gesturing for Lin Ziyi to take a seat. He said, "Brother Lin, please, take a seat. Your performance in the internal academy competition truly impressed me. At such a young age, your profound understanding of the Qinglian sword intent is indeed a rare talent across the entire realm of combat." Lin Ziyi humbly smiled and bowed his head slightly, responding, "Master Tong, you flatter me. There are always greater mountains and stronger individuals out there. I am well aware of my many shortcomings compared to the true powerhouses and recognize that I must continue to strive for improvement." Tong Chun waved his hand dismissively and, with a serious expression, said, "Brother Lin, there is no need for such humility. I have summoned you today for a significant discussion. I hope that after your graduation, you will consider joining the Tiangong Tower. With your strength and talent, you will undoubtedly gain access to superior resources for development within the Tiangong Tower. Our foundation is profound, housing numerous invaluable techniques and combat skills that could assist you in making more substantial strides in your swordsmanship journey." Upon hearing these words, Lin Ziyi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such an invitation from Tong Chun. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before slowly replying, "Master Tong, I am grateful for your kindness and recognition. However, I know little about the Tiangong Tower, and I cannot help but harbor some concerns. What specific responsibilities and tasks would I be expected to undertake upon joining?" Realizing that Lin Ziyi's heart had begun to waver, Tong Chun recognized this as an opportune moment to persuade him. Thus, he patiently and sincerely explained, "Brother Lin, the Tiangong Tower has always upheld the principle of forging broad and benevolent connections across the continent, dedicated to maintaining peace and stability like a steadfast lighthouse, guiding various powers in this realm. By gathering intelligence from multiple sources and gaining insights into the continent's dynamics, we provide timely and effective assistance to our allies. Upon joining the Tiangong Tower, you will only be required to assist us in completing certain tasks as necessary, relying on your strength. Given your capabilities, these tasks should not prove overly challenging for you. Moreover, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion will provide each member with abundant and diverse cultivation resources, fully assisting you in transcending your current realm and achieving a remarkable leap in strength. Within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, you will also have the opportunity to meet formidable individuals from all corners of the continent, engaging in exchanges and sparring, sharing insights and experiences from your respective paths of cultivation. This will undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for your personal growth." Lin Ziyi felt a stirring in his heart. He had always harbored a passionate pursuit of the sword path, yearning to reach a higher level of mastery. The conditions articulated by Tong Chun seemed to open a door leading to a loftier realm, presenting a significant allure for him. However, a twinge of hesitation lingered in his heart, for joining a faction meant that many of his future choices would be influenced accordingly, a decision that warranted careful contemplation. Deep in thought, Lin Ziyi fell into a profound silence, the tent enveloped in a stillness punctuated only by the faint sound of breathing. After a considerable time, he finally raised his head slowly, his gaze resolute as it met Tong Chen's. He spoke, "Leader Tong, I am deeply grateful for your kindness and trust. I am willing to join the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion after graduation and advance alongside it, contributing my part to the stability of the continent." Upon hearing this, Tong Chun was filled with joy, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He replied, "Excellent. Brother Lin, you are indeed forthright. From this moment onward, We shall be as family. After your graduation, I will ensure that you are properly arranged, allowing you to cultivate in peace within the celestial mechanism pavilion and realize your aspirations. After reaching an agreement with Lin Ziyai, Tong Chun and the time demon god decided to visit Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan had nearly recovered from the exertion of the inner academy competition and was engaged in a quiet conversation with Xiao Suner in a serene garden on campus. The garden was resplendent with vibrant blossoms, a kaleidoscope of colors competing for attention, and a fragrant aroma permeated the air, uplifting the spirit. Tong Chun and the time demon god meandered along the winding path, gradually entering the garden. Xiao Yan, with keen eyes, spotted them immediately and quickly rose to greet them respectfully, saying, "Leader Tong, time demon god, you have arrived." Tong Chun smiled and nodded. Assessing Xiao Yan from head to toe, he remarked, "Xiao Yan, you appear to be in good spirits. I presume your health and fighting energy have largely restored. Your performance in the inner academy competition was outstanding. Although you did not claim victory, your displayed strength and tenacity left us all deeply impressed." Xiao Yan humbly smiled and slightly bowed, responding, "Leader Tong, you flatter me. I am acutely aware that I have much to improve upon. Compared to true powerhouses, I still have a long journey ahead." The time demon god nodded slightly and inquired, "Xiao Yan, I have heard that due to your exceptional performance in the inner academy competition, you have been granted the opportunity to cultivate in the sky-burning refining tower for a few days. Is that true?" Xiao Yan nodded, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Yes, Elder Su Qian stated that I demonstrated commendable strength and potential in the inner academy competition, thus granting me special permission to cultivate in the sky-burning refining tower. I have heard that it contains potent energy, and if fortune smiles upon me, I hope to absorb the fallen heart flame within. Should that come to fruition, I plan to venture into the Black Corner region to further hone my skills and enhance my strength." Upon hearing this, Tong Chun felt a slight stir within his heart, a flicker of concern gracing his features as he spoke. "Xiao Yan, the Black Corner region is a place rife with peril, teeming with various dark forces and ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, it cannot be denied that it is also a realm abundant with opportunities, where many precious resources and formidable techniques abound. Should you truly intend to venture into the Black Corner region, you must exercise utmost caution. However, with your strength and exceptional wisdom, I am confident that you will carve out a remarkable path for yourself there." A determined glimmer flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, akin to a blazing flame as he replied, "I understand the dangers involved. Although the Black Corner region is fraught with risks, it is precisely the crucible I yearn for. I must continuously challenge myself, honing my skills amidst adversity to transcend my current limitations and grow ever stronger." Beside him, Xiao Suner gazed at Xiao Yan quietly, her eyes filled with worry and concern. She understood well that once Xiao Yan made a decision, it would be difficult to alter. Thus, she softly said, "Brother Xiao Yan, I will always be anxious for your safety when you go to the Black Corner region. It is a place fraught with dangers. You must be cautious and return safely as soon as possible." Witnessing this scene, Tong Chun felt a deep sense of emotion. The profound bond between Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner was truly touching. He remarked, "Xiao Yan, should you encounter any difficulties in the Black Corner region, you may seek assistance from the local branch of the Tianji Tower. Our Tianji Tower possesses a degree of influence and an intelligence network in the Black Corner region. Although we cannot directly interfere with your experiences, we can provide you with necessary information and support to help you navigate unforeseen challenges." Xiao Yan looked at Tong Chun with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Master Tong. If the need arises, I will not hesitate to reach out. With the support of the Tianji Tower, I will have an additional layer of assurance in the Black Corner region." Tong Chun nodded and subsequently shared some insights regarding cultivation and his perspectives on the current situation in the continent. He recognized that Xiao Yan was exceptionally gifted, possessing unwavering conviction and resilient determination, destined to create ripples of monumental significance across the Duki continent. Cultivating a friendship with Xiao Yan would be of paramount importance for the long-term development of the Tianji Tower. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the garden, enveloping it in a dreamlike veil. Tong Chun and the time demon god rose to take their leave, while Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner accompanied them to the garden's entrance. As they watched Tong Chun and the time demon god depart, Xiao Yan silently vowed to diligently cultivate within the sky-burning refining chi tower, striving to achieve something significant and to strengthen himself through his experiences in the Black Corner region, thereby living up to the hopes placed upon him. Chapter 91. Uprising in the Canon Academy. Bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, golden rays cascaded upon the ancient, robust architecture, bestowing a warm halo upon the time-worn walls. They pierced through the lush foliage, casting a patchwork of dappled light upon the ground. The entire academy seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. However, beneath this seemingly calm facade, a storm capable of overturning everything was quietly brewing. Excited murmurs erupted from the audience below, akin to pebbles cast into a placid lake, sending ripples cascading outward. In the eyes of the students sparkled with anticipation and excitement, akin to the resplendent stars adorning the night sky. Xiao Yan stood tall amidst the crowd, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with eagerness for the forthcoming journey of cultivation within the heavenly flame refinement tower. He understood well that the tower harbored a rich and unique essence of fighting spirit, a coveted sanctuary for practitioners. Perhaps there, he could transcend his limits and elevate his prowess to new heights. However, shortly after Xiao Yan and his companions entered the tower, in a dimly lit corner of the academy, where few dared to tread, several shadowy figures glided through the darkness like phantoms. They moved with agility and stealth, their forms merging with the shadows, nearly imperceptible. These individuals were enforcers dispatched by the Soul Palace, clad in flowing black robes that resembled an endless abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Their hoods obscured their faces, revealing only pairs of eyes that glimmered with a cold and avaricious light, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon them. One enforcer lowered his head slightly, his voice hushed, akin to a serpent's hiss. "We are tasked with a significant mission. To instigate a tumultuous upheaval of the fallen heart flame beneath the heavenly flame refinement tower by any means necessary. Should we succeed, not only would we fundamentally undermine the very foundation of the renowned Jia Nen Academy, plunging it into chaos and decay, but we might also seize the fallen heart flame and present it to the palace master, securing our own glory." The other enforcers nodded subtly, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in their eyes, as if they could already envision the academy crumbling under the weight of their conspiracy. Prior to their actions, these enforcers had meticulously examined the structure of the heavenly flame refinement tower. They were aware that the formidable and enigmatic fallen heart flame was ingeniously sealed deep within the tower's base, surrounded by layers of complex and potent restraints. These restraints acted as formidable defenses, safeguarding the fallen heart flame from rampant release. Yet, after extensive observation and exploration, they had finally identified a vulnerability in the restraints, akin to discovering a crack in an impregnable fortress. By unleashing a concentrated surge of soul power at this weak point, they could potentially breach this defense and incite the upheaval of the fallen heart flame. Meanwhile, within the heavenly flame refinement tower, Xiao Yan and his companions were wholly immersed in their cultivation. The intense, almost tangible fighting spirit within the tower flowed like a gentle spring, continuously nourishing their bodies, allowing them to thrive and enhance their abilities unconsciously. Seated upon a polished cultivation platform, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, his expression focused. He circulated the fighting spirit within his body, guiding it through his meridians in an orderly manner, while attempting to harness his keen perception to capture the elusive essence of the fallen heart flame hidden deep within the tower. Suddenly, a frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as an unusual sensation surged within him. He keenly sensed that the once stable and harmonious fighting spirit within the tower began to spiral into chaos. It was as if a tranquil lake had been suddenly stirred by a tempest, a searing and violent force quietly roiling beneath the surface, reminiscent of a slumbering beast gradually awakening. The other students also became acutely aware of the unusual changes, and a palpable tension and fear permeated the tower. Outside, Elder Su Qian similarly recognized the abnormalities surrounding the celestial flame refining tower. The once tranquil structure began to quiver slightly, and its mysterious aura became chaotically disturbed. Su Qian's expression darkened instantly, a sense of foreboding surging within him. He understood all too well that the celestial flame refining tower was crucial to the safety and legacy of the academy. Any issues arising could lead to unimaginable consequences. He promptly channeled his fighting spirit, swiftly summoning several senior elders of the academy. With a grave demeanor, Su Qian declared, "The disturbances within the celestial flame refining tower are no mere coincidence. It is likely that someone is scheming in the shadows. We must ascertain the cause and stabilize the situation within the tower at once, or our academy will face a tremendous catastrophe." The elders, upon hearing his words, wore equally serious expressions, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. They swiftly employed their unique techniques, darting towards the celestial flame refining tower like lightning, leaving behind only fleeting shadows in the air. Meanwhile, the guardians of the Soul Palace, witnessing the barriers cracking under their relentless assault, felt a surge of exhilaration as if the dawn of success was finally within reach. The leader of the Guardians excitedly shouted, "Push harder. Once the barrier breaks, the fallen heart flame will surely erupt. At that moment, the Xiao Yan Academy will descend into chaos, and our plan will triumph." As their fervent attacks intensified, the cracks in the barrier widened, spreading like a spider's web. The ferocious and searing power of the fallen heart flame began to seep through the fissures, causing the entire celestial flame refining tower to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Inside the tower, Xiao Yan and his companions felt an ever-increasing pressure. The searing heat surged towards them like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf them entirely. Xiao Yan understood that maintaining composure was imperative, otherwise, they would all fall into an irretrievable peril. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Listen to me, everyone. Channel your fighting spirit and resist this force with all your might. We must not panic. We must find a way to stabilize the situation." Encouraged by Xiao Yan's resolute words, the students steeled themselves against their fears, calming down and circulating their fighting spirit to form defensive barriers around their bodies. These barriers shimmered with a spectrum of colors, resembling a magnificent rainbow, yet appeared so fragile beneath the oppressive heat. However, the power of the fallen heart flame was overwhelmingly potent, and relying solely on their own strength was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. It would be difficult to withstand for long. Xiao Yan, filled with urgency, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. As he resisted the nearly all-consuming searing force, he rapidly contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He remembered the blue lotus earth heart fire within him. The blue lotus earth heart fire, a formidable and mysterious flame, could potentially suppress the tumult of the fallen heart flame, if only temporarily. With a deep breath, Xiao Yan forcibly quelled his anxiety and began to channel the blue lotus earth heart fire within him. In an instant, a pale blue flame suddenly emerged, dancing joyfully around him, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. The flame seemed to possess a life of its own, both vibrant and fervent. Xiao Yan gradually released the blue lotus heart flame, striving to contend with the ferocious might of the fallen heart flame. As the two powers collided, a sizzling sound resonated, akin to a fierce contest between them, each force hissing defiantly. The two powerful flames entwined, plunging the situation within the tower into a stalemate, their intense radiance illuminating the entire space. Outside the tower, upon their arrival, Su Qian and his companions immediately commenced a meticulous investigation. Drawing upon their extensive experience and keen perception, they swiftly identified the Soul Palace Guardians wreaking havoc upon the restrictive barriers. Su Qian's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "How dare the scoundrels from the Soul Palace run amok in my Xiao Yan Academy? Do they truly believe we are without defenders?" With that, he darted forward like a streak of black lightning towards the Soul Palace Guardians. The other elders followed suit, unleashing their unique skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the Guardians. In a moment, brilliance flickered as Dou Qi and Soul Power clashed, producing a deafening cacophony. The Soul Palace Guardians, realizing their cover was blown, remained unfazed. They understood that if they could endure a little longer until the fallen heart flame erupted completely, chaos would ensue within Xiao Yan Academy, granting them the chance to escape amidst the turmoil. Thus, they fought desperately against Su Qian and his colleagues while relentlessly assaulting the restrictive barriers. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with powerful energy waves surging like tumultuous tides throughout the academy, inciting a wave of unrest. Surrounding structures cracked under the strain of the energy fluctuations, tiles flying in all directions. Within the heavenly flame refining tower, the blue lotus heart flame and the fallen heart flame found themselves in a deadlock. Yet, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense that his blue lotus heart flame was beginning to wane under the prolonged confrontation. The ferocity of the fallen heart flame was overwhelming, akin to an endless sea of fire, incessantly battering against the defenses of the blue lotus heart flame. Uncertainty loomed over him as he pondered how much longer he could endure, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Meanwhile, the students inside the tower were equally exhausted, their defensive barriers teetering on the brink of collapse, as if a mere whisper could extinguish them. As the Soul Palace Guardians were repelled, their assaults on the barriers temporarily ceased, somewhat curbing the tumultuous surge of the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan acutely sensed this subtle shift within the tower. He recognized it as a fleeting opportunity. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he summoned every ounce of strength to invigorate the blue lotus heart flame, aiming to further suppress the power of the fallen heart flame during this brief respite. Channeling all his focus, he directed the blue lotus heart flame forward, akin to commanding a vast army towards the direction of the fallen heart flame. With Xiao Yan's relentless efforts, the tumult of the fallen heart flame gradually came under control, and the situation within the heavenly flame refining tower slowly stabilized, the searing heat waning. Seizing the moment, Su Qian and his allies successfully subdued all the Soul Palace guardians. The leading guardian, witnessing his capture, flashed a glimmer of resentment and malice in his eyes as he harshly declared, "Canaan Academy, do not revel in your triumph. The Soul Palace wields immense power, its influence sprawling across the continent. You will not escape our vengeance. We shall surely avenge today's grievances." Su Qian scoffed dismissively, retorting, "The Soul Palace has long committed heinous acts, bringing calamity to the continent. Retribution is inevitable. Your audacity to disrupt the foundation of my academy and perpetrate such atrocious deeds will not be forgiven." Within the heavenly flame refining tower, Xiao Yan and his companions finally exhaled in relief. Though this sudden crisis had been temporarily averted, they understood that the Soul Palace would not relent. And in the days to come, Canaan Academy would undoubtedly face more daunting challenges. This incident fortified Xiao Yan's resolve to enhance his strength. He realized that only by becoming more powerful could he protect those around him, safeguard Canaan Academy, and confront the impending storm. Clenching his fists, he gazed resolutely into the distance, as if already envisioning the arduous path of cultivation that lay ahead. Chapter 92. The unification of the flame heart. As the turmoil incited by the guardian of the Soul Palace ebbed like a receding tide, the tense atmosphere within the heavenly flame refining tower gradually eased, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Xiao Yan and his companions emerged from this unforeseen and harrowing crisis, gaining a brief respite. However, they all understood that this calm was as fragile as thin ice, concealing turbulent undercurrents that could shatter at any moment. Xiao Yan did not allow himself to relax in the face of this temporary stability. After a brief period of adjustment and deep contemplation, he resolutely decided to continue his endeavor to forge a profound connection with the fallen heart flame, aiming to reclaim this unparalleled and formidable. He recognized that this was not only a remarkable opportunity for his personal strength to leap forward, but also the key to stabilizing the heavenly flame refining tower and ensuring the safety of Canaan Academy. Should he fail to manage the fallen heart flame effectively, similar crises could erupt anew, driving the Academy and its members towards an irretrievable abyss. As Xiao Yan delved deeper with his mental faculties, he found himself stepping into an infinite sea of flames. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of heat and tumult. The very air seemingly ignited, crackling ominously. The vast and chaotic will of the fallen heart flame surged like a torrential current, relentlessly battering against Xiao Yan's mental defenses. Each onslaught felt like a hammer striking at his soul, delivering waves of excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he concentrated all his spirit, striving amidst the tempestuous force to locate a potential breakthrough, his beacon of hope for reclaiming the fallen heart flame. However, just as Xiao Yan struggled against the will of the fallen heart flame, an unexpected turn of events unfolded without warning. Whether due to the previous damage inflicted by the guardian of the Soul Palace, which had rendered the restrictions irreparably compromised, or the fallen heart flame's acute perception of Xiao Yan's intentions, prompting it to resist fiercely, the previously calmed flame erupted anew, igniting like a fuse. A force more potent and fervent than before surged forth, enveloping the entire heavenly flame refining tower in a cataclysmic eruption akin to a volcanic explosion. The temperature within the tower surged abruptly, as if intent on reducing all existence to ash. The students, who had only just regained their composure, were once again enveloped by a shroud of fear. They widened their eyes in terror, observing the rapidly shifting surroundings, instinctively channeling their energy to forge a meager defense against the overwhelming heatwave. Yet, this fragile effort was akin to a mere drop in the ocean when faced with the formidable might of the falling heart flame, rendering it nearly ineffective. "Do not panic. Trust in Xiao Yan," another student shouted, struggling against the searing heat. In that moment of profound dread and helplessness, all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, placing their hopes entirely upon him. Previously, he had momentarily subdued the falling heart flame with the azure lotus heart fire, illuminating their path through the darkness and instilling a glimmer of hope for survival. At this juncture, the pressure upon Xiao Yan reached unprecedented heights. The latest eruption of the falling heart flame was more ferocious and violent than before. Its frenzied will struck his mental defenses like a colossal hammer, relentlessly battering them. Yet, within Xiao Yan's heart burned an unwavering conviction. he silently vowed never to allow the falling heart flame to spiral out of control again. He understood that should it fully erupt, not only would he and the students within the tower be doomed in an instant, but the entire Canaan Academy would face utter destruction, obliterating years of legacy and glory. Suddenly, Xiao Yan opened his eyes wide, a resolute glint flashing within them, reminiscent of a blazing flame, filled with courage and determination. Without hesitation, he summoned the azure lotus heart fire from within, and in an instant, the pale blue flames sprang forth like lively spirits, encircling him and exuding a mysterious and potent aura. The azure lotus heart fire seemed to sense the blatant provocation of the falling heart flame, dancing more vigorously and emitting a fierce whistling sound, as if challenging its counterpart. Xiao Yan gradually released the azure lotus heart fire, attempting to once again contend with the raging force of the falling heart flame. However, this time, the ferocity of the latter proved overwhelming. Upon contact, the azure lotus heart fire was met with an unyielding wall, cruelly repelled by the tempestuous energy. Xiao Yan's countenance darkened, for he realized that without a swift and effective solution, the situation would spiral beyond control, plunging all into irretrievable ruin. In this critical moment, a sudden flash of insight illuminated Xiao Yan's mind, recalling unique realizations he had gleaned throughout his extensive training regarding the fusion of. Perhaps he could attempt to guide the azure lotus heart fire to merge with the falling heart flame, employing the former's gentleness and agility to temper the latter's wildness and ferocity, thereby gradually subduing its unruly power. The falling heart flame seemed to keenly sense Xiao Yan's intentions, becoming even more tumultuous. It roared like a frenzied beast, unleashing its searing energy in a desperate bid to escape the tender yet resilient embrace of the azure lotus heart fire. In a moment, two formidable flames engaged in a breathtaking and gripping contest within the heavenly refining tower. The azure lotus heart fire swirled like a vibrant azure dragon, circling the fallen heart flame in an attempt to subdue it with its own might. Meanwhile, the fallen heart flame roared like a frenzied beast, spewing forth searing flames akin to surging magma, intent on completely consuming the azure lotus heart fire. The other students within the tower acutely sensed the immense pressure bearing down on Xiao Yan. They observed him with his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his body trembling slightly, yet persevering with unwavering determination. The students collectively channeled their energy, surrounding Xiao Yan to provide him with protection. Although they could not directly partake in the thrilling clash of the flames, their presence and support infused Xiao Yan with an invisible and formidable strength, reinforcing his resolve to reclaim the fallen heart flame. Just as Xiao Yan teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed by the immense pressure, a turning point finally emerged. In a fleeting lull during the fallen heart flame's release of power, the azure lotus heart fire, like a long-awaited hunter, surged forward and successfully enveloped a portion of the fallen heart flame. A surge of joy welled up in Xiao Yan's heart, akin to glimpsing a ray of hope in the darkness. He promptly intensified his mental focus, guiding the azure lotus heart fire to steadily consume and assimilate that segment of the fallen heart flame. As the azure lotus heart fire began to assimilate the portion of the fallen heart flame, its furious power seemed to be somewhat restrained. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan meticulously directed the azure lotus heart fire, gradually expanding its enveloping reach. Through his relentless efforts, the azure lotus heart fire transformed into a vast and resilient cocoon, gradually enclosing the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame, however, would not yield easily. It thrashed violently, attempting to break free from the bonds of the azure lotus heart fire, releasing even more intense flames in a desperate bid to escape. Yet at this juncture, Xiao Yan had gradually assumed the initiative. With unwavering tenacity and a unique understanding of the fusion of the flames, he resembled a tamer guiding a wild stallion, steadily subduing the power of the fallen heart flame. After a protracted and arduous struggle, the tumultuous will of the fallen heart flame began to dissipate, akin to the calm following a storm. Its power began to intertwine with the azure lotus heart fire, gradually merging under Xiao Yan's control. He keenly sensed this change in the fallen heart flame, his heart swelling with elation. He continued to guide the fusion of the two flames, orchestrating their powers into a harmonious unity, like two flowing rivers converging into a vast ocean. At long last, through Xiao Yan's relentless endeavors, the fallen heart flame was successfully assimilated by the azure lotus heart fire, becoming an integral part of his internal flame power. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with a blend of excitement and fatigue. In that moment, he had not only reclaimed the fallen heart flame, but had also significantly enhanced his own strength through the fusion of the two extraordinary flames. He could distinctly sense the surging force within him, akin to a torrential flood, coursing ceaselessly through his meridians, his power magnified several-fold compared to before. Xiao Yan, you are truly remarkable. You actually managed to reclaim the fallen heart flame, exclaimed one student, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, if it weren't for Xiao Yan, we would have been in grave danger this time. He is nothing short of our savior. Another student echoed, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan looked around at his fellow students, a warm smile gracing his face as he said, "It's a relief that everyone is unharmed. The successful reclamation of the fallen heart flame would not have been possible without your support. Your trust and encouragement have fueled my determination to persevere." Outside the tower, Elders Su Qian and several other elders remained intensely focused, closely monitoring the movements within. Their faces were etched with concern and anxiety. Their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the sky-burning refining tower, not daring to relax for a moment. As they sensed the tempestuous power within gradually subside, the disturbances fade, and the temperature returned to normal, they could not help but exhale deeply. It seems Xiao Yan has succeeded. This young lad is truly remarkable. Elder Su Qian remarked with a rare smile of relief. Indeed, Xiao Yan is not only powerful, but also possesses extraordinary courage and wisdom. By reclaiming the fallen heart flame, he has not only saved the students within the tower, but also eliminated a significant threat to Arcanine Academy. His contributions are invaluable, another elder praised, his eyes reflecting admiration and respect for Xiao Yan. The news of Xiao Yan's reclamation of the fallen heart flame spread like wildfire throughout Canaan Academy, creating a tremendous sensation. The students' admiration for Xiao Yan intensified, and whether in the corridors of the academy or in the training grounds, they fervently discussed his heroic feat as a result. Xiao Yan became an undisputed legend of Canaan Academy, his name forever etched in the annals of the institution's history. However, Xiao Yan was not blinded by this sudden glory. He understood that this was merely a significant milestone on his long journey of cultivation. The future held more unknown challenges awaiting him. Bearing this honor and responsibility, he would continue on his path to enhance his strength, to protect those around him, to safeguard the tranquility of Canaan Academy, and to confront the impending unknown crises. He would tirelessly strive forward, advancing toward even greater heights. Chapter 93, Crisis and Responsibility. The news of Xiao Yan's successful reclamation of the fallen heart flame detonated within Canaan Academy like a bombshell, instantly igniting a wave of jubilation throughout the institution. Both students and teachers rushed to share the news, their faces illuminated with joyous smiles. Everyone was acutely aware that the fallen heart flame had long been a ticking time bomb, sporadically causing disturbances and introducing numerous instabilities within the academy. Now, with Xiao Yan's successful reclamation, it felt as though they had finally tamed this troublesome entity, liberating the academy from a significant peril. In a garden within the academy, a group of students gathered, excitedly discussing the event. Did you hear? Xiao Yan actually absorbed the fallen heart flame. At last, our academy can be at peace. One student exclaimed with a beaming face. Indeed, Senior Xiao Yan not only possesses formidable strength, but also devises solutions in critical moments. He is truly a pride of our institution. However, amidst the jubilant laughter, Elder Su Qian appeared deeply troubled, standing alone before the Tower of Heavenly Flames. He gazed at this edifice that harbored countless secrets and hopes of the academy, his heart a tumult of emotions. Su Qian understood the significance of the Tower of Heavenly Flames to the Jianan Academy. It was not merely an ordinary training ground, but a vital pillar for the academy's standing in the Douqi continent. The fallen heart flame, as the core power of the tower, had long provided a unique and potent training environment, attracting numerous exceptional students. Now that the fallen heart flame had been absorbed by Xiao Yan, although the potential dangers of its resurgence had been averted, the future development of the academy was shrouded in uncertainty. Without the support of the fallen heart flame, the academy's status on the Douqi continent was likely to encounter severe setbacks. Before long, Xiao Yan arrived at Su Qian's residence. Noticing the deep concern etched on Su Qian's face, he could surmise the gravity of the situation. Elder Su, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Xiao Yan inquired respectfully. Su Qian gestured for Xiao Yan to take a seat, and then spoke slowly. Xiao Yan, your successful absorption of the fallen heart flame is indeed an extraordinary feat. You have saved the students within the tower and averted a greater crisis for the academy. However, you are also aware of the tower's critical importance to our institution. With the fallen heart flame now absorbed, the academy's resources for cultivation and its standing on the continent may be adversely affected. Xiao Yan felt a weight settle in his heart. Although he had not deeply contemplated this issue before, He now recognized the seriousness of the matter upon hearing Su Qian's words. Elder Su, if you have any ideas, please share them. I will certainly do my utmost, Xiao Yan replied earnestly. Su Qian looked at Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with expectation, and said, I have pondered this for quite some time. The essence of the fallen heart flame has been absorbed by you. This is an unalterable fact. However, since you have fused with its power, perhaps you could replenish the essence of the every 5 years for the Academy. While this may not restore the tower to its former glory, it could at least sustain the special training environment of the Tower of Heavenly Flames to some extent, allowing the Academy to maintain its standing on the continent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan fell into contemplation. He understood that the proposal put forth by Su Qian would not be an easy task for him. Extracting the essence of every 5 years to infuse into the Tower of Heavenly Flames would require significant amounts of Dou Qi and energy, potentially impacting his own cultivation progress. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the Academy's nurturing and support. Without the resources and opportunities provided by the institution, he could not have achieved his current standing. Moreover, he had forged many like-minded friendships within the Academy, which felt like a second home. Now that the Academy faced adversity, how could he remain indifferent? After a moment, Xiao Yan lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Su Qian. Elder Su, I promise you, although this may impact my cultivation to some extent, the Academy has shown me great kindness, and I cannot stand idly by as it faces adversity because of my actions. I shall adhere to your counsel and renew the essence of the every 5 years. Upon hearing this, Su Qian displayed a reassuring smile and replied, Xiao Yan, it brings me great comfort to hear you say this. The Academy has not erred in its judgment of you. Not only are you immensely powerful, but you also possess a heart full of gratitude and a profound sense of responsibility. However, you need not worry. The Academy will strive to support you in other ways to help mitigate any losses in your cultivation progress. Xiao Yan nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su, for your understanding and support. I believe that with our collective efforts, the Academy can overcome this challenge, and our future will surely be brighter. Following this, Su Qian and Xiao Yan engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the specific methods and precautions for extracting the essence of the. They decided that prior to each extraction, Xiao Yan would require an extensive period of preparation and recuperation to ensure a smooth process while minimizing any adverse effects on himself. Additionally, the Academy would assign several experienced elders to assist Xiao Yan, providing essential support and protection. After concluding their discussion, Xiao Yan took his leave. As he walked along the Academy's path, he felt a myriad of emotions. Although absorbing the falling heart flame resolved a significant issue for the Academy, it also introduced new challenges. Nevertheless, he did not regret his decision, for he understood that it was his duty as a member of the Academy. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Yan began preparing for the first extraction of the essence 5 years hence. He was acutely aware that this would be a formidable challenge. Yet he was resolutely prepared to face whatever obstacles lay ahead, determined to safeguard the Jian and Academy, the very place of his growth. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan devoted himself to rigorous training. He sought not only to enhance his strength to cope with the pressures of the upcoming extraction, but also to delve deeply into the mysteries of fusion, enabling him to better harness the power within him. He dedicated countless hours in the training chamber, channeling his, absorbing the essence of the, and continually pushing his limits. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's commitment to the Academy's future and his willingness to shoulder the responsibility of renewing the essence every 5 years, his fellow students held him in even greater esteem. They took him as a role model, intensifying their own efforts in training, aspiring to contribute to the Academy in their own ways someday. As time flowed steadily amidst the intense and fulfilling training, both Xiao Yan and the Academy quietly labored for the imminent challenges and future developments. Despite the uncertainties that lay ahead, Xiao Yan and the faculty and students of Jian and Academy firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no challenge would be insurmountable, and the Academy's future would undoubtedly shine ever more brilliantly. Chapter 94, Convergence of Forces in a Tranquil Courtyard of Jian and Academy. Xiao Yan was deeply immersed in mastering the formidable and tempestuous power of the falling heart flame within him. After days of arduous training and exploration, he had finally succeeded in perfectly controlling this potent force within his own being. At this moment, Xiao Yan exuded an air of composure and restraint, a testament to the confidence and serenity that comes with wielding formidable power. Just as he prepared to rise for a brief respite, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Xiao Yan replied with a steady voice. The door creaked open, and in walked Tong Chun and the time demon god. Tong Chun, clad in a pale blue robe, possessed an aura of elegance, his eyes reflecting wisdom. The time demon god maintained his cold demeanor, surrounded by an enigmatic presence. Xiao Yan, we have heard of your successful mastery over the fallen heart flame, and we have come to congratulate you, Tong Chun said with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration. Rising to greet them with a smile, Xiao Yan expressed, "Thank you, Master Tong and Time Demon God, for your concern. I have finally tamed the fallen heart flame, living up to expectations." Once seated, Tong Chun slightly furrowed his brow, inquiring with genuine concern, "Xiao Yan, now that you have mastered the fallen heart flame and significantly enhanced your strength, what are your plans moving forward?" With a resolute gaze, Xiao Yan responded without hesitation. "As we previously discussed, I intend to venture into the Black Corner region. I am acutely aware that, despite my newfound strength, there remain countless unknown challenges on this Dou Qi continent. The Black Corner region is a melting pot of opportunity and peril, and I hope to further hone my skills and elevate my power there." Tong Chun nodded slightly, cautioning, "Indeed, the Black Corner region is an excellent place for training, but it is fraught with danger. You must exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not forget that the Heavenly Secret Tower has a branch there, where you can seek assistance." The time demon god chimed in, "With your current strength, you are likely to make a name for yourself in the Black Corner region. But do not let your guard down." Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Tong and Time Demon God, for your reminders. I shall proceed with care." Just then, with a loud bang, the door was unexpectedly flung open. A girl dressed in a purple outfit burst in with great enthusiasm. She was petite and charming, her round face exuding a playful vitality. This was none other than Ziyin, the perennial top performer of the Inner Academy. Upon entering, Ziyin exclaimed loudly, "Xiao Yan, have you finished refining the pills for me? I've been waiting impatiently." Xiao Yan chuckled helplessly, replying, "Ziyin, your impatience remains unchanged. The pills will require more time to complete. Please be patient." Ziyin pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "More waiting? You must hurry. I have urgent uses for them." Tong Chun regarded Ziyin thoughtfully. Drawing on his memories of the Dou Po Song Qiong novel, he recognized her as the daughter of the ancient Void Dragon, a clan of considerable might on the Dou Qi continent, known for their noble bloodline and extraordinary power. At that moment, the time demon god furrowed his brow slightly, having keenly sensed the unique and potent aura emanating from Ziyin, which held a hint of ancient and mysterious charm. Turning to Tong Chun, he nodded slightly and whispered, "Master, this girl possesses an extraordinary essence. She must belong to a powerful ancient bloodline." Tong Chun smiled gently, acknowledging the time demon god's assessment while affirming his own recollections. He looked at Ziyin and said, "Miss Ziyin, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Having long heard of your esteemed reputation." Curiosity sparkled in Ziyuan's eyes as she gazed at Tong Chun and the temporal demon god, inquiring, "Who are you? How is it that you are together with Xiao Yan?" Swiftly, Xiao Yan introduced, "Ziyuan, this is Master Tong of the Heaven's Mechanism Tower. And this is the temporal demon god. They are both my friends." Ziyuan blinked her large eyes and remarked, "Heaven's Mechanism Tower? That sounds quite impressive." Tong Chun chuckled and responded, "You flatter me, Miss Ziyuan. I have heard of your extraordinary prowess in the inner courtyard, where you consistently hold the top rank. It is truly admirable." Ziyuan raised her head with pride and declared, "Of course, my strength is no mere boast." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the atmosphere remained cheerful and relaxed. Observing the day waning, Xiao Yan remarked, "It is getting late. I presume Master Tong and the temporal demon god have pressing matters to attend to. Let us reconvene another day." The temporal demon god subtly nodded in agreement. Ziyuan waved her hand, saying, "You may leave now, but remember, Xiao Yan, do hasten to refine the elixir for me." Tong Chun and the temporal demon god stood to take their leave, with Xiao Yan escorting them to the door. As he watched their departing figures, a multitude of thoughts swirled in Xiao Yan's mind. His interaction with Tong Chun and the temporal demon god further solidified his resolve to venture into the Black Corner region, while Ziyuan's presence temporarily alleviated the exhaustion of his training. Upon returning indoors, Xiao Yan turned to Ziyuan and asked, "Ziyuan, why are you in such haste for the elixir? What purpose does it serve?" Ziyuan replied mysteriously, "Oh, that is of no concern to you. It is simply very important to me. Just be quick about refining it." Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, saying, "Very well, I shall expedite the process. However, you must understand that crafting this elixir requires a considerable amount of rare herbs, and the procedure is exceedingly intricate, allowing for no mistakes." Ziyuan, growing impatient, retorted, I know. Just hurry up. I trust that you will be able to refine it in no time." Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile at Ziyuan's eagerness. He was well aware that despite her impatience, she possessed a kind heart, and during their time together in the inner courtyard, they had forged a deep friendship. In the days that followed, Xiao Yan prepared for his journey to the Black Corner region while diligently refining the elixirs Ziyuan required. He understood that this expedition would be rife with challenges, yet he felt no fear. In his training chamber, he continuously practiced various combat techniques, familiarizing himself with the integration of the fallen heart flame and other powers, striving to maintain composure in the face of unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, Ziyuan would frequently come to urge Xiao Yan along, while also consolidating her own strength within the academy. She held high expectations for the elixir he was concocting, as if it would assist her in achieving a significant goal. As time passed, the day of Xiao Yan's departure for the Black Corner region drew ever closer, and a distinct atmosphere enveloped the Jia Nen Academy. Xiao Yan bid farewell to his teachers and friends within the academy, all of whom bestowed their blessings and anticipation upon his journey. With the hopes of many resting upon him and a steadfast belief in his heart, Xiao Yan was poised to embark on his expedition to the Black Corner region, ready to embrace new challenges and opportunities. Chapter 95. The Return to the Tower's Scheme. Upon stepping into the Heaven's Mechanism Tower, Tong Chun immediately sensed a familiar and steady aura. However, he had no time to appreciate the familiar surroundings, as the situation on the continent was fraught with uncertainty, and numerous matters awaited his resolution like a tangled mess. Tong Chun immediately harnessed his fighting spirit, emitting signals at a unique frequency to convey directives to the various demon lords stationed across the realm. Simultaneously, he instructed his subordinates to summon Medusa, Yafei, and the little medical fairy. Before long, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. The demon lords of the division stood in orderly formation, their expressions solemn. The demonic lord of destruction, Rahu, loomed like a mountain in the corner, exuding an aura of dread that resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The demonic lord of fate, tall and enigmatic, possessed a gaze as profound as an infinite black hole, seemingly capable of discerning the trajectories of all destinies. Seated at the head of the table, Tong Chen's eyes blazed with intensity as he surveyed the gathered assembly, his voice resolute and commanding. Esteemed colleagues, the current situation on the continent grows increasingly intricate, with various forces poised to act. We must stay abreast of the latest developments in order to formulate our strategies. Let us begin reports from your respective regions. The demon lord responsible for the eastern region stepped forward first, clad in a flowing blue robe, and respectfully stated, Master, the eastern region has remained relatively tranquil of late, with only minor conflicts erupting among small families vying for a particular spirit mine. The situation is still within manageable limits, and we have deployed personnel to monitor closely. Should any escalation occur, we will report promptly. Next, the demon lord overseeing the southern region rose to speak. Master, a secretive organization has emerged in the south, covertly recruiting skilled individuals for an unclear purpose. We are investigating with utmost diligence and hope to ascertain their true nature soon. As each demon lord sequentially reported, Tong Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The subtle maneuvers of various factions swirled like the undercurrents preceding a tempest, hinting at the possibility of an impending conflict. Once the reports concluded, Tong Chen pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards Rahu. Rahu nodded slightly, his voice resonating with a depth that seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss. Yes, Master. All shall adhere to your directives. At that moment, Medusa, Yafei, and the little medical fairy entered the conference room. Medusa, graceful and enchanting, resembled a blossoming flower, yet radiated an aura as frigid as ice. Her exquisite and stern visage bore an innate regal authority that deterred direct gaze. Yafei, adorned in a splendid purple gown, exuded alluring charm, her eyes sparkling with cunning intelligence, a confident smile ever present, as if she could penetrate the hearts of men. The little medical fairy, clad in a simple white garment, appeared fresh and ethereal, akin to a gentle breeze wafting through the mountains. Yet the faint aura of poison surrounding her served as a constant reminder of her extraordinary and perilous nature. Tong Chun first turned to Medusa and inquired, Medusa, as the queen of the serpent folk, you must possess the clearest understanding of the relationships between the serpent clan and the surrounding powers. What is the current state of affairs? Are there any potential threats? Yafei chuckled lightly, her voice melodious like the chime of silver bells. Master Tong, new commercial guilds are continuously emerging across the continent, attempting to seize market shares, which has impacted the Meitel family to some extent. However, our foundation is robust, and we have swiftly introduced new cooperative business models and optimized our product offerings. The situation remains well under control. Additionally, we have discovered that certain chambers of commerce have colluded with mysterious forces, potentially concealing a larger conspiracy, which is currently under thorough investigation. Finally, Tong Chun gazed at the Little Medicine Fairy with concern. Little Medicine Fairy, what is the situation in the Outcloud Empire? Is there any progress regarding the cursed toxic body? The Little Medicine Fairy's expression grew slightly serious as she gently shook her head. The Outcloud Empire is currently stable. Yet the cursed toxic body remains a pressing concern for me. I have been attempting to control the toxicity within me, and recently, I sense a subtle change, though the specifics are still under study. After listening to the reports from the three, Tong Chun gained a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. He was acutely aware that various factions were scheming in the shadows, and the Tianji Tower must proceed with caution. Any misstep could lead to an irretrievable downfall. Suddenly, he recalled that Xiao Yan was about to venture into the Black Corner region and turned to the Fate demigod, saying, "Fate. Xiao Yan intends to explore the Black Corner region. It is a place rife with danger and opportunity. Please keep a close watch on his movements. If he encounters peril, provide assistance as appropriate without hindering his training." Xiao Yan's growth is pivotal not only for our Tianji Tower, but also for the entire Duki continent. The Fate demigod nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, Master of the Tower, I will closely monitor Xiao Yan's situation. Though the Black Corner region is fraught with peril, Xiao Yan is exceptionally gifted and has the support of Yao Chen. I believe he will achieve significant results. I will discreetly ensure his safety." After arranging these matters, Tong Chun leaned back in his chair, gently closing his eyes to rest. He understood that the road ahead would be filled with challenges, yet he held confidence that, with his wisdom and the support of numerous powerful allies, he could lead the Tianji Tower to establish a firm foothold in this ever-changing Duki continent, becoming a pivotal force in shaping the course of events. Moreover, Xiao Yan's experiences in the Black Corner region might prove to be a crucial factor in altering the entire situation. He eagerly anticipated Xiao Yan's growth and had prepared thoroughly for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 96. The breakthrough of flame power deep within the depths of the Canaan Academy. Xiao Yan was immersed in a profound fusion with the fallen heart flame. His entire being was enveloped in a blazing fire, exhibiting extraordinary colors, a result of the intertwining of the fallen heart flame and his own blue lotus earth heart fire. The light of the flames cast flickering shadows upon Xiao Yan's face, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet his gaze remained steadfast, resolutely maintaining his state of cultivation. As time passed, the power of the fallen heart flame gradually harmonized flawlessly with Xiao Yan's own strength. At last, amidst a surge of intense energy fluctuations, Xiao Yan successfully refined the fallen heart flame entirely. His aura surged dramatically, and his Duki flowed like a raging tide within him. The energy of his breakthrough radiated outward from Xiao Yan, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Originally formidable in strength, Xiao Yan ascended to the status of a Dou Wang after successfully refining the fallen heart flame. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As he felt the surging power within him, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Xiao Yan understood that this newfound strength would serve as a solid foundation for his ventures into the Black Corner region. Far away at the Tianji Tower, Tong Chun instantly sensed a powerful wave of energy. A realization dawned upon him. He immediately understood that Xiao Yan had successfully refined the fallen heart flame and had risen in rank. Indeed, the chime of the victory system resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. Due to Xiao Yan's ascension to Dou Wang, you have received a tenfold enhancement in cultivation and successfully transcended to the Dou Huang realm. Tong Chun felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt within him, his previously stable Dou Qi realm instantaneously breaking through to the Dou Huang level. He could distinctly sense that not only was his Dou Qi now more vigorous, but his perception of the energies of the world had also sharpened considerably. A hallmark of the Dou Huang realm is the ability to manifest wings of Dou Qi. With a mere thought, a pair of resplendent wings, formed from dense Dou Qi, materialized behind him. These wings shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. As Tong Chun gently flapped his wings, he gradually floated into the air, reveling in the exquisite sensation of flight. It was a feeling of unrestrained freedom, a dominion over the heavens and earth, and he found himself enraptured by it. However, Tong Chun was acutely aware that in this world where strength reigns supreme, possessing formidable power is undoubtedly crucial, yet having a reliable weapon is equally indispensable. Thus, he resolved to select an appropriate weapon for himself. He ventured into the treasure vault of the Tianji Tower, a repository housing countless exquisite weapons. each radiating a unique aura and embodying immense power. As he navigated through the vault, his gaze swept over the array of weapons before him. The first that caught his eye was a long sword, slender and emanating a chilling aura, its blade inscribed with enigmatic runes that seemed to recount its illustrious past. Tong Chun grasped the hilt and swung it gently. The blade sliced through the air, producing a hissing sound. Yet he frowned slightly. For although the sword was extraordinarily sharp and imbued with ice attributes, it did not resonate with his own essence. Next, he encountered a colossal hammer. Its surface adorned with ancient patterns, as if it had withstood the test of countless ages. Tong Chun attempted to lift the hammer, feeling a weighty force emanate from it. Its power was indeed robust, yet he found it somewhat cumbersome, ill-suited to his agile and fluid combat style, leading him to abandon it as well. Tong Chun experimented with various weapons, spears, daggers, staves, and more, yet none seemed to fully satisfy his discerning taste. Just as a sense of disappointment began to creep in, the time demon god entered the vault. Observing Tong Chen's furrowed brow, he grasped the situation intuitively. The time demon god approached respectfully and said, "Master, since these available weapons do not meet your expectations, we, the demon gods, have a proposal. We can unite our powers to forge a bespoke weapon for you. This weapon will amalgamate our divine might, not only ensuring immense potency, but also achieving perfect harmony with your essence." Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's heart stirred. It was indeed an excellent idea. With the combined strength of the demon gods, such a weapon would undoubtedly be a peerless artifact. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall rely on your expertise. Please inform me of the materials required for its creation, and I shall make every effort to procure them." The time demon god smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, Master, we have a clear understanding of the materials needed. The process of forging is extraordinarily intricate, demanding immense time and effort. During the forging period, a highly discreet and secure location is required to prevent external disturbances." After a moment of contemplation, Tong Chun remarked, "Deep within the Tianji Tower lies a secret chamber, meticulously warded and exceedingly safe and hidden. It should be suitable for your weapon crafting. I will expedite arrangements for the materials you require." The time demon nodded in gratitude, saying, "This is splendid. Once the materials are ready, we shall commence the forging immediately. I am confident that it will not be long before the Tower Master possesses an unparalleled artifact." Tong Chun gazed at the time demon, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He understood that this weapon, soon to be born, would become his invaluable ally as he navigates the turbulent expanse of the Duki continent. At that moment, he felt a step closer to realizing his ambitions amidst the ever-changing landscape of this realm. In the days that followed, Tong Chun busied himself arranging for the subordinates of Tianji Tower to procure the materials necessary for weapon forging, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of various factions across the continent. He was acutely aware that an even fiercer storm might be brewing silently, and he must prepare thoroughly to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As time progressed, the subordinates of Tianji Tower sprang into action, leveraging the tower's vast intelligence network and deep-rooted foundations. They swiftly sought out the rare materials needed for weapon crafting from every corner of the Duki continent. Some ventured into mysterious ancient ruins, fraught with peril and laden with unknown traps and formidable guardian beasts, yet they pressed on undeterred in pursuit of these precious materials. Others journeyed to the frozen wastelands, searching for the eternal ice iron, a pivotal material imbued with the essence of extreme cold, essential for weapon forging. Meanwhile, additional members hastened to the Flame Mountains to collect the flame crystals, which contained powerful fire attributes. Their searing heat was capable of melting most substances. Yet with the aid of special artifacts and their own prowess, they successfully gathered these treasures. In a separate undertaking, Xiao Yan, having ascended to the rank of Dou Wang, began his final preparations for his expedition to the Black Corner region. He was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead, where formidable warriors abounded and the interplay of various factions was complex. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. However, Xiao Yan was undaunted, bolstered by unwavering conviction and formidable strength, believing wholeheartedly that he could carve out a domain of his own within the Black Corner region. He meticulously organized his belongings, stowing essential elixirs, artifacts, and other necessities within his spatial ring, while also heeding the counsel of Yao Chun, mindful of the various precautions required in the Black Corner region. At last, through the diligent efforts of the Tianji Tower's members, all the materials required for the weapon forging were gathered. The Time Demon and several other deities congregated in the secret chamber at the heart of Tianji Tower, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation as they beheld the mountain of rare materials before them. This would be a masterpiece forged by their collaboration, a divine artifact capable of stunning the Duki continent.